In an alternate universe of Naruto, our protagonist, Chiba Tetsuya, unexpectedly acquires a monetization system that allows him to grow stronger through financial investment. The system, resembling a comical dog, scoffs at Tetsuya's impoverished state, questioning his capability as a time traveler. Tetsuya, with a disdainful retort, reveals a substantial amount of cash, prompting the system to warmly acknowledge him as its cherished master and inquire about his plans for expenditure. As Tetsuya awakens in a refugee camp in Konoha, he grapples with the realization that he has assumed the identity of a deceased individual, Chiba Tetsuya, during a tumultuous period marked by Uchiha Madara's orchestrated attack with the Nine Tails. Disoriented and in pain, he laments his transformation into an ordinary civilian rather than a revered ninja like Naruto or Sasuke. Yearning for the extraordinary experiences of the ninja world, he calls upon the system for assistance. The system responds affirmatively, confirming its activation and revealing its core function, enhancing abilities through monetary investment. Despite its playful demeanor, Tetsuya quickly discovers that the system is not particularly generous with rewards, offering minimal initial benefits for his first investment of $6. With a mixture of frustration and resignation, Tetsuya contemplates the situation, realizing that his only recourse is to leverage this system for advancement. After a brief struggle, he manages to scrape together enough coins for another transaction, which leads him to draw a rather mundane reward, a complete recipe for a popular ramen dish, Ichiraka ramen, rather than any formidable jutsu or weaponry. The system, however, persuades him that opening a ramen shop could be a lucrative venture, given the village's need for reconstruction and the dish's popularity. Tetsuya, despite his initial disappointment, begins to see the potential in this unexpected turn of events. If I were to open my own ramen shop, wouldn't I make a fortune? Once I earn money, I could indulge in lotteries, whether it be 168, 1680, or even 16800. I could choose whatever I desire. Just thinking about it excites you, yeah? All right, let's open a ramen shop. Chapter 2. The Blueprint for a Commercial Empire. Jia organized the memories in his mind. Senju Hashirama had already stepped down, and the current Hokage was the second. Hokage, Tobarama. Not long ago, Uchiha Madara had suddenly attacked the village, leading to the Valley of the End battle, where Senju Hashirama triumphed over Uchiha Madara, successfully retrieving the Nine Tails. His wife, Uzumaki Mito, or rather, Senju Mito, had also become the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konoha. Meanwhile, the ninja world began to stir, with the faint scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. Yet, none of this concerned Jia. After all, he was not a ninja. Even if war erupted, it would be a battlefield for ninjas, irrelevant to a mere civilian like him. Is this the home of the original body? Jia mused, as he rubbed his face in a somewhat dilapidated house on the streets of Konoha. Goodness, it was truly in shambles. There was little to be done when Uchiha Madara attacked Konoha with the Nine Tails. The commotion was immense, aimed solely at the destruction of the village. Although his house was a distance from the battlefield, the clash between ninjas of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's caliber created a ruckus that affected the entire street. Nonetheless, Senju Hashirama was indeed benevolent, dispatching his subordinates to investigate the damages throughout Konoha and formulate a compensation plan. In his words, the villagers of Konoha had followed him here, and now their suffering was due to him and Madara. Even though he was no longer Hokage, he felt compelled to make amends. "You are Chiba, Jia?" A voice called out, and upon turning, Jia saw a white-haired ninja wearing a Konoha headband, accompanied by a squad, standing at his doorstep. Jia did not close the door. The ninja could see him sitting in a daze inside. "Hello, ninja sir, it's me." Upon seeing the white-haired ninja, Jia's first thought was that this fellow was Kakashi Hatake. Even if not, he was likely a ninja from the Hatake family. "Here, take this. It is the compensation promised by the first Hokage. Though it may not be much, it should suffice for you to repair your home and live well." Jia accepted the thick bundle of bills. "I am truly grateful, and only to thank the first Hokage instead." "Yes, I am sincerely thankful to you, Hokage." Jia expressed his gratitude once more, genuinely heartfelt. A brief glance revealed that it was at least 5,000 ryo. While it may seem modest, it was still the early days of Konoha's establishment, and prices had yet to soar. Put it into perspective. During Naruto's era, a bowl of ramen cost around 60 or 70 ryo, while a rank ninja like Naruto earned between 5,000 and 50,000. Ryo, with a portion taken by the village and their guiding teacher, Inge's original memories. A bowl of ramen fluctuated around 30 ryo, half the price. Thus, he viewed this 5,000 ryo as quite valuable. After all, though the house was a bit run down, it was still livable. A little cleaning and some new furniture wouldn't cost much. The remaining funds could serve as his startup capital for the shop. While he could directly convert the 5,000 ryo into vouchers for a lottery, even the most expensive prize pool of 16,800 would allow him to draw twice, potentially obtaining something remarkable. However, he had no intention of doing so. What good would power do him? To rob others? Or to take on missions like those ninjas, risking life and limb? He was not fond of that lifestyle. Running a small business seemed far more appealing. Besides, he did not believe that merely drawing from the highest tier prize pool would make him invincible. The combat prowess in the ninja world was absurd, featuring various powerful beings, meteors, as well as undead and extraterrestrial entities. Even an immortal could be dealt with in various ways. If one could not die, they would simply be sealed away. Moreover, there were formidable foes like Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and the not-quit-dead sage of 6 paths. Should he dare to flaunt his abilities outside, he might not even know how he perished. Perhaps it is best to simply run a shop. I possess the skills and the startup capital. I can surely build my own commercial empire. Jia confidently began to prepare for his entrepreneurial venture. He first headed to the commercial district, leasing a shop that had suffered damage from the battle, and renovated it. Essentially, he patched up the leaks, added tables and chairs, and replenished the utensils. Next came the procurement of ingredients. As he began to experiment with ramen preparation in the kitchen, Jia commenced kneading the dough. Although he had never cooked before his reincarnation, it did not hinder him from mastering the complete technique of Ichiraku ramen. Kneading the dough, stretching the noodles, chopping vegetables, simmering broth, and cooking the noodles, each step flowed seamlessly as if he were born for this craft. It's done. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he gazed at the steaming noodles in the pot, feeling a sense of achievement. It smells delightful. Let's give it a taste. Naturally, he decided to sample his first bowl. It's quite good. The broth is rich and flavorful. The noodles tender yet resilient, fully absorbing the essence of the soup. Truly remarkable. Jia couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. The flavor was indeed exceptional. Very well, let's open the shop. A beautiful life awaits me. The following afternoon, the sign for Chiba Ramen was put up to attract customers. He plastered posters announcing the grand opening, offering a 20% discount for first-time patrons and half price for the second bowl when 2 people ordered together. Though he had never run a business in his past life, he had witnessed enough strategies. Many were drawn to the newly opened ramen shop with its enticing offers, bringing friends and family along. After all, who would refuse a good deal? On the first day of business, the turnout was quite impressive, as the flavor of Ichiraku ramen was no exaggeration. Watching the shop filled with customers, Zay's hands nearly sparked from kneading dough. Prosperity and abundance on opening day. That night, sitting on his bed, Jia, with slightly swollen hands, counted his earnings in just one day. He had sold over 100 bowls of ramen, netting over 3,000 ryo. It was indeed a bountiful harvest, especially since he had leased the shop for just over 1,000 ryo, around 2,000 in total, accounting for other expenses and ingredient purchases. Thus, in just a day, he had recouped his costs, and from tomorrow on, it would be pure profit. Once the excitement faded and he felt the soreness in his hands, Jia gasped. Goodness, making ramen was indeed a laborious task. If business continued this way, would he be able to keep up? Would he need to hire help? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Right? I can use the shadow clone technique. Although clones disperse upon contact, I'm not heading to battle. It would be perfect for them to knead the dough. With this thought, Jia felt like a genius. Why hire anyone when he could manage it all himself? However, all of this hinged on his ability to harness chakra and learn the shadow clone technique. But what difficulty is there? In this world, there are no insurmountable challenges for those who are determined. Let's do this. Resolutely, Jia decided to forego sleep that night and began to refine his chakra while seated on his bed. Chapter 3. The first luxurious 10 consecutive draws boss. I'll have a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Coming right up, please wait a moment. Your tonkatsu ramen will be ready shortly. The business at Chiba Ramen has been as robust as ever. A week has passed, and things are gradually falling into place. To his surprise, he discovered that his current body possesses a commendable aptitude for cultivation, or perhaps it is his understanding that is exceptional. It didn't take long for him to refine chakra and master the shadow clone technique. After refining chakra, his physical stamina improved significantly, likely due to acclimating to the workload, making it much easier compared to when he first opened the shop. He initially thought to use the shadow clones for ramen preparation. However, the clones created by the technique are mere illusions and cannot perform tasks, leaving him to do the work himself. Here is your tonkatsu ramen. Enjoy your meal. Tetsuya rubbed his hands together, having saved a considerable amount of money over this period. For the first 3 days, he earned 3,000 per day, and by the 4th day, his income stabilized at 2,000. After deducting daily expenses, he had amassed over 17,000, just enough to indulge in a luxurious 10 consecutive draws. He planned to return home that evening and partake in the draws, curious about what treasures he might obtain. With the surge in business, the fame of Chiba ramen grew, attracting a number of ninjas to the shop. "Boss, 2 bowls of assorted ramen, please." "Certainly, it's you, Mr. Ninja." As Tetsuya looked up, he recognized a familiar figure, one of the ninjas from the Hitaki clan who had previously delivered financial assistance to him. The Hitaki ninja smiled and nodded at Tetsuya. "You must be Chiba Tetsuya. I remember you from when I brought you the aid. I never expected that within just a few days, you'd establish such a thriving establishment. Haha, it's all thanks to Lord Hokage. Without that assistance, I wouldn't have had the funds to open this shop. By the way, who is this?" Tetsuya noticed a young boy wearing a ninja headband beside the Hitaki ninja. "Oh, this is my younger brother, Hitaki Tsukumo." "Hitaki Tsukumo?" Tetsuya was taken aback by the boy's rather arrogant demeanor. What a coincidence to meet a familiar face. The future father of Kakashi. Wasn't it said that Kakashi's father, the White Fang of Konoha, Hitaki Tsukumo, was a gentle soul? Why does this child resemble the Kakashi from the anime in his youth? Is something the matter? Oh no, I just think the name Hitaki Tsukumo is splendid. He is destined to become a prominent figure in the ninja world. The Hitaki ninja chuckled. "Tsukumo, did you hear that? You must not disappoint Mr. Chiba's expectations." "Yeah, I got it, brother." "Mr. Ninja, please take a seat for a moment. Your ramen will be ready shortly. Just call me Sakuyo, no need for all the Mr. Ninja pleasantries." "Very well, Sakuyo. Please, make yourselves comfortable." Tetsuya gestured for the two to sit before hurrying to the kitchen. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were served. "Here you go. Your assorted ramen." Hitaki Sakuyo suddenly inquired. "Mr. Chiba, I've noticed quite a transformation in you these past few days. Have you refined your chakra?" Tetsuya scratched his head, smiling as he replied, "Yes, just a bit of inherited skill. I've only recently managed to refine my chakra." As he spoke, he sat down and began chatting with Sakuyo. "Our Chiba family, you see, followed the Hokage when Konoha was founded. We had ninjas in our lineage, but unfortunately, my father sacrificed himself for Konoha, and shortly thereafter, my mother followed him, leaving me behind." With a shrug, Tetsuya expressed his resignation. "As for me, my talent is lacking. I've only just refined my chakra at this age. Don't even mention practicing ninjutsu." What he said was entirely true. The original Tetsuya from the Chiba clan indeed followed Senju Hashirama during Konoha's establishment. However, they were rather unremarkable among the many followers. Such information could easily be uncovered if one sought to investigate. Sakuyo nodded, observing that Tetsuya appeared to be in his teens, and the chakra fluctuations he emitted were indeed weak, indicative of a beginner level. To be at this level in his teens, he certainly lacked the potential to become a ninja. After all, ninjas in Konoha today could undertake missions on the battlefield before reaching 10 years of age. He glanced at his younger brother, Tsukumo, who was voraciously devouring his ramen. However, being a small ramen shop owner, like Tetsuya, seemed quite pleasant, especially as business appeared to be thriving. "I'm finished, thank you for the meal." The 2 brothers finished their ramen, paid, and stood to leave. "You're welcome to come again." "Definitely." Sakuyo waved goodbye as he left with Tsukumo. Has he managed to build a good relationship with the Hitaki clan? Tetsuya chuckled and shrugged before beginning to clean the table. That night, after tidying up the shop, Tetsuya returned home with excitement. After having a simple dinner, he secured the doors and windows, sitting cross-legged on his bed. After tallying his earnings and setting aside some funds for emergencies, he prepared for his first luxurious 10 consecutive draws. "Come forth, pup, it's time to recharge." "Oh dear master, how much would you like to recharge this time?" The cheeky husky appeared before Tetsuya, wearing a fawning smile. Looking at the mischievous dog, Tetsuya felt an urge to kick it. He took out his money. I wish to recharge 16,800. Congratulations, dear master, recharge successful. The money in his hand vanished in an instant. Yet his point card balance skyrocketed to 168,002. The 2 represented the 17 he had initially charged, which yielded the lowest tier prize from the draw. Ha ha ha. Wealth has arrived. This feeling is simply splendid. Tetsuya chuckled inwardly, reveling in the joy of his newfound fortune. Pup, I want a 10 consecutive draw from the highest prize pool. Certainly, dear master. I shall commence the 10 consecutive draws from the Tier 3 prize pool. A massive golden wheel materialized before him, slowly beginning to spin. Click, click, click. Congratulations, you have received a large amount of Chakra X1. Congratulations. You have received a large amount of Chakra X1. Congratulations, you have received a large amount of Chakra X1. Congratulations, you have received a large amount of Chakra X1. Upon witnessing the first 4 rewards, Tetsuya couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What a waste. What is this large amount of chakra? He had squandered 4 of his precious draws. Where are the good items? Congratulations, you have received the summoning contract of the Weasel Clan X1. Finally, something good. Upon seeing the summoning contract of the Weasel Clan, Tetsuya's eyes lit up. Summoning beasts are invaluable. They can aid in battle and assist in delivering messages. Most importantly, this contract is not tied to a specific individual beast. But, wait a moment. Are there even weasels in Naruto? The Kamaitachi seems to be one. Speaking of which, is that weasel the same as the one linked to the northeast? Yet, recalling what the cheeky husky had mentioned, that it possesses everything from the ninja world, both present and absent, he could understand. Congratulations. Congratulations, you have received the Chakra Sealing Technique X1. Congratulations, you have received the Undying Body of the Evil God X1. Congratulations. You have received the Shadow Clone Technique X1. Congratulations, you have received a large amount of Chakra X1. Congratulations, you have received a large amount of Chakra X1. Chapter 4. The Undying Body of the Evil God. The Summoning Contract. Oh my. I'm soaring. The moment he beheld the undying body of the evil god, he felt as though he had taken flight. What is the undying body of the evil god? It is a physique akin to that of Haydn. Even if beheaded, one does not perish. Simply reattach the head, and one can regenerate. It could be said that as long as he avoids sealing techniques, he could wreak havoc within the ninja world. Once upon a time, one might ponder whether obtaining another's blood could allow for a ritualistic sacrifice. Observing that Jie's account had dwindled to a mere 2 points, the canine companion regained its mischievous demeanor. The immortal body of the malevolent deity merely grants a certain degree of invulnerability. The ability to curse others through blood is an intricate technique, one that you do not possess. Jie fell silent, realizing that aside from his immortality, he lacked any other formidable abilities. However, upon reflection, it became evident that Fadewan's method of cursing others indeed required a specific technique, known as Death's Embrace through blood. Yet, he remained unperturbed. If the immortal body could extract, then surely the Death's Embrace could be summoned as well. With that thought, he activated his interface. Name, Chiba Jie. Age, 16. Identity, commoner of Konoha physique. Immortal body of the malevolent deity. Skills, Chakra Refinement Technique, Chakra Sealing Technique, Shadow Clone Technique. Chakra, Minimal Possessions, Shadow Clone Technique Training Method, Substitution Technique Training Method, Transformation Technique Training Method, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique Training Method, Abundant Chakra 6. Weasel Clan Summoning Contract. Points. 2. Curious about the newly listed possessions, he inquired. How is it that abundant chakra appears among my belongings? And precisely how much is abundant? His canine companion scratched its neck and replied, an abundant amount is roughly equivalent to 0.5 of Kakashi. This chakra must be extracted by you, and once done, it will become your own. Thus, if he were to extract it all, he would effectively possess the chakra of 3 Kakashis. Indeed, I recommend you claim it directly and then seal it using the chakra sealing technique. This way, you will appear unchanged to others, and when needed, you can release the seal to unleash your true power. Jie mused aloud. This is quite similar to Tsunade's creation rebirth technique, which also involves chakra storage. The distinction is significant. Mine can seal both your own chakra and that of others, while hers cannot, the canine retorted. But her technique allows one to maintain youthful appearance. Jie countered. Puffed, the dog scoffed. You possess the immortal body of a malevolent deity. Why concern yourself with such trivialities? Suddenly, Jie recalled a pressing thought. Wait, I won't be stuck in my current form forever, will I? The dog's silence suggested an unspoken agreement. Jie contemplated, yet remaining forever 16 seemed rather delightful. Besides, he possessed transformation techniques, allowing him to gradually age. He could feign death and adopt a new identity, claiming to be his own descendant. With these musings, he turned his attention to the other items. The shadow clone technique required no elaboration. It could create tangible duplicates, albeit not as numerous as the multiple shadow clone technique. Lastly, he examined the Weasel clan's summoning contract. With a flicker of thought, a scroll materialized in his hand, revealing a jumble of scrawled characters. Though he could not decipher them, he understood its significance, courtesy of the canine system. He inscribed his name in the section for the summoner and pricked his finger to seal it. In an instant, the contract emitted a surge of chakra and transformed with a resounding pop into a single hair. Is that all? He wondered aloud. Just then, a voice echoed. Oh my. It has been ages since anyone from our clan has signed a contract. Young one, have you become our new summoner? Turning, Jie beheld a weasel lounging atop a cabinet. Propped on one arm, the other holding a smoking pipe, occasionally taking a puff. Its fur was golden, sleek, and shiny, with dark rings around its eyes and a white muzzle. It possessed a slender physique and a long tail, the tip of which was pale. Yes, I am Chiba Jie, and you are my summoning beast. Jie regarded the talking weasel with curiosity. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the weasels of his recollection, save for its ability to converse and smoke. Haha, I am Huangbai, the representative sent by the Huang family. The elder tasked me with discerning which young one has formed a contract with our clan. Huang family. Jie's expression flickered with surprise. Are you celestial beings? Oh, you know of celestial beings? Huangbai's interest was piqued. Do you wish to learn our celestial techniques? Celestial techniques? Jie's enthusiasm waned slightly. It appeared they followed the path of ninja celestial arts, not the mystical practices he had envisioned. Nonetheless, he recognized the importance of celestial techniques in later battles. Indeed, I wish to learn your celestial techniques. May I? He suddenly remembered something and dashed to the kitchen, retrieving the roast chicken he had bought for celebration. Celestial being. My offerings are modest, please bear with me. Huangbai's eyes brightened at the sight of the chicken. Hey, young one, you are quite considerate. Come closer for me to examine you. As Jie presented the chicken, he approached the cabinet. Not bad. While your talent may not be exceptional, your unique physique offers promise. With diligent practice, you might indeed succeed. Really? Jie felt a surge of excitement. Celestial techniques were rare and challenging to master. However, I must report back to the elder. You are the first in many years to successfully sign a contract with us. Learning is certainly possible, though it may take considerable time. Without a century or two, success is not guaranteed. Can you endure that? Absolutely. I have time in abundance. With the immortal body of a malevolent deity, he was unconcerned about lifespan. Then it is settled. I shall return, either I or another clan member, to instruct you in celestial techniques. Farewell. With that, Huangbai vanished in a puff of white smoke, chicken and pipe in tow. What a remarkable deal. A summoning scroll coupled with a set of celestial techniques was a tremendous boon. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, too exhilarated to sleep. He decided to extract the 3 Kakashi's worth of chakra and pondered the shadow clone and remaining techniques. Chapter 5. The third ninja, the sealing technique, proved to be truly extraordinary. In the kitchen of the Chiba ramen shop, Jie kneaded dough while sensing the chakra within him. Although he currently possessed at least 3 Kakashi's worth of chakra, the sealing technique rendered it akin to the minimal amount he had initially refined. Even during the recent visits of Shikuya and Shikubo for ramen, they had failed to notice any discrepancies. However, he had recently detected a subtle change in the atmosphere. During his recent trips to procure ingredients, he observed that prices for rice and grains had begun to rise. Typically, such fluctuations heralded significant events. The ninja world was on the brink of war. Uchiha Madara had orchestrated the Nine-Tails assault on Konoha, and whispers of Senju Hashirama's injury during the battle with Uchiha Madara spread like wildfire, drawing the attention of other villages' martial factions like sharks sensing blood. Most crucially, news surrounding the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had dwindled alarmingly. His fate remained shrouded in uncertainty. Once the death of Senju Hashirama is confirmed, the ninja world war is likely to commence without any doubt. The current tranquility in the ninja realm is predominantly sustained by Hashirama's suppression. Once this stabilizing force is lost, The fleeting peace will undoubtedly shatter. Presently, a significant portion of his shop's revenue is derived from ninjas, although the ramen he sells is reasonably priced. It is not affordable for every ordinary household to indulge in ramen for every meal. If the war breaks out, a multitude of ninjas will be dispatched to the battlefield, resulting in a drastic decline in his earnings. How vexing. Hashirama, please hold on until I earn enough money. As he prepared the ramen, Tetsuya donned his signature smile and stepped outside with the freshly cooked noodles. Esteemed guests, here is your signature ramen. Please enjoy. Boss. Suddenly, a somewhat immature yet boisterous voice echoed. 3 figures entered the establishment, a carefree white-haired youth with spiky hair, a pale-skinned, androgynous boy with long black hair, and a golden-haired girl with a single ponytail. Tetsuya quickly recognized them as the future legendary Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Welcome, what would you like to order? Tetsuya inquired, feigning ignorance, while smiling. Jiraiya thumped his chest, proclaiming, Boss, give me a supersized signature ramen, it's on him. As he spoke with bravado, he shoved Orochimaru forward. Tsunade glanced at the menu and said, I'll have a mixed ramen. Certainly. And for you, sir? Tetsuya asked, looking at Orochimaru. After scanning the menu, Orochimaru seemed unsatisfied. Before he could voice his opinion, Jiraiya wrapped an arm around Orochimaru's neck and insisted, Trust me, Orochimaru, you must try the signature ramen. The best dish at any establishment is surely their signature. However, Orochimaru appeared reluctant to indulge in the signature ramen. Tetsuya then inquired, Is there a flavor you prefer that is not listed? How about trying our new dish currently in development, cold noodles? Since it's still being refined, I can offer it to you at cost. Cold noodles? Intrigued by this unfamiliar term, Orochimaru's curiosity was piqued. While he wasn't particularly fond of cold dishes, his interest in the unknown compelled him to agree. Very well, I'll have a serving of cold noodles, please. Coming right up, Tetsuya said as he hurried back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, the future Sannin settled at a table. Jiraiya casually asked, Tsunade, what's been bothering you lately? You seem distracted during training. Tsunade forced a smile, replying, It's nothing, just a lack of sleep. Orochimaru, with his distinctive voice, interjected, You don't appear to be simply tired. It's evident you have something on your mind. Tsunade, as teammates, we are here for you. Indeed, what Orochimaru said is true. We are teammates. Feel free to share. And I shall assist you. Jiraiya exclaimed, confidently patting his slender arms, exuding an air of invincibility. Tsunade, however, retorted, It wouldn't matter. You wouldn't be able to help. But how would you know unless you tell me? Jiraiya persisted, while Tsunade clearly wished to remain silent. Tetsuya, observing from the kitchen, pieced together Tsunade's reaction, confirming his suspicion that something concerning her grandfather, Senju Hashirama, must have transpired. Here is your ramen. Please enjoy, Tetsuya announced as he served the dishes. Presenting the cold noodles to Orochimaru, he added, This is our experimental cold noodle. I hope you can provide some feedback afterward. Orochimaru nodded and compared his bowl with the steaming bowls of ramen in front of Tsunade and Jiraiya. Indeed, there was a stark contrast. Their ramen was steaming hot, while his was slightly chilled to the touch. Is this cold noodles? May I taste it? Jiraiya, despite having a sizable bowl of signature tonkatsu ramen before him, was irresistibly drawn to the cold noodles even before Orochimaru had taken a bite. Tsunade, unable to watch, delivered a swift punch to Jiraiya's head. Idiot. That's Orochimaru's dish. He hasn't even tasted it yet. Sure, Orochimaru replied, surprisingly acquiescing to Jiraiya's request. Huh. Orochimaru, how can you agree to such an impudent request? Jiraiya exclaimed. Orochimaru smiled faintly, stating, As I mentioned earlier, we are teammates. Understanding his sentiment, Tsunade fell silent, realizing that Orochimaru was emphasizing the importance of camaraderie. Yet, there were matters she simply could not articulate. Delicious. After taking a bite of the cold noodles, Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. The taste was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Cool, tangy, and sweet, yet not overwhelming. It was the kind of dish that compelled one to reach for a second helping. Seeing Jiraiya's reaction, Orochimaru took a bite as well, his eyes lighting up with surprise. It was a flavor he had never encountered before, and one that he enjoyed, though he found it a tad too cold for his liking. How does it taste, gentlemen? Tetsuya inquired as the three finished their meals. Boss, your ramen is the best I've ever had. Jiraiya exclaimed, unabashedly giving Tetsuya a thumbs up, especially the cold noodles. I've never tasted anything like it before. This is truly remarkable. You're too kind, Tetsuya replied with a smile. So what do you think of our new offering? Orochimaru assessed thoughtfully, a remarkably novel flavor. It is refreshing and appetizing. I believe it would be delightful during the summer months. Personally, I am not fond of cold foods. But this is quite acceptable. Ah, I see you don't favor cold dishes. My apologies. Next time I'll prepare a new flavor of ramen just for you, Tetsuya responded. Really? You have more new flavors? Orochimaru was pleasantly surprised by Tetsuya's innovative spirit. I look forward to your new creations. After settling the bill, Orochimaru waved goodbye to Jiraiya and Tsunade as they exited. Ah, the future Sannin, Tetsuya mused, feeling a sense of admiration for the trio. After all, one was a figure yearned for by many, another was a heroic ninja, and the last was destined to become a great scientist. Truth be told, setting aside any biases, Tetsuya found himself particularly fond of Orochimaru. He perceived Orochimaru as a genuinely pure individual who, regardless of his early rebellion or later redemption, remained steadfast in his pursuit of knowledge, driven solely by the quest for his dream, immortality. He would not foolishly regard the content of a prophecy as the ultimate pursuit of his life, nor would he shy away from the darkness and decay of Konoha. He is who he is, Orochimaru, a scientist who relentlessly advances and strives on the path of his dreams. Alas, the Ninja World War is on the verge of commencing, and after this battle, Konoha shall begin its descent. Tetsuya sighed inwardly. Hashirama had long since abdicated, passing the mantle of Hokage to his brother Tobirama. Although Tobirama was astute, he lacked the tolerance and prestige of his elder brother. He could not suppress the ambitions of the Uchiha clan, and his prejudiced view towards them sowed the seeds of discord. Consequently, the oppressive actions of his esteemed disciples would only intensify against the Uchiha once he stepped down. Of course, one cannot entirely blame Tobirama. After all, he employed both suppressive and conciliatory policies. However, his disciples were ruthless, fearing any potential rebellion from the Uchiha. At that point, Konoha's great vessel would begin to suffer, tossed about on the stormy seas of the ninja world. Nevertheless, this had little bearing on Tetsuya as a businessman. Once he amassed his wealth, he planned to expand his shop across the entire ninja world, aspiring to build a commercial empire. By doing so, when the time came for him to shoulder burdens, his establishment would remain unscathed. Yet, upon further reflection, if he were to achieve such success, he might very well be capable of overpowering those who would oppose him. Of course, this was contingent upon the stability of his business. As night fell, Tetsuya closed his shop and returned home. He set a table adorned with a plate of roasted chicken, awaiting the return of the weasel. After all, navigating interpersonal relationships required finesse. Despite their contractual agreement, contracts sometimes proved inadequate. For instance, the relationship between Manda and Orochimaru was far from harmonious, and the toads of Mount Myaboku were not as easily summoned by Naruto as one might think. Sighing, it seemed that the weasel would not make an appearance tonight. Just as he contemplated clearing the table and saving the chicken for breakfast, a paw landed upon the roasted fowl. "Little one, where do you intend to take that chicken?" "Ah, Yao Huang, you've arrived," Tetsuya exclaimed, surprised yet delighted to see the familiar weasel. It had been some time since their last encounter following the signing of their contract. Yao Huang took a puff from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "Regarding your situation, the elder convened a meeting with the clan members. It took a while, but the outcome was favorable. So, the elder has consented to my learning of sage arts?" Tetsuya inquired. Yao Huang nodded. "Indeed. However, there are prerequisites before you can begin your studies." He scrutinized Tetsuya for a moment. "Your foundation is rather weak. Your chakra is alarmingly sparse. Learning our clan's sage arts may prove challenging. Therefore, I shall first guide you in chakra cultivation." "Chakra? Please wait a moment." Tetsuya quickly formed seals and pressed a hand to his chest. "Release," he exclaimed, and with that, a torrent of chakra surged within him. "Oh, how intriguing. You have sealed your chakra." Yao Huang's eyes widened in surprise. "Very well, this will save us some time. Let us commence your sage training. I will share the teachings of my clan's sage arts." Yao Huang began to elucidate the sage arts practiced by his clan, which differed from those of the Dragon Cave and Mount Myaboku. The sage arts of the Weasel clan bore a significantly lower risk of failure. One would neither turn to stone nor be transformed into a snake and consumed. However, the method of training was exceedingly time-consuming. It required constant attunement to the natural energies until one could achieve a state of unity with nature, at which point one becomes nature, and nature becomes oneself. Upon mastering the natural forces, one could merge with natural energy. Once the fusion was successful, one would have mastered the sage arts. The only drawback of this training method was its extensive time requirement. Even those of mediocre talent might spend their entire lives without success. Ah, I see now. Tetsuya acknowledged thoughtfully after hearing Yao Huang's explanation. However, do not worry, little one. I can discern that you possess a unique constitution. Perhaps before your lifespan concludes, you might indeed succeed in your training. Should you master the sage arts, extending your life by several decades should not be an issue. I understand. Please begin teaching me the ways of the sage arts, Tetsuya replied, unconcerned about lifespan issues, confident that with his immortal body, he would not easily meet his end unless he acted recklessly. Excellent. Your mindset fills me with confidence. Let us begin. As Yao Huang nibbled on the roasted chicken, he imparted the methods of sage training to Tetsuya. Initially, Tetsuya found the concepts somewhat bewildering, but gradually he began to grasp the essence. Chapter 7. The turbulent ninja world. The training in sage arts indeed progressed as slowly as Yao Huang had indicated, but Tetsuya remained undeterred. He spent his days selling noodles and his nights practicing sage arts. Yao Huang would check on Tetsuya's progress every 7 or 8 days, ensuring he had not gone astray. However, the number of ninjas frequenting the shop began to dwindle, indicating that the situation was growing dire. Jiraiya and his companions continued to visit occasionally for ramen, and with each visit, they became better acquainted. Hey boss, the usual. Jiraiya burst into the ramen shop, brimming with enthusiasm. Oh, it's you, Jiraiya. Tetsuya smiled upon seeing him. Boss, I'll have a cold noodle, Tsunade said as she followed Jiraiya into the shop, with Orochimaru trailing behind. Boss, do you have any new flavors today? Orochimaru inquired. Haha, today is your lucky day. We have a new dish, flame-fried noodles. Care to give it a try? Tetsuya replied with a grin. Oh, flame-fried noodles? Orochimaru's interest was piqued. That sounds intriguing. I'll have a portion. Just a moment. Your noodles will be ready shortly. Tetsuya chuckled as he slipped behind the kitchen curtain to prepare their orders. Jiraiya and his companions settled into their familiar seats, curiously surveying their surroundings. Hey, Orochimaru, have you noticed how quiet the shop has become? Jiraiya asked. Foolish Jiraiya, Tsunade interjected before Orochimaru could respond. The majority of the patrons here are ninjas, and since many have been dispatched on missions, business has naturally slowed. Ah, I see, Jiraiya said dreamily. I really want to graduate and become a full-fledged ninja soon. Give it up, Jiraiya, you dolt. Even if you become a ninja, you'll probably mess up your missions, Tsunade scoffed. At that moment, Orochimaru, who had been silent until now, smiled and said, I believe Jiraiya will undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja in the future. Haha, did you hear that, Tsunade? Even Orochimaru acknowledges my greatness. I will certainly become a remarkable ninja, Jiraiya exclaimed. Here are your ramen, Tetsuya said as he approached with a tray holding 3 bowls, a signature bowl of tonkatsu, a serving of cold noodles, and a plate of fiery stir-fried noodles. Orochimaru's eyes lit up at the sight of the steaming, crimson-hued stir-fried noodles, as he inhaled a distinctive aroma, specifically a spicy fragrance. Is this the fiery stir-fried noodles? Merely catching a whiff of this scent ignites a sensation deep within me. Do give it a try, though the flavor is still being fine-tuned. I hope you can provide some feedback afterward, Orochimaru. I shall do my best, Jiraiya remarked, observing Orochimaru's noodles. Another new flavor of stir-fried noodles. Orochimaru, you truly relish experimenting with different novelties. Orochimaru smiled in response. Do you not find it exhilarating to explore the uncharted territories of the unknown? Much like the vast array of mysteries that await our discovery in this world. Jiraiya seemed contemplative, yet it was evident that such musings did not pique his interest. Is that so? Well, to each their own. I personally find the known to be far more intriguing. Seated nearby, Tetsuya observed the two. Oh. One can clearly discern the divergent paths that Orochimaru and Jiraiya are destined to tread. One is fixated on pursuing the elusive prophecy of the child, while the other ventures deeper into the realm of science. Yet, these are considerations for a later time. For now, the 3 remain steadfast companions. Tsunade, may I inquire about something? Tetsuya suddenly addressed Tsunade. Just call me Tsunade. What would you like to ask? Tsunade, intrigued, was uncertain as to why Tetsuya had posed a question to her. Tetsuya cleared his throat and lowered his voice. It concerns the recent rumors circulating in the village, suggesting that Lord Hokage's health is deteriorating. and there are individuals outside plotting to wage war against our land of fire. I am genuinely concerned about Lord Hokage's condition. How has he been lately? As the specter of war looms, various rumors have proliferated, initially confined to other nations. However, news of Hashirama Senju's frail state has even reached the land of fire and the leaf village he safeguards. Anxiety swept through the populace, particularly as the first Hokage had not emerged to dispel these rumors, nor had his brother, the second Hokage Tobirama, stepped forward to address the situation. Tsunade fell silent, while Orochimaru and Jiraiya paused their meal to glance over. If it's inconvenient to discuss, consider my question unasked. Tetsuya merely sought to satiate his curiosity, having already surmised the likely scenario. Hashirama's condition was probably being kept under wraps, after all, with other nations poised for action. Confirming Hashirama's demise would surely ignite a fierce conflict. In that event, the Land of Fire would likely face a multifaceted assault. There is nothing inconvenient to share. Tsunade sighed. In truth, I have not seen my grandfather in quite some time. I intended to visit him, but my second grandfather and grandmother forbade me, claiming he is in a critical state and cannot be disturbed. Is that so? I hope Lord Hokage can pull through. It is indeed his presence that upholds peace in this shinobi world. This era's tranquility hinges on Hashirama's formidable strength, especially given the abundance of ambitious figures in this time. Another day passed, and Tetsuya sighed upon witnessing the dwindling income upon his return home. It seems Hashirama has likely perished. War is imminent. While it may not necessarily reach the Leaf Village, one must still possess the means to protect oneself. Having accumulated over 19,000 in just over 10 days, he set aside a portion as reserve funds. Dog, come forth, I wish to recharge. Ah, my dear master, how much would you like to recharge this time? The usual. The maximum 10 consecutive draws. Certainly, my most cherished master. I see that money is indeed your master. Oh, come now. Without you, where would the money come from? As he spoke, Tetsuya's funds evaporated, instantly transformed into vouchers. Without even glancing at the voucher count, he initiated the lottery. Dog, let us begin. The highest prize pool. 10 consecutive draws. Unleash the miracles. Understood. Initiating a 10 consecutive draw from the Tier 3 prize pool. A massive lottery wheel materialized before Tetsuya and began to spin. Chapter 8. The First Shinobi World War Commences. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring a substantial amount of chakra. Congratulations on acquiring a substantial amount of chakra. Congratulations on acquiring a substantial amount of chakra. Congratulations on obtaining the 8 trigrams sealing technique. Congratulations on acquiring a substantial amount of chakra. Congratulations on obtaining the lightning release chakra mode. Congratulations on acquiring dispelling technique. Congratulations on acquiring a substantial amount of chakra. Congratulations on acquiring a substantial amount of chakra. Congratulations on obtaining the fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The lottery concluded, yielding yet another bountiful harvest. The chakra amassed was considerable, and among the rewards was a sealing technique, the 8 trigram seal, a hallmark of the Uzumaki clan. Additionally, he acquired the lightning release chakra mode, a technique pioneered by the second Raikage of the Cloud Village, which was further developed by subsequent generations. The fire dragon flame bullet required no further elaboration. It was a technique previously utilized by the third Hokage, who was still in his prime, though he also possessed this technique. However, was this dispelling technique the one I envisioned? Dog, is your dispelling technique the genuine version? In his recollection, this technique was employed by Konohamaru in the Boruto series when he was under enemy control and managed to free himself by inscribing the technique on his clothing. Known as the dispelling technique, Konohamaru utilized this technique to break free from the enemy's grasp. TSK, what do you mean by genuine? Techniques are merely about dispelling negative effects from oneself and removing beneficial effects from others. Remarkably, this is indeed the dispelling technique from the Naruto mobile game. You, Dog System, cannot claim to be anything other than a product of that game. This service has concluded. It was a pleasure assisting you. Should you require anything in the future, we will meet again. Farewell. The cheeky canine laughed mischievously before vanishing from Tetsuya's sight. Tetsuya stared at his current status, momentarily taken aback. Name, Tetsuya. Identity, Leaf Village civilian physique, undying evil god skills, chakra refinement method, chakra sealing, shadow clone technique, substitution technique, transformation technique, summoning technique chakra, 6 cards possessions, shadow clone technique training method, substitution technique training method, transformation technique training method, shadow clone technique training method, 8 trigrams sealing technique training method, lightning release chakra mode training method, dispelling technique training method, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet training method. With a chakra level of 6 cards, he felt he had reached at least the prowess of an elite J-nin. However, he was acutely aware that aside from possessing a bit more chakra and being nearly immortal, he lacked any particularly impressive attributes. It was imperative to swiftly process the rewards from this lottery. Among them, he was most intrigued by the lightning release chakra mode. For the 4th Raikage version in his youth was known to rival Minato's flying thunder god technique, boasting unparalleled strength. As for the sealing technique, it was invaluable. Typically, one could not vanquish the old coin known as Kagaya, but with the sealing technique, it would be a different story. Should he encounter the old coin, he could seal it away, preventing it from scheming in the shadows. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, that ancient coin would undoubtedly remain elusive. In the ensuing days, the atmosphere in the village began to shift, growing increasingly somber. A sense of impending doom loomed like a storm on the horizon. As expected, it wasn't long before news spread of the passing of the first Hokage. Before the villagers could fully process their grief, war erupted. In response to the assaults from rival ninja villages, the second Hokage, Tobirama, led his shinobi into battle. Inside the shop, Tetsuya sighed as he observed the dwindling number of civilian customers. War had indeed broken out, and this time, the second Hokage might not return. According to the established timeline, he would lead Konoha into fierce battles across the land, ultimately falling victim to an ambush by the brothers Kin and Jin during a peace treaty negotiation with the Cloud Village, sacrificing himself to protect Sarutobi and others. "Boss, I'd like a bowl of your signature tonkatsu ramen," came a voice. "Ah, is that you, Orochimaru?" Tetsuya, mistaking the order for Jiraiya, looked up only to find it was indeed Orochimaru. "Why are you alone today? Where are Jiraiya and Tsunade?" Tetsuya inquired. Orochimaru replied, "Jiraiya has gone off to train, and Tsunade was taken away by Lord Mito. So, it seems I'm the only one left today." "Oh, I see," Tetsuya acknowledged, realizing that Jiraiya had likely gone to MT Mayaboku, while Tsunade was called back by Mito, likely out of concern that someone might attempt to capture her. Being the granddaughter of the Hokage during this tumultuous time. "Please wait a moment. Your signature tonkatsu ramen will be ready shortly." Tetsuya smiled as he headed to the kitchen. Before long, he returned with a steaming bowl of ramen. After placing it down, the two engaged in casual conversation. In the midst of their chatter, Orochimaru suddenly set down his chopsticks and asked, "Boss, what are your thoughts on life?" "Life?" Tetsuya was taken aback. Was Orochimaru already contemplating such profound matters at his age? Shouldn't it have been after the Second World War, following the deaths of his parents and disciple, that he became obsessed with immortality? "Yes, boss. Do you not perceive life as fragile? Much like the current war, which was instigated by the death of the first Hokage. Even the mightiest can succumb to death. After the outbreak of war, many more shinobi will surely perish. Life is indeed so fragile." Observing Orochimaru's demeanor, Tetsuya chuckled softly. "That is indeed true. However, it is precisely because of life's fragility that it possesses beauty. Consider this. Even lives you deem weak have forged such a splendid civilization. Look at this village, this nation, and indeed the entire shinobi world. These are the fruits of those fragile lives." Listening to Tetsuya's words, Orochimaru appeared contemplative. "Thank you, boss." Without finishing his bowl of ramen, Orochimaru settled the bill and left, perhaps disliking the taste or lost in thought. "Looks like I've lost another customer." Tetsuya shook his head in resignation. With the outbreak of war, his business became increasingly difficult. After all, the shinobi were off to battle, and the villagers, uncertain of the war's outcome, were reluctant to spend frivolously. 2 days later, gazing at the empty shop, Tetsuya decided to close the doors. "Let us take a break, focus on training, and reopen once the war concludes." By then, he estimated the third Hokage would be in power. Not to mention, the third had initially performed quite well, though he later became increasingly senile and ultimately succumbed to the corruption of power. Chapter 9. The Battlefield Troublemaker. Witness my elbow strike as the war escalated. Even Konoha felt its repercussions, casting a pall over everyone. Soon, news arrived that the second Hokage had defeated the forces of the Cloud Village, prompting the Cloud to seek peace talks with Konoha. During this period, the shinobi world was not embroiled in chaotic battles. Rather, the Cloud Village attacked Konoha. while the mist and rock villages clashed fiercely, and the sand village opportunistically seized any chance to strike. If Konoha successfully negotiated peace with the cloud, it would mark the end of the conflict for Konoha. Upon learning that the war was nearing its conclusion, the long-suppressed atmosphere in Konoha began to lighten. Inside a room, Tetsuya sat cross-legged on his bed, meditating on the forces of nature. Huangbai sat at the table, gnawing on a greasy chicken leg while tapping his pipe. I must say, Tetsuya, he began. What is it, Huangbai? Tetsuya opened his eyes, curious. Huangbai took another bite of chicken before continuing. Your progress has been remarkable during this time. Although your mastery of sage arts hasn't seen much advancement, your other jutsu have improved significantly. Yet, I feel you're lacking something. Lacking something? What do you mean? Tetsuya was puzzled. He had been diligently following Huangbai's teachings. You lack practical combat experience, Huangbai stated seriously. While you have been training systematically, you haven't faced the crucible of blood and fire. Tetsuya looked at Huangbai in confusion. So what do you suggest? Huangbai smiled, adopting a more human tone. We're aware of the situation in the shinobi world. There's a war going on, and this is a perfect opportunity for you to gain experience. Are you implying I should join the war? Tetsuya furrowed his brow. But I don't want to fight. I just wish to run my business, and frankly, my sense of belonging to Konoha is rather low. I have no interest in aiding Konoha in battle. Why must you be so obstinate? Who said you had to help Konoha? Huangbai tapped his head with his pipe. Just go to the battlefield and strike whoever you encounter. If they're from Konoha, disguise yourself. If they're from elsewhere, take on the guise of Konoha. The outcome is irrelevant. What matters is that you gain practical experience. Do you understand? Is that possible? Wouldn't I be sowing discord? Tetsuya stroked his chin, contemplating the idea. Yet, now that Konoha is on high alert, I can't just leave. If I do, I'd likely be seen as a traitor, and my family's legacy is still within Konoha. Sowing discord? What a vivid metaphor. Likening yourself to such a thing. Huangbai finished his chicken leg. If you wish to leave, it's simple. I'll go first. Then use reverse summoning to bring you to me. All right, that sounds feasible. With a plan in place, Tetsuya began his preparations. Fortunately, he had already closed the shop and had few friends in Konoha, sparing him the need to explain his absence. As night fell, Huangbai departed the village. Where am I? Tetsuya wondered, peering out from the tree hollow he had been summoned to. This doesn't seem like the village outskirts. It's a completely unfamiliar location, Huangbai replied, having taken a drag from his cigarette. I feared you'd have no experience and be discovered by the village patrols, so I summoned you here, near the battlefield. Now I see. I'm right at the edge of the battlefield. In a moment, Jie felt a surge of tension. After all, in his previous life, he was merely an ordinary person. Although he now possessed extraordinary powers, he was still just a common individual who had never set foot on a battlefield, taken a life, or witnessed death. Look at yourself. I told you, you lack practical experience. With your current state, mastering celestial arts will be a daunting task, Huangbai remarked, shaking his head. In his eyes, even someone as talented as Jie would find it challenging to become a formidable warrior without having fought. Jie took several deep breaths to calm his mind. Huang Daxian's admonitions resonated with him. He needed to prepare himself. Despite possessing a system, the right mindset and experience were not something it could provide. Thus, he agreed with Huang Daxian. He needed to face the battlefield. Not bad. Your adjustment is quite rapid. You aren't as inept as I thought, Huang Daxian said, shrinking in size and perching on Jie's shoulder. Let us proceed. I sense a battle nearby. It's time for you to experience war firsthand. All right. Jie transformed himself into the likeness of Kiki Shoya and exited the hollow of the tree. In the depths of the jungle, shadows danced and flickered. Water release, water chaos wave. Earth release, earth spike. The two techniques erupted simultaneously, colliding with an explosion of water and debris. Before the remnants could settle, a flurry of shurikens and kunai hurtled towards each side. From his concealed vantage point, Jie discerned the identities of the combatants. These are ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Stone Village. Huangbai, you've brought me to their battlefield. Huangbai, seemingly unconcerned, replied, I haven't visited the ninja world in years. How would I know the way? Besides, they are all engaged in battle. Why should it matter who they are? That's a fair point. But in that case, I need to change my appearance, Jie remarked, rubbing his face to quickly alter his guise. He transformed from Kiki Shoya into a robust, dark-skinned man, embodying the standard appearance of a Cloud Village warrior. If I recall correctly, this form resembles a person from the Land of Lightning. Indeed, after all, the lightning release chakra mode was invented by their rakeage in the Cloud Village. It is only fitting for me to fight in this guise. Huangbai couldn't help but give Jie a thumbs up. Kid, you have quite the flair. With that, he leaped from Jie's shoulder to a nearby tree. Now you may fight on your own. I shall keep watch. However, I will only intervene if you are in mortal danger. Jie nodded. Rest assured, you likely one T need to intervene. Oh, you are rather confident, Huangbai chuckled. Jie remained silent. How could he explain that he possessed an immortal body? Instead of wasting words, he activated the lightning release chakra mode. Violent blue lightning erupted around him, and his chakra surged with ferocity. Who goes there? The intense chakra immediately caught the attention of the battling ninjas. Without hesitation, Jie charged forward. Taste my elbow strike. Chapter 10. Experience my Black Mamba elbow strike empowered by the lightning release chakra mode. Jie's speed surged as he charged forth, delivering a single elbow strike that sent a ninja flying. A dark-skinned man wielding blue lightning. You're from the Cloud Village. A voice cried out in alarm, and instinctively, everyone began to perceive Jie as a ninja from the Cloud Village. After all, the lightning release chakra mode was renowned, having been developed by the second rakeage and popularized on the battlefield. Given Jie's youthful appearance, it was evident he could not possibly be the second rakeage. Thus, he must be his disciple. Focus your attacks on that cloud ninja. The previously antagonistic forces swiftly shifted their attention, uniting to assault Jie. Too slow, far too slow. Jie moved like lightning, weaving through their attacks. However, despite mastering the lightning release chakra mode, he lacked accompanying ninjutsu, forcing him to rely solely on his fists and feet in battle. Perhaps it was the influence of the lightning release chakra mode, or perhaps his transformation into a Cloud Village warrior, but he found himself particularly fond of elbow strikes, charging at opponents with reckless abandon. With each strike, he rendered his foes dazed or worse. The thrill of battle exhilarated him. The adrenaline coursed through his veins, granting him immense satisfaction. Experience my Black Mamba elbow strike. His form flickered, appearing before another enemy, delivering yet another devastating blow to their temple that rendered them lifeless. How insane. This guy is an absolute monster. Is this truly the disciple of the rakeage? This is terrifying. Retreat. We must withdraw. The surviving ninjas hastily attempted to escape, compelled to relay critical information back home. The appearance of a cloud ninja on their battlefield was vital intelligence that needed to be communicated. Think you can flee? Not on my watch. Jie surged forward. Look out for my elbow. A piercing scream echoed through the forest as Jie dispatched the last ninja with a final elbow strike. Breathing heavily, he deactivated the lightning release chakra mode and exhaled deeply. The exhilarating feeling began to fade as the metallic scent of blood filled the air, causing him discomfort. Yet, upon reflection, he realized the smell was akin to that of meat he had encountered at the slaughterhouse. Thus he found it tolerable. Gazing at his blood-soaked sleeves, he decided to tear them off and incinerate them with a fire release technique. Oh, now I understand why the fourth rakeage favored sleeveless attire in his youth and discarded clothing entirely as he aged. What fabric can withstand such elbow strikes? Kid, you are impressive. Your combat style is remarkably efficient, leaving me quite impressed, Huangbai remarked as he leaped down to Jie's shoulder, clearly pleased with the recent display of skill. However, your methods are rather singular. Why do you favor elbow strikes so much? You've taken down these ninjas by sheer force of your elbows. Against these ordinary ninjas, it suffices, but should you encounter a true powerhouse, such a straightforward approach will be easily deciphered. Jie smiled and shrugged. There's little I can do. I lacked complementary taijutsu when I acquired this ninjutsu, so I had to resort to the most direct and forceful methods. I see. There's not much I can do about that, as our clan isn't particularly adept at taijutsu either. That's all right. We shall see if we can acquire complementary ninjutsu in the future, or perhaps I can continually refine my fighting style through experience. That sounds reasonable. For now, let us retreat. This is a battlefield, and we cannot predict when other enemies may appear. Agreed. Which direction shall we take? Upon hearing Jie's question, Huangbai fell silent. It had been far too long since he had traversed the ninja world, leaving him uncertain of the current circumstances. Jie, despite having watched the anime, was unfamiliar with the real map and had never ventured beyond Konoha since arriving in this world. How about this, since there is battle everywhere? We can simply choose a direction and keep walking. That works, but which way shall we go? In response to Jie's inquiry, Huangbai landed on the ground. planting his smoking pipe firmly. Suddenly loosening his grip, the smoking rod toppled in a certain direction. There, let's head that way, Huangbai exclaimed, pointing towards where the rod had fallen. All right, Jie replied nonchalantly. If Huangbai hadn't used the smoking rod to determine their course, Jie had considered resorting to tossing his shoes instead. For a considerable period, Jie advanced in that direction, engaging any ninjas he encountered without regard for their village affiliation, unleashing his lightning release chakra mode to decisively defeat them. Naturally, besides employing lightning release, he also began to explore various combat techniques. Utilizing equipment obtained from the ninjas he had defeated, he learned to wield shurikens and kunai. Through the use of shadow clones, he rapidly honed his proficiency with these weapons. And he also acquired some illusion techniques from Huangbai, belonging to the Weasel clan. Gradually, he evolved from a novice with immense chakra but no combat skills into a versatile warrior. At the rock-hidden camp, the second Suchikage, Mu, slammed his palm on the table and scoffed. What is going on? How have we inexplicably lost so many ninjas without even knowing who the enemy is? Lord Mu, we truly do not know, a subordinate replied, trembling. Initially, we suspected it was the Mist Village's doing, but our investigation revealed that many from the Mist have also perished. Could it be a ploy by the Mist Village? Mu's apprentice, Anoki, speculated. A ploy? Mu furrowed his brow. That seems unlikely. The Mist has been engaging with us for some time. They too are short-handed. I know that old bastard, Hozuki. He wouldn't sacrifice his own men for such a scheme, as it offers him no advantage. Then who could it be? Could it be the sand? Anoki pondered aloud, immediately inquiring, did the investigation uncover any other clues? Yes, Lord Anoki. We found traces of lightning and fire release at the scene. Lightning and fire release? Could it be that the Leaf and Cloud villages have entered our battlefield? Mu shook his head. Unlikely. Lightning and fire release are not exclusive to the Cloud and Leaf. I believe there are two possibilities. Either that Hozuki fellow found reinforcements, or a third force has appeared on the battlefield. Then what should we do, Master? What to do? We must accelerate our offensive. As long as we can shatter the Mist's main force and eliminate Hozuki, any schemes will crumble. Meanwhile, within the Mist's encampment, Hozuki Mangetsu received the same news. Small forces at the front were being decimated. There were traces of lightning and fire release in addition to the rock ninjas. His reaction mirrored Mu's. Both suspected that the enemy had summoned reinforcements. Chapter 11. Unexpected Intrusions. Tobarama and the Cloud Ninjas Jie continued his relentless advance on the battlefield, engaging any adversary he encountered. However, due to the singular nature of his combat style, he found himself struggling against more seasoned jonin. Fortunately, his undying body allowed him to employ a strategy of exchanging injury for injury, leaving his opponents bewildered. Despite having suffered a fatal wound from a ninja's blade that pierced his throat, Jie retaliated with a fire dragon flame bullet, incinerating his attacker. Why can't I die? The foe might ponder even in the afterlife, unable to fathom how one could continue to fight after sustaining such a grievous injury. It hurts, it hurts. Perched atop a tree, Jie pressed against his abdominal wound, painstakingly stitching it closed. Though this injury would heal on its own, suturing it would surely expedite recovery. He was an undying being, not the likes of Hashirama Senju, who could heal wounds at an astonishing pace. Hey, you lad, you truly are something else. After several fatal wounds, you're still alive. How do you manage that? Huangbai, seated on Jie's shoulder, puffed on his cigarette, utterly perplexed by Jie's condition. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's simply my unique constitution, Jie replied as he finished stitching. As long as I'm not hit by an attack that obliterates me in an instant, ordinary fatal wounds won't kill me. Moreover, if all goes well, my natural lifespan exceeds that of an average person. Is that so? How fascinating, Huangbai chuckled. It seems your physical prowess aligns quite well with our Weasel clan sage arts. If you live long enough, you shall inevitably learn them. I too believe our abilities are quite compatible. Stowing away his medical supplies, Jie stood, gradually acclimating to the myriad pains coursing through his body. Perhaps the gifts of the undying body extended beyond mere immortality, enhancing his perception of pain. While he wouldn't become a masochist like Haydn, his capacity to endure suffering surpassed that of most. All right, let us continue onward. Are you certain you can manage? Huangbai Jie's myriad injuries. It's nothing. These wounds won't hinder my combat abilities. Huangbai took another drag of his cigarette. I believe you have accumulated enough combat experience for now. Continuing could be counterproductive. Really? Then shall we head back? Sure. Let's. Just as Huangbai was about to suggest returning, he suddenly sensed something, his posture stiffening as he fixed his gaze ahead, his ears perked like radar. What is it, Huangbai? Someone is fighting, and they possess considerable strength. Oh, how strong are we talking? Jia's interest was piqued. Stronger than any opponent you have faced thus far. Stronger than any I have faced? This was intriguing. The strongest opponent he had encountered was a jonin from the Rock Village, a formidable fighter with extensive combat experience. Had it not been for his undying body allowing him to outmaneuver the situation, he might not have prevailed. Could it be a shadow-level warrior? Indeed, a shadow-level warrior. And one from the front lines. These are formidable figures from an era long past, ones he had seldom witnessed in anime or games. I'm not sure. Do you wish to take a look? Absolutely, Jie replied without hesitation. As long as he didn't encounter sealing techniques, he was unlikely to face defeat. Even if he did, with Huangbai's presence, they were adept in illusions and sealing arts. As long as it wasn't the Reaper Death Seal, there was nothing to fear. Then let us proceed. Observing the battle of powerful foes is a rare opportunity for learning. Guided by Huangbai, Jie swiftly approached the direction of the combat. Water style, water dragon bullet. Before they could draw near, Jie heard the unmistakable sound of a water dragon. A violent torrent morphing into a dragon that surged toward a group of ninjas. Based on Jie's estimation, there were likely 20 cloud ninjas surrounding a single individual. To his surprise, and yet not, that individual was none other than Tobarama Senju. During their journey, they had traversed considerable distance, often utilizing lightning release chakra to enhance their speed. Unbeknownst to them, they had crossed from the battleground of rock and mist to that of cloud and leaf. Do you recognize that white-haired ninja? Jie nodded. The individual was marked by his white hair, red eyes, and blue armor, adorned with a fluffy collar and 3 red markings on his face. Tobarama Senju, the second Hokage of the Leaf Village, and the brother of the legendary ninja, Hashirama Senju. Tobarama Senju, the second Hokage of the Leaf, Jie responded to Huangbai's inquiry while contemplating the current situation. Only Tobarama remained, seemingly there to provide cover for Sarutobi and the others. The aura of the Senju was beginning to weaken. He appeared gravely injured, nearing his limits. Huangbai's small, yellow-white eyes fixed on Tobarama. It's evident he is fighting with a resolve to face his inevitable demise. What do you plan to do? After a moment of contemplation, it became clear that the Cloud Ninjas were nearly on par with elite Jonin, indicating that Tobarama was indeed at the end of his rope. Otherwise, they would not be able to challenge him. However, should all go as expected, the Gold and Silver brothers would soon arrive. At that point, even if Tobarama burned his remaining lifespan, he would not be able to stir much turmoil. Let us observe for now, Ji suddenly said. Huang Dexian, could you cast an illusion for me shortly? An illusion? What do you need? Something simple, to obscure my true appearance. You still intend to act? Huangbai discerned Jie's intent. Indeed, I am curious to see what amusing events would unfold if Tobarama were to return alive to Konoha. Then why not use your own likeness to save him? It would compel him to repay you upon his return. That is unnecessary. I believe the likelihood of him expelling me from the village would be far greater than any gratitude. Besides, I have an intriguing idea. With that, Jie activated a transformation jutsu, his appearance shifting once more. A spiky black hairstyle, piercing crimson eyes, and a stern visage adorned with a gentle smile exuded an air of arrogance. Indeed, the form he adopted was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. However, given the timeline, Sasuke had yet to be born, making this visage more akin to Uchiha Azuna. Chapter 12, Uchiha Azuna. Huangbai curiously gazed at Jie's new face. Those eyes belong to the Uchiha clan? Who is this Uchiha? Why have you transformed into him? Jie grinned. Merely a deceased individual. I will require your cooperation later. My illusion skills are still lacking. How fascinating, truly fascinating. Huangbai quickly pieced together that the Uchiha Jie had transformed into was likely the one slain by the white-haired ninja. This young lad was indeed intriguing, opting to impersonate the very person who had been killed in order to save another. One could say his character had a rather mischievous edge. Water release, water severing wave. Tobarama swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of high-pressure water that swept across the battlefield. The Cloud Ninjas quickly retreated, but two, caught off guard, were bisected by the rushing water. Cough, cough. Damn it. If not for my severe injuries, I would personally eliminate you wretched Cloud Ninjas. Tobarama coughed. Yet his fierce glare remained fixed on the group of Cloud Ninjas. Onward. He is on the brink of collapse. Let us overwhelm him. He cannot possibly target us all at once. Charge. Forward. The remaining dozen ninjas surged forward, intending to defeat Tobirama with their ninjutsu. Water release. Water collision wave. As the ninjas advanced, Tobirama rapidly formed seals, his chakra flaring forth as a colossal water vortex erupted, engulfing the assailants. While he could not eliminate them directly, he effectively suppressed their movements. Ha ha ha, how pathetic, Tobirama Senju. A sinister voice echoed, and in the next moment, a barrage of fireballs rained down from above, aimed directly at him. Damn it, have they caught up? Tobirama thought grimly, yet he swiftly formed seals once more. Water release, heavenly weeping. Instantly, he expelled a multitude of water needles towards the incoming fireballs, causing them to explode upon contact, creating a cloud of steam in the air. Yeah! A piercing shriek erupted as a figure burst through the steam, wielding a large blade aimed at Tobirama. He parried the strike, but was forced back. Well done, brother. Excellent. Brother. Damn it. Tobirama raised his gaze to see two individuals standing before him, nearly identical except for their hair color. They were the gold and silver brothers of the Cloud Village, one brandishing a fan, the other a 7-star sword. Our second Raikage is dead. Now it's time for you, the second Hokage, to meet the same fate. Humph, you despicable fiends. If it weren't for your sudden ambush, do you think I would fear you? Ha ha ha, how amusing. This is war, and the victors are always the most unscrupulous. That person is us. Brother is right. We not only ambush, but also outnumber. Tobirama furrowed his brow, realizing that his chances of survival were slim today. Nevertheless, he must at least inflict heavy damage on these two, as they posed a significant threat to Konoha. What are you waiting for? Go to the Pure Land and contemplate your fate. Gold laughed heartily, swinging his fan to conjure a tempest of thunder and fire that surged toward Tobirama. Water release, water barrier. Tobirama expelled a torrent of water that spiraled around him, forming an impenetrable defense. You cannot withstand this. Silver cackled as he charged forward, cleaving through the water barrier with his 7-star sword. Immediately, he struck again at Tobirama. Water release, hard vortex water blade. Water enveloped Tobirama's blade and arm as he thrust forward to counter Silver's strike. With a sharp clang, the sound echoed. Exhausted and drained of chakra, Tobirama found himself outmatched by Silver. Meanwhile, Gold conjured another storm, bearing down on Tobirama. Is this where it ends? No, I can still do more. Tobirama's mind raced as he sought a way to turn the tide before the onslaught struck. At that moment, a low voice resonated. Fire release, triple fire dragon flame bullet. Roaring, 3 fire dragons surged from one direction, intertwining to form a 3-headed infernal beast that collided with the storm. Who is that? Gold bellowed, bewildered that anyone would come to Tobirama's aid at such a critical juncture. Is there still a master in Konoha? Aren't Hashirama and Madara both dead? Who else could come to his rescue? To be continued. Unexpectedly, a figure emerged, clad in a long black robe, eyes crimson, with sharp, short hair. A long blade hung at his side, and a playful smile adorned his face. Uchiha Azuna, how is it possible? How can you still be alive? I thought I had already. Ji interjected, indeed, you did kill me. Before my death, I bestowed my eyes upon my brother. But now, I have returned from the Pure Land. As Tobirama observed the youthful Azuna, he found himself comparing the current visage to the one he had slain. The resemblance was striking, though now there was an added air of coldness about him. Huh, Uchiha Azuna, wasn't that fellow long dead? Brother, could this be an impersonator? Gold shook his head. It doesn't appear so. I see no signs of disguise. He certainly cannot see through it, as he is shrouded in a yellow-white illusion. Unless one is adept in illusions or possesses a unique ocular technique, it is nearly impossible to discern anything amiss. Even if he were to survive, we could simply eliminate him again. My brother is right. Zhou also paid no heed to the golden and silver horns. Hey, Toby's mother, can you still fight? Humph. I don't need you to tell me. I will continue to fight. Coming back to his senses from the shock, Tobirama let out a cold grunt and forced himself to stand. Watch me. Golden Horn observed Tobirama rise again and stand beside Azuna. Then he swung the banana fan in his hand, unleashing a tempest of elements. Fire release. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Fire dragon flame bullet. Chapter 13. The imaginative Tobirama. The collision of multi-attribute chakra on the battlefield instantly triggered a chaotic explosion. Amidst the fiery blast, Silver Horn burst forth, laughing. With the 7-star sword aimed directly at Ja. Water release. Hard vortex water blade. Tobarama executed a body flicker technique, appearing before Zhe, thrusting his blade forward. The hard vortex water blade clashed once more with the seven-star sword. Zhe quickly formed hand seals, flames swirling in his mouth. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Roaring. The fire dragon surged forth, bypassing Tobarama and heading straight for Silverhorn. Brother. A golden rope suddenly shot out, ensnaring Silverhorn and yanking him back, while simultaneously, the banana fan in his hand waved, causing earthen walls to rise from the ground. The roaring fire dragon tore through several layers of earthen walls before finally halting. Behold! Red gourd. Dodging an attack, Silverhorn produced a massive red gourd, opening its mouth and unleashing a powerful suction that drew Tobarama towards it. Tobarama struggled against the force, but his wounds began to tear open, and his body grew increasingly weak. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing, a hand grasped him. Izuna. He turned to see Zhe, but it was merely Zhe's shadow clone. Zhe's true self and two other clones swiftly completed their hand seals. Fire release. Triple fire dragon flame bullet. Once again, the familiar technique emerged, 3 fire dragons roaring forth, with the primary dragon leading the charge, merging into a 3-headed demonic dragon that lunged at Silverhorn. Not this massive ninjutsu again. Silverhorn cursed under his breath as he retracted the red gourd and quickly retreated to Goldenhorn's side. Goldenhorn once more wielded the banana fan, summoning an elemental storm to counter the 3-headed dragon. Taking advantage of the explosion's cover, Tobarama finally exhaled with relief. However, he was puzzled as to why Izuna had yet to employ his ocular technique. Meanwhile, Zhe clenched his fists. No, I still lack sufficient power. Lacking power? Although Zhe's voice was barely a whisper, it reached Tobarama's ears. Just those few words ignited many thoughts within Tobarama's mind. Could it be that Izuna had only recently revived and had not yet regained his full strength? He believed it was quite possible, just as he had studied the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, which could resurrect the dead but not fully restore all their former powers. Brother, must we continue to drag this out? Silverhorn inquired, observing the massive explosive flames, opting not to charge in, but rather consulting Goldenhorn. That Izuna may not appear particularly formidable, but he is quite troublesome alongside that Tobarama. Furthermore, Tobarama's useless landmines have fled. If they bring reinforcements, we will be in trouble. Goldenhorn refrained from sharing his opinion and instead countered with a question. Brother, do you have any ideas? It was usually Silverhorn who proposed ideas, with him as the elder brother making the decisions. Typically, when Silverhorn posed a question to him, it indicated that he already had some thoughts. Brother, let us directly utilize that power. Very well, I shall heed your words, brother. In an instant, a terrifying chakra erupted from the two, dark and filled with violent negative energy. Crimson chakra enveloped their forms, and in that moment, their presence surged to a new level. It was the chakra of the 9 tails. These two were serious. Tobarama sensed this dangerous chakra and issued a warning. The chakra of the 9 tails? Zhe frowned, recalling something. The dog had mentioned his chakra sealing technique could seal both his own and others' chakra. Could it also seal tailed beast chakra? Tobi's mother, I have a plan. A plan? Tobarama recalled the conflicts between the two clans, where neither their elder brothers, Hashirama nor Madara, excelled in strategy. It was often he and Izuna who devised plans behind the scenes. Thus, he trusted Izuna's strategy. Just tell me what to do. All right. Zhe had initially thought he would need to persuade Tobarama, but was surprised by his prompt agreement. Wasn't Tobarama particularly averse to the Uchiha? Die, you leaf scum. Silverhorn laughed maniacally as he charged at Tobarama and Izuna. The 7-star sword cleaved downwards, infused with the might of thunder. Water release. Tobarama unleashed a powerful water technique to counter Silverhorn, yet bolstered by the chakra of the 9 tails. Their clash only held for a moment before Tobarama's water release was shattered by Silverhorn. Faced with the silver blade, Tobarama had no choice but to parry with his own sword. Meanwhile, Izuna faced Goldenhorn. Goldenhorn's golden rope lashed out, heading straight for Izuna. Simultaneously, the banana fan in his hand was poised to strike at any moment. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Izuna once again released the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Alas, he knew no other ninjutsu. I must reopen the noodle shop and learn more techniques. You fool. Goldenhorn sneered, empowered by the chakra of the 9 tails, effortlessly dispelling the basic technique with a single swipe. The golden rope lashed out, ensnaring Izuna's neck. Die. Boom. Just as he exerted force, Izuna erupted into a cloud of smoke. What? A clone. On the other side, Tobarama, knowing he could not match Silverhorn enhanced by the chakra of the Nine Tails in direct combat, recognized that facing him head-on was not a wise strategy. Flying Thunder God Slash. Initiating the Flying Thunder God Slash, Tobarama instantaneously transported himself behind Silverhorn and thrust his blade forward. Fool. Silverhorn swiftly positioned the Seven Stars sword behind him, deflecting the Flying Thunder God Slash onto the sword's blade. Humph. With one failed strike, Tobarama quickly retreated, throwing several shurikens. Is that all? Mere child's play. I could stand here and let you strike, and you'd still fail to touch me. Under the influence of the Nine Tails chakra, the regenerative abilities of Golden Horn and Silver Horn were formidable. The wounds inflicted by shurikens would heal in no time. Is that so? Then how about me? What? Among the shurikens Tobarama threw, one suddenly exploded. She materialized out of thin air. How is that possible? A transformation technique? When did that happen? Seeing Silverhorn's astonished expression, she chuckled. My apologies, Naruto and Sasuke, but I shall borrow your tactics. This technique was inspired by the strategy employed during Team 7's first mission against Zabuza. Just successfully formed the hand seal. Chakra sealing technique. At such close proximity, Silverhorn had no means to evade. She pressed his hand against Silverhorn's forehead. The effect of the sealing technique manifested, causing Silverhorn's aura to wane. This sealing technique not only successfully sealed the chakra of the Nine Tails within Silverhorn, but also bound his own chakra as well. Chapter 14. The Six Paths Tools. A bountiful harvest, you despicable fiend. Silverhorn shouted angrily, launching a punch towards Ja. After all, as a ninja of the Cloud Shadow, the muscles he possessed were not without merit. His fist landed squarely on Tetsuya's chest. In that fleeting moment, Tetsuya felt as though his entire chest caved in, several bones fracturing under the force, and he was sent flying. Thunder God Slash. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Tetsuya had used a shadow clone to confuse Kinkaku, successfully disguising as a kunai to seal Jinkaku's chakra. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Tobarama unleashed the Thunder God Slash once more, piercing through Jinkaku's chest with a single stroke. Brother. Upon witnessing Tobarama's blade penetrate Jinkaku's chest, Kinkaku roared in fury, his aura surging to new heights as the chakra of the Nine Tails erupted. He began to partially transform into a tailed beast, crimson chakra enveloping his form as he morphed into a humanoid beast, several tails thrashing behind him. However, Kinkaku did not completely lose his rationality, standing with Tobarama and Jinkaku. He dared not unleash the tailed beast bomb, for doing so would inevitably spell Jinkaku's doom. In his half-tailed beast state, Kinkaku charged at Tobarama with incredible speed. Tobarama swiftly widened the distance between them, simultaneously forming hand seals. Water release, Grand Waterfall Technique. He nearly expended all his chakra to execute the Grand Waterfall Technique. A torrent of raging water materialized, cascading towards Kinkaku like a waterfall. Roaring, Kinkaku plunged into the deluge, intent on tearing Tobarama asunder. Truly, as the Hokage, no one wielded water release as masterfully as he did. As Tetsuya rose to his feet, he couldn't help but comment on the spectacle of water before him. Recalling an old jest from his previous life, the greatest user of water release in the ninja world was not the Mizukage but the Hokage. Moreover, while others played with water, only Tobarama manipulated oceans. Old Man Huang, I shall now rely on your assistance. A voice echoed from the branches above. Just inform me of what you require. Just as Kinkaku was about to rend Tobarama's water barrier, the voice resounded. Brother. In a daze, Kinkaku realized that the Tobarama before him had transformed into Jinkaku. In that fleeting instant, Kinkaku's movements faltered. Tetsuya shouted, Tobi Mama. Understood. Tobarama activated the final Thunder God technique. Tetsuya, who had been standing at a distance, was instantly transported beside Kinkaku, while Tobarama exhausted his chakra. Chakra sealing technique. Just as he had sealed Jinkaku's chakra, Tetsuya pressed a hand against Kinkaku. In that moment, Kinkaku's tailed beast form dissipated significantly. Yet, the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The dissipating chakra reformed, and his sealing technique was abruptly shattered. Roar! Kinkaku bellowed, realizing that it was this individual who had orchestrated the events leading to his brother's grievous injury. Enraged, Kinkaku struck, his claw piercing through Tetsuya's chest. Izuna. Tobarama, witnessing Izuna's chest being impaled, gasped in shock. Damn it, those wretched Kinkaku and Jinkaku. Do they take such pleasure in attacking my chest? I am not a woman. Additionally, the system that had plagued him, a curse left by Kinkaku and Jinkaku, had not warned him that sufficiently powerful chakra could breach seals. What could he do? He could only try again. Chakra sealing technique. Not yet finished. As the chakra sealing technique was executed, Tetsuya formed another set of seals. 8 trigram sealing. The 8 trigram seal, with 2 4-symbol seals layered upon Kinkaku, took effect. Unlike the chakra sealing technique, which targeted chakra, the 8 trigram seal aimed directly at the Nine Tails chakra. In the future, Minato could seal half of the Nine Tails with the 8 trigrams. How could you, with merely a fraction of its power, hope to escape? Indeed, this time, as the 8 trigram seal descended, no matter how Kinkaku roared in rage, he could not break free from the seal. This is what you get for attacking my chest. Tetsuya kicked Kinkaku away. Momentarily stripped of his chakra and the Nine Tails chakra, Kinkaku fainted from weakness. As Kinkaku and Jinkaku collapsed one after the other, the Cloud Shadow ninjas who had followed them gazed at Tetsuya in fear, especially with the gaping wound in Tetsuya's chest. It was utterly chilling. Who could survive such a grievous injury? Iron Man had merely lost a piece of his chest. Retreat. That man is a monster. Quickly, take Lord Kinkaku and Lord Jinkaku away. Someone shouted, prompting the immediate withdrawal. Run? Leave the goods. Tetsuya roared. Damn it, these 2 wretched brothers pierced my chest. I deserve some compensation for medical expenses. He deemed the 6 paths treasures quite satisfactory. The ninjas of Cloud Shadow dared not resist, leaving behind the 7-star sword, Banana Fan, Red Gourd, and the H-Rin before making their escape. Although the 6 paths treasures should have included an amber purifying bottle, they had not seen Kinkaku and Jinkaku utilize it, leaving Tetsuya unaware of its whereabouts. Tetsuya retrieved a scroll, sealing the 6 paths treasures within. Izuna. After regaining a breath, Tobarama approached Tetsuya. How did you survive, and what of your injuries? Tobarama gazed at the wound on Tetsuya's chest, momentarily at a loss for comprehension. Heh, Tobi-mama. I never imagined your wisdom would falter at something so inexplicable. Tetsuya smiled. To be honest, I am unsure. Ever since I returned, my body seems to have undergone some changes. He clenched his fist as he spoke. Enough talk. I have little time left. I must tend to my injuries. I have heard that you and my brother established a village together. Please convey my regards to him. We shall meet again. With that, Tetsuya disregarded Tobarama's complex expression, tossing a pouch of military rations to him before turning and fleeing. Even if Tobarama wished to give chase, he lacked the strength to do so now. Once away from the battlefield, Tetsuya promptly stripped off his clothing and incinerated it with a burst of fire release. He knew that Tobarama had likely left a Thunder God mark on him. Returning to find it would be troublesome. Old Man Huang, please check if there is anything amiss with me. Yes, there is a peculiar mark on your arm. TSK, did it remain on me? Tetsuya chuckled, showing no hesitation as he retrieved a kunai from his tool pouch and severed a piece of flesh from his arm, tossing it into the fire. Chapter 15. What have you all guarded? Watching the disappearing figure of Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobarama wore a particularly complex expression. He analyzed the current situation. Izuna had been revived by some unknown entity, acquiring a unique physique. Yet, it appeared he had not fully regained his strength. Moreover, he seemed oblivious to the current state of the ninja world, unaware that Uchiha Madara had perished. As he contemplated this, Tobarama's expression grew grave. Should Izuna learn that Uchiha Madara had been slain by his elder brother, the consequences for Konoha would be dire. He understood the temperament of the Uchiha clan well. If Izuna discovered Madara's fate, he would undoubtedly spiral into a rage. No, Uchiha Izuna, I absolutely cannot permit you to act against Konoha. If you insist on pursuing such actions. Tobarama clenched his fists. If I could kill you once, I can do so again. Even if I cannot slay you, I will seal you. He resolved that he could not afford to perish easily. He must protect Konoha, ensuring that the village his brother had established would not fall to Uchiha Izuna's wrath. However, he could never have imagined that Uchiha Izuna had not been resurrected at all. The one who came to save him was an impostor. Sitting on the grass, Zetsu, whose chest wound had already healed, toyed with the 6 paths weapons. He found the most amusing ones to be the 7-star sword and the banana fan. These 2 items were straightforward and brutal, requiring no convoluted techniques to wield. Unfortunately, these treasures belonged to Izuna, and he had no chance to use them openly. Gazing at the 4 artifacts on the ground, Zetsu sighed. However, considering the time, the war should be coming to an end. With that thought, he took out a scroll to collect the items scattered around him. Master Huang, I must return. Upon hearing Zetsu's voice, Huangbai appeared before him. Returning already? Yes. It's about time. The war should be concluding, and this practical training must also come to an end. Huangbai nodded in agreement, acknowledging Zetsu's growth throughout the conflict. Since the beginning of the battle, Huangbai had been by Zetsu's side, witnessing his evolution from a trembling novice to someone capable of joining forces with a village leader to combat a pseudo-tailed beast Jinchuriki. Such growth was indeed remarkable. Well, it's all thanks to your teachings, Master Huang. Flatterer, Huangbai chuckled, for who does not enjoy a compliment? In the Hokage building of Konoha, the returned Hokage guard gathered, alongside the heads of various ninja clans. Their gazes fell upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's a joke. The Hokage's guard required the Hokage to sacrifice himself to facilitate their escape. Are you the protectors of the Hokage, or is the Hokage merely your protector? Some even remarked that the second Hokage had already entrusted the position to them, questioning the absurdity of the situation. The Uchiha clan, with their deep obsession for the Hokage position, were the first to voice their inquiries. You claim that on the battlefield, the second Hokage passed the title to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen? What evidence do you have to substantiate this claim? Faced with the Uchiha's interrogation, Shimura Danzo displayed a look of disdain, shared by others present. As Tobarama's student, their animosity towards the Uchiha was inherited. This is what our teacher explicitly stated. We are all witnesses. The head of the Hyuga clan sneered. How do we know you are not colluding to deceive us? Although you are students of Lord Tobarama, you are also his guards. The implication is clear. You are supposed to protect him, yet he sacrificed himself to safeguard you. What exactly have you protected? Many clan leaders began to question Sarutobi Hiruzen, while some remained neutral, like the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Amidst the heated debate, the door to the Hokage's office was suddenly thrust open. When everyone saw who stood at the entrance, the entire office fell silent. What are you all arguing about? Tobarama glared at the clan leaders and his own students, reproaching them. Teacher, Lord Tobarama. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately rose from his seat, yielding his position. Seeing Tobarama, he felt both joy and regret. Joy that his teacher was still alive. Regret that he might not ascend to the Hokage position for the time being. Monkey, after all this time, you still have not stabilized the village. You disappoint me greatly. Tobarama took his place on the Hokage's seat, expressing his dissatisfaction with Hiruzen's performance. Hearing this, Hiruzen lowered his head, while Danzo felt a flicker of delight. Hiruzen had incurred his teacher's displeasure, which meant he might still have a chance. Back on the battlefield, when Tobarama had said he would leave one person to cover their retreat, Danzo had wanted to step forward. However, after a brief hesitation, he let Hiruzen take the initiative, missing his chance at the Hokage title. Nonetheless, with Tobarama alive, it meant Hiruzen could not assume the role for now, leaving Danzo an opportunity. Tobarama addressed the gathered crowd. Indeed, I did say I would pass the Hokage title to Hiruzen. Does anyone have objections? At this declaration, silence enveloped the room. After all, Tobarama's reputation commanded respect, even from the Uchiha clan. However, based on today's events, it seems, Hiruzen, you are not yet prepared to succeed me. Your teachings are wise, teacher. Hiruzen bowed his head obediently. Tobarama glanced at him before shifting his attention to the others in the village. Now that everyone is present, I shall speak briefly. The war is nearing its end. The return of Senju Tobarama was undoubtedly a momentous event, revitalizing the previously somber atmosphere in Konoha. Soon, news arrived from the Cloud Village. The deaths of Kin and Jin had led to the end of their rebellion. The third Raikage had ascended and sought to negotiate peace with Konoha. Tobarama agreed, but insisted that Konoha would lead the negotiations, as the Cloud Village had suffered significant losses. However, all of this was of no concern to Zetsu. Back in Konoha, Zetsu lay on his bed. I'm so tired, I can finally rest. He yawned, suddenly struck by a thought. What if I were to truly resurrect Uchiha Izuna? Chapter 16. A gift of ninjutsu. Zetsu suddenly became curious about what expression Uchiha Madara would have upon seeing Izuna alive. Dog, are you there? Dog. Yet. To resurrect the deceased without following the proper procedures of the ninja world, he could only inquire of the dog. However, no matter how he called, the dog ignored him. I want to recharge. Oh, my dear master, how much would you like to recharge? Ugh, you wretched dog. Zetsu couldn't help but curse. He rummaged through his ninja tool pouch, discovering around 25,000 ryo gathered from the battlefield. He withdrew 16,800, stowing the remainder. As per usual, I'll go for a 10 consecutive draw from the highest prize pool. All right, my dear master. The dog wore a fawning smile. The good money vanished in an instant, and the points were successfully credited. My dear master, would you like to start the lottery immediately? Wait, let me ask you a question first. What question, my dear master? Feel free to ask. I shall speak no lies. Zetsu inquired. Is there any way to resurrect someone who has already died? Don't mention reincarnation or the like. And I certainly don't want any pseudo-resurrections like Edo Tensei. Of course there is. The dog replied confidently. As I have said, I possess everything available in the ninja world, and even things that do not exist. Resurrecting a deceased person is a trivial matter. There exists an item in the prize pool called a resurrection coin. As long as you hold this coin, you can bring one deceased individual back to life. Resurrection coin? Is that even a legitimate item in the ninja world? I have already stated it. All right, I understand. You needn't repeat yourself. Zetsu hurriedly interrupted the dog. You assure me that there is a resurrection coin in the highest prize pool, correct? Of course. The dog wore a mischievous grin as it spoke. Zetsu felt that something was amiss. Fine, let us start the lottery. As Jie's thoughts stirred, he initiated a tenfold draw. A grand wheel began to spin before him. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring fire release. Great fire extinguishing. Congratulations on acquiring water release. Water dragon bullet. Congratulations on obtaining a substantial amount of chakra 1. Congratulations on obtaining a substantial amount of chakra 1. Congratulations on acquiring lightning release. Lightning cutter. Congratulations on acquiring lightning release. Lightning torture level. Congratulations on obtaining a substantial amount of chakra 1. Congratulations on acquiring earth release. Earth dragon bullet. Congratulations on enhancing fire release ninjutsu. Congratulations on obtaining a substantial amount of chakra 1. Observing the results of the draw, Jie scratched his head. Did I just draw a grand gift package of ninjutsu? Surprised by the 5 ninjutsu he had obtained, Jie had not anticipated that he would only receive 2 cards of chakra, with the rest being ninjutsu and an enhancement. This enhancement of ninjutsu was quite understandable. It would presumably allow him to strengthen his fire release ninjutsu in the future. Jie opened his panel. Name, Chiba Jie Identity, Konoha Commoner Physique, Undying Evil God. Fire Release Ninjutsu Enhancement Skills, Chakra Refinement Technique, Chakra Sealing Technique, Clone Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Substitution Technique, Transformation Technique, Summoning Technique, 8 trigrams Sealing, Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Release Technique Dispersal, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Items, Clone Technique Training Method, Enhancement Technique Training Method, Transformation Technique Training Method, Shadow Clone Technique Training Method. 8 trigrams Sealing Training Method, Lightning Release Chakra Mode Training Method, Release Technique Dispersal Training Method, Fire Release Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Training Method. Fire Release Great Fire Extinguishing Training Method, Water Release Water Dragon Bullet Training Method, Lightning Release Lightning Cutter Training Method, Lightning Release Lightning Torture Level Training Method. Earth Release Earth Dragon Bullet Training Method. Oh, the Fire Release Ninjutsu Enhancement is actually counted as part of my physique. Jie was somewhat taken aback to see the Fire Release Ninjutsu Enhancement listed in the physique section. This service has concluded. Unless you wish to spend money, refrain from seeking me out. Farewell. By the way, let me remind you, consider ways to elevate your status. Different identities can unlock various prize pools. Upon the conclusion of the draw, Jie glanced at the remaining 2 coupons, and the 2-horned dog immediately altered its demeanor, disappearing before Jie. You dog. Why didn't you mention this earlier, you money-grubbing creature? Jie shrugged helplessly and closed his eyes. Elevating one's status sounds simple, but it is far from easy. Well, perhaps I should just get a good night's sleep. The First Shinobi World War had finally come to a close, with the Second Mizukage and Second Tsuchikage perishing in battle. The Second Reikage fell to the rebellion of Kin and Jin, while the Second Kazakage's death remains shrouded in mystery. The only surviving Second Hokage was from Konoha. Thanks to Tobarama's presence, Konoha had overshadowed several other major ninja villages. With the conclusion of the ninja war, Konoha began to recuperate. Jie also reopened his small shop. The war was over, and at least 20 years of peace lay ahead. I shall strive to grow and flourish during these 2 decades, creating a new era of brilliance. Observing his small shop, Jie brimmed with confidence. Naturally, his aspirations extended beyond this modest establishment. He intended to expand into a chain, filling the entire shinobi world with Chiba ramen, aspiring to become the wealthiest individual in the ninja realm. Once wealth was attained, he would consider acquiring a feudal lordship for amusement. The two-horned dog's avaricious advice to elevate his status resonated with him. In the world of Naruto, the highest identities and statuses are likely the kage of various villages and the feudal lords. Rather than pursuing the role of a village kage, he preferred the carefree lifestyle of a feudal lord, enjoying life without the burdens of responsibility. As for how to obtain a feudal lordship, there existed ample maneuverability. Naturally, one need not consider the lordships of the 5 great nations. However, many smaller nations still existed, some of which were impoverished. With proper maneuvering, acquiring a feudal lord position should not be insurmountable. The reopening of Chiba Ramen also attracted a considerable number of customers. After all, during the war, life had been fraught with tension. Now that it had concluded, it was time to indulge. Observing the bustling shop, Jie pondered whether he should consider expanding or developing new products. He thought of cup noodles. If he could innovate his ramen into cup noodles, it might tap into a vast market. Without hesitation, Jie, a man of action, set his plans into motion, leaving 2 shadow clones to handle tasks. He personally retreated to the kitchen to experiment with the craft of cup noodles. At the Hokage building, Senju Tobarama stood gazing out of the window, surveying the entirety of Konoha. Uchiha Azuna, what are you doing now? Chapter 17. The Suspicions of a Third Ninja. Chiba Ramen Shop reopened after the war. Yet, the business post-reopening did not meet Jie's expectations. Indeed, war brings only suffering, even if one emerges victorious. Observing the few remaining customers in the shop, Jie sighed. Though Konoha had triumphed in the Second War and, under Tobarama's leadership, secured substantial benefits at the negotiation table from the Cloud Village, the fallen ninjas of Konoha could never return. This war had cost Konoha a significant number of ninjas, leaving only enough to maintain the village's normal operations. However, it was likely that the Cloud Village fared no better. Aside from battling Konoha, Kin and Jin had instigated an internal conflict. To put it accurately, no ninja village profited from this shinobi world war. For of the 5 great villages, second kage perished, with the sole survivor having been saved by his own efforts. Boss, you've finally reopened. I was dying for your ramen. Hurry up and bring me a bowl of your signature tonkatsu ramen. A loud voice, boisterous and unmistakable, echoed from outside the shop. It was Jiraiya. It had been a while. Boss, long time no see. It's been ages. Tsunade and Orochimaru followed closely behind Jiraiya as they entered. It's been a while, what would you like? Jie inquired with a smile. I'll have the assorted ramen. And give me a portion of fiery stir-fried noodles. Certainly, please wait a moment. Jiraiya and the others found a seat. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's gaze remained fixated on Jie. What's with you, Orochimaru? Why do you keep staring at the boss? Jiraiya, curious about Orochimaru's fixation on Jie, asked. Orochimaru shook his head. It's nothing. Perhaps it's just been a long time since I saw the boss. I feel like his aura has changed somewhat. Oh, really? I don't see any change in the boss. Jiraiya scratched his head and turned to glance towards the kitchen. Foolish Jiraiya, why are you reacting so dramatically? Tsunade rolled her eyes at Jiraiya. In truth, she too sensed it. Although Jie's smile remained the same, for a fleeting moment, there was a noticeable shift in his gaze when he looked at others. Such subtle changes, though slight, were easily perceptible to ninjas, who possessed an innate sensitivity to such nuances. I was just curious. I genuinely didn't notice any changes. Maybe you all are just feeling this way because it's been so long since you last saw the boss. Jiraiya sat down, somewhat aggrieved, unable to discern any difference in Jie. The fleeting sensation I experienced just now seemed to last but a brief moment. If I were the only one to perceive it, it might have been an illusion. However, since Tsunade noticed it as well, it seems unlikely to be mere delusion. Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade, as if seeking validation. Tsunade nodded in agreement. It is not an illusion. I believe that when Chiba observes others, his gaze has grown notably indifferent. You are correct. Although Chiba appears unchanged, he exudes an aura of menace. Orochimaru reflected, recalling a similar feeling he had once experienced from a dark ninja under the second Hokage. What are you two discussing? Jiraiya asked, somewhat perplexed by his companions. Chiba is merely the proprietor of a ramen shop. In different gaze, a heavy presence. Could it be that Chiba's true identity is that of a formidable ninja who has taken countless lives? That seems improbable. His chakra levels are even inferior to mine. Here are your bowls, Tetsuya announced, entering the room with a tray carrying 3 bowls of ramen, each with a different flavor. Tsunade immediately signaled Orochimaru, who understood her intention to subtly probe Chiba. Tetsuya placed the bowls on the table. Please enjoy. Orochimaru picked up his chopsticks and casually inquired, Is something troubling you, Chiba? You seemed a bit downcast when I entered my home. Tetsuya looked momentarily puzzled, then recalled the earlier moment. Oh, it's nothing serious. The shop has reopened today, but business isn't as thriving as before, which has left me somewhat worried. I see, Orochimaru replied with a smile. You need not fret, Chiba. It's only your first day back. Once the villagers become aware of your skills and reputation, they will surely return. Thank you for your kind words. However, returning to previous levels of business may prove challenging, Tetsuya remarked. Why do you say that? Orochimaru prompted. Tetsuya settled beside him and explained. The key reason my shop thrived before was the frequent visits from the ninjas of the village. Though my ramen is reasonably priced, it is not something an average family can indulge in regularly. Only the ninjas possess the financial means to visit often. However, Tetsuya sighed, gazing out at the few passers-by. The war has taken far too many lives. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru felt a profound resonance. Indeed, life is exceedingly fragile. Tsunade interjected. Although many have sacrificed their lives, their sacrifices were meaningful. It is precisely because of their sacrifices that we have attained peace. Tetsuya squinted his eyes in agreement. Tsunade is right. Though life may be fragile, the fallen have blossomed into a magnificent flower called peace through their sacrifices. Therefore, we must cherish this hard-earned peace. What are you two talking about? Aren't you going to eat? If you don't hurry, the noodles will become mushy, Jiraiya remarked, shoveling noodles into his mouth, clearly oblivious to the prior conversation. Once the 3 had satisfied their hunger and departed the ramen shop, Tsunade turned to Orochimaru. What do you think? Is there something amiss with Chiba? Orochimaru shook his head. I cannot say for certain. He appears fine on the surface. Perhaps the war has simply weighed heavily upon him, considering many of his loyal customers were ninjas. Tsunade nodded. I believe you are right. Chiba is a person who cherishes peace. We may have overthought this. Hey, what are you two musing about? Jiraiya interjected nonchalantly, digging his nose. Next time, we should bring Sarutobi-sensei along. He would discern any issues with Chiba immediately. At Jiraiya's suggestion, both Orochimaru and Tsunade paused in surprise. Well done, Jiraiya. When did you become so astute? Chapter 18. The cup noodle plan business has been poor. What should I do? Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Tetsuya reviewed the earnings from the past few days. Previously, his daily profits began at 2,000, yet over the last 3 days, he had only accumulated a little over 3,000. His income was even less than what he earned in a single peak day. Sigh. I must devise a new strategy for generating income. Until the number of ninjas in Konoha increases, I fear my revenue will remain stagnant. If I do not find a way to boost my income, it will impede my ability to draw cards, thus slowing my progress in becoming stronger. A slower path to strength is unacceptable. My current abilities are insufficient to navigate the shinobi world. However, upon reflection, it appears I have no other means to generate money. I certainly cannot undertake missions myself. After all, I am not a ninja and cannot accept tasks. Sigh. I suppose I shall just have to bide my time, for I am not lacking in that regard. With that thought, he tucked away his earnings and reclined on his bed, crossing his legs. Alas, this idleness will not suffice. Perhaps I should explore other business ventures? Yet, aside from making ramen, what else can I do? Tetsuya fell into a deep contemplation, eventually succumbing to slumber. The next morning, Tetsuya rose early to head to his shop, as many ninjas would choose to enjoy ramen for breakfast at this hour. Hey, boss, 1 bowl of tonkatsu ramen, please. Shikuya. Long time no see. I'm glad to see you're still alive. Tetsuya exclaimed, pleasantly surprised yet somewhat astonished. Despite the war's conclusion, he had encountered many familiar faces in the village, but he had not seen Shikuya. He had instinctively assumed Shikuya had perished on the battlefield. Of course I'm back. Did you really wish for me not to return? Shikuya replied with a grin, already familiar with Tetsuya's demeanor. Not at all. I look forward to your frequent visits. Tetsuya responded. 1 bowl of tonkatsu ramen coming right up. Make it quick. I've been craving it for ages. You have no idea what I've been through. Just a moment. I'll be as swift as I can. Tetsuya called back as he rushed into the kitchen to prepare. Moments later, he emerged with a steaming bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Here's your tonkatsu ramen. Enjoy. It's fresh out of the pot, so be careful. It's hot. No worries. If I were afraid of a little heat, I wouldn't be a ninja, Shikuya retorted, devouring the ramen eagerly. Curious, Tetsuya settled beside him and asked, "What on earth happened to you? You look as though you've returned from the brink of starvation." "Oh, don't even get me started." Shikuya waved his hand dismissively, continuing to eat before responding. "I was out on a mission. Although the war has ended, we cannot afford to let our guard down at the borders. I was leading a patrol. You can't imagine how harsh the conditions were. It was nothing but military rations and various dried goods. Were the conditions really that dire? Surely you could have hunted some game. Catching a rabbit or a fish should be within your capabilities. Hello, let us not dwell on it. Even if we catch something without the right seasonings, do you really think roasting it directly would yield anything delectable?" Listening to Xuanya, Jie chuckled. "You are right. While the essence of original flavor barbecue has its unique charm, if you were to have me eat like that regularly, I would struggle." Sighing, Xuanya took a hearty sip of hot soup. "If only I could savor a bowl of your ramen while on a mission, that would be splendid." Haha. What a lovely thought. You can't expect me to deliver takeout while you're on a mission, can you? Ha ha, indeed. Xuanya slurped another mouthful of noodles. "It's a pity you aren't a ninja. If you were, even as a mere genin, I would find a way to recruit you into my team." "I think I'll pass. I can't be a ninja." "Oh, I was just speaking whimsically. With your culinary skills, being a ninja would be a waste." After indulging, Xuanya exhaled in contentment. "What a delight. It's been ages since I've tasted something this exquisite." While tidying up the table, Jie remarked, "Now that you're back, you shouldn't be heading out anytime soon. During this lull, come and eat as much as you like." "You're right. I must come by more often in the next few days. Otherwise, I want to have a chance once missions resume." After Xuanya departed, Jie sat behind the counter, deep in thought. Could I perhaps explore the realm of instant noodles? What if I created a cup noodle? That would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. In the original Naruto series, Naruto frequently enjoyed cup noodles, yet Konoha currently lacks such fast foods. Could I possibly take the initiative? Researching instant ramen could prove lucrative, especially since today's ninjas do not have the best options while on missions. If I truly succeeded in producing cup noodles, the sales could be surprisingly favorable. Without delay, Jie turned and ventured into the kitchen, pondering how to craft instant noodles. With the aid of ninjutsu, creating instant noodles wouldn't be overly challenging. However, the key would be to ensure that the convenience does not compromise the original flavor. Over the next period, Jie relied on his shadow clones to serve ramen to guests while he himself focused on developing instant noodles in the kitchen. "Chiba-san, Jiraiya-sama has come again." A familiar voice rang out. Jie paused his work. Though he usually delegated most tasks to his shadow clones, he chose to personally attend to some special individuals. "Welcome, Saratobi Hisashi-sama." Upon exiting the kitchen, Jie was met with an unexpected visitor. Saratobi Hisashi, the second Hokage's apprentice and bodyguard, and future third Hokage's teacher. Although officially he was merely the second Hokage's protector, Hisashi often assisted Tobirama with various matters, thus holding considerable standing in Konoha. Hisashi greeted him with a warm smile. "Hello, Chiba-san. I heard from Jiraiya and the others that your ramen is quite remarkable, so I decided to drop by. I hope I'm not imposing." "Not at all. Your visit brings great honor to my humble establishment." While he spoke these words, Jie harbored some lingering doubts. Why had he come? Was he representing someone? Tobirama? Could it be that someone had noticed something? Surely, he hadn't exposed anything, right? The chakra seal was intact, and his shadow clones had minimal contact with others. Could it be that he had simply come for a meal? Chapter 19. Life is all about performance. Jie warmly welcomed Saratobi Hisashi into the shop and seated him. "I truly did not anticipate your visit, Hisashi-sama. It's quite a pleasant surprise. What would you like to eat? Our ramen comes in a variety of flavors, sure to delight your palate." As he spoke, Jie presented the menu, which, under his development, had transformed from a single page into a small booklet. "Hisashi-sensei, I strongly recommend trying their signature ramen. It's simply divine." Beside them, Jiraiya urged Hisashi to sample his favorite dish. "Foolish Jiraiya, Hisashi-sensei has his own preferences. Don't meddle." Tsunade unapologetically delivered a light punch to Jiraiya's head. "Damn it, Tsunade. Can't you refrain from hitting me? You're so violent that no one will ever like you." Jiraiya lamented, cradling his head. "What? Jiraiya, what did you just call me?" Tsunade's temper flared at being called a violent princess. Orochimaru, save me. Seeing Tsunade ready to explode, Jiraiya hastily dove behind Orochimaru for protection. Observing the ruckus among the trio, Hisashi chuckled. Youth certainly carries a vibrant energy. Jia, shaking his head with a smile, mused, Jiraiya, at this rate. It's no wonder Kato Dan ended up with Tsunade. Thinking of Jiraiya's future, Jia couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow. He was always just a step behind, just a bit shy of winning Tsunade's heart, just a bit short of seeing his friend Orochimaru turn back, just a bit lacking in completing the tale of Jiraiya the Gallant, just a bit away from witnessing Naruto become Hokage, just a bit from seeing Naruto marry, just a bit from witnessing the prophecy of peace in the ninja world come to fruition. Always just a bit, eternally just a bit. This notion permeated Jiraiya's life. His existence was one of imperfection, yet that encapsulated the saga of Jiraiya the Gallant. Watching the lively exchange among the legendary three, Jia found himself momentarily lost in thought. This moment caught Hisashi's attention, as he observed the peculiar glimmer in Jia's eyes while watching the trio, an expression filled with sentiment, recognition, and an abundance of regret. Yet, what was there to regret about his three disciples? Tsunade, a descendant of the Hokage, bore the blood of the Senju clan. Orochimaru was a genius ninja, having received the true teachings. And Jiraiya had his own fortuitous encounters, having formed a pact with Myaboka Mountain. In every conceivable way, their futures were undeniably bright. While sentiment and recognition were understandable, there should be no room for regret. Boss, I'd like a bowl of mixed ramen, and charge it to that fool Jiraiya. After delivering a light reprimand to Jiraiya, Tsunade felt considerably calmer. Hisashi placed his menu down. Then, I will have a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. I'll stick to my usual fiery fried noodles, please. I'll have the signature ramen. Coming right up. Please hold on a moment. It will be ready shortly. Jia replied affirmatively. Following the usual procedure, Jia swiftly prepared the ramen ordered by the four of them. Everyone, the noodles are ready. They're a bit hot. So take your time. Thank you, boss. Let us dig in. Jiraiya and the others were quite familiar with Jia's ramen, so they didn't rush to use their chopsticks. Instead, they turned their attention to Hisashi. Hisashi picked up his chopsticks and lifted the noodles. As the sunlight illuminated the glistening broth in his bowl, the aroma wafted with his movements. Unable to resist, he swallowed hard and took a generous bite. The chewy noodles broke apart in his mouth, releasing a burst of flavor from both the noodles and the broth. Truly impressive. No wonder Chiba-san, your business thrives so well. This flavor is undoubtedly the best ramen I've ever tasted. Having savored the ramen, Sarutobi Hisashi did not hesitate to lavish praise. You flatter me, Lord Sarutobi. Xenia replied with a shy smile, though beneath his grin lay a veil of vigilance and caution. He understood that Sarutobi Hisashi's visit was far more than a mere culinary indulgence. The last time the so-called Little Third had dined at his establishment, there had been a peculiar reaction. Could it be that after stepping onto the battlefield and taking lives, certain traits or qualities had shifted, drawing their attention? Chiba-san, your family once followed the great Senju Hashirama, did you not? The inquiry had begun. Xenia sensed that Sarutobi Hisashi's interrogation had commenced, yet his demeanor remained tranquil. Indeed, the Chiba clan, were once a subordinate family of the Senju clan, accompanying Lord Hashirama to Konoha. Their conversation meandered through memories of the Chiba family's allegiance to the first Hokage and their contributions to the village. It was apparent to anyone with a modicum of ninja knowledge that Sarutobi Hisashi was scrutinizing Xenia, probing trivial past details to ascertain whether he was an imposter infiltrating Konoha. After all, even the most meticulous intelligence gathering could harbor inaccuracies. Fortunately, Xenia had flawlessly inherited the original's memories. In essence, they were one and the same, leaving no room for error in response to such inquiries. As their discourse continued, Sarutobi Hisashi finished his meal, having derived an answer. Chiba posed no threat, and the previously noted discrepancies were likely remnants of the war's aftermath. With the conflict just concluded, many villagers had experienced shifts in their psyche, an inescapable reality. It seemed imperative to engage with his mentor regarding the challenges of post-war reconciliation. Yet, he pondered the state of his mentor's health. How much longer could he endure? If the time came when his mentor could no longer serve, could he himself rise to the occasion as a capable Hokage? Shaking his head, he realized it was not the moment for such thoughts. As a disciple and protector of the Hokage, his current duty was to support his mentor. Chiba-san, I have heard that you have begun to cultivate chakra? Saratobi Hizashi abruptly shifted the topic. Xenia nodded. Yes, I successfully harnessed chakra shortly after opening my shop. Regrettably, my lack of talent has left me with little progress. That is of no consequence. Diligence can compensate for shortcomings, Saratobi Hizashi replied with a smile. Do you aspire to become a ninja? To deny such a desire would be disingenuous, Xenia thought, though he chuckled awkwardly. I am acutely aware that someone of my caliber would only hinder my comrades. I would rather content myself by tending to this establishment, witnessing the satisfaction of returning ninjas as they enjoy a bowl of ramen. That alone brings me joy. Life is but a performance. Indeed, Xenia's acting skills had been honed over time, his performance devoid of any trace of artifice. Chapter 20. Master and disciple Saratobi Hizashi departed with the future legendary 3 ninjas. With assurances from Hizashi that Xenia posed no issues, the trio felt relieved, for they held a fondness for Chiba's ramen shop. After a grueling day of training, a steaming bowl of exquisite ramen was sufficient to alleviate the fatigue of their arduous efforts. All right, you 3, return to your training, Saratobi Hizashi instructed as they walked along the path. You have performed admirably. As ninjas, it is imperative to remain vigilant of your surroundings to ensure both your safety and that of the village. In the future, should you encounter uncertainty, remember to consult me first, just as you did this time. Understood? Understood, Lord Saratobi. Very well, I must return to the Hokage building. I still have tasks assigned by the Hokage to complete. With a wave to his disciples, he turned towards the Hokage tower. As the legendary 3 ninjas proceeded to the training grounds, Tsunade suddenly spoke. Since we have misjudged Chiba-san, should we not seize this opportunity to apologize? Huh, apologize? Jiraiya scratched his head. I don't think that's necessary. We didn't cause him any trouble. In fact, we brought Lord Saratobi along for ramen, effectively helping him attract customers. Tsunade shot Jiraiya a glare before turning to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what are your thoughts? Jiraiya also looked to Orochimaru, awaiting his response. I believe it would be prudent to find an opportunity to express our apologies to the owner. After all, what Lord Saratobi said today did carry a hint of interrogation. If Chiba-san didn't suspect anything, that would be fortunate. However, if he did, it would inevitably lead to a rift in our relationship. Indeed, Orochimaru is correct. We should make time to clarify and apologize to Chiba-san, Tsunade concurred. Faced with the consensus of his companions, Jiraiya yielded, though he thought little of it. After all, it was merely an apology. As Jiraiya, he was capable of humility and would acknowledge his mistakes when warranted. Back at Chiba's ramen shop, Xenia returned to his kitchen after bidding farewell to Saratobi Hizashi and his disciples. It appeared that during the last visit of the little third, they had noticed subtle changes in him, leading to their suspicions. Yet, it seemed that Saratobi Hizashi had discerned no issues. Xenia nodded contentedly. His acting skills still required refinement if he had left any clues for the legendary trio. Perhaps it was a testament to their keen perception and caution. Nevertheless, he would soon be leaving Konoha and the Land of Fire. After all, he was not bound by mortality. Should any complications arise, he could depart without restraint, merely leaving Konoha and the Land of Fire ahead of schedule. With these thoughts, Xenia resumed his exploration of instant noodles. For this endeavor was intrinsically linked to his future financial aspirations. At the Hokage building, upon his return, Saratobi Hizashi made his way to the Hokage's office. The visibly pale and aged Senju Tobarama sat at his desk. Ah, Hizashi, what brings you here? Senju Tobarama inquired upon seeing Hizashi enter. Master, I wish to discuss matters concerning the post-war welfare of our villagers, Hizashi replied, candidly sharing the events from the ramen shop and his thoughts on alleviating the villagers' hardships. After listening to Hizashi's insights, Senju Tobarama nodded. Hizashi, your ideas are commendable. Proceed as you see fit. Ultimately, I intend to pass the mantle of Hokage to you. Upon hearing these words, Hizashi felt a surge of astonishment and joy. It seemed that the position of third Hokage was indeed destined for him. And this time was markedly different. With Senju Tobarama overseeing Konoha, no one would dare oppose his ascension in front of the clan leaders. Then, Senju Tobarama expressed a sense of reflection. The Chiba clan, as you mentioned earlier, has historical ties with our Senju clan, being one of the earliest families to pledge allegiance to us. Senju Tobarama reminisced about the past. The Chiba clan's allegiance to the Senju dates back to the Warring States period, long before his elder brother, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara had made their names known. Unlike other clans that submitted out of fear of Hashirama's power, the Chiba clan stood steadfastly behind the Senju as their most loyal vassals. However, this loyalty led to animosity from numerous families, as many smaller clans could not contend with the Senju, nor could they stand against the Chiba. Eventually, the Chiba clan suffered severe losses due to coordinated attacks from multiple smaller clans, depleting their elite members, yet they never expressed regret. Later, when his elder brother became the head of the Senju clan and negotiated peace with Uchiha Madara's Uchiha clan, they jointly founded Konohagakure. The Chiba clan joined them in this new village, but by then, they had dwindled to a mere handful, lacking even a sufficient number of shinobi. Once a clan of modest renown during the Warring States period, the Chiba had now fallen into obscurity. Presently, Tobarama was taken aback to find that the Chiba clan had but one remaining descendant, the rather inept Chiba Tetsuya. However, upon hearing from Sarutobi Hiruzen that Tetsuya had opened a ramen shop, Tobarama considered this a favorable turn of events. Without the burdens of a shinobi's life, Tetsuya could live peacefully in Konoha, allowing the Chiba clan's legacy to endure, thus ensuring that the family that once remained loyal to the Senju would not vanish entirely from history. "Monkey, please take care of the Chiba boy," he instructed. "Understood, sensei," came the reply. Suddenly, Tobarama was seized by a fit of harsh coughing. "Sensei, are you all right?" Hiruzen inquired anxiously. Tobarama waved his hand dismissively. "I am aware of my own condition. Monkey, I have resolved to entrust the next Hokage position to you. You must accept the corresponding responsibility. What I am about to share must remain between us until you relinquish your Hokage title. Do you understand?" Hiruzen, sensing Tobarama's seriousness, nodded, albeit nervously. "Rest assured, sensei. I vow to keep it confidential. Please, go ahead." Chapter 21. The Uchiha clan is a sword. You must grasp the balance of its use. Tobarama rose and patted Hiruzen's shoulder. "Do you know why I was able to return alive from the clutches of Kinkaku and Ginkaku?" he asked. "Because your strength is extraordinary, and they are no match for you," Hiruzen replied. "Do you truly believe that? If my prowess were indeed so formidable, would I have needed to let you escape first while I stayed behind to hold them off?" Hiruzen fell silent. For ever since that day Tobarama returned to Konoha, they had speculated about the events that transpired. If their sensei could indeed defeat Kinkaku and Ginkaku effortlessly, the circumstances would have been different. Yet, as their teacher and the second Hokage, Tobarama had not disclosed the details, and none dared to inquire further. So what truly happened? Hiruzen pressed. Tobarama inhaled deeply. "As I was on the verge of being encircled, I encountered someone. Someone. Was it reinforcements from the village?" Hiruzen questioned. "No, that seems unlikely. Perhaps it was from the Cloud Village?" Tobarama dismissed all of Hiruzen's guesses. "It was an old acquaintance of mine, Uchiha Izuna." "Uchiha Izuna?" Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could that be, sensei?" "Uchiha Izuna, Madara's brother. But he was already dead." "Indeed, Izuna had perished long before the establishment of the village at my hands." Tobarama's gaze became distant. "Yet, he did appear before me and aided me in defeating the Cloud Ninjas, even slaying Kinkaku and Ginkaku. And he retrieved several of the Six Paths treasures from them. How is that possible? How could the dead return?" Tobarama himself was perplexed. Yes. How could the deceased genuinely come back to life? Yet, Izuna was indeed there. "Sensei, could it be that someone was masquerading as Izuna?" Hiruzen proposed. "I previously considered that possibility, but tell me, have you ever met Izuna?" Hiruzen shook his head. "Do you understand Izuna?" Again, Hiruzen shook his head. "Do you believe anyone, besides the deceased Madara, could know Izuna better than I?" "Well, probably not. Indeed, probably not." Having been long-standing rivals, Tobarama knew Izuna better than anyone else. Even better than Izuna knew himself. Yet, despite this intimate knowledge, he could not discern anything amiss. If he were to speculate, it seemed that Izuna's power had diminished. He only utilized fire style, and his Sharingan bore merely 3 tomo. However, this could be attributed to his recent resurrection, as he had not fully regained his strength. One more detail indicated that it was indeed Izuna. Tobarama had left a flying thunder god mark on him, yet after Izuna departed, he lost all sense of the mark. Clearly, the individual was aware of this tactic and had prepared against it. It is rare for anyone to notice such a mark. Only someone resurrected like Izuna would be cautious, considering he had once been killed by Tobarama. "Monkey, I share this with you to convey that if one day I should perish, you must keep a vigilant eye on the Uchiha clan." "Sensei." Tobarama gazed out the window. Continuing, If I were to die, the next Hokage would be you. I hope you do not pressure the Uchiha clan too harshly. The Uchiha clan is a sword. You must master the delicate balance of wielding it. If pushed too hard, it may well turn against you. Furthermore, we do not know when Uchiha Izuna may return, and I fear that by then, you may not be his equal. Tobirama hesitated to consider how terrifying a restored Izuna would be with an almost immortal body. A Mangeki Sharingan, 6 paths treasures, and formidable sealing techniques. Even if he were to regain his peak strength, he could not guarantee a second victory over Izuna. Hiruzen understood his teacher's intent. Tobirama feared that pushing the Uchiha clan too hard could incite conflict with the village. Presently, the Uchiha clan posed little threat. However, should they be led by Uchiha Izuna, Konoha would face the very Uchiha that had once instilled fear in the hearts of all during the Warring States period. Very well. You may leave now. Remember, what was said today must not reach a third party. Understood, Sensei. Hiruzen nodded and bowed before departing. Little did Tobirama anticipate that the very Uchiha he feared, Izuna, was currently cooking noodles at a ramen shop. 2 days passed, and Tetsuya, observing the stagnation of his income, felt a sense of worry. It seemed the development of his instant noodles needed to accelerate. Sitting on his bed, Tetsuya tucked away his money, stretched, and planned to practice some sage techniques before retiring for the night. Hey, my dear master, I seem to have heard you sighing. Have you encountered some troubles? The eyelids of Jie twitched. How come this lazy dog decided to show up today? Oh dear master, how could you say that about me? I'm merely considering your interests. Are you perplexed by the lack of better ways to make money? What? Do you have a solution? Jie sat on the bed, resting his chin on one hand, gazing at the cheeky, virtual husky before him. Of course I do. Have you forgotten how you learned to make ramen? Upon hearing this, Jie's eyes lit up. Indeed, his previous ramen skills were honed through practice. Could he not extract other money-making techniques as well? Congratulations, master. You got it right. That's precisely what I wanted to remind you of. Jie clapped his hands. So, I had been laboring for nothing all this time. Not quite. At least you found joy in exploring the unknown, didn't you? True enough. Enough of the small talk. Let's draw some cards. Without further hesitation, Jie took out his savings accumulated over time and embarked on his gambling journey. The next morning, a somewhat weary Jie returned to his shop. Looking at his empty wallet, he felt a surge of frustration. Damn it, this dog system has drained all my savings over these days, yielding a heap of worthless items, culminating in a mere recipe for instant cup noodles. He seriously suspected this dog was after the last remnants of his money. Chapter 22. Instant cup noodles. So? You call me over just to show me this? The white-haired, dead-eyed Shikuya squatted at the table, staring at the white cup alongside Jie. The cup was sealed with a lid. You know nothing. I assure you, this is the greatest invention since the founding of Konoha. You can boast all you like, claiming it's the greatest invention just because of this cup? Have you no fear of your tongue slipping? Shikuya scoffed. He did not believe this could be the pinnacle of invention. What? You don't believe me? The cup itself is not the focal point. It's what lies within that truly matters. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Jie lifted the lid off the cup, and Shikuya leaned in for a closer look. He discovered a flat piece of noodle. What was there to boast about? Immediately, Jie poured pre-prepared hot water into the cup, then resealed it. Shikuya continued to watch, curious about Jie's antics. Before long, a familiar aroma wafted through the air. This is the scent of signature tonkatsu ramen. Just wait and see. When the time was right, Jie opened the lid, stirred the noodles with chopsticks, and presented the cup to Shikuya. Tada! Chiba brand instant cup noodles. This is ramen? Shikuya gazed in surprise at the noodles in the cup. The flat noodle had transformed into ramen. Quick, give it a taste. Tell me how it is. This cup won't cost you a dime. Under Jie's insistence, Shikuya picked up the chopsticks and began to sample the dish. The first bite was quite pleasant, reminiscent of what he typically savored in the shop. However, after several more bites, he sensed something was slightly off. The quantity of the cup noodles was not substantial, akin to a medium-sized bowl of ramen from the shop, albeit with a slight dip in flavor. Yet, the difference was not drastic. The most crucial aspect was its convenience. Just pour boiling water, wait a moment, and it's ready to eat. With this cup, portability is assured. Imagine, during future missions, one would no longer have to nibble on dry, tasteless rations. So how does it taste? It's decent, but it lacks a bit compared to the shop's offerings. Oh, that's to be expected. Ramen is best enjoyed steaming hot, fresh from the pot, Jie smiled and added. However, you see, this instant cup noodle emphasizes convenience. Just pour hot water, and it's ready to eat. If need be, you can even consume the flat noodle dry, though the flavor would undoubtedly be inferior. With this, you'll be able to enjoy delicious ramen even while on missions. Shikuya chuckled. I never thought that a casual suggestion from me would lead you to actually create ramen for on-the-go consumption. You truly have my respect. Oh dear. This wasn't solely for you. I also aim to earn a bit more. Gia laughed, revealing that his primary motivation for creating this was indeed profit. This idea of yours is genuinely lucrative. I believe many ninjas would gladly bring a cup of noodles along on missions. Right? I think so too. I summoned you today to hear your thoughts and see if there are any areas for improvement. If all is well, I plan to commence mass production. Upon hearing this, Shikuya pondered seriously. I don't see any major issues. If I had to nitpick, perhaps consider adding more flavors? Sticking to just one flavor might become monotonous. For now, I have no other options. I've only developed this classic flavor, but I assure you, more new flavors will be available in the future. Then I have no objections. Well then, I shall prepare for mass production. Once the first batch is ready, I will need your help in promoting it. No problem. With Shikuya's affirmation, Gia officially began the production of the cup noodles. What? You wish to inquire about the tools for producing these noodles? Naturally, they were drawn from the dog system. This rascal had initially used the cup noodle recipe as bait while continuously increasing the stakes, ultimately draining Gia's wallet. Now it was time to recoup his losses. Utilizing ninjutsu, he excavated a factory beneath his ramen shop, housing all the machinery for producing cup noodles below. The machines, produced by the dog system, could directly seal their chakra within the machinery as a power source. With the machines activated, cup noodles flowed forth ceaselessly. Chiba cup noodles were officially launched. Chiba ramen had gained immense popularity among the ninjas of Konoha, and with Shikuya's promotional efforts, the first batch of cup noodles sold out instantly. Not only ninjas came to purchase, but many intrigued villagers from Konoha joined the excitement, as Gia had set a modest price for the inaugural sale. Chiba boss. Jiraiya came bustling in after a day of arduous training. Do you still have those cup noodles? Ah, Jiraiya. I'm sorry, but you've arrived too late. They sold out during lunch. What? Sold out? Jiraiya's face fell. He had rushed back after hearing that Chiba boss had released a type of ramen that could be consumed with just hot water. After all, during his training in Myobokuzen, he had only bugs to eat, which had been quite unbearable. He had intended to buy several cups of noodles to enjoy during his training, thereby avoiding those disgusting insects. To his dismay, he had arrived too late. Was he destined to consume those revolting bugs? Then, boss, could you tell me how those cup noodles are made? Foolish Jiraiya. How could you casually pry into someone else's commercial secrets? A familiar voice chimed in as Tsunade entered the shop, promptly delivering a light punch to Jiraiya's head. Kushina, why do you strike me? Because you are foolish. Do not speak of Jiraiya in such a manner. After all, he has always been at the bottom of the class since our school days. Orochimaru entered the shop, following Tsunade. Oh, Orochimaru and Tsunade have also come. Are you here to buy instant noodles as well? Orochimaru shook his head. No. I have come to eat noodles. I too have come for a meal. And I intend to take an extra portion home for my great-grandfather to taste. He mentioned wanting to try your ramen, but he has been far too busy with work to spare any time. Ah, the second Hokage wishes to sample my ramen? I am truly honored. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare it right away. Chapter 23. You've truly outdone yourself. As night fell in this ninja world where nighttime entertainment was scarce, the streets were devoid of pedestrians, leaving only patrolling ninjas. Houses turned off their lights early, and the only source of amusement lay in crafting figurines. In the Hokage's office, the second Hokage, Tobirama, was reviewing documents, for all matters, great and small, of the village rested upon his shoulders. Before his time came to an end, he wished to contribute as much as he could to the village. Unfortunately, not everyone understood him. Countless eyes were fixated upon him, eager to seize power upon his demise. Great-grandfather. A crisp voice resonated as Tsunade pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, carrying a food container. Oh, it's little Tsunade. Why have you not rested and instead come to seek me? Didn't you say you wanted to try the Chiba family's ramen? I brought some for you. You brought me ramen? Ha. Hearing Tsunade's concern for him, Tobirama chuckled. Our little Tsunade has indeed grown up, showing care for her great-grandfather. I merely mentioned wanting to taste it, yet here you are delivering it to me. As a junior, is it not natural to care for one's elders? Here, great-grandfather, let us eat while it's hot. Tsunade placed the food container on Tobirama's desk. Their ramen is delectable. I just delivered some to grandmother, and she enjoyed it immensely. Oh, did you bring some for your aunt as well? You've truly matured, Tsunade. Tsunade obediently sat beside Tobarama. Well, I only purchased one portion. The other was a gift from the Chiba owner. He heard I was bringing some for you and offered me a discount, a buy one get one deal, so I could also take some for grandmother. Tobarama opened the food container, and the aroma of ramen instantly filled the Hokage's office. He nodded in approval. The younger generation of the Chiba family is thoughtful. It seems he still remembers our Senju clan. The Chiba family? Is that the family of the Chiba owner? Tsunade expressed her interest. Knowing her Senju clan was a prominent family in the village, with many humans once under their vassalage. However, she had little knowledge of the Chiba clan. Yes, the Chiba family has but one member left. Oh, is that so? Great-grandfather, could you tell me about the Chiba family? How did they come to be so diminished? It is regrettable. We Senju have not treated them well. Tobarama sighed and began recounting the past. After hearing the tale of the Chiba family, Tsunade was astonished. The Chiba family, all ninja, sacrificed themselves for us Senju and for the village. Only the Chiba owner, a non-ninja, survived. And the once worthless individual has become the sole remnant of the Chiba clan. Indeed, the people of the Chiba family are admirable, including the current young Chiba. As he spoke, Tobarama took a bite of the ramen. The flavor was unexpectedly delightful, despite being takeout. The noodles had soaked in the broth for quite some time, yet retained their firmness. The noodles absorbed the essence of the broth, enhancing the aroma. The toppings were perfectly balanced, neither overshadowing the ramen nor detracting from its allure. This young Chiba truly possesses remarkable skill. With such talent, I believe he can lead a prosperous life in the village. Certainly, great-grandfather, you may not be aware, but the Chiba owner's business is unparalleled in the village. Moreover, he has developed instant ramen. Just add hot water, and it's ready to eat. So convenient. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing about instant ramen, Tobarama pondered many possibilities, his first thought being whether it could be utilized for ninja missions. Upon further reflection, it seemed of little significance. Perhaps it could be useful for patrol missions, allowing ninjas to have a warm meal when fire was impractical. However, for those who disliked cooking or lacked culinary skills, it certainly presented a commendable option. Long live instant ramen. Tsunade elaborated to Tobarama about instant ramen, then transitioned the conversation to the foolish Jiraiya and their training, among other topics. The grandfather and granddaughter conversed at length, discussing an array of subjects. Meanwhile, at Chiba Tetsuya's home, Tetsuya sat on his bed, preparing to meditate and commune with the energy of heaven and earth for his training in sage arts. Dear master, have you missed me these past few days? Upon seeing his dog system pop up, Tetsuya couldn't help but sneer. Oh, miss you? I've missed you to the point of despair. Why don't you just disappear? Last time, you drained my resources, leaving me with a heap of pointless items, and yet you dare to show your face again. Oh, come now, dear master, how could I have wronged you? It was merely a slight misfortune on your part, the system replied. Spare me. It's one thing to have bad luck, but why did you split the cup noodle production equipment into 5 parts? Are you trying to make me collect ninja fragments? Why not break it into 40 or even 100 pieces and create a card pool for me to draw from? Oh dear, calm down, calm down. That wasn't just a piece of equipment. I prepared an entire production line for you. From the creation of the cup noodles to the final packaging. It's a complete process. Please understand, it's not easy for me either. If only Tetsuya could reach this insufferable mutt, he would truly relish the chance to silence it. Alas, this dog was far too annoying, especially with that ridiculous face. He felt an overwhelming urge to hang it up and beat it. What do you want this time? I must inform you that I currently have no intention of drawing cards. I have enough on my plate to digest for a while. Oh, come now. You are my host, my beloved, the most esteemed master. Keep blowing your trumpet, even if you blow it into a flower today. I will not spend money on a draw. Tetsuya had seen through this creature's true nature. Whenever he had discretionary funds, the system would pop up to coax him into various draws, siphoning away his money before fleeing without a trace. How could you think of me in such a way? I am not that kind of being. You are not a human. You are a dog, the most unreliable one at that. Stop beating around the bush. What do you want? Well, master, you previously expressed a desire to revive someone, and I have prepared a special reward for you. As he spoke, a user interface reminiscent of the Naruto mobile game's special moves appeared before Tetsuya. Ah, look at this. What do you think? Wait, did you actually manage to create a special move? Chapter 24. The demise of the second Hokage Tobirama Jie was consumed by frustration, feeling as though he had been duped by the untrustworthy system. The system had drained him of all his funds, claiming that to activate the high-level skill feature, one must undertake 100 draws. After completing the 100 draws, he had only received 20 fragments of Izuna. To resurrect Izuna, he needed to collect 100 fragments. This system is truly insufferable. 100 draws for a mere 20 fragments. This is nothing but a bare minimum. Return my hard-earned money, ah? Oh dear master. Why not broaden your perspective? Money is but a worldly possession. As long as you strive to earn, it will eventually flow back to you. For one with the undying body of an evil god, time holds no significance. Accumulating wealth should be a trivial matter for you, the system chimed in. Though Jie understood the system's point, time was indeed irrelevant to him, and consequently, the money earned through time was equally meaningless. Merely a matter of when. It still left a sour taste in his mouth. After all the effort he had put into saving some cash through selling ramen and instant noodles, the system had swindled it all away. Sighing, he resigned himself to his displeasure and opened his shop for business as usual. In the days that followed, life seemed to settle into a monotonous routine. He watched customers come and go in his ramen shop. Jiraiya and his companions would occasionally drop by for a meal, while Tsunade would periodically visit to bring ramen back for Tobirama and Mito. This fostered a growing camaraderie between Jie and Tsunade. Each time he saw her, he couldn't help but reflect on how the once scrawny princess of laundry would evolve into a renowned figure in the ninja world. Known for her ample bosom, a truly unexpected transformation. Orochimaru also frequented the shop, always inquiring about new dishes. His interest in the latest offerings from Chinya Ramen was unwavering. Days passed in this manner until one fateful day. Within the Hokage's office, Tobirama was engrossed in paperwork when he suddenly noticed a blurriness in his vision. What is happening? He set down his pen and gazed out the window, only to find the scenery fading into obscurity. Suddenly, realization struck him. His time was drawing to a close, and it was time for his soul to return to the afterlife. To be precise, he had long been overdue for this departure, had it not been for. Is it time already? Tobirama struggled to reach the window, peering outside, but all he saw was a haze. Izuna, I never got to witness your return to the village. I hope that when you do come back, you won't act against the village. If I find out that you harm the village after my passing, then even if I were to crawl back from the afterlife, I shall not forgive you. As he spoke, he felt his body growing weaker. Is this the end? But I have yet to accomplish more for the village. I cannot succumb like this, not yet. With his last ounce of strength, he invoked a secret technique. The blurred surroundings sharpened into focus again. Summon the monkey and the clan heads. Hurry. Yes, sir. The Hokage's elite Umbu immediately sprang into action. That day, the entire village of Konoha mourned. The second Hokage had returned to the afterlife, selflessly thinking of his village until his last breath. Before he fell, he had gathered the heads of the major clans and the village's leaders, designating his disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the third Hokage in front of them all. His intention was to prevent the strife that had plagued the village in the past, ensuring that no one would vie for the position of Hokage and cause the village to fracture. Hiruzen, designated as the third Hokage, did not rush to assume the mantle. Instead, he organized a funeral for his mentor, the previous Hokage. Coincidentally, on the day of the funeral, rain began to pour, seemingly echoing the somber atmosphere. The gathered crowd stood solemnly before the grave of the second Hokage, who had devoted his life to Konoha, leaving behind no descendants. Tsunade stood beside her teacher, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at the gravestone. Today, she had lost yet another beloved figure in her life. The high-ranking officials did not linger long. After paying their respects, they departed, for there were many matters still awaiting their attention in Konoha. After the dignitaries and clan representatives left, the villagers of Konoha spontaneously approached to bid farewell. Jie blended into the crowd, and once everyone had departed, he approached Tobirama's gravestone. Placing a bowl of ramen, his teacher's favorite flavor, before the already adorned grave, Jie lamented, I thought that by rescuing you from the hands of the Golden and Silver Brothers, you could alter your fate. Alas, it seems you have departed nonetheless. Shaking his head in contemplation, he mused on how Tobirama had long exhausted his potential, and to have persisted until the end was quite remarkable. Oh dear master, why the sorrow? To you, death is but a triviality, the system interjected. Hearing the system's voice, Jie rolled his eyes. What do you mean by that? Which of your eyes perceived my sadness? The ones in front or the ones behind? I was merely reflecting. There's no need for reflection, master. You could easily resurrect him, provided you have the funds. Everything is negotiable, the system suggested. Jie's expression darkened. What are you implying? Don't tell me that Izuna's high-level skill is tied to Tobarama? Congratulations, master, you are correct. Of course, if you wish, I can arrange for others as well, such as Hashirama, Ashura, Indra, or even Uchiha Madara. Well, Uchiha Madara is not an option at the moment since he is still alive, but once he passes, I can arrange that for you. Please be quiet, Jie retorted, turning to leave. Yet, he couldn't help but ponder whether to revive Tobarama so that he and Izuna could work for him. It would indeed be quite amusing if they were together. Do you think they would actually obey you? He mused humorously. Let's not kid ourselves. If I were to resurrect them, who knows how long that would take. By then, not to mention how many valuable items I could draw. Just mastering Yellow Flash's techniques would likely place me among the top tier of ninjas in the world. Strength determines everything. Furthermore, the system had consistently informed him that those he resurrected, regardless of their past strength, could not harm him. This alone was more than sufficient. Chapter 25. Jie's dream to make the name Chinya renowned in the ninja world in Konoha. The third Hokage's ascension did not herald sweeping reforms, nor did it rush into implementing new policies. Instead, he led Konoha in a steady manner, striving to mitigate the negative impact brought about by the second Hokage's passing. Konoha was fortunate. Shortly after the war had concluded, the second Hokage was still present, preventing the village from experiencing the turmoil that often accompanied the transition of leadership in other ninja villages. Thanks to the second Hokage's efforts in stabilizing the village post-war, the third Hokage's governance was considerably less daunting compared to the third Kage of other villages. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the documents on his desk. His expression clouded with concern. Rubbing his temples, he retrieved his pipe from the drawer and lit it. A few deep inhales filled the office with smoke, and the nicotine began to ease the tension in his furrowed brow. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The office door swung open to reveal an unexpected visitor. Jie? How come you have the time to visit me today? Is there something you need assistance with? Greeted the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a smile as Tetsuya approached him and stood across the table. Ah, please, make yourself comfortable. Is the ramen shop closed today? Aren't you usually tied to the store? He continued. Haha, not at all. I've taken on an apprentice who helps manage the shop, and with my shadow clones assisting, my presence is no longer essential. Replied Tetsuya, a grin spreading across his face. Oh, you've mastered the shadow clone technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed more interest in Tetsuya's progress than in the apprentice at his ramen shop. Although the shadow clone technique is one of the basic skills for ninjas, it is not easily learned by those lacking innate talent. Yes, indeed. It took a considerable amount of time and resources, Tetsuya admitted. Resources? Sarutobi inquired. Yes. I learned at a slower pace, so I hired several ninjas to instruct me, Tetsuya explained. I thought that mastering the technique would enable me to accomplish more. Haha. I see, Sarutobi chuckled, appreciating Tetsuya's initiative. So, is there a specific reason for your visit today? Tetsuya nodded earnestly. Well, esteemed third Hokage, I believe my little shop has reached its limits within the village, so I wish to expand my business outside. You want to venture out? To the land of fire? Or the entire ninja world? Sarutobi queried. Currently, my aim is just the land of fire, Tetsuya responded, his expression brightening with enthusiasm. However, I am confident that given enough time, I can establish Chiba Ramen in every corner of the ninja world. Even if I cannot become a ninja, I will ensure the name of the Chiba family is renowned throughout the ninja realm. Sarutobi nodded, admiring Tetsuya's spirited determination. That is a commendable dream, and I believe you can achieve it. However, the village permits its residents to pursue business ventures outside, so you need not inform me about it. Tetsuya smiled and revealed his true purpose. Actually, I am here to post a mission. Oh, a mission you say? Sarutobi nodded, retrieving a mission form from a drawer. What kind of mission do you wish to post? I will write it down and put it on the mission board. I wish to post a bodyguard mission, Tetsuya stated. A bodyguard mission? Sarutobi echoed. Yes, I plan to travel across various cities in the land of fire for field research. Only when I have sufficient knowledge of these cities can I properly plan for the future of my ramen shop, Tetsuya elaborated. In truth, Tetsuya felt the bodyguard mission was somewhat redundant. He believed he posed no threat to any ninja in the village, unless a village leader personally intervened. He was confident that no ordinary ninja could pose a challenge. After all, why would a village leader expend resources to target a mere ramen shop owner? Moreover, even if confronted by a village leader, Tetsuya was certain he could make a swift escape, given that his lightning chakra mode far surpassed the abilities of common foes. However, as he was currently perceived as a novice struggling to master the shadow clone technique, venturing alone outside the village would undoubtedly raise suspicions. It was prudent to maintain appearances. Hence, he decided to post a mission and hire a ninja for protection. Sarutobi was quite approving of Tetsuya's foresight. You've thought this through. It's no wonder your ramen shop is thriving. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Tetsuya replied appreciatively. No, I genuinely believe you possess a remarkable business acumen, Sarutobi said as he completed the mission request. All right, Chiba-san, I've prepared your mission request. I'll classify it as a top-tier mission, as you will be traveling around the Land of Fire, where you are unlikely to encounter ninjas from other villages. However, since it will take some time, we'll treat it with the utmost importance. That is perfectly fine, Tetsuya affirmed. Then it's settled. I will also issue you a pass for entering and exiting the village. It will make your travels more convenient. Thank you, third Hokage. Tetsuya thought to himself how pleasant it was to see Sarutobi Hiruzen in his youth. Soon, Tetsuya finished the formalities, paid the deposit, and left the Hokage's office, handing Sarutobi a membership card. Although Sarutobi did not require the money, it symbolized a unique identity, as he was currently the only member in the entire Hidden Leaf village. Upon returning to his ramen shop, Tetsuya found himself curious about who would accept the mission to accompany him on his travels through the Land of Fire. He was genuinely excited, particularly since he had recently learned some illusion techniques from a master during his free time. He was eager to test whether his illusions would be effective against ninjas. Since it's a high-level mission, I should at least have a chunin accompany me. Let us hope it's not a jounin with a couple of genin, he mused while gazing out the counter at the bustling pedestrians outside. With the freedom to utilize the shadow clone technique openly, Tetsuya found himself at ease. However, business at his shop had been average lately, and instant noodles had surprisingly outsold ramen. This led him to contemplate whether to open a branch and sell instant noodles across various cities in the Land of Fire instead. The following morning, Tetsuya arrived early at the ramen shop. Handa, I'm stepping out for a while. I'll leave the shop in your care. My clone will remain here, so feel free to ask it if you have any questions. Understood, Sensei, Handa replied. Though Handa appeared to be of similar age, he dutifully referred to Tetsuya as his teacher. When Handa first approached Tetsuya to learn the art of making ramen, Tetsuya was taken aback, initially mistaking him for the future owner of Ichiraku Ramen. However, after some inquiries, he realized Handa was likely the legendary Ichiraku's father. The thought of the future Ichiraku Ramen calling him master made Tetsuya readily accept him as a pupil. After giving Handa a few instructions, Tetsuya set off for the entrance of the Hidden Leaf village. The ninja assigned to the bodyguard mission was already waiting for him. Hey, Chiba-san, I've been waiting for you. Sakayuki, I didn't expect you to be the one taking my mission, Tetsuya exclaimed, pleasantly surprised to find a familiar face, which made communication much easier. I truly didn't anticipate this. I just finished my previous mission yesterday and noticed a new batch of missions posted on the board. I thought I'd see if there were any suitable tasks, and there it was, your request. Sakayuki replied, equally surprised and delighted. I can't believe how quickly things are progressing. You're already planning to expand your ramen shop, Sakayuki commented. Tetsuya chuckled. It's nothing too serious. While I do have this ambition, whether it materializes remains uncertain. I understand. While I may not be a business expert, I've heard from my family that there are many nuances in the trade. It's wise to conduct field research first, Sakayuki said. As his family was also well established in the Hidden Leaf village, managing various enterprises through non-ninja family members. Although he did not directly oversee these businesses, he had gleaned some insights from his relatives. Well, I'm not too knowledgeable either, considering I'm the last of my family. I suppose I'll just have to rely on my instincts and learn as I go, he added. As he spoke, Tetsuya patted Shikuya's shoulder and extended his right hand towards him. For the time to come, my safety will depend entirely on you. I look forward to your guidance. Shikuya grasped Tetsuya's right hand. Likewise, I appreciate your support. Haha, let us depart. Together, Tetsuya and Shikuya left Konoha, setting their course toward the nearest city within the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire is vast, and given the nature of their expedition, numerous considerations loomed ahead, ensuring that their journey would consume a considerable amount of time. Before their departure, Tetsuya was filled with eager anticipation. Although he had previously left Konoha, It had been during turbulent times on the battlefield. This marked his inaugural venture to a town outside Konoha, and he was filled with curiosity about the settlements within the world of the Hokage. After all, even within the realms of anime and manga, the narratives predominantly revolve around the major ninja villages, with limited depictions of other towns in this world. However, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Upon arriving at their first town, Tetsuya's eyes nearly fell to the ground as he surveyed the dilapidated village before him. Shikuya, is this truly our first stop? Indeed. Is there a problem? Tetsuya remained silent, gazing at the village for what felt like an eternity. The winding, muddy roads and the low thatched roof huts painted a grim picture. The villagers were dressed in a manner that could scarcely be described as simple, had it not been for the passing pedestrians engaging in conversation. He might have thought he had stumbled upon a gathering of uncivilized savages. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. The world of the Hokage is relatively underdeveloped, not backward, rather. It is a world of extreme developmental disparity. Moreover, the establishment of the ninja village system had only occurred a little over 20 years prior, and the First Shinobi World War had only recently concluded. Outside the villages, where bandits roamed freely and there were no ninja protectors, it was only natural that such villages remained in a state of profound backwardness. To aspire for development, one must inquire whether the bandits would acquiesce and whether the ruling class would permit it. Shikuya, it appears that the world beyond the ninja villages is in such a state of disrepair. Shikuya seemed unfazed by the scene before him, merely reflecting, in truth. Most areas of the ninja world resemble what we see here. The conditions in Konoha are exceedingly rare. We owe our way of life to the benevolence of the first Hokage. His kind heart could not bear to witness the suffering of the people. So he gathered individuals to establish a village, allowing us to lead the lives we have today. Tetsuya furrowed his brow. Yet, the first Hokage possessed the ability to transform the entire ninja world. Why did he merely establish a village rather than a nation with a comprehensive legal system? Shikuya was momentarily at a loss for words. He was unsure how to respond. To claim that the first Hokage lacked such power? Yet both he and Uchiha Madara had indeed possessed overwhelming strength over the entire ninja world at that time. To argue that the plight of those outside the village was inconsequential to the first Hokage? Yet he had just acknowledged the first Hokage's kindness. Ultimately, Shikuya replied, I do not know. I am merely a ninja, and my duty is to act according to my mission without delving into such complexities. Tetsuya remained silent, for the first time contemplating the nature of this world and the ninja realm. The terms chaos, exploitation, oppression, plunder, and slaughter pervaded every corner of the ninja world. Though Konoha appeared to thrive, it was merely an illusion. He recalled the scenes he had seen in manga during Jiraiya's travels across the ninja world. They seemed scarcely different from what he observed now. Shikuya, let us move on. Must we leave this place? Yes, it seems unsuitable for business. Business? Shopping? Haha. It would be a miracle if the people here could merely survive. The two departed, heading towards the next town. As they traversed more locations, the smile on Tetsuya's face gradually faded. This was not due to a newfound compassion for the suffering of others. Rather, as he encountered more of the world, he perceived that the predominant color of the ninja realm was one of oppression and despair. He suddenly comprehended why Jiraiya was so fixated on seeking the prophesied child, a savior. When one deeply recognizes the sorrow of a world, yet feels powerless to effect change, how could one refrain from hoping for the emergence of a prophesied child or savior? Perhaps only someone imbued with the enigmatic qualities of a prophesied child could alter such a world. Yet, had Naruto truly transformed the ninja realm? As half a year swiftly passed, their field research journey reached its conclusion. Tetsuya, what troubles you? Walking along the road back to Konoha, Shikuya inquired, observing Tetsuya's expression of monotony. Over the past 6 months, I have noticed your smiles have diminished. Upon hearing Shikuya's words, Tetsuya rubbed his face, offering a smile. It's nothing. It's just that for the first time in my life, I have been away from the village and my home for such an extended period, and the prolonged travel has left me feeling somewhat weary. I see, haha. Once we return to the village, how about we unwind at the hot springs? Certainly. That sounds delightful. Chapter 27, Ramen in the Hokage's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lord Third, it has been a while. Ah, Chiba. Upon seeing Chiba enter the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled warmly. It has been half a year since we last met. How was your field research in the Land of Fire? Tetsuya chuckled and shook his head. To be honest, Lord Third, This expedition left me feeling quite disillusioned. Oh, if you don't mind, could you share what transpired? Well, there wasn't much to report. It was simply that the world outside the village differed from my expectations. Observing Sarutobi's curious expression, Tetsuya recounted his experiences over the past 6 months. In essence, after having ventured out, I feel that Konoha is truly far superior to the outside world. Beyond a few large cities, I genuinely believe that most places cannot even be considered towns. After listening to Tetsuya, Sarutobi sighed. Chiba, what you witnessed is indeed the true face of this ninja world. You are right, Lord Third. However, this expedition yielded some valuable insights, confirming several viable locations. Haha, is that so? That's wonderful news. I wish you prosperous business in advance. Thank you for your kind words. Tetsuya smiled and retrieved his wallet from his pocket. On a different note, Lord Third, let me settle the payment for this mission. Upon seeing the money, Sarutobi's eyes twinkled with delight. Haha, that is splendid. After completing the payment, Tetsuya exited the Hokage building. At Chiba Ramen, Tetsuya, who had initially intended to return home for a good rest, decided to step inside the ramen shop. Welcome. The chef bowed in greeting, and upon raising his head, his eyes widened in excitement as he removed his hat. Ah, it's the boss. You're back. I am back. Thank you for your hard work over these past 6 months. Tetsuya smiled faintly, patting the chef's shoulder. His clone dissipated on the 11th day after he left Konoha, meaning that for the past 6 months, Shouta had been watching the store. It was not arduous. The owner taught him the craft, allowing him to hone his skills while assisting in the shop, a true blessing. Jie smiled, appreciating the sentiment. Indeed, Shouta was a chosen worker. By the way, boss, please hold on for a moment. Shouta swiftly dashed to the counter, returning with a ledger. Boss, here are the accounts from the past 6 months. I kindly ask you to review them. The ledger he held was nearly filled to capacity. Jie shook his head and pushed the ledger back. No need to look. I trust you. Seeing Jie's unwavering faith in him, Shouta bowed deeply. Thank you for your trust, boss. Jie chuckled. I still prefer when you called me teacher during our lessons. Yes, teacher. Jie surveyed the shop, contemplating before he spoke. Shouta, how about I entrust this shop to you from now on? Teacher? Are you serious? Don't misunderstand. Jie replied as he settled down. I plan to open a branch in the capital of the Land of Fire. Once the branch is established, I can't be running back and forth, can I? You are right. The capital is indeed quite far from Konoha. Thus, I intend to appoint you as the manager of this establishment. Me? Can I truly manage it? Haven't you been performing admirably these past 6 months? Really? Shouta exclaimed. Haha. Well, don't celebrate too soon. It will take some time to open the branch. Shouta, prepare me a signature ramen. A familiar figure, the boisterous Jiraiya, entered the shop. Ah, Jie. Jiraiya exclaimed, his mouth agape upon seeing Jie. Yo, Jiraiya. Jie greeted with a smile and a wave. You've grown taller since we last met. Jie, long time no see. I heard you were traveling around the Land of Fire these past 6 months. Was it enjoyable? Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Jie pondered for a moment before responding. Jiraiya, everyone perceives the world from different perspectives. What I find enjoyable, you might not. Therefore, whether it is enjoyable or not, you should experience it yourself. What? I merely wanted to know how it was out there. No need for this lengthy discourse. Jiraiya scoffed at Jie's philosophical musings. Observing Jiraiya's current demeanor, Jie couldn't help but shake his head, recalling the future Jiraiya who would traverse the world in search of the destined child. Never mind. You wanted a bowl of signature ramen, right? I'll prepare it myself. Jie moved toward the kitchen. Teacher, let me do it. Shouta insisted, but Jie stopped him. What? Do you wish to take over my duties before I even open the branch? That's not what I meant. Shouta protested. Haha, just sit back. I haven't made ramen in a while. Allow me to take the reins. Reluctantly, Shouta complied and sat down. Soon, the delightful aroma of ramen wafted from the kitchen. Jie emerged with 2 bowls, handing one to Jiraiya and the other to Shouta. Teacher, I haven't made ramen in so long that I miscalculated the portions. So I made you a bowl as well. Please, taste it and see if my skills have diminished. Shouta nodded and picked up his chopsticks. I'm digging in. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had already devoured several mouthfuls. Delicious, as expected from Jie. The flavor remained superb. Jie watched with a smile as the two savored their meals. Jiraiya was quite boisterous, suggesting he hadn't had a proper meal in ages, likely from spending too long in Mayaboka Mountain, feasting on insect cuisine. Shouta, on the other hand, was more deliberate, savoring every nuance of the ramen's taste. I'm done. Jiraiya declared, setting down his bowl and licking his lips in satisfaction. I finished as well. Thank you for the hospitality. Shouta added, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Indeed, my skills cannot compare to yours, teacher, though I use the same ingredients. Your ramen is simply more refined and flavorful. Perhaps this is why you are a teacher. Jia chuckled, patting Shouta's shoulder. What you're saying makes no sense. Well, if you've eaten your fill, it's time to return home. Rest is essential. I should head home too. Farewell, Jia Shouta. Jiraiya waved as he exited the ramen shop. Jia entrusted the closing duties to Shouta and departed first. Chapter 28. The grand opening of the branch. Jia's grand hotel time flew by, and another 6 months had passed. During this period, Jia successfully opened his branch in the capital of the Land of Fire. The opening day was bustling, with Jia inviting numerous ninjas from Konoha to support the event. The ramen shop, with the ninjas backing, quickly garnered significant attention in the capital. With top-notch ramen skills, Jia's ramen shop became an instant sensation. As a time traveler, he adeptly navigated social dynamics. On the second day of the opening, Jia delivered VIP cards to the nobles of the capital and introduced a luxurious ramen option tailored for them. While its taste may not surpass that of ordinary ramen, that was inconsequential. What mattered was the opulence, the uniqueness, and the exorbitant price. What occupied the minds of these nobles? Naturally, they sought distinction and exclusivity. Initially, Jia had planned to promote the new shop through discounts and advertising to establish its reputation, preparing for potential losses. However, a few nobles ordered extravagant sets, yielding immediate profits. As night fell, Jia sat in his capital residence, counting a substantial amount of cash, his eyes nearly transforming into the shape of money. Wonderful. These nobles are indeed excessively wealthy. Perhaps I should just rob them. Why bother earning money when I could seize it directly? However, after a fleeting thought, he shook his head, abandoning the wild notion. He couldn't act in such a manner. These nobles were parasites, feeding off the commoners. Should he rob them, they would inevitably impose heavier taxes to recoup their losses, thereby causing further suffering to the common people. If he were to proceed in this way, how would he differ from those nobles who exploited ordinary citizens? It would merely be a shift from directly oppressing the populace to utilizing nobles for the same purpose. What would he become? A celestial dragon in the world of pirates? The aristocrat among aristocrats? Perhaps I should eliminate all these nobles, wipe them out entirely. Yet that was not viable. The shinobi world was already in ruins. If all the nobles were eradicated, the following day, the Land of Fire would likely plunge into chaos. Jia sighed. He understood that the nobles of the 5 great nations and the smaller nations were often interconnected. If he were to annihilate the nobles of the Land of Fire, other countries would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to invade under the guise of vengeance, ultimately dividing this bountiful land. Thus, the flames of war would engulf the land, and the same people would suffer once more. Jia collapsed onto his bed. Hashirama, why didn't you and Tobarama change the entire shinobi world back then? My dear master, do you wish to possess the power to alter the shinobi world? Initially consumed by reflection, Jia's sentiments of nostalgia and sympathy for the suffering shinobi world vanished upon hearing that cheeky voice, replaced solely by fury directed at the canine companion. You wretched creature, what do you wish to do now? Are you intent on swindling my hard-earned money? Allow me to inform you that I have just opened a new shop, and expenses abound. My esteemed master, money is but a transient matter. Do you not aspire to transform the entire shinobi world? Do you not find it profoundly rewarding to reshape this realm according to your own vision? Jia could not suppress a roll of his eyes. Speak plainly, and spare me your grandstanding. Oh, my beloved master, is it not simple to grow stronger? Just draw a card. Get lost. Do not be so hasty, dear master. Money is merely a means to an end. What purpose does hoarding it serve? Can it bear fruit? Well, you do have a point. Money indeed can generate more wealth. Ultimately, under the relentless persuasion of my canine companion, Jia succumbed to spending. However, this time he did not engage in the grand lottery, but rather opted for ninja fragments. For Jia knew that making a significant impact in this shinobi world required more than mere solitary effort. Even the formidable Pain had to establish the Akatsuki organization. The powerful 6 Paths, Kagaya Otsutsuki, was not immune to defeat either. Observing the 37% progress in collecting Uchiha Izuna's fragments, Jia sighed. Only 37%. There is no rush. I have ample time to spare. The ramen shop's business thrived, bolstered by initial promotions and a touch of social networking. This allowed Chinya ramen to gain renown within the capital, attracting even some from distant lands. After all, it was frequently patronized by nobility, who significantly boosted the shop's reputation. The nobility attracted wealthy merchants, who in turn drew affluent patrons, further spreading the fame of Chinya ramen to even more distant locales. The establishment had inadvertently transformed into a high-end brand. Seizing this opportunity, Jie began expanding the shop and investing in lavish renovations. With the expansion, he also started offering exquisite, luxurious dishes alongside ramen. After all, during his initial venture, he had acquired numerous other items alongside the cup noodle formula and production machinery. Phew, it truly is exhausting. Gazing at the hotel before him, Jie wiped the sweat from his brow. Within a year, he had transformed the ramen shop into the Grand Chinya Hotel. Observing the opulent decor and the distinguished clientele, he noted that even the hotel staff donned attire that ordinary folk could hardly fathom. Jie could only lament the stark injustices of this world, while the commoners in the shinobi realm toiled in the fields. The nobility's extravagant meals could sustain a regular person for an extended period. Master Chinya, have you really sat here all morning and yet find it tiring? A nearby youth inquired. He glanced at Jie with a hint of exasperation before shaking his head. One cannot dismiss it so lightly, Izuna. Merely sitting here is quite taxing. I assure you. After all, entertaining these dignitaries and nobles is quite mentally demanding, Jie replied, stretching languidly in his luxurious mahogany chair. Indeed, a single misstep in catering to these lords, or offending a noble, could jeopardize the hotel's future, even his very life. Listening to Jie's words, Izuna could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye. His life in jeopardy? Master Chinya, I am genuinely curious. In this shinobi world, who could threaten your life? Izuna felt a twinge of frustration. The individual who had pulled him from the Pure Land back to the shinobi realm, granting him a second chance at life, was astonishingly strong. Yet he exhibited none of the demeanor expected of a powerful figure, instead portraying the image of a money-obsessed merchant. Truth be told, had he not faced Jie in battle at least 10 times, losing each encounter by a mere half-step, he might have thought him merely an ordinary hotel owner. Chapter 29. Izuna, times have changed, your era has passed. If one could repeatedly be defeated by another, it might indicate the latter's prowess, much like his brother, Uchiha Madara. Yet, even Madara could not guarantee that his victories would only be by a narrow margin. Strangely, Jie consistently managed to defeat him by that very half-step. If it were only once or twice, one might attribute it to luck or a slight edge in strength. However, with such consistent outcomes across numerous encounters, Izuna concluded that there was only one explanation. Jie was vastly superior, capable of defeating him effortlessly within that narrow margin. Master Chinya, I have a question that perplexes me. How many times must I remind you? Do not call me master. Simply address me as Jie, Jie replied, intrigued as he regarded the individual who had been resurrected through his considerable expenditure. If not for his success in transforming Chinya Ramen into Chinya Hotel, attracting wealthy patrons who spent lavishly, Izuna might not have had such a swift revival. What troubles you, Jie? Why is it that someone of your strength chooses to remain here as a merchant? Izuna inquired, voicing his inner conflict. With your abilities, you could easily carve out a successful career elsewhere. Carve out a career? Jie chuckled, shaking his head. Izuna, you have been resurrected for a while now. Have you not realized that the shinobi world has changed dramatically since your time? The Warring States period has concluded. We now live in the era of the ninja villages. Each of the 5 great nations possesses its own hidden village, and even smaller nations have their own. If you were to venture out and stake your claim as in your day, you would undoubtedly invite the wrath of other shinobi. As he spoke, he traced a map of the shinobi world on the expensive wooden table with his finger. Moreover, the daimyos of these great nations are often connected. Even if you were strong enough to contend with one hidden village, what of 2 or 3? Izuna remained silent, pondering the stark differences between this era and his previous one. Observing Izuna's contemplative demeanor, Jie smiled. Thus, times have indeed changed. What were the conflicts among the great clans of your time for? Was it not for wealth and resources? Look at me now. Do I not possess both? Yet, Master Chinya, you are already making substantial profits. Who would ever claim to have enough money? Besides, my needs differ from yours. Money holds special significance for me. For instance, you are the result of my financial investment in your resurrection. Jie countered. Do you not wish to see your brother revived? Or perhaps I could assist you in bringing that fellow Tobarama back, allowing you to teach him a lesson. Revive my brother. Upon hearing Jie's suggestion to resurrect Uchiha Madara, Izuna's eyes widened in astonishment. Can you truly bring my brother back to life? Of course. Why would I deceive you? You have already experienced death and resurrection yourself. Izuna felt a surge of excitement. If he could be revived, then surely his brother could return as well. The mere thought of reuniting with his brother filled him with joy. However, amidst the exhilaration, a trace of curiosity lingered. Jie, if it is not too much trouble, could you enlighten me on the means by which you revived me? He cast a glance at Jie, quickly adding, of course, if it is inconvenient, you need not share. There is nothing inconvenient about it. It is an innate ability of mine. With sufficient funds, I can achieve many things that may seem impossible to ordinary individuals, such as resurrecting the deceased. Is there truly such a bloodline limit in this world? Izuna's eyes widened in disbelief. As the second in command of the Uchiha clan, he was aware that there existed numerous unique bloodline abilities in the shinobi world reliant on hereditary traits. However, the notion of acquiring powers or resurrecting the dead through monetary expenditure was something he had never encountered before. Well, a bloodline is a bloodline. One can grasp its essence. While the two conversed, a group of warriors entered the establishment. Upon entering, they did not head straight for the front desk, but instead formed two lines at the entrance, where two individuals swiftly laid down a red carpet. Understanding the significance of this grand display, Tetsuya immediately recognized the arrival of someone important. He exchanged a glance with Izuna, signaling him to retreat to the back, before personally approaching the entrance. Outside, a noble young master descended from a carriage, assisting a flamboyantly dressed woman in a kimono to alight. The young master wore an expression of servility. Miss Yukiko, watch your step. The woman, known as Mikiko, swayed her alluring hips as she stepped onto the red carpet and entered the hotel. The esteemed Nakamura has graced us with his presence. It is indeed an honor. Tetsuya welcomed as the two entered. Nakamura greeted him with a smile. Chiba-san, I apologize for the intrusion. This is the newly appointed courtesan, Miss Mikiko, whom I have paid handsomely to dine with me. I immediately thought of you, Chiba-san, and kindly request your assistance in arranging everything. Ah, the new courtesan. My apologies. Since you both have come here, I shall ensure you are well taken care of, Tetsuya replied, discreetly assessing Mikiko with the corner of his eye. It must be said, Nakamura's taste is commendable. This courtesan possesses both beauty and grace. Slim waist, long legs, a well-proportioned figure, fair skin, and alluring eyes. Please, follow me to the private room. Tetsuya gestured, giving Nakamura a discreet thumbs up in a spot only he could see. Nakamura beamed with pride. However, Tetsuya noticed that Mikiko seemed to have caught their little exchange. After leading the two into the private room, Tetsuya arranged for fine food and drink before excusing himself. As he returned to the front hall, he encountered Izuna approaching with a broad smile. Nakamura has returned, and I must say, he has brought an exceptional gem with him. Yet, Izuna's first utterance left Tetsuya momentarily stunned. That woman, if I am not mistaken, she should be from the land of lightning. Why is that? You cannot possibly think she is from the land of lightning just because she possesses two prominent features, Tetsuya shrugged. While it is true that women from the land of lightning tend to be curvaceous, the land of fire has its share too. Just look at Tsunade or Hinata. At Tetsuya's words, Izuna nearly lost his composure. I noticed a peculiar tattoo on her back. It is merely a tattoo. Why act as if people from the land of fire do not have tattoos? Moreover, she is a courtesan, a geisha. Is it not common for geishas to have such colorful designs on their backs? Not quite, Izuna explained. I discerned that among those traditional tattoos of courtesans lies a symbol of faith particular to the land of lightning. Is that so? Are you certain you did not misinterpret? Are you questioning the prowess of our Uchiha clan's Sharingan? Ah, you are using the Sharingan to scrutinize a beauty, Tetsuya exclaimed. Your focus is rather peculiar. I suggested that she might be a spy from the land of lightning, yet your attention is fixated on such trivial matters. What of it? Tetsuya shrugged nonchalantly. If she is a spy, so be it. I am not a shinobi. Why should I concern myself with such matters? As long as she does not interfere with my business, I am untroubled. Izuna was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Tetsuya was not a shinobi. And even if she were a spy, it truly bore no relevance to him. Izuna, you should also relax. Your era has passed, Tetsuya yawned, striding toward the exit. The current Uchiha clan has little to do with you. When your brother chose to leave Konoha, not a single Uchiha opted to follow him. The Uchiha of Konoha and you from the Warring States era are not closely linked. Gazing at Tetsuya's retreating figure, Izuna fell into deep contemplation. He recognized the truth in Tetsuya's words. As one who had been resurrected from the dead, he had nearly no connections left in the shinobi world. Not a single person from the obscure Konoha village, nor the family that had betrayed his brother, nor even the current Land of Fire, held any significant emotional ties for him. Within the luxurious suite, Nakamura had succumbed to the allure of intimacy and found himself ensnared. Nakamura-sama. Miss Mikiko. Nakamura-sama. Do you truly love me? Of course, Miss Mikiko. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was utterly captivated. Then would you be willing to sacrifice for me? Absolutely. I would give anything for you, Miss Mikiko. Nakamura-sama. Mikiko nestled into Nakamura's embrace, gazing up at him with longing. Nakamura-sama. As Nakamura leaned down, their eyes met. In an instant, a surge of peculiar chakra erupted. In a mere moment, Nakamura found himself under Mikiko's control. Humph. Foolish pig of the Land of Fire, you repulse me. Upon successfully subduing Nakamura, Mikiko transformed entirely, shedding her seductive demeanor for one imbued with a sense of authority. The subdued Nakamura knelt before her like a servant. I apologize for offending you, my master. Apologies are unnecessary. Mikiko rose, placing her foot atop Nakamura's head. You shall serve me for the rest of your life, and I will ensure you secure your position as the head of the Nakamura family. You and your entire family will heed my commands. Yes, my master. Now, in the presence of outsiders, maintain your composure. On the first floor, seated in his lavish wooden chair, Tetsuya suddenly looked up toward the luxurious suite where Nakamura resided. His eyes transformed into a crimson hue. The tomo whirling within the blood-red irises, ultimately converging into a singular, distinctive pattern. Indeed, his eyes were none other than Izuna's Mangeki Sharingan. The considerable sum Tetsuya had expended was not merely for the revival of Izuna. In resurrecting him, he also acquired all of Izuna's abilities: ninjutsu, swordsmanship, jinjutsu, and the Uchiha clan's pride, the Sharingan. This was a Mangeki Sharingan, and when one considers the totality of what he gained, the expense seemed less extravagant, given the wealth of resources acquired. Yet, it could not be said that he had profited greatly. After all, Tetsuya lacked a deficiency in ninjutsu. And though the jinjutsu of the Sharingan was formidable, the jinjutsu he had learned from the old master was also quite effective. The truly valuable acquisitions were the swordsmanship and the Sharingan itself. Through this Mangeki Sharingan, Tetsuya perceived a surge of peculiar chakra emanating from within the opulent suite. Have they become impatient to make a move? The people of the Land of Lightning are indeed quite impulsive. Beside him, Izuna paid no heed to the identical Sharingan reflected in Tetsuya's eyes, yet he could not help but inquire, are you really not going to intervene? If war breaks out, it would surely impact your business. Tetsuya waved his hand nonchalantly. There's no need for concern. War is still a distant prospect, at least for the next few years. Conflict is highly unlikely. As he spoke, a smile graced his lips. Besides, do you think the Land of Fire lacks spies from the Land of Lightning? Just as they have spies, we do too. Let us not forget, the current Hokage of Konoha is a favored disciple of Senju Tobirama. Do you truly believe Tobirama's student is a fool? Humph, that cunning and inherently malevolent Senju Tobirama has certainly raised no paragon of virtue. Listening to Izuna's sharp words, Tetsuya couldn't help but click his tongue. Isn't it obvious that you and Tobirama are arch-rivals? Your rhetoric is indistinguishable from his disparagement of the Uchiha. Thus, such matters are not ours to fret over. We are merchants, regardless of who they are. As long as they tend to our business, they are our customers. Are they not? With that, Tetsuya produced a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket and began to crack them open. As he snacked, he continued, moreover, I am counting on Nakamura and that lovely Miss Mikiko to further patronize my business. Their conversation drifted from the topic of spies to other matters. Tetsuya, intrigued, began to inquire about some of Izuna's secrets from years past, treating it as a light-hearted diversion. Before long, their discussion meandered from the Warring States period to even more ancient times. As Tetsuya became animated, he recounted some of the folklore he had stumbled upon online regarding the Hokage. For instance, the relationship between Yui and Hayakawa was portrayed as both fraternal and romantic. However, Kagaya Otsutsuki disapproved of their bond, as no one would wish to face the irony of having two robust offspring yet being left without a legacy. Chapter 31. The instinct of an undercover agent. Seated together, Tetsuya regaled Izuna with tales of the past. Shifting from the passionate bond of the Hayakawa brothers to the tumultuous love-hate saga of Ashura and Indra, and then traversing through the mythological era to the age of shinobi. Perhaps Tetsuya's tales were so far-fetched that Izuna, in a daze, offered no rebuttal and simply listened. I'll tell you, that old sage of the six paths was quite biased. When it came time to choose a successor, he devised a test for his two sons. This examination was clearly aimed at Ashura and Indra. Indra completed the test alone, adhering to the rules, while Ashura relied on the assistance of others. Logically, Ashura should have been disqualified, but the sage countered, Indra, you know not love, nor the essence of unity, ultimately choosing Ashura. Now how does that make sense? Is it not unreasonable? Listening to Tetsuya's boastful claims, even the typically composed Izuna could not restrain himself. Though you are not a ninja, Tetsuya, you do practice chakra. Is it wise to speak ill of the sage of six paths in such a manner? What does it matter? Tetsuya waved dismissively, sipping his tea and carelessly spitting out some tea leaves. I am merely speaking off the cuff. Besides, the sage has long since departed. What could he possibly do? Burst forth from the Pure Land to confront me? The sage of six paths truly resides in the Pure Land. As a soul returned from the Pure Land. While he had never encountered the sage, he had heard from other souls that he indeed existed. Relax, I've said it's fine. If he were to emerge and strike me down, it would only mean I had struck a nerve. If I were wrong, why would he be upset? As their light-hearted banter continued, Nakamura and Mikiko, supporting each other, descended the stairs. Nakamura appeared somewhat intoxicated, but aside from that, all seemed well. However, Mikiko's makeup was somewhat disheveled, with red marks on her neck, as if the entire clan had engaged in some mischief. Tetsuya and Izuna immediately discerned that Nakamura was under the influence of a jinjutsu. Though this illusion was quite subtle, no deception could withstand the scrutiny of the Sharingan. The marks on Mikiko were merely a fade. After all, it would be strange if nothing had transpired between her and the infamous playboy. Yet, Tetsuya paid it little mind, greeting them with a smile. Have you both enjoyed your meal? Mikiko remained silent, but Nakamura, inebriated, exclaimed, Ah! The food and drink provided by Boss Chiba are beyond compare. With his words, a guard who had been waiting at the door promptly stepped forward, placing a silver note on the table. Upon glancing at the amount, Tetsuya's smile widened even more. Thank you, young Master Nakamura. It's nothing. Just a token of appreciation. Nakamura laughed heartily, appearing quite generous, confident that all his expenses were covered by the Nakamura family. Young Master Nakamura has had too much to drink. It's time for him to rest, Mikiko suggested at the appropriate moment, signaling that it was time for Nakamura to depart. Tetsuya smiled, safe travels, and do come again. Rest assured, I understand the rules. What transpires within the room shall remain confidential. As he spoke, Tetsuya's gaze flicked to the red marks on Mikiko's neck, while the guards lowered their heads, adhering to the principle of not gazing upon what they ought not to see. Mikiko, however, sensed something amiss, a fleeting expression crossing her face before she quickly concealed it. Leaving with Nakamura. Well, they seem to be indulging quite extravagantly, Tetsuya remarked, shaking his head. Izuna, arms crossed, replied. It appears they wish to control the Nakamura family by manipulating the young master. It is likely they aim to support him in ascending to the position of head of the family. Not to worry, Tetsuya stated as he retrieved an abacus from behind the counter, fiddling with it. Although the Nakamura family holds some status in the capital, they are ultimately merely a second-tier clan. Clack. All the beads on the abacus returned to their original positions, and Tetsuya turned to Izuna, saying, This is the capital of the Land of Fire, where the only scarcity is not of nobles or wealthy individuals. A second-tier clan can at most assist the Land of Lightning or help the Hidden Cloud Village acquire some funds or resources. They cannot alter the larger picture. As true power in the Land of Fire rests with the daimyo and the first-tier nobility close to him, a second-tier family is inconsequential. In a luxurious room on the first street of Hanamichi, the premier kabukicho in the capital, two masked ninjas materialized before Mikiko. These towering figures did not appear to be from the Land of Fire, and although they wore no forehead protectors, it was reasonable to deduce they hailed from the Land of Lightning. Have you investigated the background of the hotel owner? My lord, we have gathered the necessary information. Speak. The owner of the hotel is named Chiba Tetsuya, the sole heir of the Chiba clan in Konoha. Lacking the aptitude to become a ninja, he opted for commerce. Initially, he operated a ramen shop in Konoha, but as his business flourished, he opened a branch in the capital. These two ninjas had conducted thorough research, tracing Tetsuya's journey from a modest ramen shop in Konoha to his current status as the proprietor of the largest tavern in the capital of the Land of Fire. After all, such matters were no secret. Any older resident of the capital could easily provide this information. As for the individuals in the establishment, the chef has been personally trained by Chiba Tetsuya, while most of the others are local recruits. Mikiko frowned slightly. A fallen heir of a ninja clan, lacking the aptitude for ninjutsu, has chosen to engage in commerce? Indeed, my lord, my subordinate has investigated, and it appears that the Chiba family was one of many that followed Senju Hashirama in the past. After Hashirama established the Hidden Leaf Village, most of them perished, leaving only Chiba Tetsuya, who cannot harness chakra and thus cannot become a ninja. According to the traditions of the Chiba family, had Tetsuya possessed the ability to train, he likely would have met his demise on the battlefield long ago. From the findings, Chiba Tetsuya seems to be an ordinary person, perhaps even a non-ninja. Yet, her instincts tell her that Tetsuya is not as simple as he appears. No, I still sense something amiss. Find an opportunity to further investigate Chiba Tetsuya and ascertain whether he is indeed a ninja. Understood. Chapter 32. The Restless Cloud Village as night descended. Tetsuya lay in his room, eyes closed in meditation. This unreliable golden finger of his truly leaves much to be desired, while others receive various rewards and attain insights instantaneously. His own fortunes manifest primarily as scrolls. He must painstakingly study the ninjutsu contained within, save for certain enhancements akin to his undying god body and fire release techniques, which are directly bestowed upon him. Fortunately, he possesses a modicum of talent for learning ninjutsu, and coupled with the prolonged lifespan granted by his undying god body, mastering ninjutsu is not insurmountable. Provided they are not of a bloodline-restricted nature, theoretically, he could learn all the techniques in the ninja world. While meditating on sage arts, Tetsuya suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation of natural energy in the environment. He opened his eyes, aware that someone was approaching. Has my earlier conversation unsettled them, prompting them to investigate my background? Before Tetsuya could make a move, another figure appeared directly atop the roof. It was Izuna, who had evidently sensed the ill intentions of the intruders. As a ninja active during the Warring States period, Izuna's perception of danger far exceeds that of many in this era, honed by the instinctive survival skills required in such a tumultuous time. Clearly, those two dim-witted individuals have yet to grasp the peril that has silently approached. Just as Izuna prepared to eliminate the two small thieves, Tetsuya's voice reached his ears. Spare their lives. Use Jinjutsu to control them and bring them over for a bit of fun. Seeing Tetsuya had spoken, Izuna refrained from further discussion and executed the body flicker technique, instantly appearing before the two small thieves. Who are you? The two thieves, still reeling from the sudden turn of events, instinctively looked up. In that moment, they were met with the sight of a pair of crimson Sharingan, swirling with 3 tomo, forming a unique pattern. The Jinjutsu activated, and with Izuna's formidable ocular power, controlling the 2 average-strength ninjas was an effortless task. Foolish ninjas of the Land of Lightning. Who gave you the audacity? Izuna scoffed, turning to lead the pair towards Tetsuya's room. They've arrived. Tetsuya greeted them with a smile as Izuna brought the 2 masked ninjas into the room. What purpose do you serve if not to kill them? Tetsuya asked, tilting his head with a grin. Of course, to extract information. Are you not a ninja? Should you not know what to do in such a situation? Izuna replied, rolling his eyes. I am aware, but individuals of such caliber likely possess no significant intelligence. What could you possibly glean from them? I know this. I merely wish to experience the thrill of being a ninja myself. The interrogation of information could be quite entertaining, don't you think? Tetsuya remarked. Is that so? I certainly do not, Izuna retorted, his pride evident. Before these eyes, no information can remain concealed. Indeed, the Sharingan, with a single Jinjutsu, makes it considerably easier to extract information than any secret technique of the Yamashiro clan. By controlling the opponent with Jinjutsu, one can simply ask questions without fear of deception. However, Tetsuya seemed unfazed and approached the 2 masked ninjas. Who are you? Who sent you? The 2 ninjas replied respectfully. We are from the Hidden Cloud Village, sent by Lord Okai to investigate the background of Chiba Tetsuya. Oh, Okai? Tetsuya mused, intrigued. Is this Okai the same as the courtesan Mikiko? Yes. Lord Okai is a special jonin from our hidden cloud village, responsible for infiltration missions. Mikiko is the codename for Lord Okai while operating in the Land of Fire. How fascinating, Tetsuya said. Izuna, did you hear that? The courtesan is indeed from the Land of Lightning. Your taste is commendable. Izuna proudly lifted his chin. I have warned you not to doubt me. I am Uchiha. Before the kaleidoscope of the Uchiha, nothing escapes my sight. Tetsuya ignored Izuna's boastfulness and continued his inquiry. So, what is your Lord Okai's purpose for infiltrating the Land of Fire? What do you seek? This, we are not entirely certain of. We know only that the village has formulated a comprehensive plan concerning the development and future of our hidden cloud village. After the first Great Ninja War, following the demise of the Second Raikage and the incident involving the Golden and Silver Brothers, the Second Hokage aggressively demanded a substantial compensation from us, severely impacting our development. Consequently, the high-ranking officials of the Hidden Cloud devised a series of plans, which include infiltrating the major nations. The two ninjas, exchanging words, divulged all the information they possessed without reservation. After listening to their account, Tetsuya gained a clearer understanding of the Hidden Cloud's intentions. Their village had gained little from the First Great Ninja War, suffering greatly due to the turmoil instigated by the Golden and Silver Brothers, coupled with his own intervention, which left the surviving second generation with a hefty burden. Given the nature of the Hidden Cloud's bandit-like disposition, could they endure such grievances? It was simply intolerable. However, having just emerged from a war, even if they wished to stir up trouble, they lacked the capacity to do so. Yet, while immediate action was unfeasible, it did not preclude them from engaging in minor schemes to prepare for future conflicts. Thus, they devised a series of plans to place undercover agents in various countries, gathering intelligence and materials in preparation for the next upheaval, namely the Second Great Ninja War. These unruly individuals from the Land of Lightning truly cannot remain still, feeling compelled to instigate some form of disturbance. As the second-in-command of the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period, and a figure of wisdom for the Uchiha, Izuna naturally discerned the ulterior motives of the adversary. How long has it been since the war concluded, and they are already plotting the next? Is it not typical? When has the ninja world ever known genuine peace? Prior to the establishment of the ninja villages, numerous clans waged ceaseless wars. And merely a decade after the formation of the villages, the First Great Ninja War erupted. 20 years following that, the Second War commenced. And a mere decade after its hasty conclusion, the Third World War ignited. Following the Third War, the ninja world appeared to stabilize, yet this was merely a facade. Beneath the surface, the currents of unrest continued to swirl until the rise of the young prince, Naruto, who participated in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Chapter 33, Handcrafted. Is your tongue poisoned? How do you plan to deal with these two individuals? Izuna observed Tetsuya as he toyed with the two ninjas from the Land of Lightning using illusions, finding it somewhat difficult to comprehend Tetsuya's intentions. Since they had already extracted the necessary information from these two, why not simply eliminate them? The solution is, of course, to send them back. Send them back? Upon hearing this, Izuna instinctively questioned, "You intend to let them return as double agents?" "Indeed. Do you not find that rather amusing?" Tetsuya remarked, suddenly perceiving an endearing quality in the two captives. Their presence might inject some much-needed amusement into his otherwise mundane life. As he spoke, a thought struck him, and he looked up at Izuna. "By the way, if we control them with an illusion, will they be able to tell?" "Huh. Do you underestimate the illusionary prowess of the Uchiha clan?" Izuna retorted with the signature cold smile of his lineage. "Our illusions are undetectable to most, unless one encounters a ninja well-versed in Jinjutsu. As far as I know, the brutes of Kumogakure lack such expertise. Is that so? Then please imbue these two with a suggestion, stating they have uncovered the truth and that I am merely an ordinary person, powerless and unassuming. Furthermore, instruct them to report any movements from Okai or developments from the Land of Lightning at their earliest convenience." Although Izuna remained uncertain of Tetsuya's true intentions, he proceeded to cast an illusion on the two and return them to the rooftop. As the cold wind swept past, the enchanted ninjas gradually regained consciousness. "Let us depart. Now that we have completed our investigation," one of them said. Agreed. The two exhibited no skepticism, for the Sharingan was indeed a formidable force in the ninja world. Moreover, the one who had cast the illusion was none other than Izuna, the second-in-command of the Uchiha clan, renowned for his flawless technique. Life seemed to settle into a semblance of tranquility. Izuna's illusions proved remarkably effective. The two controlled ninjas frequently relayed information to him through various means. However, the nature of this information was rather mundane, consisting of trivialities. Tetsuya grew increasingly exasperated with the incessant flow of irrelevant tidbits, such as what color underwear Okai wore that day, or whether he had donned any at all. What am I to do with this? Do you take me for Jiraiya or Sarutobi? Yet, since the information was delivered, he decided to indulge in it, viewing it as a means of entertainment during a time when he found himself in need of diversions. Time flew by, and Tetsuya established himself in the capital. However, he was still contemplating plans for branching out and a grand scheme for selling instant noodles. During this period, he returned to Konoha only a few times. One occasion was for Handcrafted's wedding. As a teacher, he felt obliged to attend. Handcrafted was only a year younger than Tetsuya, but marrying at such an age was considered relatively late in a world where maturity came early. It is worth noting that members of the Uchiha clan, like Obito and his peers, had begun to engage in battle at a tender age. On the day of Handcrafted's wedding, many approached Tetsuya, seeking to arrange matches for him. After all, Tetsuya was no longer merely a remnant of a fallen clan. He had become a prosperous figure in the land of fire. And the people of Konoha were well aware of his success. As a wealthy commoner, many families had their eyes set on him. The proposals poured in, and eventually, Tetsuya found himself compelled to visit the Hokage's office, where he enlisted Sarutobi's assistance in halting the fervent matchmaking efforts. Initially, Sarutobi was reluctant to intervene, believing it preferable for Tetsuya to marry a villager, thereby solidifying his ties to Konoha. This would ensure he would lend support to the village when needed. However, upon observing the sum of money Tetsuya offered for his services, Sarutobi felt it was his duty as Hokage to assist a struggling villager. Moreover, while Tetsuya had acquired considerable wealth, he still paled in comparison to the established ninja clans of Konoha, who had long-standing legacies predating the village's founding. Tetsuya's second return to Konoha occurred a year later, coinciding with the birth of Handcrafted's son. Observing the child nestled in Handcrafted's wife's arms, Tetsuya was filled with emotion. This child was destined to be a pivotal figure in Konoha's future, a guiding light on a dark path, and a guardian of Konoha's designated safe zone. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen, Handcrafted, was humorously referred to online as Databeo Ichiraku, with rumors suggesting that his squinting eyes were due to possessing the legendary Rinnegan. However, upon gazing at the infant in Handcrafted's wife's embrace, Tetsuya understood that the notion of Databeo Ichiraku was merely a jest. Teacher, this child has no name yet. Would you please bestow one upon him? Huh, you wish for me to name him? Tetsuya was taken aback, not expecting Handcrafted to request such a favor. Handcrafted nodded, yes. My wife and I have no elders left, but fortunately, I still have you as my teacher. Please, grant our child a name. I see. To be honest, he had previously called Handcrafted teacher merely for amusement, but over time their relationship had evolved into that of friends and brothers. Yet, as older brothers often do, he felt a sense of responsibility, particularly since both he and Handcrafted were without family. Then, how about we name him Ichiraku? May he find joy in every day, free from troubles. Ichiraku, splendid. Thank you, teacher. Handcrafted beamed. Thank you, teacher. Haha, my son, your name shall be Ichiraku from now on. May you find happiness every single day. Seeing the joy radiating from Handcrafted's family, Tetsuya couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of it all. Yet, the next moment, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Teacher, you are a year my senior. When do you plan to marry? Do you have someone special in mind? You've been in the capital for several years. You must know quite a few young ladies here. As the conversation continued, Tetsuya's expression darkened. Handcrafted, how did I never notice this before? Your tongue is as venomous as if it were poisoned. Chapter 34. Time flies in the following years. Tetsuya returned to Konoha several more times, primarily to check in and finally transfer ownership of the ramen shop to Handcrafted, renaming it Ichiraku Ramen. Tetsuya reasoned that while the absence of Chiyo Ramen would not be detrimental to Konoha, losing Ichiraku Ramen would strip the village of its flavor. Over the years, Tetsuya accumulated a considerable fortune, yet he chose not to resurrect any particular individual. After all, the system he possessed was rather unreliable. His second high-level summons was Senju Tobarama. Unless he extracted Tobarama, the next character would not be updated. However, at this stage, he had no desire to resurrect Tobarama. knowing full well that such a formidable mind would undoubtedly return to Konoha to aid its development. Even if he restricts himself from returning to Konoha, he would likely find a way to establish contact with them and subsequently assist the village. Tobirama, that cunning fellow, possesses an abundance of crafty ideas. One can only wonder what devious schemes he might devise. After a prolonged period of abstention from consumption and under the relentless persuasion of his canine companion, Tetsuya once more activated the grand lottery wheel, resulting in a significant expenditure. Presently, Tetsuya's strength has surged to new heights. Name: Chiba Tetsuya. Identity: Merchant of the Land of Fire. Attributes: Undying Body of the Evil God, Enhanced Fire Release Ninjutsu, Sage Body, Manjiki Sharingan Eye Techniques, Susanoo. Eternal Divine Realm, Mirror Beyond Cloud Skills, Chakra Refinement Technique, Chakra Sealing Technique, Clone Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Substitution Technique, Transformation Technique, Summoning Technique, 8 Trigram Sealing. Lightning Release Chakra Mode, Release Technique Dispersal, Fire Release, Dragon Flame Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fire Extinguishing, Water Release, Water Dragon Jutsu, Lightning Release, Thunder Lances, Lightning Release, Thunderstorm. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Jutsu, Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp, Shuriken Clone Technique, Wind Release, Vacuum Wave, Wind Release, Air Slash. Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere Possessions. Slightly mentioned, upon acquiring the status of a merchant, Tetsuya unlocked a new lottery wheel, with the cost of drawing mirroring that of the highest tier. Out of curiosity, he indulged in a 10 draw, resulting in a plethora of commercial skills and various items, methods for exploring mineral veins, techniques for smelting steel, and the like. Although the expense was somewhat steep, Tetsuya deemed it acceptable, as these resources promised profitability. Indeed, anything that generates income is a valuable asset. Over the years, he has adeptly harnessed his ever-increasing power. Now, with the evil god's undying body combined with the sage body, he is virtually indestructible and recovers rapidly. Aside from sealing techniques, eliminating him is no trivial task. The immense chakra provided by the sage body, coupled with the chakra gained from his lottery draws, has rendered him oblivious to the true magnitude of his chakra reserves, which must be nearing that of Hashirama Senju. However, beyond the gains from ninjutsu and chakra, he finds himself particularly fond of the Sharingan he acquired from Izuna. It is often said that the Sharingan reflects the soul, and although he possesses Izuna's Manjiki, its capabilities surpass anything even Izuna had ever conceived. The left eye's ability, known as Eternal Divine Realm, translates to a realm where divinity eternally resides. It sounds impressive, but upon understanding its effects, Tetsuya prefers to refer to it as the one-on-one arena of Iron Men. In essence, as long as he can see his opponent, he can activate the eye technique to draw them into his divine realm. Within this realm, he continuously siphons off their chakra and physical stamina, truly an unparalleled technique for dueling. Far more insidious than Obito's Kamui. Nevertheless, Kamui possesses its own advantages, allowing for the manipulation of space itself. In contrast, Tetsuya's Eternal Divine Realm can only draw in individuals and requires a target to activate, though any items held by the individual can also be pulled in. Unlike Obito, who can freely traverse his Kamui space, evade damage, and utilize it as a personal storage space, Tetsuya finds this limitation somewhat frustrating. While within the Divine Realm, he can continuously extract chakra and stamina from his opponent. He himself lacks chakra deficiencies, endowed with the sage body and an abundance of chakra. Unless his opponent is a reincarnated body with infinite chakra, no one can rival him in terms of chakra reserves. Furthermore, he is destined to grow even stronger in the future, rendering this ability seemingly unnecessary. However, his right eye's technique, Mirror Beyond Clouds, piques his interest. As long as he has seen a person, the mirror can create an identical replica, endowed with all the original S abilities and subject to Tetsuya's mental control. Naturally, the consumption of ocular power varies based on the strength of the replicated subject. Currently, he feels capable of replicating even shadow-level warriors, such as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, attempting to replicate the pinnacle of Hashirama may prove challenging, as his current ocular power from the Manjiki might falter under the strain of such an endeavor. Fortunately, ocular power can be enhanced. Ever since he revived Izuna, his loyal canine companion thoughtfully incorporated ocular power as a reward within the Grand Lottery. The previously mundane chakra of the 0-5 card has transformed into the ocular power of 0-5 Izuna. Who is this 0-5 Izuna? Naturally, it is the future Sasuke. However, Tetsuya muses that during Sasuke's Manjiki phase, his ocular power was rather limited. After only a few uses of Amaterasu, he was on the verge of blindness. Yet, for Tetsuya, this is of little concern, as each lottery draw yields multiple 0-5 cards. As time passed, Tetsuya ultimately relinquished his ambitions of replicating the current model of his flagship store in other cities. He realized that replicating the Chiba Grand Hotel in other cities of the Land of Fire proved exceedingly difficult. After all, even the second largest city in the Land of Fire lacks the abundance of nobles and affluent individuals found in the capital. If he continued to expand the Chiba Grand Hotel on the same scale in the capital, the inevitable outcome would likely be financial losses. Ultimately, he opted for a more pragmatic approach, planning to open ramen shops in several larger cities, albeit without personally overseeing the operations. He delegated this responsibility to his shadow clones. Given his current prowess, even his shadow clones possess formidable combat capabilities. As time flew by, the people of Konoha nearly forgot the existence of Chiba Tetsuya. The handcrafted noodle shop has taken his place in their memories. Among those who still recall Tetsuya are only a few individuals with whom he frequently interacted, such as the proprietors of the handcrafted noodle shop and Tsukumo Hitaki. Even Jiraiya and his companions have relegated Tetsuya to the recesses of their memories. After all, they have matured, no longer mere students but active ninjas undertaking missions, their lives now intertwined with numerous new stories, causing the ordinary and seemingly insignificant events of the past to fade into obscurity. Chapter 35. Izuna cannot comprehend the joy of mischief in the Land of Fire. Deep within an ancient forest, two figures darted amidst the towering trees, occasionally clashing in close combat or exchanging ninjutsu, locked in an intricate dance of skill and power. Intriguingly, the ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even subtle movements and habits of these two combatants were nearly identical. A closer inspection would reveal that the fighters appeared as though they had been crafted from the same mold. One might mistakenly assume that someone was merely engaging in a spar with their own clone. It is time to conclude this. Izuna Uchiha leaped gracefully into the air, swiftly forming hand seals as chakra surged within him. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. In an instant, a torrent of ferocious flames erupted from Izuna's mouth, manifesting as 4 fire dragons that surged towards the other Izuna from all directions. The opposing Izuna also rapidly formed hand seals, executing an identical ninjutsu. 8 fire dragons collided, resulting in a stunning explosion that lit the forest ablaze. Yet, from a vantage point high above, one would observe that the entire forest was enveloped in a barrier, rendering the tumult within invisible to the outside world. With a thud, Izuna descended from the trees, sheathing his long blade and glancing back at the ravaged battlefield before making his way toward the riverbank. By the water's edge, a young man sat leisurely in a chair, fishing rod in hand, casting his line with an air of tranquility. "Ah, you're back. This time, you were 5 minutes faster than last." Izuna approached the campfire and seized a skewer of roasted fish, savoring the meal. "There is nothing particularly joyous about the situation. According to my plan, I should have been able to resolve the conflict 15 minutes earlier than last time. Your ocular technique, the cloud mirror, has indeed grown stronger." "Ha. There is indeed a slight enhancement, but more importantly, Izuna, you have become significantly more powerful, which is why the replica I created of you has also grown formidable. TSK. To be able to replicate all the abilities of the person you see, what a bizarre ocular technique this world possesses. Clearly, your kaleidoscope originates from my own. Yet both of my kaleidoscopic abilities amplify myself." Izuna, slightly dissatisfied, muttered a complaint, well aware that Tetsuya, after resurrecting himself, had acquired all his abilities, including the Uchiha clan's pride, the Sharingan. Yet, how could his awakened ocular technique surpass his own? "Haha, don't be upset," Tetsuya chuckled awkwardly, suddenly jerking the fishing rod. Pulling up a plump fish, he detached the hook and tossed the fish into the wooden barrel beside him, saying, "No matter how powerful my ocular technique is, it still derives from your Uchiha clan Sharingan, which only emphasizes the prowess of your clan's eyes. As for why our ocular techniques differ, that is easily explained. The Sharingan reflects the soul." He turned to Izuna and continued, "You are a proud Uchiha, fixated on becoming stronger. I am merely a weak and pitiful merchant, naturally wishing for someone to protect me, which is why I awakened such an ocular technique. Listening to Tetsuya, Izuna suddenly found the grilled fish in his hand less appetizing. What nonsense are you spouting? You, Chiba Tetsuya, weak and pitiful? What does that make me? Who has been suppressed by you all this time? Hee hee, I was just speaking casually, don't take it to heart. Just then, as the two were leisurely chatting while eating grilled fish, a messenger pigeon flew over and landed on Tetsuya's shoulder. He extracted a note from the pigeon and began to read. Upon seeing the contents of the note, a broader smile spread across Tetsuya's face. What is it? Did those two foolish cloud ninjas send you some amusing intelligence? Ever since they had taken control of the two incompetent cloud ninjas, information had been relayed to them from time to time. Most of this information was trivial, and Tetsuya usually regarded it as mere entertainment. Well, those two fools conveyed that a descendant of the Uzumaki clan has set off for Konoha. The cloud ninjas have taken an interest in this Uzumaki bloodline and plan to find an opportunity to infiltrate Konoha and abduct this Uzumaki descendant. Tetsuya needed not guess. He knew this Uzumaki descendant was undoubtedly Kushina. Calculating the time, it seemed the Uzumaki Mito was about to reach her limits. To ensure the Ninetales remained in Konoha, they intended to bring Kushina to Konoha as the next Jinchuriki. Humph, those brash fools from the cloud. All they know is plundering. Back in the Warring States period, the Land of Lightning was merely a gathering of bandits, and now with the establishment of a ninja village, it has merely transformed into a den of thieves. Oh, you make a valid point. Judging by their actions, Cloud Village does indeed resemble a bandit lair. As he spoke, Tetsuya stood and stretched. Are you planning to return? Yes. I will head back to Konoha. Are you well acquainted with the Chiba clan and the Uzumaki clan? Tetsuya pondered for a moment and replied, we should still be familiar, as our Chiba clan was once a vassal of the Senju clan, and since the Warring States period, the Senju and Uzumaki clans have been allies. So you, the last descendant of the Chiba clan, intend to return to meet the descendant of the Uzumaki clan, perhaps to protect them from being abducted by the cloud? Tetsuya tilted his head to look at Izuna, slightly perplexed by how Izuna had extrapolated so much from his simple intention to return to Konoha. Was this the perspective of a genius? Did every simple matter undergo constant analysis and embellishment in their minds? What are you thinking? I merely wish to return for some amusement. The cloud attempting to abduct Kushina, followed by Minato's dramatic entrance. Solidifying the tomato and egg combination. How could I possibly miss such a classic scene? Amusement? Izuna was momentarily speechless. Although he had spent a considerable amount of time with Tetsuya, he still found it difficult to comprehend Tetsuya's thought process. To be precise, Tetsuya's way of thinking was unlike anyone he had encountered before. After all, who among those with Tetsuya's immense power would choose to run a business instead? Furthermore, upon learning of the impending abduction, he neither sought to warn others nor threaten the cloud for gain, but simply wished to return for entertainment. How could Izuna understand that? Chapter 36, Assassination. Kakuzu appears observing Izuna's perplexed expression. Tetsuya chose not to elaborate further, merely narrowing his eyes and maintaining a smile. Izuna, you have been resurrected for quite some time now. Do you not wish to return and see the current Uchiha clan, to witness the Konoha established by your brother and the Senju clan? Me? Upon hearing Tetsuya's words, a shadow fell over Izuna's gaze. Perhaps not. My connection to the current Uchiha clan is tenuous at best. Apart from the name, there is nothing else. As for Konoha, Izuna took a deep breath. That place, which plunged my brother into despair, I fear I might be unable to restrain myself from destroying it. Tetsuya remained silent, his squinted eyes rendering his thoughts inscrutable. As for Izuna's claim to destroy Konoha, he indeed possessed that capability. After being resurrected by Tetsuya, Izuna's body had returned to its peak state and continued to grow. Being a genius of the Uchiha clan, his learning ability was astounding. He had acquired a plethora of powerful ninjutsu from Tetsuya. With his kaleidoscope, should a battle arise, few in Konoha could hope to withstand him. While it might be an exaggeration to say he could raise Konoha, causing substantial damage was undoubtedly within his grasp. After all, when Uchiha Madara sought to annihilate Konoha, it was Hashirama who had repelled him. Though Izuna was not Madara, Konoha lacked a second Hashirama. I think I shall remain here to help you keep watch. Although the Chiba Grand Hotel's reputation in the Land of Fire ensures no one dares to cause trouble, as you often say, it's better to be safe than sorry. Very well, as long as you are content. By the way, Tetsuya, When can you resurrect my brother? Uchiha Madara, you mean? Tetsuya stroked his chin. It's still too early. Do not rush. Indeed, it was still premature, as Uchiha Madara was not yet dead. How could one resurrect someone who was still alive? Trust me, when the time is right, I will resurrect your brother. I believe you. I will return to pack my things. I should be back in a few days. Gambat. Tetsuya waved goodbye and turned to leave. Izuna watched Tetsuya's retreating figure, contemplating for a long while before returning to his prior spot, picking up his fishing rod to fish. After severing ties with his family, Izuna found this way of life quite agreeable. Of course, it would be even better if his brother were present. He resolved to assist Tetsuya in managing the business and to resurrect his brother as soon as possible. Back at the Chiba Grand Hotel, Tetsuya symbolically tidied a few items in preparation to return to Konoha. Setting aside other considerations, he had become a relatively wealthy merchant, as the Chiba Grand Hotel's reputation was quite significant in the Land of Fire. What was that saying? A rich man returning home in splendid attire is like a peacock strutting in the night. Please, sir. Outside the carriage, the coachman, who had been waiting for quite some time, gestured for him to enter. Gia stepped into the carriage, settling himself comfortably inside. As the rhythmic sound of hooves began to resonate, the two white horses slowly pulled away from the capital of the Land of Fire. Enjoyment. Now that he had wealth, it was time to learn the art of indulgence. Although with his current strength, he could have swiftly returned to Konoha on foot, he found the comfort of the carriage far superior. Alas, such a lavish lifestyle truly leads one to decadence. Reclining on the plush seat within the carriage, savoring exquisite pastries and sipping fine wine, Gia reveled in the experience, one he had never encountered even in his past life. Suddenly, he set down the wine jug, his half-closed eyes snapping wide open, the deep black of his pupils shifting to a striking red. Intriguingly, had he only been out for a mere half-day before someone could not contain themselves? He sensed a malevolent chakra approaching, clearly indicating that someone had come after him. Over the years, he had faced ill intentions from others, but while in the capital, he had fostered good relations with the nobility, who would not allow any harm to befall him on their territory. Thus, upon leaving the city, numerous bounty hunters would inevitably come seeking to strike it rich at his expense. Unfortunately for them, they would never even reach him. The moment they exhibited hostility, Izuna would sever their heads. This time, Izuna was not accompanying Gia, and it seemed that someone was already growing impatient just half a day after departing the capital. Whoosh! A shuriken pierced through the carriage, aimed directly at Gia's head. In the blink of an eye, another shuriken shot out from the opposite side of the carriage, embedding itself in a grand tree. Ah! The coachman gasped. The horses whinnied in fright at the sudden assault. Boss! The coachman exclaimed, but he quickly regained his composure, his eyes now glowing a fierce crimson. In an instant, he leapt from the carriage and fled, clearly uninterested in the conflict that had erupted. Gia emerged from the carriage, chasing after the direction in which the coachman had bolted. Well, now this is troublesome. I paid for this carriage, and if it gets damaged, it would be unfortunate. Stretching lazily, he called out, "What? Are you not coming out yet?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before he could finish, several whistling sounds pierced the air. 6 shurikens lunged at Gia's throat like venomous serpents. In response, he deftly sidestepped, the shurikens whizzing past without so much as grazing a hair on his neck. Still not planning to show yourself? With such trivial tricks, you won't be able to claim my head. The intelligence had been flawed. It was said that the owner of the Chiba Hotel was an ordinary person, protected by ninjas to evade bounty hunters. Yet now, it appeared he was anything but simple. A figure appeared atop the treetops, clad in a black vest and mask, his head wrapped tightly, revealing only a pair of green eyes. His arms bore evident stitch marks, as if his hands were crudely sewn together from fragments. Adorning his forehead was a metal forehead protector, etched with the symbol of the Takigakure, though it bore a slash across it, indicating his status as a rogue ninja. Recognizing the distinct emblem, Gia immediately identified the individual. "Oh, I thought someone had come to take my life, but it turns out to be you, the infamous bounty hunter, Kakuzu of Takigakure." Upon encountering Kakuzu, Gia felt no fear. Instead, excitement surged within him. Why? Because he greatly admired Kakuzu's talents, not for his gruesome ability to transform himself into a monster using the Earth Grudge Fear technique, but for his exceptional skills in accumulating wealth. What did Gia need most? Money. It could be said that he and Kakuzu were quite compatible. Chapter 37. Kakuzu. Damn those information brokers. They led me to ruin. Kakuzu's green eyes flickered with surprise. Oh, I didn't expect a wealthy merchant from the land of fire to know of me. Of course, for who could be unaware of the top bounty hunter Kakuzu? Jie regarded Kakuzu with calmness, even initiating casual conversation. I heard that you once took on the mission to assassinate the first Hokage of Konoha, only to lose your nerve and flee after tossing a shuriken from 800 miles away. Is that true? At this, Kakuzu was instantly engulfed in fury. What nonsense! Do you have any idea how far 800 miles is? I faced Senju Hashirama in battle. Well, you make a fair point. If you could throw a shuriken from 800 miles and hit your target, then no doubt, few could stand against you in a direct confrontation, Jie replied smoothly. Enough idle chatter, surrender and die, and you might spare yourself some pain while I can collect your head for a handsome reward. With that, Kakuzu sprang from the tree, charging toward Jie. He threw a punch, his fist detaching from his arm, connected only by dark threads, a manifestation of his Earth Grudge Fear technique. So this is what Earth Grudge Fear looks like. It appears quite revolting. Though he spoke disdainfully, Jie's curiosity regarding Kakuzu's technique was piqued. The extending fist, controlled by those thread-like appendages, aimed to catch him off guard and extend his reach for an attack. Kakuzu's physical prowess was commendable, but regrettably, all his movements were transparent to Jie. With effortless grace, he evaded, leaving Kakuzu unable to even brush against Jie's clothing. Such a clean and agile display. Indeed, the intelligence had been erroneous. Witnessing Jie effortlessly evade his assault, Kakuzu's gaze sharpened. He was now determined to return and extract the heart of the information broker who had misled him. After several exchanges of physical strikes, Kakuzu began to recognize Jie's movements as eerily familiar, as if he had encountered someone who wielded similar techniques before. Could it be the Uchiha clan's martial arts? How could this be? Wasn't this kid supposed to be from the Senju clan's subordinate family? Kakuzu was astonished but hesitated to confirm it. Yet Jie spoke again. Mr. Kakuzu, I believe there is no need for such hostilities. In truth, I admire you. What? Are you afraid of death? Planning to bribe me with money? Kakuzu retorted. I genuinely feel we need not resort to violence. Do you not appreciate wealth, Mr. Kakuzu? I believe we could profit together. Haha, how amusing. If I kill you, all your riches will be mine, and your head will fetch a hefty bounty. Enough of this nonsense. Prepare to die. Finding his martial skills ineffective against Jie, Kakuzu shifted his strategy to employ numbers. Regardless of Jie's martial prowess, he sensed no chakra fluctuations emanating from him. Lightning release, false darkness, completing the hand signs. Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear threads surged, manifesting a mask that resembled a mass of black seaweed. The mask unleashed a formidable torrent of lightning, surging toward Jie with astonishing speed. It seems I must teach you a lesson before you will listen to me, Jie sighed, yet excitement brimmed in his tone. Ever since the end of the Ninja Wars, he had not engaged in battle beyond his encounters with Izuna. Thus, meeting Kakuzu stirred a long-buried eagerness within him. Sealing technique, release. Jie decisively unsealed the chakra seal he had placed upon himself, and in the next moment, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted, enveloping him in a radiant blue glow, a manifestation of the chakra's explosive power. With his chakra liberated, he executed a swift body flicker technique, deftly evading Kakuzu's attack. What was this chakra? The information was erroneous. Damn those information brokers. I shall extract your heart and sever your head. Kakuzu was taken aback. The oppressive aura that accompanied Jie's chakra release gave him an illusion of confronting Senju Hashirama himself. Yet, amidst his astonishment, his desire to eliminate the informant intensified. Was this Chiba Jie merely an ordinary human? Nevertheless, years of accumulated battle experience told him he had no time to waste here. Rapidly forming hand seals, he summoned Water Release, Water Curtain Jutsu. Another mask emerged, from which a violent torrent of water was unleashed. Jie, inspired by the display, countered Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet technique. With his hand seals completed, a massive water dragon coiled around Jie, surging directly towards Kakuzu's water column. Splash! The clash sent waves of water scattering, enough to sever several large trees. Such formidable water release, Jie exclaimed, recognizing the power that rivaled the esteemed water release master, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. What? You wonder why a Hokage is renowned as a master of water release rather than a Mizukage? It's no jest. Even the Mizukage would not dare claim to be a master before the second Hokage. Wind release, pressure damage. Upon seeing his water release ineffective, Kakuzu swiftly retracted his two masks and switched to wind release. With the Earth Grudge Fear technique, he possessed 5 hearts, each capable of providing a different elemental chakra, allowing him to utilize 5 distinct ninjutsu. Kakuzu was, without a doubt, a master of the 5 elemental ninjutsu, having gained fame even before the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Alas, it was unfortunate for him that Jiye, though not abundant in resources, was exceptionally skilled in ninjutsu. After all, he had lost count of how many ninjutsu scrolls he had drawn over the years. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Jiye inhaled deeply and exhaled instantaneously, empowered by chakra. The force was astonishing. The vacuum great sphere collided with the pressure damage, resulting in a violent explosion that tore the ground asunder and toppled trees. I refused to be outdone. Kakuzu had not anticipated that Jiye, so young, had mastered 2 different elemental ninjutsu. However, the compatibility between wind release and water release was decent. As a master of 5 elemental ninjutsu with 5 hearts of different attributes, how could he possibly be bested by a youth? Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Once again, the fire release proved to be immensely powerful. Kakuzu gritted his teeth. At this juncture, he could not afford to falter. Wind release, pressure damage. Lightning release, false darkness. Water release, water curtain jutsu. The diverse elemental ninjutsu were unleashed in a continuous barrage. Wind bolstered fire's might. Fire borrowed wind's momentum. Lightning flowed with water. And water enhanced lightning's ferocity. Kakuzu, a ninja of long-standing renown, was truly formidable. Chapter 38. The Third Power. Susanoo. As Kakuzu unleashed a relentless stream of ninjutsu, Jiye found himself invigorated. Imitating him, he began to release various ninjutsu in a fierce exchange. Who claimed that battles between ninjas were mere games of strategy or assassination? Such notions were for the inexperienced. For beings endowed with chakra, the true essence lay in the clash of ninjutsu. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. Water release, water dragon wave bullet technique. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Lightning release, wind release. Jiye hurled ninjutsu as if they were without cost. Kakuzu was nearly rendered speechless. Damn it, who is this guy? He understood that his ability to release ninjutsu stemmed from possessing 5 hearts, enhanced by the Earth Grudge Fear technique. His chakra reserves far exceeded those of an ordinary ninja, yet Jiye appeared to possess even more chakra. If Jiye were aware of Kakuzu's current thoughts, he would likely be amused. The Earth Grudge Fear technique was no match for the chakra accumulated through years of drawing cards. Now, even in comparison to Hashirama, he felt confident in his chakra reserves. It seemed time to reveal his true prowess. Kakuzu realized that if he did not employ his ultimate technique, not only would he fail to claim Chiba Jiye's head for a reward, but he might not even return alive. Composite ninjutsu, spectacular explosive flames. Chakra surged wildly as 2 Earth Grudge Fear masks appeared, representing wind and fire. In the next moment, a tempest erupted, and flames burst forth. The storm merged with the inferno, transforming into a terrifying blaze that surged toward Jiye. Feeling the intense heat approaching, Jiye became serious. Come at me. You are indeed the infamous rogue ninja, Kakuzu. Quickly forming hand seals, he summoned water release, water dragon great bite. A resounding roar echoed as if a colossal dragon was bellowing. The water swirled, transforming into a dragon larger than the previous water dragon wave bullet, surging towards the flames. Boom. Hiss. Water and fire collided, producing a deafening sound. Simultaneously, the forest erupted with scalding steam, scorching the flora and fauna, and even the ground became saturated. At this moment, Kakuzu was drenched in cold sweat. The magnitude of this water release was akin to battling the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. This was utterly absurd. As the fierce winds blew away the white steam, Kakuzu once again spotted Jiye, who was forming hand seals once more. Realizing he could no longer hesitate, Kakuzu made a decision. Earth Grudge Fear, final shot. He raised his hands, and the tendrils of Earth Grudge Fear expanded rapidly, revealing 3 masks: wind, fire, and lightning. This was his most formidable attack, a fusion of 3 different elemental chakras. Are you unleashing your ultimate technique? Then I shall show you respect. In response, Jiye abandoned his hand seals, his black eyes transforming into a crimson hue. The blood-red pupils spun rapidly, coalescing into a unique pattern. The third power, Susanoo. A golden half-formed Susanoo rose majestically. In its grasp, it wielded a colossal katana, which it swung down directly toward Kakuzu. Kakuzu was rendered speechless. What the hell? You're Chiba Tetsuya, yet you possess the Sharingan? Where did you obtain Susanoo? Don't think I'm unaware, that belongs to the Uchiha clan. You bear the Chiba surname, a vassal of the Senju clan. If you claim your ancestors intermarried with the Senju, granting you their bloodline and allowing you to wield would release, I could understand. But what of the Sharingan and Susanoo? Trapped, Kakuzu felt his demise was imminent. As he beheld the massive golden blade descending toward him, he felt utterly powerless. With a single strike, the forest was cleaved open. Jie sheathed Susanoo and the Sharingan, making his way back to the spot where Kakuzu had previously sat. Aside from the vast gash left by the blade, nothing remained. As if Jie's strike had obliterated Kakuzu entirely. However, while Kakuzu could deceive those unfamiliar with him, he could not fool Jie. With the Earth Grudge Fear technique and 5 hearts, his demise was not so easily achieved. After all, in the future, upon joining the Akatsuki, Kakuzu and Haiden would be known as the Immortal Duo. Alright, come out, do not hide. Your skill in concealment is indeed remarkable, but it pales in comparison to the sharpness of my gaze. Tetsuya stamped his foot against the ground. As my mood is favorable today, I shall spare your life, but do not compel me to resort to lethal measures. Upon hearing Tetsuya's words, Kakuzu realized that continuing to hide was futile. From beneath the earth, a multitude of black lines began to emerge, the very embodiment of the Earth Grudge Fear. These lines coalesced, ultimately forming Kakuzu himself, who clutched his chest and gasped heavily. What do you truly desire? Kakuzu queried, his eyes rising in confusion to meet Tetsuya's. He had already acknowledged his defeat. This individual, although named Chiba, possessed a swirling vortex of chakra, the eyes of the Uchiha, and mastery over various elemental ninjutsu. He seemed to be a monstrous fusion of the strengths of several powerful factions within the ninja world. Tetsuya cast a sidelong glance at Kaku, a smile playing upon his lips. You have 2 hearts remaining, quite in line with my expectations. You left some leeway with that last strike. Otherwise, how could a Kaku, nearly depleted of chakra, withstand even a single blow from my Susanoo? Kakuzu, I find you quite admirable. Join me. I believe you have a fondness for wealth, and fortuitously, I too have a taste for riches. What? Kakuzu responded, somewhat bewildered. The man had come to assassinate him, and they had just battled fiercely. Now victorious, he was not demanding Kakuzu's secret techniques, nor inquiring who had contracted him to kill. Instead, he professed admiration. What was his intent? Tetsuya continued, Kaku, I am aware of your relentless pursuits across the ninja world, killing and undertaking missions merely for coin. But do you know the fastest and most stable way to amass wealth? Is it by laboring through missions like those ninjas from the villages? Or exchanging bounties at the underground black markets? No, it's none of those. It is through commerce, particularly dealings with the nobility. You should know that I own a hotel. Having garnered considerable wealth in the capital of the Land of Fire, my daily earnings amount to a staggering sum. However, do you realize that the money I earn is but a mere pittance to the affluent nobility? Kakuzu's eyes widened at Tetsuya's words. Chapter 39, Kakuzu. A life of wandering and striving among the trees, 2 figures settled at the roots of a grand tree. As Kakuzu listened intently to Tetsuya's grand plans for wealth. Let me enlighten you. Who possesses the greatest wealth in the ninja world? Is it the ninjas? The ninja villages? Neither. The true wealth lies with the nobles and feudal lords. Are the ninja villages truly formidable? Indeed, those ninjas are powerful, but in critical moments, they still rely on the funding from the daimyo's estate. As Tetsuya spoke, Kakuzu pondered deeply, occasionally nodding in agreement. Thus, ninjas do not amass great fortunes. However, engaging in commerce can yield immense profits, especially when dealing with the aristocracy. Tetsuya continued to paint vivid prospects for Kakuzu: market monopolies, capital accumulation, money power transactions, land production, financial market control, capital's grip on the ninja world. These concepts nearly thrilled Kakuzu to the point of ecstasy. Overwhelmed with excitement, Kakuzu rose and bowed deeply to Tetsuya. A life spent chasing wealth, believing oneself to be the most astute in financial matters. Today, upon meeting you, I realize I am but a frog in a well, gazing at the sky. Compared to you, I am as a firefly before the bright moon. Hearing your insights, my admiration for you flows like an unending river. Henceforth, I shall serve as your loyal aide, following your lead. Tetsuya chuckled at Kakuzu's words, surprised that this stoic figure could articulate so eloquently. Nevertheless, it was only natural. Even if Kakuzu was not a speaker, his lengthy existence and numerous encounters had imparted some wisdom. Ah, Kakuzu, do not speak in such formalities. You and I share a common passion, or rather, an ideal. We are kindred spirits. Shall we embark on this journey to wealth together? Kakuzu, recognizing the gravity of the offer, acquiesced respectfully. After having given Kakuzu a sound thrashing, Tetsuya had now presented him with something of interest. This dual approach ensured that Kakuzu would not hesitate to barter his life for Tetsuya's cause. Very well, from this moment on, we shall be friends and partners. There is no need for undue tension. Tetsuya patted Kakuzu's shoulder. In their previous confrontation, Kakuzu had lost 4 of his 5 hearts. He should first replenish his strength. Once restored, he could wait for Tetsuya at the Chiba Grand Hotel in the capital of the Land of Fire. Here, take this, Tetsuya said, producing a key from his pocket. This is the key to the Chiba Grand Hotel's entrance. It also serves as a token of trust. With this, you will not be troubled by those who remain there. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu recalled earlier intelligence indicating that Tetsuya was protected by a powerful ninja. After their earlier battle, he had assumed the intelligence was flawed, believing Tetsuya himself was the source of strength. Now, it appeared the intelligence was indeed accurate. The presence of such a powerful protector had deterred anyone from forcing Tetsuya into action, leading information brokers to perceive him as merely a sheltered individual. Considering the implications of aligning with Tetsuya, Kakuzu was astonished. With Tetsuya and at least one other formidable ninja by his side, he was privy to extraordinary resources. Furthermore, reflecting on Tetsuya's earlier words, Kakuzu felt a surge of excitement. This Chiba Tetsuya was orchestrating something grand, with both wealth and power at his disposal. Associating with him promised a smooth journey ahead. Yet, even with such prospects, Kakuzu was still inclined to extract the heart of the intelligence broker. Very well. I shall take my leave now and return to seek you at the Chiba Grand Hotel once I have regained my strength. Agreed. Until we meet again, Tetsuya replied, waving goodbye as Kakuzu vanished in a flash amidst the trees. Ah, splendid. Kakuzu's prowess, even in any age, would classify him as a formidable individual, let alone the present. Moreover, what truly stands out is not just his strength, but his acumen for wealth acquisition. Kakuzu's affinity for riches, coupled with my guidance, could lead to great fortune. Tetsuya couldn't help but smile as he contemplated the possibilities. In the ninja world, a rather feudal society, Kakuzu was poised to rise economically within this realm. Just as he indulged in these thoughts, a surge of chakra rippled through the air, prompting Tetsuya to react swiftly. It appeared that the ninjas from Konoha had taken notice of the commotion from the battle. He wondered if they had witnessed his Susanoo. Regardless, it was of little concern. He still had Izuna as a safeguard. Having saved Tobarama using Izuna's identity, he was confident that Tobarama had conveyed the information about Izuna's survival to the 3rd Hokage. With these thoughts, Tetsuya made his swift exit from the scene, leaving Izuna to bear the brunt of any fallout. Shortly after Tetsuya's departure, several Konoha ninjas wearing animal masks arrived. This must be the location, the leading masked ninja remarked, observing the remnants of the battle with trepidation. Such destruction could hardly be the work of an ordinary person, not to mention the golden giant they saw earlier. Investigate the site. Do not overlook any clues. Understood. The masked ninjas began their examination, meticulously searching for any traces left behind. Before long, a report reached the desk of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who meticulously scrutinized the intelligence, his brow furrowing with increasing concern. The golden giant, could it be the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan? Contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen drew deeply from his pipe, filling the Hokage's office with swirling smoke. Following their master's teachings, the Uchiha clan had always been a source of caution. Whether within the village or during missions, eyes were ever watchful of them. He was well aware of the Uchiha's movements in the village. Thus it could not be the Uchiha of Konoha. Memories of his mentor, Senju Tobarama, flooded back, about the powerful Uchiha, the resurrected Izuna, lurking somewhere in the ninja world, potentially poised to return to Konoha at any moment. Could it be that Izuna has returned? What should I do? He took another deep drag from his pipe, the smoke rising around him. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the door to the Hokage's office swung open. A one-eyed man entered. his chilling demeanor accentuated by a prominent cross-shaped scar on his chin. Monkey, there's trouble outside the village. Members of the Uchiha clan have recklessly left the village and engaged in combat with ninjas from other villages. Such actions are undoubtedly treasonous. We must punish this wicked Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's expression shifted. He had just received intelligence from the Umbu. How could Danzo Shimura be aware? Are there root members within the Umbu? Danzo, you certainly are something. Chapter 40. Sarutobi, I am Hokage. Danzo, you hesitate. Hiruzen. The Uchiha dare to leave the village and confront others, showing utter disregard for the village, and for you as Hokage. Danzo, your words are too grave. I have arranged for Umbu to keep watch on the Uchiha. They have not left the village, and those outside may not necessarily be Uchiha. Seeing his old friend speak up for the inherently malevolent Uchiha, Danzo's expression darkened. Hiruzen, what do you mean not necessarily? They are inherently evil Uchiha. Who knows what means they use to evade your surveillance? It's not as dire as you claim. The Uchiha are part of the village. Do they even recognize themselves as part of the village? In my view, this battle outside is undoubtedly the Uchiha using Konoha's name to provoke hostility with other villages, which could incite an attack on Konoha, providing them an opportunity to rebel. We must take decisive action against the Uchiha to prevent this. Danzo, you've gone too far. Monkey, have you forgotten what our master said? The Uchiha are an inherently evil clan. Have you forgotten about Kagami? He died to save you. Mentioning Uchiha Kagami caused a sharp pain in Danzo's right eye. Hiruzen, if you do not suppress the Uchiha today, you will regret it in the future. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. With a resounding slam, Danzo stormed out, leaving Hiruzen alone in the Hokage's office. With a furrowed brow, Hiruzen reignited his pipe and began to smoke once more. Containing the Uchiha had been the policy set forth by his teacher, Senju Tobarama, and he wished to adhere to it. However, the current situation was exceptionally precarious, with the Uchiha restless and the ever-looming presence of the resurrected Izuna. His master had advised him to maintain balance, not to push the Uchiha too hard, yet his friend Danzo sought every opportunity to oppress them. Exhaling slowly, Hiruzen felt an inexplicable weariness. Though still in his prime, he appeared aged. Izuna Uchiha, why do you return from the dead? Meanwhile, in a different part of Konoha, Tetsuya leisurely returned to his residence. He had long since disposed of his old, dilapidated home and, with his business flourishing, had acquired a standalone mansion in Konoha. Now a prosperous merchant, he felt he deserved no less than comfort. Master, I heard you've returned. We've come to see you. A familiar voice called from outside, followed by a knock on the door. Coming. Upon opening the door, Tetsuya was momentarily taken aback by the youthful visage of his visitor. Master? Handata, perplexed, scrutinized Tetsuya. Are you the master's child? It was only natural for Handata to be bewildered. The man before him bore an uncanny resemblance to his memories of Tetsuya. Yet he appeared eternally youthful, stuck in his teenage years despite Tetsuya being older than him. Tetsuya, noticing Handata's transformation into a middle-aged man, felt a pang of nostalgia. How swiftly time had passed. The once timid boy who followed him to learn the art of ramen had now grown into a man nearing 50. Meanwhile, due to the influence of the immortal goddess body, Tetsuya remained eternally youthful. Ah, you must be Handata, my elder brother. I've heard tales of you from my father. I am Chiba Ryo. Please, come in. Chiba Ryo, you truly are the master's child. You look just like him in his youth. Handata laughed heartily, clapping the shoulder of the 11 or 12-year-old boy beside him. Yashinari, quickly greet your uncle. The boy, wide-eyed, respectfully addressed Tetsuya as uncle. Despite Handata being only a year younger than Tetsuya, the bond of mentorship remained strong, and thus, Handata's son addressed Tetsuya accordingly. Let us not linger outside. Please, come in. After inviting them inside, Tetsuya served tea. Handata was filled with emotion. He never expected his master's child to be so grown, older than his own children. It was likely, given the master's success in the capital, that he had married long ago. When Yashinari was born, Tetsuya recalled that his master was still unmarried. Perhaps he had wed long before. As lunchtime arrived, Tetsuya prepared a feast for Handata and his son. While Handata expressed his admiration for Ryo's talents, he inquired about the master and his wife. Tetsuya could only fabricate a tale of their well-being in the capital, explaining that they preferred not to travel extensively at their age, which was why he ventured alone to Konoha to revisit his childhood home. Handata agreed, acknowledging his own aversion to long journeys at his age. They shared a meal, reminiscing about the passage of time and the inevitability of aging. Tetsuya felt a similar sense of nostalgia. After bidding farewell to Handata and his son, Tetsuya felt restless. He strolled alone through the streets of Konoha. In the capital, his time had been consumed by fishing in the mountains or pursuing wealth, leaving him little reflection on the passage of time. But upon returning to Konoha, he realized just how long it had been. The streets had transformed. The once lowly houses had been replaced by taller, grander structures, and the roads were now broader and more pristine. In retrospect, it seems that during his prime, Sarutobi Hiruzen's governance of Konoha was quite commendable. "Hey, Tetsuya." Upon hearing a familiar call, Tetsuya turned around to find a seasoned ninja with a head of white hair and a face marked by the passage of time. "Huh, Tetsuya, how is it that you still look so youthful?" Sakuya approached briskly, his curiosity piqued as he scrutinized Tetsuya. Gazing at the man before him, Tetsuya felt a mixture of emotions. The once spirited Kakashi Sakuya had transformed into a man bearing the weight of years. While he longed to jest, "Hey Sakuya, how have you aged so?" he refrained from such candor and merely smiled politely. "Greetings, sir. I am Chiba Ryo. Do you know my father?" Chapter 41. News of the second great ninja war. The resemblance between this man and the Tetsuya of old was striking. Were it not for the complete absence of chakra emanating from him, he might have mistaken him for Tetsuya himself. Considering that he had taught Tetsuya the shadow clone technique after the latter mastered chakra. "You are the son of that fellow Tetsuya?" Tetsuya nodded, accepting his identity. "What a pity. I regarded him as a brother, yet he didn't even inform me of his marriage. I had no idea he had a child of such age." Sakuya's expression was a mix of envy and irritation. They had vowed to remain bachelors together, yet here was Tetsuya with a child who had grown so much. A true breach of trust. "Your name is Ryo, correct?" "Yes, I am Chiba Ryo." Sakuya's eyes lit up as he noted Ryo's white hair and J-nin vest. "Oh, I see. You are indeed Kakashi Sakuya's esteemed predecessor. My father has spoken highly of you as a remarkable ninja. I must admit, you appear older than I had envisioned." Sakuya erupted in laughter. "Ha, that is only natural, for I am several years your father's senior. How is that fellow Tetsuya? It has been many years since we last met. He is well, though he has grown weary with age and prefers not to travel much. Thus, I am the only one who has returned to Konoha this time. That fellow truly has changed," Sakuya mused. "In our youth, we traversed the land of fire together to establish a branch. Who would have thought he would become so lethargic that he could not even return to Konoha? Business has kept my father occupied with banquets and social engagements. His health is not what it once was. Unlike you, Sakuya-senpai, who remains vigorous." You have a way with words, young one." Sakuya chuckled heartily. "However, I too am not as spry as I once was. After a couple more years, I plan to retire, return home, enjoy tea, and perhaps tend to my garden. Who knows, I may have time to visit the capital for a drink with Tetsuya." "That sounds delightful. I am certain my father would be thrilled to welcome you, Sakuya-senpai. Is that so? Then do inform him to await my arrival." At that moment, several young ninjas rushed towards Sakuya, seemingly ch-nin. "Well, Ryo, I can no longer chat. As you can see, I am due for a mission." Tetsuya observed the J-nin leading the ch-nin and felt a surge of curiosity. "Is this a team mission, Sakuya-senpai?" Sakuya smiled proudly. "Incorrect, young Ryo. This is a classified mission. The borders of the Land of Fire have become increasingly volatile in recent years. According to the ninja code, I cannot divulge more. Farewell." With that, Kakashi Sakuya waved goodbye to Tetsuya and led his team toward the village entrance. Tetsuya pondered as he watched them depart. Is the border of the Land of Fire beginning to destabilize? 20 years of peace is nearing its end. This suggests that the second great ninja war is about to commence, and the martial factions of various villages are beginning to rise. With such thoughts, Tetsuya turned to head back. It seemed he had returned too early. The kidnapping of Little Pepper occurred after the Second Great War. As the prospect of the impending war loomed, he wondered if there was something he could strategize in this situation. After several days in Konoha, Tetsuya had kept a low profile. Apart from the occasional encounter with Sakuya, few were aware of his presence. To Tetsuya, there was little in Konoha that piqued his interest. Kakashi Shikamo was merely Sakuya's brother to him, and their relationship was far from close. The legendary Sannin were merely former clients, with little depth to their connections. Amongst them, the only one he had a somewhat closer relationship with was Orochimaru. Yet, if Orochimaru were to see him now, he might wish to dissect him for research. After all, Orochimaru had always pursued the secrets of life, and witnessing Tetsuya's ageless form would surely provoke a profound reaction. It was time to return. Kakuzu had likely been waiting for several days. After gathering his belongings, Tetsuya prepared to leave Konoha. "Sir, the carriage is ready," called the coachman from outside, as a carriage awaited on the street. Indeed, it was quite impressive to travel by carriage in Konoha during this era. After all, few could afford such luxury, and hiring one was no small expense. Typically, only those from prominent ninja clans would indulge in such transport. As the carriage rolled down the street, it attracted considerable attention. "Teacher, look, a carriage. A carriage pulled by 2 horses. Which ninja clan does this belong to?" A 10-year-old boy tugged at his teacher, whose complexion appeared somewhat pale, pointing at the slowly departing carriage. Orochimaru stroked the boy's head and replied, "It doesn't seem likely. There are no clan insignias on the carriage. It must belong to some wealthy merchant." Speaking of wealthy merchants, Orochimaru recalled a familiar proprietor. He remembered the days when he was still training under his teacher, and after long hours of arduous training, his greatest joy was to savor a bowl of ramen from the Chiba proprietor. Unlike other merchants, Chiba was innovative, and experiencing the new flavors he developed was one of Orochimaru's greatest delights. As if sensing a connection, Tetsuya drew back the curtain of the carriage and gazed outside. Simultaneously, Orochimaru caught sight of the familiar face peering through the carriage window. In an instant, Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? After all these years, how is it that the Chiba proprietor appears unchanged, as if he has remained in his youth? Could this be a descendant and not the original Chiba? At that moment, Tetsuya recognized Orochimaru and the boy beside him. Is that Orochimaru? He has grown, yet does not seem as dark as portrayed in the anime. Who is that young lad? Given their closeness, could this be Orochimaru's disciple, Tsunade's brother, Rope Tree? It appeared likely. Orochimaru regarded Tetsuya, who smiled and nodded before drawing the curtain shut. "It is him. It must be the Chiba proprietor. He recognized me. But how has he not aged over the years? Teacher, what troubles you?" Rope Tree's inquiry brought Orochimaru back to reality. "Ah, nothing. I merely spotted an acquaintance," he replied with a smile, though his gaze remained fixed on the vanishing carriage. Chapter 42. I am a businessman. Fighting and killing are quite dull in the capital of the Land of Fire. At the Chinya Grand Hotel, I have returned. Did you miss me? Upon entering the tea room on the 2nd floor of the hotel, Tetsuya flung open the door, laughing heartily as he greeted everyone. Sitting at the tea table, Izuna did not even glance up, while Kakuzu, seated nearby, was engrossed in reviewing the accounts. Upon hearing Tetsuya's voice, Kakuzu excitedly rose to his feet. "Boss, you're back." His hands trembled uncontrollably as he held the ledger. Observing this scene, Izuna couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking that one might mistake him for Hyuga Izuna. "Where did you find such a peculiar character?" He is utterly obsessed with money, immediately wanting to peruse the accounts. If it weren't for the key in his hand, one might think he was looking for trouble. When Kakuzu arrived at the Chinya Grand Hotel, Izuna initially suspected he was a thief and promptly restrained him with his Sharingan. However, upon further inquiry, it became clear that he was recruited by Tetsuya and indeed possessed a key. When Izuna asked why he chose to come at such a late hour, Kakuzu simply replied that he was accustomed to it. After all, he was Uchiha Izuna, not his brother Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, Kakuzu would have already been reduced to ash by now. "Hey, I met Kakuzu on my way back to Konoha. He intended to exchange my head for a bounty, but upon recognizing his talents, I decided to recruit him," Tetsuya explained. "Thank you, boss, for your recognition," Kakuzu replied, feeling no shame but rather pride in being acknowledged by Tetsuya. After reviewing the accounts, he realized how lucrative it could be. A single meal could equate to the payment for an entire mission. Undertaking a mission could risk losing a heart or two, but here, he merely needed to wait for the money to flow in. If Tetsuya knew what Kakuzu was pondering, he would simply affirm that this was entirely normal. The life of the wealthy is beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. The cost of a single meal could sustain someone for a lifetime. By the way, how did you return so quickly? Have you already seen all the entertainment you desired? Tetsuya inquired as he settled down and poured himself a cup of tea. "No, I returned too early. The excitement has yet to unfold," Kakuzu replied. "Has the Yunin village called off their operations?" Tetsuya asked. "They merely considered it. No formal action has been taken yet. It seems they are still gathering intelligence. After all, Konoha is currently the strongest among the 5 great shinobi villages. Acting rashly against Konoha could invite retaliation, Kakuzu explained. After the war, Konoha was the least affected village. While other villages lost their second Hokage, Konoha remained intact. Thanks to the survival of Senju Tobarama, Konoha managed to extract considerable benefits from the defeated villages to offset the war's toll, stabilizing the village's development. Presently, Konoha stands as the most powerful and militarily capable among the 5 great shinobi villages, further enhanced by its prosperous location in the Land of Fire. However, this prosperity has also drawn envy and covetousness from other shinobi villages. Nevertheless, my visit to Konoha was not without gains. I acquired some rather explosive news. What news? Izuna inquired with curiosity, having spent his recent days either assisting Tetsuya with his business or leading a rather mundane existence. As a proud Uchiha and a formidable shinobi, he found such a life somewhat tiresome. Tetsuya smiled broadly. It appears that a new shinobi world war is imminent. I predict that within 3 years, the shinobi world will be engulfed in bloodshed once more. Upon hearing the mention of a shinobi world war, both Izuna and Kakuzu's expressions shifted. Kakuzu grew serious, having witnessed the brutality of the first shinobi world war, while Izuna felt a surge of excitement. Though not as fanatical about battle as his brother, Uchiha Madara, he still harbored an intrinsic desire for combat. Having experienced the chaos of the Warring States period, he was curious about how the current village-based conflicts differed from those of his time. A shinobi world war, you say? How intriguing. Should we participate? In what capacity? Should we align with a faction or stand alone against the 5 great shinobi villages? Tetsuya and Kakuzu exchanged glances, both regarding Uchiha Izuna. Kakuzu wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on how this was indeed the brother of Uchiha Madara, a true madman in his own right. Tetsuya slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Who are you really? How dare you attempt to seize control of Izuna? Speak the truth." Seeing Tetsuya's fervor, Kakuzu was momentarily convinced that Izuna had indeed been possessed by someone. However, Izuna merely rolled his eyes and gestured with a middle finger, a gesture learned from Tetsuya over the years. "Phew, you nearly gave me a fright. I thought Uchiha Izuna had been taken over. The 3 of us participating in the shinobi war against the 5 great shinobi villages? Do you think you are your brother, Uchiha Madara, while I am Senju Hashirama? What a joke. I have no desire to confront the entire shinobi world." Kakuzu nodded in agreement, not wishing to accompany the Chinya boss into certain death right after joining him. "What do you mean, then?" Izuna asked curiously. This fellow had just exuberantly mentioned the impending shinobi world war. Was he not seeking to make a name for himself amidst the conflict? Tetsuya chuckled. "We are businessmen. Fighting and killing are rather mundane pursuits. What I desire is to leverage the war and strike a lucrative deal." He extended his right hand, rubbing his thumb against his index and middle fingers. Kakuzu's eyes lit up. "Boss, you are indeed wise. What other business besides dealing with the affluent can yield quick and substantial profits? Surely, war profiteering is the answer." Let us keep things low-key," Tetsuya replied, waving his hand dismissively. "The pressing question is how we can exploit our advanced knowledge of the impending war to amass wealth." Kakuzu clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Boss, I have a plan." "Oh, you have a plan? Pray, enlighten us," Tetsuya responded, intrigued. "Stockpiling food. When war breaks out, food prices will soar rapidly. If we accumulate a sufficient supply, once the conflict begins, we won't just possess food, we'll possess gold." Chapter 43. The Scent of Gunpowder? Not just the aroma of wealth. Tetsuya nodded in agreement. Indeed, stockpiling food is an excellent strategy, and as hotel operators, we can manage even large-scale storage without issue. Seeing Tetsuya's approval, Kakuzu began calculating how much food to stockpile and how many granaries to construct. Truly, Kakuzu's enthusiasm for profit was unmatched. "However, I believe there is another avenue worth exploring alongside food stockpiling," Tetsuya proposed. "What avenue?" Kakuzu inquired, curious about what else could be profitable before the war arrived. "Izuna, how did you fare with the task I assigned you earlier? Is it necessary to ask? I am Uchiha Izuna, and this is what you requested." Although Izuna's character is considered one of the more amiable among the Uchiha clan, that distinctive pride is inherently etched within their very bones. As he spoke, he retrieved several documents from a drawer of the nearby cabinet. These included the land deed for the largest blacksmith shop in the capital, as well as the transfer documents for several blacksmith shops in neighboring cities and a contract for cooperation with the iron mines of the Land of Fire. One by one, the contracts were laid out on the table, and Kakuzu, who possessed a keen sensitivity to financial matters, immediately sensed the underlying issue. "Boss, are you planning to hoard iron ore?" Zetsu grinned. "Indeed, that is my intention." "Oh, I see. I was puzzled as to why you wanted me to acquire blacksmith shops. I thought you were looking to shift to selling agricultural tools." Izuna suddenly realized that while he had contemplated many things when he received Zetsu's task, he had not considered that a war was impending in the ninja world, nor had he thought about stockpiling resources. However, upon further reflection, it became clear to him that Zetsu's strategy was to hoard iron ore, using the acquisition of blacksmith shops merely as a cover. Brilliant, simply brilliant, Kakuzu mused. Once major ninja villages expressed an intention to wage war, they would inevitably ramp up the production of ninja tools. While it was true that the finest ninja tools required not only refined iron, but also some rare ores, the majority of the tools utilized by ninjas, such as shurikens and kunai, primarily relied on refined iron. As the production of ninja tools surged, the demand for iron ore would escalate. The more dire the circumstances within the ninja world, the higher the demand for iron ore would become, thereby increasing its value. With the iron ore they had stockpiled, they could potentially reap substantial profits. Indeed, if the opportunity arises, we could corner the market on iron ore, dictating both its sale and purchase prices. Zetsu laughed heartily. Kakuzu joined in the laughter. "Ha ha ha. This is what you referred to as capital monopoly, correct?" "Precisely," Zetsu replied, turning to Kakuzu. "I have a task for you." "Boss, just say the word, and I will give it my all." "Excellent." Zetsu produced a banknote, the figure inscribed upon it making Kakuzu's heart race. "After all these years navigating the ninja world, you must have established numerous channels. I need you to stockpile iron ore from other nations as much as possible." Kakuzu solemnly nodded as he received the banknote. "Understood. If we are to engage in monopoly, merely relying on the Land of Fire will not suffice. We must expand our scope. Even if we cannot monopolize the market, we should hoard the vast majority of circulating ore." Zetsu could already envision the skyrocketing prices of iron ore when the major ninja villages began frantically crafting ninja tools in anticipation of war. As for any potential retaliation from the ninja villages, he scoffed at the notion. Why should he fear such trivial matters? Both he and Izuna, not to mention Kakuzu's own strength, far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. Furthermore, his dealings with the feudal lord of the Land of Fire over the years had certainly not been in vain. Very well. The plan is set. Kakuzu will gather iron ore from beyond the borders of the Land of Fire. I will engage with the feudal lord to ensure that the iron ore mined in our territory is prioritized for us. And Izuna, you shall oversee the stockpiling of food. Rising to his feet, Zetsu addressed them. Once the ninja war erupts, we will amass unprecedented wealth. Are you prepared for riches? I am ready, Kakuzu exclaimed excitedly, as if he could already see mountains of gold beckoning to him. Meanwhile, Izuna pondered, once this venture concludes, will I be able to resurrect my brother? Time flew by, and according to their plan, Zetsu successfully acquired a substantial quantity of iron ore from the Land of Fire, while Kakuzu diligently transported an unending stream of sealing scrolls from other nations, each filled with mountains of iron ore and refined iron. Simultaneously, the Chiba Grand Hotel was undergoing expansion. Under the guise of renovation, granaries were constructed, and vast quantities of grain were stored within. Not just the Chiba Grand Hotel in the capital, but also the Chiba Ramen, Chiba Fried Chicken, and Chiba Milk Tea establishments that Zetsu had opened in various bustling cities of the Land of Fire began stockpiling food, all in preparation for the impending Second Ninja World War. As time passed, the disparities between nations grew increasingly pronounced, and the internal conflicts within the major ninja villages intensified with their development. The martial factions within the villages began to rise. When a nation's growth fails to meet internal demands, what choices remain? Two options arise: either enhance domestic productivity to meet demand, or initiate external warfare to plunder resources to satisfy internal needs. Clearly, for the ninjas of the villages, their choice was singular: to wage war externally, thereby alleviating internal strife. In the 34th year of Konoha, tensions between the major nations escalated, and the specter of war began to loom over the ninja world. In the 35th year, a conflict erupted between a squad of Konoha ninjas and a squad from the Land of Earth, resulting in a violent confrontation during which Zetsu's old friend, Tsukumo Hitaki, perished. The death of Tsukumo exacerbated the tensions between the ninja villages, leading to an increased deployment of ninjas to the borders of the Land of Fire, including Orochimaru. As events unfolded, the entire ninja world was aware that a new round of war was imminent. In an instant, grain prices surged, multiplying several times over. Concurrently, the major ninja villages commenced an arms race, ramping up the production of ninja tools in preparation for the impending conflict, causing iron prices to soar. Upon hearing this news, Kakuzu was overjoyed. Chapter 44. Izuna, the innately malevolent Tobirama Senju boss. Boss, we have struck it rich, beyond our wildest dreams. Kakuzu burst through the tea room door, exuberantly gesticulating. Within the tea room, Zetsu and Izuna remained composed, sipping their tea. Kakuzu, maintain your composure. We must learn to remain calm as long as the ninja world has yet to crumble. Do you understand? I understand, boss. I was simply too excited. Kakuzu took several deep breaths, striving to regain his composure. Indeed, choosing to follow Zetsu had proven to be the wisest decision of his life. Just from this venture, the profits from stockpiling food and iron ore were likely to surpass anything he could have earned from his own missions. Come, sit down and enjoy some tea. Zetsu poured a cup for Kakuzu. After taking a sip, Kakuzu remarked, Boss, several parties have approached us, expressing a desire to purchase iron ore. They are willing to pay 30% more. How many parties? Kakuzu pondered for a moment. 4 parties in total, representatives from all the major ninja villages have come. Except for the Mist Village. Boss, should I organize an auction to invite them for bidding? It must be acknowledged that when it comes to financial matters, Kakuzu's mind was exceptionally agile. Even with the impending outbreak of war, he was considering how to profit from the 4 major ninja villages through an auction. Zetsu shook his head. No, that would be excessive and could lead to complications. Shall we sell at their offered prices then? That won't do. Instead, inform them to add an additional 5%. Understood. Kakuzu nodded. Even that modest increase would still amount to a significant sum given their current stock. By the way, remember to distribute the goods evenly among these 4 parties. Do not sell exclusively to one or shortchange another. Do you understand? I understand, he replied. And then Kakuzu left with a spring in his step. Shernai inquired, why must we sell similar goods to all 4? Is it not permissible to sell exclusively to one? Zetsu chuckled. This is what we call balance. Given our current iron ore reserves and the prevailing market prices, no single entity can consume all the iron we possess. Furthermore, should there be someone capable of absorbing all our stock, consider the sheer number of weapons that could be forged. Such an arsenal would undoubtedly influence the course of war. I do not wish to see one side gain an overwhelming advantage. The longer they fight, the more profit we can accrue, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Zetsu's words, Shernai could not help but be taken aback. You truly are a formidable figure. The great ninja war has cost countless lives, and yet, for you, it has merely become a business opportunity. If they were to learn of this, they might come after you with reckless abandon. But that assertion is misguided. Am I the one who instigated the war? Zetsu spread his hands and shrugged. No, they initiated it themselves. I too desire peace in the ninja world. It would allow me to conduct my business more effectively. Yet, they are unwilling, choosing instead to wage war. I merely seized the opportunity to profit modestly from this conflict. After all, what merchant does not seek to earn? Shernai fell silent, sipping his tea. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. There is something you may not wish to hear. I cannot resurrect Uchiha Madara at this time. Upon hearing this, Shernai furrowed his brow. My ability to resurrect is limited by a specific order. I can only revive individuals in a designated sequence. Then who are you able to resurrect now? Zetsu grinned. A familiar face to you, Senju Tobirama. That inherently malevolent Senju Tobirama. How could it possibly be him? The mention of his name ignited a furious fire within Shernai. That detestable white-haired figure had not only betrayed him, but had also caused his demise. This was a true vendetta. Why him? Can't you resurrect someone else first? Zetsu shrugged. I cannot. This is precisely why I refrained from reviving a second individual despite having sufficient funds. Once I resurrect Senju Tobirama, he is likely to return to Konoha and assist in its development. Uchiha Shernai clenched his fists, pacing back and forth. What if we were to resurrect him and then join forces to eliminate him? Zetsu could only chuckle at the absurdity of the idea. Reviving him only to kill him later? That is unlikely to work. You are my resurrected subjects. As long as I remain alive, you will not perish. He refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought, that, with his godly immortality, he was theoretically indestructible. Then, what if we sealed him away? Perhaps we should wait until the Great Ninja War concludes before discussing this further. Very well. Shernai sighed. Sealing him may not be feasible, with his innate malevolence. It is doubtful any seal could contain him. Though I hate to admit it, he possesses a superior intellect compared to ordinary individuals. Given sufficient time, who knows what techniques he might develop? After all, he was capable of creating the treacherous flying thunder god technique. Zetsu smiled, clearly amused by Shernai's disdain for Tobarama. I wonder how he would react if he learned that I saved Tobarama's life using his name. After some contemplation, Zetsu decided it best not to disclose that information. As tensions in the ninja world escalated, especially with the availability of vast amounts of iron, ore, and food supplies, various ninja villages significantly increased their contributions to the front lines. With ample resources for provisions and equipment, they could not afford to lag behind while others intensified their efforts. However, they likely failed to realize that they were not the only ones acquiring food and iron. They certainly did not suspect that all their purchases stemmed from a single source. The wealth of the 4 great ninja villages flowed simultaneously into the hands of one individual, leaving Kakuzu nearly in stitches from laughter. Boss, we've struck gold. All the money from the 4 ninja villages is now in our possession. I could scarcely have dreamed of this. Kakuzu placed the sealed scroll on the table, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Zetsu chuckled, inspecting the scroll, which contained nothing but riches. Even he felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing such wealth. After setting the scroll down, he cautiously asked, "Well done, but you didn't leave any traces that could lead them back to us, did you?" "Rest assured, boss. They will never discover that the one selling them goods is the same person." Kakuzu flashed a mischievous grin. Chapter 45. Kakuzu. Boss, shall we conquer the land of rain? Excellent. Kakuzu, I knew I could count on you. Zetsu nodded approvingly and tossed a key to Kakuzu. This is the key to the vault. From now on, you may retrieve funds as needed. Just keep a record of your withdrawals. Receiving the key, Kakuzu was momentarily dumbfounded, stunned by the trust Zetsu had placed in him. The sensation was exhilarating. "Thank you for your trust, boss," he exclaimed, kneeling in gratitude. "Ah, no need for that. From the start, I have considered you a partner, not a subordinate." "Rise," Zetsu urged, helping him to his feet. Kakuzu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Boss, I would gladly dedicate my life to you, serving you with utmost loyalty. A man dies for those who understand him. A woman adorns herself for those who appreciate her." Kakuzu had previously thought that sharing profits was generous enough. Yet Zetsu had entrusted him with the key to the vault. For someone so obsessed with wealth, this was a remarkable sign of esteem. "Now, I do not wish for you to die. I want you to live. There will be many more opportunities for us to profit." "You are correct, boss. I shall live well and earn even more," Kakuzu replied, his eyes sparkling with ambition. Seeing Kakuzu's enthusiasm, Zetsu felt satisfied. The reason he dared to hand over the vault key was simple. Kakuzu was a miser, an extreme hoarder. His greatest passion was earning money. But he was not one to spend it frivolously. Handing him the vault key meant he would likely safeguard it, but he would never squander their fortune. "Kakuzu, during your time out in the world, you must have gathered insights into the current state of affairs. How has the war between the nations progressed?" Kakuzu pondered for a moment before responding. "The situation is quite tense, with skirmishes occurring frequently. It must be said that Konoha, as the greatest victor of the first Great Ninja War, has indeed become formidable over the years, now engaging on 3 fronts. However, the other major ninja villages are not to be underestimated. We find ourselves in a stalemate, uncertain which side will break the balance first." Suddenly, Kakuzu's eyes lit up with a thought. "Boss, I recall a rather intriguing piece of intelligence." "What intelligence could elicit such a reaction?" Zetsu inquired, intrigued. Kakuzu replied, "Just 2 days before my return, on the front lines of the battlefield, Ju, the direct grandson of the first Hokage of Konohagakure, met his demise. Killed by an explosive tag. Can you believe it? The grandson of the first Hokage, a 12-year-old prodigy, perished in such a manner. It seems that the Senju family is indeed declining with each generation, or perhaps the emergence of Hashirama and Tobarama was merely a stroke of fortune." Reflecting on this, he shook his head with a hint of melancholy. How formidable was Senju Hashirama? He was a youthful hero of his time. Yet, how could it be that his grandson fell victim to an explosive tag? Can such a thing truly claim lives? Ju is gone. Tetsuya recalled the day he departed from Konoha, remembering the sight of Orochimaru alongside Ju, and shook his head, recognizing the hand of fate at play. Life is indeed fragile. However, he reassured himself, he would never face such an end. Not to mention explosive tags. Even mutual detonations could not bring about his demise. Upon hearing the name Senju, Izuna, who had been quietly sipping tea, raised his head. The grandson of Senju Hashirama? Indeed. It seems there is but one grandson and one granddaughter, the latter being one of the disciples of the third Hokage, currently engaged in conflict on another battlefield. Humph. Serves him right, Izuna scoffed. Neither my brother nor I have left a bloodline legacy, yet this inherently malevolent Senju has a grandson. Ju's death, irrespective of the cause, is bound to incite public outrage in Konoha, and the offensive from their side will likely intensify. Indeed, Akatsuki nodded in agreement. Before my return, I had already witnessed Konoha reinforcing the front lines with a substantial number of ninjas. It is said that Jiraiya, the disciple of the third Hokage, has been retrieved and dispatched to the battlefield. If all goes as expected, the three most esteemed disciples of the third Hokage will gather at the front, and the intensity of the war will only escalate. Let them fight. Let them fight. No matter how fierce the flames of war, they shall never reach the capital. Tetsuya remarked after taking a sip of tea. How about the situation in the Rain Village? Have we made contact? Yes, indeed. As expected of the boss. Everything aligns with your thoughts. Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Village, is willing to purchase the weapons we forge. They intend to involve themselves. Quite normal. Upon hearing that Hanzo was interested in their equipment, Tetsuya's face lit up with satisfaction. He was an ambitious individual, yearning to become the leader of the 6th Great Ninja Village. Moreover, the 5 great nations have turned the land of Rain into a battlefield, displacing its citizens and causing significant casualties. Not only Hanzo, but any leader of the Rain Village with a semblance of valor would choose to take action. However, no matter how hard Hanzo struggles, he cannot change the course of events. Izuna nodded in agreement. Given the geographical position of the Rain Village, it serves as a natural battleground during times of war among the 3 great nations and acts as a buffer zone during peacetime. To alter this reality, it would require a figure capable of overpowering the 3 great nations. As she spoke, Izuna regarded Tetsuya with an inquisitive gaze. In her view, aside from her brother Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Tetsuya Chiba could also accomplish this feat. Tetsuya, undeterred by Izuna's gaze, unfurled a map on the coffee table. Nonetheless, returning to the point, if managed properly, the Rain Village's location could foster rapid development. A small nation connecting 3 great nations and 3 smaller ones, adjacent to 6 countries. It could easily establish trade routes, becoming a transportation hub connecting various nations and a center for mutual trade. By facilitating commerce, the land of Rain could thrive economically, merely by collecting tariffs and trade taxes. Akatsuki scrutinized the idea and found it plausible. The 3 great nations each have their own specialties and demands. By acting as intermediaries, they could procure goods from various countries and resell them to those in need, thus profiting without any significant effort. As this thought crossed his mind, Akatsuki's eyes sparkled with excitement. Boss, let us conquer the land of Rain. Chapter 46. Dog, you truly know how to play. Upon hearing Akatsuki's words, Tetsuya couldn't help but cough a couple of times. Do you even realize what you're proposing? Conquering the land of Rain? Just the 3 of us? Indeed. I believe that with the boss's strength, coupled with my assistance and Izuna's, eliminating Hanzo and taking over the Rain Village would not pose a problem. To rule a nation? Izuna pondered carefully. It did not seem entirely implausible. Back during the Warring States period, when various ninja clans were embroiled in conflict, she had contemplated leveraging the Uchiha clan's extraordinary power to conquer a nation. Based on her assessment, with her brother's strength and her own support, it should be feasible. However, her brother was ultimately swayed by that despicable Senju Hashirama, who, despite having the power to conquer a nation, chose instead to establish some sort of ninja village, a truly laughable decision. Yet, reflecting on this now holds no significance. She had perished before the village was founded. Shortly after the establishment of the village, her brother had also met his end. Hey, you two are not being serious, are you? Tetsuya exclaimed, face-palming at their reactions. Don't drag me into this. Matters are not so straightforward. The war is still ongoing. With ninjas from the 3 great nations converging in the land of Rain, and with Hanzo leading the Rain Village, even if we were to attempt an assault, Now is not the time. Consider this. Even if we were to force our way in, eliminate Hanzo, take control of the Rain Village, and rule the land of Rain, how do you suppose the three great nations would perceive us? What would the other ninja villages think? What would the daimyos say? Do you think they would allow such an illogical existence to persist? Listening to Tetsuya, Akatsuki sighed and expressed his disappointment. Indeed, if we were to proceed in such a manner, we would undoubtedly provoke the entire ninja world, and at that point, we would become the common enemy of all. A common enemy of the ninja world is not a title to be taken lightly. We are merchants, and the most vital aspect of being a merchant is profit, correct? If we were to act as you suggest, how would we continue to earn? Akatsuki nodded again. Recognizing that becoming a common enemy of the ninja world would hinder their ability to profit, they could hardly trade their lives for gold. Seeing that both had abandoned the notion of invading the land of Rain, Tetsuya finally let out a sigh of relief. Going to the land of Rain now? Madness. Uchiha Madara is still alive. He is likely just finding Nagato to entrust his Rinnegan. If I were to venture into the land of Rain now, I would surely draw Madara's attention. Accompanying Madara is that old schemer Kaguya, who, while not particularly powerful, is nearly impossible to kill. Moreover, prematurely revealing their presence could attract the attention of another formidable figure, Otsutsuki Ishiki, who has been searching for a suitable host. This old fellow may well take an interest in me, especially since this body of mine is probably among the strongest in the ninja world. Until I acquire the ability to counter the Otsutsuki's relentless pursuit, I have no desire to become a target for Ishiki. After all, I am already strong enough. I do not need an elderly guide to aid in my growth. Besides, having a goofy companion is already bothersome enough. Oh, my dear master, were you thinking of me? A cheeky voice chimed in, and a virtual canine appeared before Tetsuya. The expression on Tetsuya's face momentarily froze. All right, Kakazu. You've worked hard traveling across the ninja world these days. Take a good rest for 2 days. If you crave anything, just let the kitchen prepare it for you. I'm off to lie down. With that, Tetsuya departed from the tea room. Only Izuna and Kakuzu remained in the tea room. Kakuzu glanced at Izuna, who in turn looked back at him and then produced a Go board. Do you play Go? Kakuzu cast a brief look at the board. I have a rudimentary understanding. Back in his room, Tetsuya's expression fell. Damn system, are you eavesdropping on my thoughts? The dog system displayed a puzzled expression. Oh, my dear master, what are you saying? I would never do such a thing. Then why did you appear the moment I cursed you in my mind? Master, how could you say that? I help you grow stronger in the ninja world, and yet you scold me in your heart. Boo-hoo. The dog looked sorrowful, shedding tears of grievance. All right. Explain why you suddenly appeared. The dog, realizing that playing the victim was futile, quickly dropped the act and flashed a cheeky grin. Well, I caught a whiff of money. Master, it seems you've struck it rich lately. How about a lottery? So, this dog was after money, huh? Tetsuya plopped down on the bed, leaning against the soft mattress. Listen, we've been together for over a decade. I've already drawn nearly everything from the top-tier prize pool. As for jutsu, I've probably collected techniques from all the clans in the ninja world. What else could I possibly draw? Chakra cards or ocular power cards? The dog, brimming with confidence, rubbed its paws together. Oh, my dear master, you're thinking too small. Open your mind a little wider and look further ahead. Don't let your gaze linger on this trivial ninja world. I've always said, what exists in the ninja world, I possess, and what doesn't exist, I possess too. Tetsuya raised an eyebrow. So for all these years, you've only given me jutsu and items from the ninja world. I thought that was all you had in your prize pool. Hey, don't be angry, master. I'm only doing this for your benefit. Just look at your collection of jutsu and your understanding of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen is nothing compared to you. He is merely a novice in your presence. Enough with the flattery. I have a question for you. Do you know about the Otsutsuki clan's tuning fork? Didn't I mention that there is nothing in the ninja world that I can't find? Then do you have a way to be immune to the tuning fork? Or perhaps methods to counter it? That is quite simple. The dog waved its paw, and a large, metallic green wheel appeared before Tetsuya. My dear master, behold. Given your spending over the years has reached a new level, I've applied for a brand new lottery prize pool for you, which I call the Platinum Wheel. Tetsuya's eyelid twitched at the sight of the wheel. Hey, dog, you really know how to play. So all the good stuff is hidden in here, huh? Is there also an emerald wheel and a diamond wheel behind this one? Chapter 47. The dog that recognizes money over people ding. Congratulations. You've received a dose of the side effect-free Hashirama cells. Congratulations, you've obtained the weapon, Boishin. Congratulations, you've acquired a pair of Kinju Sharingan. Congratulations. You've received an outer path golem. Congratulations. You've received a three-tailed Isabu. Congratulations. You've obtained a batch of Sage Chakra. Congratulations. You've received a batch of Sage Chakra. Congratulations. You've acquired a forbidden technique explosive tag scroll. Congratulations. You've received a batch of Sage Chakra. Congratulations. You've obtained a batch of Sage Chakra. The colossal platinum wheel came to a halt, and Tetsuya received 10 new rewards. Of course, he had also spent a significant amount of money. You're quite the schemer, aren't you? Previously, the 3-tiered wheels gave me 10-fold increases, and the Tier 3 golden wheel was only 100 times more expensive than the Tier 1 bronze wheel. Yet this platinum wheel is 100 times more expensive than the golden wheel. Even if I have money, I can't sustain such consumption. Indeed, while Tetsuya was currently wealthy, he couldn't withstand such expenditures. Watching his dwindling wealth, he couldn't help but gasp, feeling a pang of heartbreak. However, he had profited significantly from the war. Don't be too quick to judge, master. The new prize pool is filled with valuable items. Just think about it. Which of these items isn't worth the price? If these were to be sold outside, they would be priceless, and others wouldn't even have the opportunity to purchase them. The dog spoke with sincerity. What it said was not untrue. After all, the platinum pool even contained an outer path golem. Moreover, he had drawn a tailed beast, which seemed to hint at Tetsuya potentially reaching the Six Paths realm. Indeed, the items he had drawn were exceptional. Even the rewards meant for numbers were Sage Chakra. As Tetsuya examined his newfound treasures, he inquired further. What do you mean by side-effect-free Hashirama cells? It means exactly that. They are just like normal Hashirama cells, but without the side effects. Side effects? Are you referring to the facial tattoos of Hashirama? Well, that is part of it. This side-effect-free version of the cells can be used without any abnormal effects. They won't consume you and turn you into a tree, nor will they cause your skin to turn pale like white Zetsu, or make a face of Hashirama grow on you. Oh, I see. Tetsuya nodded. But what use do I have for this? I already possess Sage Body, and I also have the undying body of the evil god. My self-healing capabilities don't require Hashirama cells, and as for chakra, I am not lacking in that either. My master may not lack this, but you can give it to others. You're not a lone wolf. Once you unify the ninja world, you'll need your own foundation, won't you? Tetsuya couldn't deny that this made sense. He nodded, realizing that while he might not need it much for himself, it could be useful for Izuna or Kakazu. But then again, considering Kakazu was largely replaced by the Earth Grudge Fear-S tendrils, would Hashirama cells even be of use to him? That was a question worth pondering. He would have to try it out later. Now tell me about this Kinju Sharingan. What does it signify? Simply put, it's an enhancement material. The dog plainly explained the role of the Kinju Sharingan. The Sharingan requires a pair of Manjiki Sharingan from blood relatives to upgrade and evolve into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. While the Kinju Sharingan can be likened to a Manjiki Sharingan from a non-existent sibling, which can perfectly align with the user, aiding them in achieving the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Oh, so it's an upgrade material. That works. I'll keep it for Izuna, so I won't have to pry the eyes from Uchiha Madara later. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. A brother's eyes, Hashirama-S cells. Izuna could upgrade to the Rinnegan. Theoretically, yes. But master, why not keep it for yourself? Tetsuya chuckled, displaying his sagacity. How many years did it take Uchiha Madara to upgrade his eyes after biting Hashirama and pretending to be dead? I'm not going to waste my time on such a lengthy process. So, are you planning to have Izuna upgrade his Rinnegan and then wait until the time is right to directly seize his ready pair? TSK, how could you be so selfish? I never realized before that you were this self-centered. The two-headed dog looked perplexed. What do you mean, selfish? I've already given away everything. Why would I want it back? It's merely the Rinnegan. Once the Tsutsuki arrive in the ninja world, won't I be able to obtain as many as I desire simply by overpowering them and taking their eyes? Speaking of which, Tetsuya turned to the two-headed dog and said, didn't you claim that you possess everything available in the ninja world, and even things that aren't found there? So, I could just extract a pair of Rinnegan directly when the time comes. The two-headed dog paused for a moment, then contemplated. TSK, that makes a lot of sense. You truly are my master. The two-headed dog was quite pleased with this, as Tetsuya's desire to extract the Rinnegan implied that he would be continuously investing resources before the eyes emerged. As long as there is money, everything is negotiable. My two-headed dog system only recognizes currency, not people. By the way, I have another question. Please go ahead. Tetsuya had just made a substantial purchase, so it was only natural for the two-headed dog to show some attitude. If I draw the outer path's golem and the three-tails Isebu, does that mean there will be one less three-tailed beast and one less outer path golem in the ninja world? Not at all. The outer path golem and the three-tails Isebu produced by me come from elsewhere, not from the original beasts and golem of this ninja world. Oh, I see. I thought that if the golem from the ninja world were to disappear, then old Madara might meet his end prematurely, and Sasuke would likely be born before Naruto. Moreover, if the outer path golem were gone, wouldn't the 5 great shinobi nations also be rendered powerless? However, they might not even survive the 3rd great ninja war. Dear Master, do you have any further inquiries? If not, then this service will conclude here. The two-headed dog's demeanor resembled that of a heartless scoundrel, ready to leave without a second thought. Go on, I have no more questions. Goodbye, see you next time when you spend more money. Without a moment's hesitation, the two-headed dog vanished from Tetsuya's sight. Truly, a creature that only recognizes money and not people. It is remarkably dog-like. Chapter 48. Izuna's Eternal Mangeki in the Land of Rain. Within the hidden rain village, heavy rain enveloped the entire ninja village. Atop the highest building, Hanzo of the Salamander, accompanied by his trusted confidants, scrutinized a map of the Land of Rain while discussing the current situation. Leader, this is the latest report on the disaster. The ninja forces from the Land of Fire and the puppet troops from the Land of Wind have erupted into war within the frontline village, which has been devastated by the flames of conflict. We could only manage to evacuate a handful of villagers. As he spoke, the ninja clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with rage and resentment. Why, amidst the conflict of 2 great nations, was it their small nation that suffered? Were they destined to become a battleground merely because they were caught between these giants? Another ninja stepped forward to report, Leader, we have established contact with buyers in the black market. They are willing to supply us with ninja tools and equipment, and they have already sent us 10% of the goods, with more to follow. Several trusted ninjas continued to relay the latest intelligence, while Hanzo sat in his seat, silent and contemplative, merely listening. Taking a deep breath, Hanzo, masked, exhaled. This ninja world is ruthless. Our Land of Rain, situated at the center of 3 great nations, is inevitably becoming their battlefield. For their own interests, the great nations force the small ones into suffering. However, from this moment forth, I, Hanzo of the Salamander, will not allow such occurrences to persist. I will return the pain inflicted upon us by these great nations tenfold. Convey my orders. All ninjas of the Hidden Rain Village must prepare for war. Once the equipment arrives, we shall declare war on these great nations. Even if our Hidden Rain Village faces annihilation, we must make them feel our suffering. Yes, the crowd was filled with fervor. They had endured far too much pain. Previously, even if they bore their suffering, there was no outlet for their grievances. But now, Hanzo's emergence had revealed a glimmer of hope, a new possibility. The war raged on, but the 3 factions clashing in the Land of Rain were oblivious to the fact that a 4th force was about to join the fray. In the Land of Fire, in the serene woods where Tetsuya was on vacation, a colossal blue Susanoo clashed with a gigantic golden Susanoo. The mere collision unleashed astonishing power, a terrifying shockwave that ravaged the forest. The area had been reduced to chaos due to the ferocity of their battle. In the next moment, both Susanoo drew their giant swords and swung them at each other. Bang! The moment their swords collided, it produced a sound that seemed to echo. Yet perhaps it was beyond the threshold of what a human could perceive. Hey, Izuna, how do you feel? Have you noticed any changes in your eyes? As the Susanoo dissipated, Tetsuya leaped to Izuna's side. Izuna stood there, his aura markedly different from before. If he had once exuded a calm demeanor akin to water, icy and proud, now he radiated an air of lethal intent, reminiscent of a dying star. Especially his eyes, which had transformed from the original Mangeki Sharingan, a black and blood-red iris with a smooth black circular pattern and 3 pillar-like branches connecting to the edge of the pupil, into a new form. The blood-red iris now featured 3 interlinked hollow magatama. If Uchiha Madara were present, he would surely gasp in astonishment. Izuna's eternal Mangeki closely resembled his own. This similarity was inevitable, as Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna were brothers, and Madara's eternal Mangeki was upgraded using Izuna's eyes. Meanwhile, Izuna's Mangeki, crafted by the two-headed dog, was theoretically the most compatible material for Izuna, making it the perfect candidate for evolving into the eternal Mangeki. Still, Is the cell you injected truly capable of evolving my eternal Mangeki into the legendary Rinnegan? That is the eye of the sage. What is the Rinnegan? What is the sage's eye? I possess the sage body itself. Tetsuya stroked his chin, scrutinizing Izuna's eyes. Is there truly no change? Well, not entirely. Izuna covered his right eye with his hand. I can feel my ocular power increasing every moment. This sensation is not the recovery after depleting my power. It feels more like my ocular capacity is consistently expanding. Although the change is subtle, it is undeniably real. Precisely. Tetsuya nodded in satisfaction, patting Izuna's shoulder. Perhaps when your ocular power reaches a certain threshold, it will trigger a qualitative change, and you may very well evolve into the Rinnegan. You're right. Perhaps the eternal Mangeki can indeed evolve into the Rinnegan, but it requires time. Just as Tetsuya and Izuna were pondering the eternal Mangeki, the ground beneath them suddenly stirred. A yellow weasel emerged from the earth. Hey, why are you here? Hungry? The yellow weasel, known as 1 to 7, shook its head. The boss. That tentacled creature asked me to deliver a message to you. Oh, is it a letter from Kakazu? Has something happened over in the land of rain? With that, Tetsuya took the letter and, in a swift motion, handed a sealed scroll to a figure known as Yuchuki. Thank you for your hard work, Yuchuki. This is your reward. Yuchuki, brimming with joy, clutched the scroll tightly. Within it lay the most delectable chicken varieties favored by their weasel clan. Roast chicken, grilled chicken, tear-apart chicken, mouth-watering chicken, and poached chicken, among others. Ever since Tetsuya amassed wealth, he had never failed to honor the contract with the weasel clan, showering them with abundant provisions. The weasel clan upheld their principles. Having accepted Tetsuya's gifts, they were obliged to assist him. However, at this juncture, Tetsuya found no immediate need for the weasel clan's combat prowess. Thus, the elder of the clan sent the younger members to assist Tetsuya with errands. The weasel clan excelled in stealth techniques, transformation arts, and illusions, making them ideal for running errands and delivering supplies. This also contributed to why Tetsuya and his associates could freely acquire and trade food and iron without detection from the major ninja villages. As he unsealed the letter, Tetsuya's curiosity piqued regarding the developments at the front lines. Izuna leaned in, casting a glance to grasp the overall situation. It appeared that Hanzo of the Salamander had achieved something remarkable, successfully repelling the offensive from the land of Earth, leading the Tsuchikage to declare a retreat from the war. Chapter 49. Great Nations and Small Nations on the Battlefield of the Land of Rain. Hanzo of the Salamander led the forces of the Rain Village into a stunning emergence. Utilizing his poisonous mists, he decisively drove back the armies of Awagakure. Awagakure's favored tactic revolved around overwhelming forces, relying on numerical superiority and Earth-style techniques to sweep the battlefield. Such a strategy, which unleashed a deluge of ninjutsu through sheer numbers, had rendered Awagakure formidable on the battlefield. However, against a battlefield weapon like Hanzo of the Salamander, Awagakure suffered significant losses. Hanzo's toxic mists thrived in the chaos of clustered formations, enveloping entire ranks in a cloud of poison. Awagakure was ill-equipped to counteract poison, and continuing the battle would only lead to unnecessary casualties without any tangible gains. Ultimately, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, made the decision to withdraw, pulling back to the borders of the Land of Earth. The successful repulsion of the forces from the Land of Earth invigorated the morale of the Rain Village's ninja, reinforcing their belief that following Hanzo was a prudent choice. Only Hanzo could alter the course of their fate. With their newfound victory, the forces of the Rain Village redirected their efforts towards the Sand Village of the Land of Wind and Kanehagakure of the Land of Fire. However, these battlegrounds proved less favorable. The reason was straightforward. Chiyo of Sunagakure was a master of poison and swiftly developed an antidote to counter Hanzo's toxic mists. Meanwhile, on the side of Konoha, Tsunade, the granddaughter of the legendary Hashirama Senju and the princess of the Land of Fire, joined the fray, adept in medical arts, and promptly neutralized Hanzo's toxins. Despite facing setbacks, Hanzo's toxic mist strategy was not as effective against Awagakure, yet the ninja of the Land of Rain, under Hanzo's command, united with unwavering resolve, determined to drive the invaders from their homeland. Under Hanzo's leadership, they displayed remarkable combat prowess, bravely facing even the elite forces of Konoha and Sunagakure. Additionally, the ongoing conflict between Sunagakure and Konoha meant that, at times, it seemed Hanzo could hold an advantage against both. As Tetsuya reviewed the intelligence relayed by Kakuzu, he gained fresh insights into the progression of the Second Great Ninja War. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind. He raised an eyebrow and inquired of Izuna, "What do you think will become of the war's situation now that it has reached this point?" Upon hearing Tetsuya's question, Izuna pondered thoughtfully. "I believe that although it appears Hanzo of the Salamander has the upper hand, for a small nation to hold its ground against two great nations is indeed remarkable. However, the inherent limitations of a small nation cannot be overlooked. Hanzo's advantages are unlikely to endure for long. The Land of Rain lacks the capacity to support a prolonged conflict due to its limited resources. Furthermore, their current advantage stems from the previous exhaustion of manpower and resources among the great nations of Wind, Fire, and Earth due to their prolonged conflicts. Once Sunagakure and Konoha regain their footing and reach an agreement to remove this interloper, the two great nations will ultimately determine the victor over the territory of the Land of Rain. After all, as the war drags on, it benefits no one to prolong it. Swiftly determining the ultimate victor is the prudent course of action." Izuna's analysis was astute. After all, during the Warring States period, he served as a strategist among the Uchiha clan, aiding Madara Uchiha in formulating grand strategies. Izuna was responsible for devising overarching plans, while Madara wielded his formidable strength to lead the Uchiha clan and execute Izuna's strategies. "You make a valid point, but have you considered that Konoha and Sunagakure may not cooperate?" Tetsuya countered. "Why are you so certain that Konoha and Sunagakure won't work together?" Izuna asked, perplexed. Tetsuya elaborated. "Hanzo of the Salamander, as an instigator, poses a threat to both Konoha and Sunagakure, rendering his existence detrimental to their interests. These great nations have a tendency to disregard small nations, regardless of Hanzo's initial victory over the Land of Earth and his current advantageous position on their battlegrounds. They still view Hanzo as a mere scavenger, lingering behind a lion to feast on the scraps. Even if Hanzo appears to suppress them publicly, they remain indifferent. It's akin to the Warring States period. Would the Uchiha clan or the Senju clan concern themselves with a small ninja clan struggling to survive amidst larger clans? A small clan has but one option: to become a vassal of a great clan, just as our Chiba clan became a vassal of the Senju clan. In their eyes, these small nations also have but one choice: to become vassals of the great nations. Izuna gazed at Tetsuya and suddenly spoke. "If you were in our era, I believe the Chiba clan would not have become a vassal of any clan." "Such statements are devoid of meaning," Tetsuya replied with a smile, shaking his head before continuing. "Let us return our focus to the Great Ninja War. In the eyes of Konoha and Sunagakure, their true concern lies solely with each other, viewing one another as their genuine rivals. After all, the conflicts involving the Rain Village are contained within the Land of Rain, while their respective fronts are scattered across various locations. The losses inflicted upon each other are significant, making any notion of temporary alliances or handshakes unlikely before the war concludes. A mere Rain Village, once defeated, can easily be swept aside without much concern. So, based on your assertion, the final outcome of this war should see Sunagakure and Konoha determining the victor first, and the ultimate winner will then deal with the Rain Village, correct?" "Precisely. And I believe the ultimate victor will be Konoha. However, it certainly won't be an easy task for Konoha to defeat Hanzo of the Salamander in direct confrontation," Tetsuya asserted confidently, as if his predictions were destined to unfold. Izuna, however, held reservations regarding Tetsuya's assertions. Although Konoha possesses superior strength compared to Sunagakure, from the onset of this Ninja World War, Konoha has been engaged in multifaceted combat. Not only has it clashed with the Wind and Earth countries on the front lines, but it has also faced war with the Lightning country from the flanks. After numerous battles, Konoha's active forces have been significantly depleted. In a genuine confrontation, it remains uncertain which village, Konoha or Sunagakure, would emerge victorious. From his perspective, eliminating Hanzo of the Salamander first would be the most prudent course of action. After all, with the presence of the Rain Ninjas, any attempt by Konoha and Sunagakure to determine a victor would be severely hampered by their interference. "Do you doubt my words?" Tetsuya remarked, noticing Izumi's skepticism. "Just wait. I am confident that news will return soon." Chapter 50. The legendary three ninjas in war on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. At Konoha's encampment, yet another day of slaughter drew to a close. The offensive from the Rain Ninjas gradually waned with the arrival of reinforcements from other fronts. However, Konoha had never truly regarded the Rain Ninjas as a significant threat. The real trouble stemmed from Sunagekyu's puppet troops. These puppet masters concealed themselves behind their creations, manipulating them to engage Konoha's ninjas in fierce combat. Despite the sacrifices made by Konoha's ninjas, eliminating the puppet masters hiding in the rear proved exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the various hidden weapons and toxins possessed by these puppet masters were overwhelming. Tsunade, how goes your research? The tent's flap was lifted, and Jiraiya, with his white hair, stepped inside. Within the tent, a table was cluttered with vials as Tsunade led a team of medical ninjas diligently analyzing the toxins. Rubbing her temples, Tsunade appeared somewhat fatigued. There has been progress, but to completely unravel Chiyo's toxins will require more time. She has even infused Hanzo's poison into our Sunagakure toxins, complicating matters further. Are you alright? Jiraiya inquired, noting Tsunade's weariness. Yet, remembering that Tsunade was now in a relationship, he refrained from overstepping. I am fine. It is the poison ninjas who suffer. They must endure a little longer. I believe everyone understands your efforts. The inhibitor you developed is still effective, though it cannot completely neutralize the toxins. It has successfully delayed their onset. Yet, the waiting is excruciating. Tsunade clenched her fists. The sensation of the toxins relentlessly destroying cells and organs was unbearable. Even if the inhibitor could temporarily suppress the spread of the toxins, it could not reverse the damage already inflicted. It was possible that by the time she crafted an antidote, the poison ninjas might already be left with disabilities and lingering ailments due to the toxin's ravages. Calm down. Tsunade, you have done remarkably well. This is not your fault. The blame lies with the war itself. Jiraiya comforted her, also seeking solace for himself. If only there were no war, why can't we all coexist peacefully? He recalled the prophecy of the child of prophecy spoken by the great sage of the Toads. If he could find this child of prophecy, perhaps he could bring peace to the ninja world. However, with events already set in motion, he hoped for a swift conclusion to this turmoil, for prolonging it would benefit no one. The war will soon come to an end. A hoarse voice announced as a pale figure entered the tent. Orochimaru. Tsunade's fists tightened further upon seeing the visitor. Tsunade, Orochimaru replied. His eyes filled with remorse as he regarded his former companion. After all, Tsunade's brother, his most cherished disciple, had perished during a mission under his command. The atmosphere within the tent grew awkward. To alleviate the tension, Jiraiya quickly asked, Orochimaru, what did you mean when you said the war would soon end? Has the teacher discovered a way to resolve this quickly? Yes and no, Orochimaru replied. What do you mean? The teacher has dispatched Tsukumo to infiltrate the Wind Country, intending to launch a surprise attack on Sunagakure to cut off their supplies and compel them to end this war. Tsukumo? You mean the one from the Hitaki clan? How many has he taken to Sunagakure? After a brief silence, Orochimaru answered, One. What? One person? Has the old man lost his mind? This isn't sending him on a mission. It's a death sentence. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. I must speak with the old man. How could he allow Tsukumo to face the enemy alone? It was not the teacher's decision. It was Tsukumo's own request. His own request? Why? Jiraiya was perplexed, as normally such a mission would require at least a couple of ninja teams. Tsunade, who had remained silent, interjected to answer Jiraiya's question. It is because of his senior. Sakuyuru. Sakuyuru? The one we often encountered at Chiyo's ramen shop? Jiraiya recalled the name. Indeed, Sakuyuru was Tsukumo's brother, who died at the hands of Sunagakure just before the war began. Tsunade sighed, releasing her clenched fist. I believe Tsukumo's decision to go alone stems from his intention not to return alive. This mission is not only to sever Sunagakure's supplies, but also to avenge his brother. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Enemy attack. It's the madmen from the Rain Village. Upon hearing this, the three immediately rushed outside. They found themselves in a torrential downpour, as Rain Village ninjas surged into Konoha's encampment amidst the rain. Tsunade, Orochimaru, let us fight together. Understood. The trio charged toward the Rain ninjas, unleashing their jutsu, ninja art, needle earth, shadow snake hand, painful heaven kick. Clearly, the ninjas attacking Konoha's encampment were no match for the trio. However, despite recognizing their disadvantage, the Rain ninjas charged forward fearlessly, shouting, You evil Konoha ninjas, leave our land. Evil Konoha ninjas, leave our territory. Everyone, fight against the wicked invaders. For the land of rain. For Rain Village. Witnessing the fervent cries of the advancing Rain ninjas, Jiraiya was profoundly shaken. In the land of wind, outside Sunagakure in a desert oasis, two ninjas prepared to depart the village. Yet amidst the swirling sands of the desert, a single white figure stood out starkly. What is that? I don't know. Everyone be cautious. In the vast desert, Hatake Sakumo fixed his gaze on his target, drawing his short blade from his waist, its edge glinting ominously. Today, Konoha's white fang was destined to make his name known throughout the ninja world. Chapter 51. Izumi. How dare a mere salamander claim to be a god? As the rain clouds dispersed above, the sun finally graced this seldom-seen land, illuminating the horizon for Jiraiya and the others. After a night of brutal conflict, it was over. The people of Konoha began to clear the battlefield. Blood mingled with rainwater, saturating the land. Jiraiya gazed at the corpses being dragged away, unable to suppress his reflections on the toll of war. What, ultimately, does war bring? Beside him, Orochimaru scrutinized the lifeless bodies and provided his own answer: death. Jiraiya, looking at the ever-cold Orochimaru, was taken aback by his somber sentiment. Little did he know, Orochimaru's lament was not for the harshness of war, but rather for the fragility of life. A face, unchanged for over a decade, appeared in Orochimaru's mind, stirring a sense of confusion within him. Does eternal life, unaging beauty, truly exist in this world? Such musings felt futile here. Tsunade turned to walk towards the tent, stating, "What we ought to do is to conclude this war as swiftly as possible." Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Orochimaru remained silent for a moment before ultimately following Tsunade into the tent. "I shall assist you in formulating the antidote." Time flew, and with Orochimaru's aid, Tsunade concocted an antidote for the toxins of Sunagakure in less than 3 days. Concurrently, news arrived from Kakashi Hatake, who had severed Sunagakure's supply lines. The enemy would require time to reorganize their logistics. He had also slain Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. The name of Konoha's White Fang resounded throughout the ninja world, as he single-handedly infiltrated the enemy village to disrupt their supply. Such a ninja was truly fearsome. With Tsunade's antidote in hand and Sunagakure's supply lines cut, Konoha launched a full-scale assault against Sunagakure. The latter's forces collapsed entirely, and ultimately, the third Kazekage surrendered on behalf of Sunagakure to Konoha's third Hokage. This fierce conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure concluded with Konoha's victory. The ninjas of Sunagakure gradually retreated from the land of rain. In the capital of the fire country, Tetsuya, with milk tea in one hand and fried chicken in the other, took a sip of the tea and a bite of the chicken before using his greasy fingers to place a piece on the chessboard. "Behold my divine move. Impressive, right?" Sitting across from him, Izuna sighed and rubbed his temples. "A divine move indeed, but you've just trapped yourself again." As he spoke, Izuna placed a piece in a discreet position, effectively eliminating all of Tetsuya's pieces. "You've lost. That makes it the 6th time you've defeated yourself. If you can't manage, why not play with your shadow clone?" "Ah, come on. Playing with my shadow clone would be like fighting myself. That's no fun. Just one more game. I'm done. This is utterly boring. I'd rather go fishing." Izuna clapped his hands and headed outside, planning to take a stroll and perhaps catch a fish. Suddenly, a cloud of white mist appeared and a figure burst forth. "Hey, just in time. Come play a game with me. There's plenty of fried chicken." Upon seeing the steaming fried chicken on the table, the newcomer couldn't help but salivate. Yet, his reason prevailed over his craving. Wiping his mouth, he produced a letter. "Forget the chess. I'm here to deliver a message. The tentacle monster has new information." "Oh, new tidings from Kakuzu? Let me see." Tetsuya set down his milk tea and took the letter, passing the plate of fried chicken to the newcomer. Hearing that Kakuzu had returned with fresh news, Izuna, who intended to go fishing, also retreated back inside. "Is it Kakuzu's letter? Latest intelligence from the land of rain. It should be important. Open it quickly. I'm eager to know if the war's progression aligns with your predictions. Just watch." Tetsuya swiftly unfolded the letter. The content was brief, yet the events recorded were quite astonishing. Everything unfolded as Tetsuya had foreseen. The land of rain was unscathed. While Konoha and Sunagakure had decisively established a victor, Konoha emerged triumphant. On the battlefield, Tsunade had neutralized the toxins of Sunagakure's puppet master. Without the crippling poison, Sunagakure's ninjas found themselves at a disadvantage against Konoha's forces, which surged forward like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Konoha's White Fang infiltrated behind enemy lines, disrupting their supplies, facing attacks from both the front and the rear. The third Kazekage recognized they had lost the means to compete with Konoha in this conflict and ultimately conceded defeat. See, Is the progression of events not exactly as I described? A triumphant smile spread across Tetsuya's face. What a jest! How could it possibly deviate from my predictions? After all, I am a man who has read the script. Izuna was somewhat taken aback, realizing Tetsuya's foresight had indeed been accurate. So, as you say, the next conflict will be between Konoha and the Land of Rain. That battle likely won't last long either. Approximately. However, Konoha has just concluded its battle with Sunagakure and will require time to regroup and gather forces. Moreover, Hanzo the Salamander possesses formidable strength, unless the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, intervenes personally. Defeating him will not be an easy task. Oh, is Hanzo that powerful? It takes a disciple of the inherently malevolent Tobirama Senju to bring him down. Although Izuna harbored a deep disdain for Tobirama Senju, he still acknowledged his prowess, considering that he had personally killed his brother. However, that was in the past. Now, with his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he felt no fear of the inherently evil man. Furthermore, he was aware that this malevolent Tobirama possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, and with adequate preparation, he would not fall prey to a surprise attack again. Well, he is indeed called a demigod of the ninja world. By the way, your brother's close friend, Hashirama Senju, is referred to as the god of shinobi. Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi? Izuna pondered for a moment, acknowledging that Hashirama deserved such a title, as he seemed to be on par with his brother, if not superior. However, he questioned how Hanzo, an ordinary figure, could be called a demigod of the ninja world. With this thought, Izuna felt a surge of curiosity to test Hanzo's mettle. Noticing Izuna's reaction, Tetsuya understood his intentions. After all, Uchiha Izuna was also an Uchiha. Chapter 52. Three youngsters observing the intense fighting spirit in Izuna's eyes, Tetsuya inquired, "So, you wish to test Hanzo's strength?" "Yes. I want to see what qualifies him to be called a demigod of the ninja world. Since you feel this way, let us go and find out. We might even witness the decisive battle between Konoha and the Land of Rain." To be honest, Tetsuya was also tempted. He yearned to venture outside. Sitting idly as Kakuzu relayed the battle reports was making him restless. He was a man who had participated in the First War, a figure who had felled countless ninjas with his blue lightning. To merely observe the Second War from home felt unacceptable. "Are you going too?" "Why wouldn't I?" Izuna smiled in response. "Weren't you just saying you are a merchant? Such matters of conflict and bloodshed are not for someone in your profession." "True. Conflict is indeed not a merchant's domain, but I'm merely going to watch the spectacle. No one said merchants can't join in the excitement. You truly are a silver-tongued merchant. Of course, a merchant must possess eloquence." As he spoke, he casually conjured a flame, incinerating the letter. "What's the matter, boss?" A figure known as 17, his greasy chicken leg in hand, looked up, his face glistening with grease. "Could you please take a moment to inform Kakuzu that we intend to visit?" "Where are you headed, boss?" "The Land of Rain." "Indeed. Understood, boss." 17 opened his mouth wide, stuffing the entire chicken leg inside, and with a swift tug, extracted a clean bone. Discarding the bone and dusting off his hands, 17 executed a backflip, vanishing in a cloud of white smoke. In the Land of Rain, specifically in the rain-hidden village, war had spawned a multitude of refugees. The relentless conflicts forced these individuals to flock towards the village. Kakuzu had also disguised himself as a refugee, blending into the community early on. At that moment, the streets of the most bustling area of rain-hidden village were filled with refugees seeking shelter from the rain in corners and under eaves. Occasionally, kind-hearted souls would distribute food and supplies, but by the time one arrived from a distance, nothing would remain. In a secluded corner of the village, Kakuzu spotted 3 small children outside his temporary hideout. "Hey, why are you kids here again?" Disguised as refugees. Kakuzu had just returned from gathering intelligence when he noticed the trio, a boy with orange hair and a silly grin, another with red hair obscuring his eyes, and a little girl with blue hair. Not long after Kakuzu infiltrated the village, he had encountered these children and exchanged food for information. Since then, they had periodically visited. "Uncle, the orange-haired boy began, but Kakuzu swiftly pulled out several loaves of bread and handed them over. "Take this and leave quickly. We're not here to beg for food." The orange-haired boy protested, but just then, the red-haired boy's stomach growled audibly. "Sorry, Yahiko, I couldn't hold it in." "All right, you 3. Take the bread and go," Kakuzu insisted, pushing the loaves into their hands before retreating into his hideout. Just as he was about to close the door, rain began to pour outside, and seeing the downpour intensifying, Kakuzu sighed. "Come on, "You three, just come inside." Reluctantly, he allowed the children in, feeling it would be cruel to let them suffer in the rain. Their parents had perished in the war, making their plight rather pitiable. Yet, Kakuzu realized that the village was rife with sorrowful souls, and he could not extend his compassion to every refugee. He felt it wiser to suppress that ridiculous pity. After all, before following his boss, he had been a cold-blooded assassin, and now he considered himself a merchant. Kakuzu's temporary hideout was modest, consisting of a single room and a small living area. Inside the cramped living room, the three children sat at the table devouring the bread while Kakuzu gazed out at the rain. He couldn't help but wonder if this wretched place could truly become what his boss envisioned, a thriving commercial empire. Since arriving in the land of rain, particularly in the rain-hidden village, he had only felt discomfort, constant rain, slippery, muddy paths, and an overall oppressive, damp atmosphere. Though it connected 3 major countries and 3 smaller ones, the weather hardly seemed conducive to transportation. But since his boss claimed it was feasible, there must be something special about this place. While Kakuzu pondered, a satisfied Yahiko approached him. Kakuzu regarded him with curiosity. "What is it, kid?" "Uncle, we are very grateful for the food you provided, so in exchange, I will share the latest intelligence we have gathered." Kakuzu couldn't suppress a laugh. "What could a child like you possibly know? Don't underestimate me, uncle. I intend to become a powerful ninja like Lord Hanzo," Yahiko declared, eager to prove himself, and began recounting the information he and his companions had gathered. While it was labeled as intelligence, it merely consisted of local happenings. This information was of little significance to Kakuzu. Noticing Kakuzu's indifference, Yahiko grew frustrated, placing his hands on his hips, and launched into more serious revelations. He spoke of battlefield news, mentioning how Konoha's White Fang had penetrated the Wind Country and severed Sunegakure's supply lines, and how Sunegakure had been defeated by Konoha on the front lines. He also relayed tales of Hanzo's attacks on scattered Konoha outposts in the Land of Rain. Kakuzu observed Yahiko's eyes filled with admiration and longing when Hanzo was mentioned. "Hey, kid, do you really admire that guy named Hanzo?" "Of course." Yahiko nodded vigorously. "Lord Hanzo is the strongest ninja in the world. He is our hero in the Land of Rain, and I believe he can drive all the bad people out. I want to become a powerful ninja like Lord Hanzo so I can protect everyone, including Nagato and Konan." The strongest ninja in the world? This title conjured an image in Kakuzu's mind of a perpetually smiling figure and a golden giant akin to a deity. Listening to Yahiko's praise for Hanzo, Kakuzu chuckled softly. Children are so naive, always believing what they see is the best. Yet, Hanzo was indeed formidable, one of the most powerful known figures in the ninja world today. "So, why do you want to be a ninja?" Kakuzu shifted the topic, not wishing to endure another child's idolization. "Do you realize that being a ninja is perilous? You could die, just like in the current war where countless lives are lost on the battlefield, many of whom are ninjas." "I know, but I'm not afraid of death," Yahiko declared, looking resolutely up at him. Meanwhile, Nagato, who had been quietly sitting, trembled with emotion. Although his long bangs obscured his eyes, Kakuzu could see his agitation. "Not all who die are ninjas. My parents weren't ninjas. Why? Why did they have to kill my parents?" "Nagato, it's okay. I will protect you," Yahiko comforted him. Embracing Nagato's shoulders, Konan joined them, offering solace as well. "And me, I will protect everyone too," Yahiko assured Kakuzu. "I fear not death. I only fear not being able to protect Yahiko and Konan. I want to become a ninja, the strongest ninja, so I can protect everyone and change this country and the ninja world. I want a world where no one suffers anymore." Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback by Yahiko's lofty aspirations. He noticed a spark in Yahiko's eyes, a radiance that seemed to illuminate the other 2 children. Kakuzu chuckled again. "You are just a kid, making such grand claims. Not to boast, but I am destined to become a ninja in the future." Kakuzu shook his head. Being a ninja does not guarantee the ability to change everything one wishes to alter. Alas, Yahiko's eyes widened. In his perception, ninjas were capable of anything. In the ninja world, many envied those who could become ninjas. Why would this elder say otherwise? However, are ninjas not the most powerful individuals? Kakuzu gazed at the Navi Yahiko and the other 2 children. Annoyed by their constant interruptions, he resolved to shatter their delightful illusions. Children are indeed ignorant, yet they revel in grandiose proclamations. The world is not as simple as it appears to you, little ones. Even if I were to grant you the title of ninja, you would achieve nothing. The world is intricate, and for some, A ninja is merely a tool, a blade sharpened when needed and discarded when not. You despicable elder, how dare you speak of ninjas like that? Lord Hanzo and the others are heroes of the Land of Rain, not mere blades to be discarded. Yahiko vehemently rebutted, while Nagato pondered in silence. Kakuzu's mischievous side emerged. He intended to impart a lesson to these children, to enlighten them about the true nature of ninjas and the harsh realities of the world. To stifle the innocence of youth. Oh, how wicked I, Kakuzu, truly am. Listen closely, little ones. In the eyes of the affluent and powerful, ninjas are merely servants, easily commanded with a mere expenditure of wealth. Kakuzu began to expound the truth of the world, dismantling their rosy perceptions of ninjas, simultaneously revealing the cruelty that lay beneath. The expressions of the three shifted from confusion to shock, and ultimately to numbness. Among them, the lone girl, Konan, was nearly brought to tears. After all, for children still brimming with dreams of the future, being thrust into the harsh realities of adulthood was a devastating experience. Thus, even if you become a ninja, unless you possess the strength to alter the rules or are powerful enough to disregard them, you shall accomplish nothing and change nothing. You will only bow your head and toil under the rules set by others, laboring for meager rewards, and after risking your lives to complete a task, a portion of the meager compensation will be taken by your village. Money, 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 rewards, rewards, rewards. In the eyes of this elder, there is only wealth and recompense. He is indeed a wicked adult. Humph. Konan turned away, fighting back tears, her frustration palpable. Observing the angry Konan, Kakuzu felt a peculiar delight, for some reason. He derived immense pleasure from teasing these three children, especially the one with blue hair. Humph. You wicked elder, if being an ordinary ninja cannot bring about change, then I shall become the mightiest ninja, the kind that can disregard and alter the rules. Yahiko declared defiantly, refusing to back down. He was determined to be a ninja. Oh, is that so? You aspire to become a truly powerful ninja? Kakuzu chuckled. Were you born into a prominent ninja clan? What is a ninja clan? Yahiko scratched his head in confusion. Has your family ever produced any formidable ninjas? Kakuzu inquired. Yahiko shook his head. Does your family possess any powerful jutsu passed down through generations? Again, Yahiko shook his head, for due to the war, he was the only one left in his family. Well then, it is settled. Unless you encounter some extraordinary fortune, you shall never become an absolute powerhouse in your lifetime. How can that be? Haha, that is the reality. The ninja world is teeming with ninjas, yet when we look back at history, how many figures like Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha have emerged? Without lineage, without blood ties, without serendipity, do you truly believe you can grow stronger? Dream on. In dreams, anything is possible. Yahiko felt deeply disheartened by these words. Just as he fell silent, Nagato decided to interject. What if I become a person of power and wealth? If I become the kind of person who can set the rules, can I change this world? Kakuzu's interest was piqued. This red-haired child seemed more intriguing than the Navi Yahiko. I cannot claim anything with absolute certainty. But there is wisdom in the saying, money cannot solve all problems, but a lack of money is an insurmountable obstacle. In life, one often faces disappointments. Yet possessing wealth makes the journey considerably smoother. Chapter 54. In summary, it all boils down to one thing, poverty. Kakuzu observed Nagato, who appeared skeptical, and asked, Do you doubt this? Then let me ask you, why has the Land of Rain become a battlefield for those great nations? Before Nagato could respond, Yahiko jumped in. Because our Land of Rain is caught between those great powers. They are all villains unwilling to wage war on their own soil, so they invade ours. Kakuzu ignored Yahiko and turned to Nagato once more. Do you share this view? Isn't that the case? Upon hearing Nagato's response, Kakuzu chuckled. Correct, yet also not entirely. Allow me to pose another question. What drives those great nations to war? What is their objective? This question plunged the three children into a realm of ignorance. Despite their experiences, which had rendered them more mature than their peers, they were still merely children. Your expressions reveal your lack of understanding. Allow me to enlighten you. Kakuzu explained. The reason these great nations wage war is to seize the resources and wealth of other countries. There may be additional motives, such as exploiting external conflicts to quell internal strife or using war to eliminate rivals, but ultimately, when victory is achieved, they will demand recompense. The defeated must surrender their possessions to the victors, be it land, resources, or other valuables. In essence, wars boiled down to the pursuit of wealth. Money. At this moment, the three children were entirely captivated by Kakuzu's discourse. Indeed, it is money. Therefore, money constitutes a vital component of this world. With wealth, one can accomplish numerous endeavors. Kakuzu gazed out the window and continued. For instance, if the Rain Village possessed wealth, they could cultivate a plethora of ninjas. If they had funds, they could construct shelters for refugees instead of having them cower in the streets to escape the rain. If they were affluent, no one would need to fight over scarce food. If they had resources, they could hire powerful ninjas to fight on their behalf. Kakuzu enumerated various possibilities, pinpointing the multitude of issues plaguing the Rain Village, attributing them all to one singular point: the village's poverty. Yet Yahiko, ever stubborn, retorted, "But elder, no matter how wealthy you are, if I become a ninja, can't I just take your money?" Alas. Little one, you have hit upon a crucial point. Kakuzu grinned wickedly. Do you have any notion of what fate befalls one who dares to rob a wealthy individual, especially one with both money and power? Observing the mischievous grin on Kakuzu's face, Yahiko could not help but swallow hard. What fate awaited him? The outcome would be that this individual would offer a substantial bounty for him. His village would pursue him, and he would become a rogue ninja, hunted by many, as his head could fetch a considerable price. That very person might even issue missions to various ninja villages, specifically demanding his head. At that point, there would be no sanctuary for him in the entire shinobi world. Please don't take my head for money, Yahiko screamed, curling up in a corner, clutching his head. Ha ha ha, little brat, what are you afraid of? Right now, your head is worth nothing. No one would bother to claim it. Kakuzu chuckled heartily, continuing. And why do you think that becoming wealthy and powerful means you cannot also become a formidable ninja? Strength and wealth are not mutually exclusive, you know. Just imagine. If you were not only powerful, but also immensely wealthy enough that every shop in the land of rain belonged to you, and everyone had to purchase food and clothing from you. And if your strength was so great that even Hanzo the salamander was no match for you, you would be free to do as you pleased, wouldn't you? Listening to Kakuzu's words, Nagato felt a stirring within him. Meanwhile, Yahiko began to see some sense in Kakuzu's reasoning. So, uncle, what should we do to become wealthy? What's that? You want to make money? Kakuzu asked. To which Yahiko nodded eagerly. With money, can we change this country, perhaps even the world? Ha 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 ha, you boys are quite the dreamers. Go to sleep, in dreams. Anything is possible. Yahiko, incensed by Kakuzu's mockery, jumped to his feet. That wicked uncle. We will surely become rich and powerful in the future and transform the land of rain. Undeterred, Kakuzu glanced out the window. The rain had ceased. All right, little ones. The rain has stopped. You may leave now. Nagato stood and tugged at Yahiko's sleeve. Thank you, uncle, we are leaving. Yahiko dutifully expressed his gratitude, recognizing that although Kakuzu had a sharp tongue, he had provided them with food and shelter from the rain, revealing his good nature. Watching the three youngsters depart, Kakuzu shook his head. Little ones, strive to survive in this harsh shinobi world. If you truly manage to endure, perhaps I can speak to my boss and arrange for you to earn some money alongside him. As he spoke, he gazed toward the direction outside the rain village. By the way, when will the boss arrive? He had received news from Shichibi prior to their return, indicating that his boss and Izuna were coming. He found it somewhat puzzling as to why his boss would venture to such a dreary place, especially when war was still raging, leaving countless refugees in its wake. Surely, this was not an opportune time for business. Nonetheless, he was well aware of his boss's capabilities. Not even a mere rain village could pose a challenge for him. What if they were actually coming here to engage in battle? Izuna was quite displeased with Hanzo the salamander and intended to teach the opposing side a lesson. Wait, could it be true? Kakuzu suddenly felt he was onto something significant. What? You think that's absurd? There is nothing absurd about it. Although Izuna appears quite unassuming, preferring chess and fishing, he is a Uchiha, the younger brother of the infamous Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world. It is well known that the Uchihas crave battle, especially against formidable opponents. Izuna might just be at the Chiba Hotel out of understanding the disparity between his strength and that of my boss. Or perhaps because he believes no one is worthy of his challenge. Chapter 55. Izuna's first encounter with the Rinnegan in the temporary stronghold of Kakuzu within the hidden rain village. Foolish little brat. If you cannot even comprehend basic arithmetic, how do you expect to make money? Wicked uncle. I aspire to become the strongest ninja. Why must I concern myself with such matters? Yahiko exclaimed, gazing at the bewildering array of numbers before him, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Haha, I'm not forcing you to learn. You may leave at any time, Kakuzu replied, sipping from his cup and turning his attention to Nagato, who was diligently studying, nodding in satisfaction. Yahiko pouted, casting a glance at Nagato and Konan, who were both engrossed in their studies. Ultimately, he resigned himself to continue learning. Ever since Kakuzu had unveiled the harsh realities of the shinobi world to the three youngsters, Nagato had made a decision. He wished to learn the art of making money. He believed that with sufficient wealth and strength, he could alter the course of the ninja world. At Nagato's behest, the trio approached Kakuzu to express their desire to learn about earning money, as they perceived him to possess great knowledge. Kakuzu, intrigued, began teaching them the fundamentals of accounting, for without the ability to manage finances, one could hardly claim to be in business. While Nagato exhibited patience in learning this skill, Yahiko struggled. His inherently restless nature made it excruciating for him to sit still and calculate. It's all right, Yahiko, you can leave the accounting to Konan and me. You just focus on becoming a powerful ninja, and you will be able to protect us, Nagato reassured his despondent friend. Nagato. Yahiko felt a surge of gratitude. Indeed, he was fortunate to have such a loyal companion. However, glancing at Kakuzu, whose wicked grin suggested he doubted their potential, Yahiko could not help but scoff. Humph. It's just arithmetic. I can certainly master it. Don't worry, Nagato. We three are united. None shall be left behind. Yahiko. Observing Yahiko's earnest determination, Nagato nodded solemnly. Thus, Yahiko resumed the arduous task of learning arithmetic. Who would have thought that you would become a teacher in such a place, Kaku? Boss. Hearing that familiar voice, Kakuzu rose to see who had entered. Tetsuya and Izuna walked in without even disguising themselves as refugees. The reason was simple. Most capable ninjas from the Rain Village had gone off to war, leaving behind those whose skills paled in comparison. With a simple genjutsu, they entered without a hint of suspicion from anyone. Tetsuya, upon entering, curiously regarded the three children seated at the table. How amusing. I never expected to find these three here. What is going on? Do you know them? Izuna inquired, casting a questioning glance at Tetsuya. Meanwhile, the three children looked on with curiosity. Tetsuya chuckled. No, I'm just a bit surprised to see these three children here with Kakuzu. Yahiko, intrigued, stood up and asked, Are you this wicked uncle's boss? Why do you look so much younger than him? Kakuzu could not help but raise an eyebrow at the boy's sharp tongue. Tetsuya smiled. Indeed, I am this uncle's boss. But, little brother, why do you refer to him as wicked uncle? Humph, he is indeed a wicked uncle, Yahiko retorted, crossing his arms and appearing somewhat displeased. Seeing Yahiko's demeanor, Tetsuya became more interested in the unfolding events between them. It is essential to recognize that the three individuals before us are pivotal figures in the future of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato, Konan, and, of course, the future Pain. Not to be mistaken as Brother Chow, but rather as Pain Nagato. As for Kakuzu, he is destined to join the Akatsuki as well, ultimately becoming Konan's financial supporter. After laboriously saving throughout his life, Kakuzu perishes without ever spending his hard-earned money, which is entirely appropriated by Konan for her explosive tags, leading to a grand explosion. Had Kakuzu been aware of this fate, it might have induced a heart attack from sheer indignation. Kakuzu, now intrigued, began recounting to Zetsu how he had cleverly outmaneuvered Yahiko. While Izuna observed Nagato intently, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from Nagato, perhaps a chakra or a unique ocular power. The crimson bangs obscured Nagato's eyes, and while others may not have found this peculiar, Izuna, possessing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, discerned the hidden truth beneath. What lay concealed were a pair of pale violet eyes adorned with distinctive patterns. Special eyes? Although Izuna was unfamiliar with the Rinnegan, he could sense their uniqueness and a deep connection to himself. Ha ha ha, Kakuzu, you are truly devious, Zetsu exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter after hearing Kakuzu's tale. I told you, this uncle is nothing but a rascal. Zetsu scrutinized Yahiko, intrigued by this rare beacon of light within the dark world of ninjas. Throughout the ninja realm, there have been three individuals who shone like miniature suns, bringing warmth to others in a grim world. One was Yahiko, Nagato's son, the luminary of the Akatsuki, whose actions brought solace to the people of the Rain Country, tragically falling victim to the senility of Hanzo and the treachery of Danzo, ultimately becoming the embodiment of pain. Another was Minato, the son of Konoha, who warmed those around him, especially Kushina's heart, ultimately becoming the fourth Hokage, only to meet an untimely demise. The last was Naruto, who, despite enduring discrimination from a young age, maintained an optimistic spirit, radiating warmth to those around him, including Hinata, Sasuke, and Gaara. Do you aspire to become the most formidable ninja in the realm? Yahiko affirmed with determination. Indeed, I wish to become a powerful ninja like Lord Hanzo. Zetsu nodded, retrieving something he had long cherished from his pocket. Very well, here are some items for you. What are these? Yahiko inquired, accepting the offerings from Zetsu. They were several books, each titled with techniques such as chakra refinement, shadow clone technique, substitution technique, and transformation technique. Indeed, Zetsu presented the foundational methods for chakra refinement and basic ninjutsu, vital for any aspiring ninja, yet not easily accessible to the average person. Chapter 56. Izuna, those are my brother's eyes. Is this truly for us? Yahiko gazed at the chakra refinement and three-body technique books with sparkling eyes. Despite his fervent ambition to become the strongest ninja, he had never before encountered the path to achieving this goal. Now, this elder brother, whom he had just met, bestowed upon them the methods of chakra refinement and ninjutsu. Not forgetting his companions, he distributed the books among them. Even Nagato and Konan were visibly excited upon receiving their copies. At the moment Nagato took the books, Zetsu carefully observed him for any anomalies and smiled. Of course, my word is my bond. Izuna approached Zetsu, speaking in a hushed tone only they could hear. Did you notice? That boy named Nagato. There is something amiss with his eyes. I did notice. If my assumptions are correct, those eyes should be the product of your eye's ultimate evolution, the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan. Even the typically composed Izuna could not suppress his reaction upon hearing that name, although he quickly regained his composure. Are you certain? Absolutely. I can resurrect the dead. How could I not ascertain the nature of a pair of eyes? This child, is he one of us, the Uchiha? In Izuna's understanding, only the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could evolve into the Rinnegan. If this child possessed the Rinnegan, it could imply he was of Uchiha descent. Yet something felt amiss. The child was too young. Based on his own experiences, it would take several years for his eyes to evolve into the Rinnegan. Moreover, prior to that, one would need an eternal Mangeki Sharingan, which requires 2 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan. At such a tender age, awakening even a 3-tomo Sharingan would mark him as a prodigy, deserving of rigorous protection and cultivation by the Uchiha. Furthermore, sacrificing a pair of Mangeki Sharingan to attain an eternal Mangeki Sharingan seemed implausible. This child's eyes couldn't possibly be his own. He seemed more akin to the Uzumaki clan. During the tumultuous Warring States period, the Senju clan had once allied with the Uzumaki clan against the Uchiha, leaving Izuna with a vivid memory of that striking red hair. You're quite perceptive, Izuna. I share your sentiments. This explanation holds merit, doesn't it? However, Izuna soon connected more dots. The Uchiha clan had not seen an eternal Mangeki Sharingan in ages. His prior research indicated that the strongest among the current Uchiha in Konoha only possessed the 3-tomo variant. Thus, the only plausible bearer of a Rinnegan evolving eternal Mangeki Sharingan could only be one person, his brother, the ninja world's demonic figure, Uchiha Madara. As this realization struck, Izuna's heart raced. Brother's eyes. Those are brother's eyes. It all made sense now. No wonder he felt an inexplicable bond with this child. If the child's eyes belonged to his brother, Uchiha Madara, it was entirely logical. But why were his brother's eyes within this child? Upon further contemplation, Izuna arrived at a conclusion. Perhaps, as his brother neared the end of his life, he finally completed the evolution into the Rinnegan. Yet by that time, he could no longer wield those eyes, so he entrusted them to this child, who might possess some unique trait capable of sustaining them. It was reasonable, exceedingly reasonable. It had to be so. Izuna spoke again. Zetsu, those eyes likely belong to my brother, Uchiha Madara. The moment those words left his lips, Zetsu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Uchiha Izuna. No way. You've read the script. So you know whose eyes these are and how they came to be. How could you, Uchiha Izuna, a man resurrected after many years, possess such knowledge? Did you read the script too, or did the Sage of 6 Paths spoil it for you in the Pure Land? Seeing Zetsu's expression, Izuna assumed he doubted his words and proceeded to explain his reasoning. After hearing Izuna's deductions, Zetsu was left speechless. One could only say, as expected of Uchiha Azuna. Truly deserving of being Uchiha Madara's external intellect, capable of contending with Tobirama's sharp wit. In such a brief span of time, he deduced the correct answer from almost negligible clues, leaving him in sheer admiration. Truly, he could not be more impressed. So what do you plan to do? Retrieve your brother's eyes? Jie was somewhat curious about Quana's next move. After all, at this time, Uchiha Madara was not dead, merely in slumber. Moreover, he had certainly dispatched White Zetsu to monitor Nagato and his companions. However, they should not be attached to Nagato. As he had infused the 3 books he recently entrusted to Yahiko with Sage Chakra, if White Zetsu spores were indeed surveilling them, the power of the Sage Chakra would force them to reveal their true forms. If Quana were to choose to take the Rinnegan at this moment, it would surely lead to quite the spectacle. I think I shall take him as my disciple. What? Quana's decision took him by surprise. He had expected Quana to seize Nagato's Rinnegan, considering that this pair of eyes was half his own. After all, Uchiha Madara awakened his eternal Mangeki Sharingan by merging it with Quana's. Thus, even if Quana sought to claim the Rinnegan, Jie would support him. Furthermore, the Rinnegan was akin to a light bulb, ready to be used at a moment's notice. Yet, Quana suddenly declared his intention to take Nagato as his disciple. Was he intending to usurp Jiraiya's role? What is going on? I wish to take this child named Nagato as my disciple. Boss, do you have any objections? Quana regarded Jie earnestly, addressing him as boss, which underscored his resolute stance. What more could he say? You may decide for yourself, but what if they do not agree? No, he will agree. As the 3 children eagerly perused the books in their hands, Quana stepped forward, crouching down to address Nagato. You're Nagato, correct? Nagato, albeit puzzled, nodded. Yes, big brother, do you have any questions? Quana glanced at the book on the shadow clone technique in his hands. Do you wish to learn ninjutsu? Do you aspire to become a ninja? Nagato nodded earnestly. Very well, I wish to take you as my apprentice. I can teach you and help you become an exceptional ninja. Will you accept my tutelage? Before Nagato could respond, Yahiko excitedly interjected. Really? This big brother. Are you a ninja too? The somewhat reflective Kakazu, who had been tidied up by Quana a few times, remarked. Of course, Boss Quana is undoubtedly one of the strongest in the world. Is that true? I want to hear it from you, big brother. I want to listen to that nasty uncle. You little brat, believe what you wish. Quana nodded, simply replying, I am strong. Really? Yahiko was curious about the extent of Quana's strength. Is the big brother as strong as Lord Hans? Upon hearing this, Jie chuckled. How about this? Let us have Quana demonstrate his prowess for you. Demonstrate? How would he do that? The 3 children were somewhat curious about how he would prove himself. Let Quana spar with Hans the Salamander and see who is stronger. Oh, the 3 children gasped. This big brother was going to challenge Lord Hans. That seems ill-advised. Lord Hans is still in battle, and he is incredibly formidable. If something goes awry, it could be fatal. We do not wish to witness any misfortune befall you. Big brother. Quana waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, I know my limits, and I am here specifically for Hans. Indeed, as I suspected, Boss Quana has not traveled all this way to merely tour the humid land of rain. Kakuzu wore an expression of realization. Well, without further ado, let us depart. We have already gathered information that the decisive battle between Konoha and Amigakure is about to commence, and we shall join in the fray. Jie bore a look of eager anticipation. So, Kakuzu, you can manage to protect these 3 little ones on the battlefield, correct? What a troublesome task. But since it is the boss's directive, I have no objections. Then let us set forth. As Quana strode toward the door, he glanced back at Nagato. I shall demonstrate my might to you. The inheritor of my brother's eyes will be taught by me. I, Uchiha Quana, will cultivate him into a ninja as powerful as my brother. Nagato and the others were left somewhat dazed, unwittingly led by Jie and the others onto the battlefield. In the land of rain, amidst the clash between Konoha and Amigakure ninjas, combatants engaged fiercely. Torrential rain poured from the sky, incessantly washing away the corpses and bloodstains on the ground. In one area of the battlefield, both sides' ninjas instinctively avoided a particular zone, the site of the ultimate showdown between the strongest forces of both sides. The 3 disciples of the 3rd Hokage from Konoha were locked in fierce combat with the leader of Amigakure, Hans the Salamander. The battle had raged for several rounds, with Tsunade and her companions barely managing to suppress the outnumbered Hans. Yet, even at this moment, there was not a hint of panic in Hans's eyes. Crying YSE. Summoning technique. After fending off Jiraiya and the others with a swift strike, Hans quickly formed hand seals and slammed his palms to the ground. In an instant, a massive summoning array appeared on the surface. Boom! With a muffled sound, white mist erupted. What? Jiraiya, gasping for breath, widened his eyes at the enormous figure materializing through the mist. As the mist cleared, a colossal giant salamander, as large as a small mountain, stood before them. This was Hans's summoned beast. With its cooperation, Hans's strength would reach its full potential. Standing atop the salamander's head, Hans crossed his arms and looked down upon the three below. Suddenly, several shuriken were flung, each tied with explosive tags. Hans was making his move, and he started with explosive tagged shuriken. Tsunade, Orochimaru, move aside, Jiraiya shouted, warning his teammates to evade. The three leaped in different directions just as the explosive tagged shuriken struck where they had just landed. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosions created deep craters in the ground, enveloping the area in smoke, scattering the trio across different positions within the haze. Hans had anticipated this result. Now, fire style, exploding flame formation. What? Tsunade felt something crawling up her leg. Looking down, she realized it was an explosive tag that had affixed itself to her. Watch out, Tsunade. Jiraiya reacted instantly. Ninjutsu, Needle Earth Prison. Jiraiya's hair whipped out, extending like tendrils to ensnare Tsunade, shielding her. Boom. Simultaneously, the explosive tags ignited, detonating with ferocity. Flames surged forth, engulfing the area. Huh, Han sneered, thinking that mere hair could not possibly withstand the flames of the explosive tags. Yet, as the flames subsided, both Tsunade and Jiraiya emerged unscathed, clearly demonstrating that Hans had underestimated Jiraiya's ninjutsu. The hair enhanced by Needle Earth Prison was no ordinary hair. What? Shadow Snake Hands. As Hans of the Salamander was taken aback, Orochimaru, who had long been lurking in the shadows, seized the moment. Several serpents, adorned with white scales, rushed forth, ensnaring Hans with their coils. Now, Jiraiya, Orochimaru commanded. Jiraiya, understanding his teammates' intent, responded, I comprehend. Ninja art, hair needle 1,000 needles. In an instant, Jiraiya's long, white hair erupted outward, resembling a porcupine's quills as it shot towards the bound Hans like a barrage of sunbon needles. Observing the oncoming ninjutsu, Hans remained unfazed, silently invoking his own technique. Water instantaneous body technique. With a splashing sound, Hans, along with the large salamander beneath him, transformed into a stream of water, swiftly relocating to another position. What? Orochimaru, witnessing this, was momentarily startled and retreated to regroup with Tsunade and Jiraiya. As Jiraiya dispelled the needle jutsu, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Are you alright, Jiraiya? Tsunade inquired. I'm fine. Such burns are trivial, though the previous battle has drained my strength, he replied, acknowledging the considerable effort it took for the three of them to force Hans to use summoning techniques. This fellow is too formidable. Even our combined jutsu cannot overcome him. Orochimaru mused, recognizing that they had yet to reach their peak potential. Tsunade had not yet unlocked the strength of 100 technique. Jiraiya was still unskilled in sage mode, and Orochimaru had not begun his various transformations. Facing a fully capable Hans was exceedingly arduous, and they were nearing their limits, while Hans appeared ready to continue the fight. Chapter 58. The mysterious masked man appears. My name is Toby. Is this where it ends? Jiraiya lamented, gazing at Hans and the enormous summoned salamander. The trio panted heavily. If they could not best Hans, what would become of the war? Their side, Konoha, seemed to hold the upper hand. Yet, at that moment, Hans spoke. It seems Konoha will emerge victorious in this war. Therefore, I shall grant you a reprieve. Hearing such derisive words, the impetuous Jiraiya shouted defiantly. We do not require your pity. We can still fight. Bring it on. Enough, Jiraiya. Tsunade interjected, equally astonished that Hans intended to spare them, urging Jiraiya to relent. Hans, ignoring Jiraiya's outburst, continued, You three are impressive, enduring in such dire circumstances. From this day forth, I shall refer to you as the legendary Three Nin of Konoha. You may henceforth call yourselves by the title earned through your lives. How infuriating! Jiraiya clenched his teeth, unwilling to accept this acknowledgement of defeat, yet recognizing the strength of their opponent. Just then, two figures descended from the sky, landing in the center of the battlefield. Hello, who are you? At that moment, both Hans and Jiraiya's group became tense. Everything seemed on the verge of conclusion, yet suddenly, two individuals appeared, dressed in black cloaks with red linings. One wore a yellow vortex mask, revealing only one eye. The other donned a white mask adorned with swirling patterns and three tomo, with two eyes visible beneath the lower tomo. Ah, are you inquiring about my name? I am Toby. The flamboyant Toby raised his arms dramatically, as if at a fan event. And the person behind me, you should be quite familiar with him. He is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. That person is Uchiha Madara? This is impossible. He was slain by my grandfather at the Valley of the End. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. However, upon hearing Tsunade claim that her grandfather had killed Uchiha Madara, Izuna, who had been focused solely on Hans, turned his gaze towards Tsunade. His crimson, eternal Mangeki Sharingan fixated on her. In that moment, Tsunade felt an overwhelming aura of death. The raw killing intent felt like a blade. Tsunade, what is wrong? Noticing Tsunade tremble as she grasped his arm, Jiraiya quickly inquired. Jiraiya, that person's eyes. They are Uchiha Madara's eyes. As disciples of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, they recognized the eyes instantly. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan, regarded as ominous by the Senju clan. Could it be that this individual was indeed Uchiha Madara, that he had truly survived? Unlikely, there must be something amiss with him. Ah, Uchiha Madara, you are a great warlord of the ninja world. How can you squabble with the younger generation? Let us focus on business. Toby, sensing Izuna's sudden surge of killing intent, truly, the Uchiha clan was formidable, managed to redirect Izuna's focus back to Hans, who now bore a more menacing gaze. Hans of the Salamander, you dare to call yourself a demigod? I have come to test you. To see what right you have to claim such a title. Hans's temper flared. He had intended to cease hostilities, yet here was an insolent fool challenging him. Humph. A coward hiding behind a mask, too afraid to reveal your true form. What right do you have to question me? Humph. You will know my worth once you experience it. Izuna swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A terrifying blaze erupted, instantly evaporating the surrounding rainwater. As a sea of flames surged toward Hans. Impossible. How can such a level of fire release exist? Hans's eyes widened. Yet he could only resort to the instantaneous body technique once more, transforming into water and barely evading the catastrophic flames. The onlookers witnessed the scorched earth, once soaked by the rain, now charred and cracked. Seeing Hans narrowly escape his ninjutsu, Izuna would not simply stand by. He activated the instantaneous body technique to appear above Hans, drawing a kunai from his sleeve and launching an attack downward. Hans hastily swung his scythe and chained to defend, and the two engaged in a fierce taijutsu clash. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had initially doubted the masked figure's identity, began to believe that this was indeed Uchiha Madara. For even their teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, may not have been capable of such a powerful fire release. Amidst his astonishment, Jiraiya turned to his companions. Tsunade, Orochimaru, what should we do next? This individual, whether or not he is Uchiha Madara, is not someone we can easily confront. Orochimaru, fixated on Madara's silhouette, replied in his characteristic raspy voice, perhaps we should wait, allowing them to fight amongst themselves while we reap the benefits. However, Tsunade shook her head, offering a counter-suggestion that was entirely at odds with Orochimaru's. I believe we should seize this opportunity to retreat. This battle is already in our favor. Aside from Hanzo the Salamander, the other range shinobi have completely collapsed. We should take advantage of Hanzo being preoccupied and conclude the fight. Furthermore, it is crucial that, regardless of whether this masked man is truly Uchiha Obito or not, we must relay this information back. Hey, you three. Tetsuya, with arms crossed and head tilted. Observe the trio. What are you conspiring about so loudly? Can't you see that Elder Obito is engaged in a tense battle with that salamander fellow? As spectators, you should show a bit more professionalism, all right? What do you intend to do? Jiraiya questioned loudly. Oh dear, how rude of you. I don't go by you, guy. I have a name. It's Akatsuki. Tetsuya wriggled his body, resembling someone with hyperactivity. Jiraiya and the others exchanged glances, concluding that this seemingly comical character was far from simple. Chapter 59. Tetsuya, I suggest you leave sooner rather than later. What exactly do you want? What secretive motives do you have behind those masks? Jiraiya questioned loudly. Tetsuya glanced towards Izuna's direction, where Izuna was fiercely battling Hanzo. It was apparent that Izuna was venting all his fury onto Hanzo, wielding a short blade and overpowering him with sheer physical prowess. By relying solely on taijutsu, Izuna was treating Hanzo as a mere punching bag for his frustrations. Hanzo, a master of taijutsu in his own right, wielded a weapon that was both peculiar and dangerous. The weapon he used was a scythe attached to a chain, allowing for both close-range and long-range attacks. However, no matter how strange or perilous Hanzo's weapon was, it posed no challenge in front of Izuna, whose Sharingan granted him extraordinary dynamic vision, allowing him to see through all of Hanzo's subtle movements. Turning back, Tetsuya tilted his head. Didn't I mention our purpose? I distinctly recall stating that we came for Hanzo. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately interjected. If you came for Hanzo, may I ask if we can leave this place? Of course, that is not a problem. Tetsuya's agreement surprised Jiraiya, delighted Tsunade. While Orochimaru sensed that things were not as simple as they seemed. As expected, Tetsuya continued, you can leave if you wish, just don't disturb my viewing. I suggest you withdraw from the Land of Rain as soon as possible. The conflict between Konoha and the Rain Village should come to an end. Do you understand my meaning? Jiraiya, still somewhat unconvinced, replied. This is a matter between our Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. Why should you decide? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Tetsuya shook his head. Is that really your line, Jiraiya? Shouldn't you be glad to have the opportunity to cease this war? Isn't your ideal the peace of the ninja world? TSK, you ask me why? Tetsuya's pupils transformed into a crimson hue. 3 Tomo rapidly spinning and forming a unique pattern, while an overwhelming chakra aura erupted from him. Just by my will, I can ensure that all lives on this battlefield remain forever bound to this land. Do you think that is not sufficient? The 3 Sannin trembled at the sheer magnitude of his chakra, feeling a profound sense of fear. The gap in power was insurmountable. They sensed an unbridgeable chasm between themselves and this masked individual, Akatsuki. This sensation was one they had never experienced even in the presence of their mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, Tetsuya soon restrained his chakra, reverting to a more light-hearted tone. Oh dear, look at how frightened you all are. Don't be scared, I want to eat you. Leaving now and ending the war would be beneficial for everyone, do you understand? Moreover, my esteemed elder merely wishes to spar with Hanzo. There is no intent to kill. Once we depart, whom do you think Hanzo will unleash his humiliation upon today? At this, the 3 Sannin felt a chill run down their spines. They were already running low on stamina. If these 2 mysterious masked individuals were to leave, wouldn't they become Hanzo's next targets? They had already found battling Hanzo to be exceedingly strenuous, and facing a furious Hanzo now would be catastrophic. We understand. Thank you for the warning. We will inform Konoha's higher-ups to end this war. That is the spirit. Ending the war sooner is advantageous for you. Don't you agree, Tsunade? Tetsuya cast a knowing glance at Tsunade. It was known that Tsunade had a boyfriend, and if Tetsuya remembered correctly, Tsunade's boyfriend, Dankato, had died after the battle against Hanzo, just as the war was nearing its end. That unfortunate soul met a tragic end in a seemingly trivial conflict, leaving Tsunade with a severe case of hemophobia. Nevertheless, Tsunade appeared oblivious to Tetsuya's implication, thinking that Konoha had already gained the upper hand. If they were to voluntarily cease hostilities now, Konoha would retain the moral high ground. This would benefit future negotiations and bolster Konoha's image. I understand. Then we shall take our leave. Go on, don't disturb my viewing. Waving his hand, Tetsuya turned back to continue watching. Seeing Tetsuya turn away, Orochimaru suddenly felt an urge to ambush this individual and seize his eyes. But he quickly suppressed that thought. What was he thinking? Such an action would surely lead to his demise. Not to mention his chakra was already dwindling. Even at his peak, he could not guarantee a successful ambush. Let us go. We should return to our base. Orochimaru rasped, reminding both Tsunade and Jiraiya, while also reminding himself. The 3 Sannin swiftly departed, notifying other Konoha ninjas to retreat. Fire style, great fire destruction. Izuna had vented his anger sufficiently and decided he would no longer waste time. Defeating Hanzo, the so-called demigod of the ninja world, would allow him to return and take Nagato as his apprentice. However, it seemed Nagato enjoyed the company of the other 2 young ones, so perhaps he would take them all as disciples. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a ferocious fire jutsu. Witnessing this, Hanzo retaliated with his own technique. Water style, great waterfall technique. Hanzo unleashed his jutsu to counter Izuna's flames. A torrent of violent waters surged together, transforming into a massive column of water that charged straight toward the searing flames. Upon collision, The fire and water released a vast amount of steam, enveloping the battlefield in mere moments. The scalding steam was unbearable. Anyone without protection would be instantly cooked. Oh my, what a grand spectacle. Tetsuya swiftly used body flicker technique to retreat beyond the reach of the steam. Although he was not afraid of the steam, he did not appreciate becoming drenched. Chapter 60. He teaches you the art of, I teach you to make money. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. Water release, water chaos wave. Another clash of, their chakras seemingly inexhaustible. Damn, how can this guy be so powerful? Could he truly be the legendary Uchiha Madara? Hanzo of the Salamander was beginning to feel fatigued. Although he had triumphed over the Sannin, it had still drained considerable chakra. The opponent before him was evidently on an entirely different level. It is widely known that, under normal circumstances, water release can suppress fire release. After all, the second Hokage of Konoha had mastered water release specifically to counter the Uchiha clan's prowess in fire release. Yet this masked monstrosity could actually use fire release to overpower his water release. This cannot continue. IBI, toxic mist eruption. Hanzo bellowed, and the waiting IBI opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of purple toxic mist. Upon witnessing this, Izuna swiftly evaded. Where are you running? Hanzo, utilizing the water body technique, appeared before Izuna, his chains lashing out and ensnaring her. Clang. With his other hand grasping a scythe, he slashed towards Izuna. However, she merely let out a cold laugh. Susanoo. Crack. A blue skeletal form of Susanoo materialized, shattering Hanzo's chains, and then swiftly expanded into a half-formed Susanoo, delivering a decisive blow towards Hanzo. What is this? Hanzo's eyes widened. Nevertheless, as a ninja, he quickly activated the water body technique to evade the strike from Izuna's Susanoo. Avoiding the attack, Hanzo found himself above IBI. Is this the legendary divine power residing within the Uchiha clan Sharingan? Gazing at the blue Susanoo, Hanzo felt an immense pressure. The colossal blue figure stood unwavering as the toxic mist emitted by IBI swirled around it, having no effect on the masked man within Susanoo. Is this truly all the might you possess, Hanzo of the Salamander? Is this what you dare to call a demigod of the ninja world? Izuna spread her arms, her eyes glowing crimson. Allow me to demonstrate what true divine power is. Fully realized Susanoo, activate. Rumble. The half-formed Susanoo transformed, rising like a titan, shaking the very ground. The complete Susanoo emerged, a massive blue figure clad in armor, with wings sprouting from its back, adorned with a Tengu mask, wielding a colossal blade, exuding overwhelming presence. The Konoha shinobi, in retreat, recalled past fears upon witnessing the giant, the source of which was none other than Uchiha Madara. Such grandeur. Why is my Susanoo golden? Appearing so mundane? Tetsuya murmured, realizing it must be that avaricious dog's doing, believing gold signified wealth, thus crafting a golden Susanoo for himself. Hanzo, come. With this strike. If you survive, I shall acknowledge your title as a demigod of the ninja world. As soon as the words left her lips, the colossal complete Susanoo descended upon Hanzo and his summoned beast, IBI, delivering a single strike. This blow transformed mountains into plains and valleys into chasms, inevitably stirring the already tumultuous ninja world into greater upheaval. Will Izuna truly end Hanzo with this strike? Now is not the time to seize control of the land of rain. As Susanoo dissipated, Izuna swiftly appeared beside Tetsuya. It's over, let us return. You didn't, actually kill Hanzo, did you? No, I moderated the power. That guy has some skill. At a critical moment, he utilized his summoned beast to absorb the impact. I see. As long as he is not dead, it's not the right moment for us to take the land of rain. I know, let us find my disciples. TSK. Look at you, calling them your disciples before they've even pledged. Tetsuya chuckled, but followed Izuna towards the location of Kakuzu and the others. Nearby, in a safe corner of the battlefield, Kakuzu observed the fierce battle between Hanzo and Izuna alongside three young companions. The three little ones were so excited they could hardly speak, especially when the blue giant appeared. Yahiko had completely become Izuna's little fan. Such is the allure of the magnificent. How could any young boy resist such a striking figure, powerful and imposing? Even Hanzo, formidable as he was, fell before a single strike. We're back. Tetsuya laughed, removing his mask, while Izuna approached the trio with her white mask. So what do you think? Am I strong? Yahiko exclaimed excitedly. Big brother, you're amazing. What was that blue giant? Is it A? Can I learn it? Izuna paused momentarily before shaking her head. That is not. It is a unique ability of my clan. Ah, I see. Yahiko felt a bit disappointed but remained elated. After all, even if he could not summon that blue giant, learning would still be incredible. Izuna then turned to Nagato. So, Nagato, would you like to become my disciple? Besides Susanoo, I can teach you any you desire. Nagato, you should agree. Yes, Nagato, accept. Yahiko urged, with even Konan assisting, as she too wished to become a ninja and protect her friends. However, Nagato spoke up. Izuna, if I learn from you, will I still be able to learn how to make money? This question left Izuna momentarily speechless. Then she glanced at Kakuyu, who turned his head away, unable to meet her gaze. Haha, of course. Why not? Tetsuya could not help but laugh. This was simply too amusing. He never expected that Nagato, having spent time with Kakuzu, would also come to appreciate the value of wealth. No, it wasn't merely an appreciation for wealth. It was an understanding that to change the land of rain and the ninja world, one needs more than just power. They must be financially savvy as well. Here is the plan, Nagato. From now on, you three will follow us. Izuna will teach you, and I will instruct you on how to make money. Really? Chapter 61. The name Uchiha Madara resurfaces in the ninja world. The reaction of the Konoha 4. Although the battlefield of the Rain Shinobi village experienced a minor disruption due to the intervention of two masked men, it did not alter the outcome of the war. Konoha achieved victories across multiple fronts, and the overall tide of the Ninja World War had tilted in Konoha's favor. Simultaneously, with the outbreak of this battle, the name Uchiha Madara resurfaced in the ninja world, causing a tremendous stir. In the Konoha Hokage building's conference room, the Konoha 4 gathered, facing the three legendary Sannin, who had gained notoriety during this Ninja World War. To relay intelligence, they had separated from the main force and returned to Konoha ahead of others. That is all that transpired on the battlefield of the Rain Shinobi. The atmosphere in the conference room felt particularly oppressive. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured these two names. He paid little attention to the latter, Obito. Despite hearing from Jiraiya and others about this individual's formidable strength and his possession of the Manjiki Sharingan. However, without having witnessed that overwhelming presence firsthand, Hiruzen did not regard Obito as particularly strong. He merely thought his three students were still too young. Uchiha Madara, on the other hand, was a different matter altogether. The name carried an immense weight. Shura of the Shinobi world, one of the founding elders of Konoha, the leader of the Uchiha clan, and the most powerful rogue ninja since the village's inception. Hiruzen felt an enormous pressure and yearned for a cigarette, only to realize he did not have one at hand. He turned to his old comrades. Danzo, Koharu, Inju, what are your thoughts? Koharu and Mito, still contemplating their words, were interrupted by Danzo's cold snort. What are you waiting for? Uchiha Madara has long since perished, dealt with by the first Hokage himself. Do you dare question the first Hokage's actions? It must be the inherently evil Uchiha clan at play, ostensibly joining the village's expedition to the Land of Rain, while secretly sending someone to impersonate Madara. Hiruzen. The ambitions of the Uchiha clan are glaringly evident. They seek to create the illusion that Madara is alive, then seize the opportunity to claim the Hokage position and dominate Konoha. We must take action to punish the Uchiha clan. Danzo spoke with conviction, as if he held the absolute truth. Hiruzen refrained from immediately responding to Danzo, well aware of his old friend's character. Regardless of whether the Uchiha clan was involved, Danzo would hastily assign blame. Once, he had a close relationship with Uchiha Kagami, but following Kagami's death, Danzo had begun to vehemently target the Uchiha clan. Although this targeting stemmed from their teacher's strategic directive, Danzo's approach had become rather extreme. Koharu Mito, what do you think? The seasoned Mito spoke up. Hiruzen, I also find merit in Danzo's words. Uchiha Madara is already dead. Koharu nodded in agreement. After all, they had not witnessed anything themselves. They had merely heard the words of the Sannin and seen some intel from the front lines. Seeing their disbelief, Jiraiya slammed his hands on the table and stood up urgently. But, old man, we are not lying. That guy truly is Uchiha Madara. He summoned a complete Susanoo and defeated the summoned beast of Hanzo the Salamander with a single strike. What we say is true. Others on the battlefield saw it too. This colossal blue figure, like a deity. All right, Jiraiya, I understand. You three have worked hard. Please go rest. Konoha still needs you. Hiruzen finally spoke, urging the three to take their leave. Jiraiya wished to say more, but was restrained by Tsunade. Let's go. Jiraiya, we need to rest. The old men will handle things. With Tsunade's words, Jiraiya had no choice but to acquiesce. Then we shall take our leave. Farewell, Sensei, Orochimaru said, rising to bid farewell alongside the others. As the door to the conference room closed, Hiruzen remained silent for a moment before letting out a sigh. Sigh. There are things I initially could not disclose, but it seems the time has come for me to tell you. The three looked on, puzzled by Hiruzen's intent. Danzo, straightforward as ever, urged, Monkey, just say what you need to. What could possibly be so secretive? The other two nodded, believing they shared a bond that warranted no secrets. Even knowing the monkey had once used a crystal ball to spy on the women's bath. Hiruzen took a deep breath and began, actually, when the teacher was still alive. He once sought me out to discuss certain matters, instructing me not to share them, including with you. Upon hearing this, the other two showed little reaction. But a flicker of envy, jealousy, and resentment crossed Danzo's eyes. It was evident that the teacher favored this monkey. Was it merely because he had stepped up a moment too late? He felt no less capable than the monkey. Though his thoughts were tumultuous, his face betrayed none of it. Hiruzen continued, Do you know how the teacher escaped back then? Koharu confidently replied, Isn't it that our teacher, with his formidable strength, used the flying thunder god technique to severely injure the gold and silver brothers, and then escape? This was what Tobirama had told them, as he had not intended to reveal the existence of Uchiha Izuna at that time. However, today, Hiruzen felt compelled to reveal the truth. It was likely that what Jiraiya and the others spoke of regarding Uchiha Madara was indeed plausible, and the probability was significant. Monkey, what are you rambling about? Has your disciple's battle frenzy clouded your mind? Danzo immediately stood, loudly questioning Hiruzen. Yet Hiruzen maintained his serious demeanor. Danzo, let me finish. Calm down, Danzo. Let Hiruzen speak, urged the other two, acting as mediators to restore calm. Hiruzen resumed. The teacher called me for a conversation about the truth of his escape from the battlefield. Chapter 62. Uchiha Madara. Someone is impersonating me? Kurizetsu, find out who it is. The revelation startled Mito and Koharu, their expressions betraying their unease. Although they had previously doubted their teacher's ability to return from such a perilous battlefield, they had considered it plausible that something unknown had transpired, given that if their teacher could easily defeat his pursuers, he would not have needed to let them leave first while he stayed behind. Of course, it was also possible that after letting them go, their teacher had employed some secret technique of immense power and unpredictability, which warranted their early departure. This had been their most reasonable explanation, especially since when Tobirama returned, he was in poor condition, consistent with the after-effects of using such a technique. Monkey, are you suggesting that there was another reason for the teacher's survival? Hiruzen nodded, revealing the truth Tobirama had instructed him to keep hidden. During that battle, the teacher confronted the pursuing forces from the Cloud Village. Although those pursuers were elite ninjas, they were no match for the teacher. Just then, the Gold and Silver brothers arrived, wielding the Six Paths tools, cornering the teacher into a dire situation. At that moment, Uchiha Izuna, whom the teacher had slain, reappeared. Uchiha Izuna saved the teacher and helped him defeat the Gold and Silver brothers, but afterward, he vanished with the seized Six Paths tools. After Hiruzen's revelation, the conference room fell into silence. Eventually, it was Danzo, still in disbelief, who broke the silence, slamming his hand on the table and standing up. Impossible. This cannot be. How could someone who has died come back to life? Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a sharp gaze at Danzo, who was struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What? Are you questioning Lord Tobirama? Just as you did with Jiraiya and the others? Do you think Lord Tobirama was deceiving me? Or do you believe I am the one misleading you? The tension escalated as he demanded an answer. Enough, enough. We do not question the teacher or the meaning behind your words. Indeed, Danzo, please take a seat. With a huff, Shimura Danzo returned to his chair. Observing this, Sarutobi chose not to pursue the matter further and continued with the previous discussion. The current situation indicates that there have been instances of resurrected Uchiha clan members, and the emergence of Uchiha Madara may very well be the genuine Uchiha Madara. If that individual is indeed Uchiha Madara, then the shinobi world may soon be plunged into chaos. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly oppressive. At that moment, Mito Kageyama spoke up. If the one who faced Hanzo the Salamander is truly Uchiha Madara, then who is the masked man named Akatsuki? This question stirred diverse thoughts among the attendees. Sarutobi then turned to Danzo, inquiring, according to Jiraiya and the others, The masked man Akatsuki wears a mask with only one eye, suggesting he possesses a single Sharingan. Who do you think that person could be, Danzo? The mention of a single eye evoked discomfort in Danzo's expression, and he felt a sharp pain in his bandaged right eye. Meanwhile, in a cave within the mountain graveyard, an elderly figure, frail and seemingly on the brink of death, lay upon a stone bed, connected to various tubes to sustain his life. At that moment, a pure white creature and a half-black, half-white entity approached. If Setsu were present, he would instantly recognize the elderly man as the once mighty Uchiha Madara. The white figure was White Zetsu, while the half-black, half-white figure was Black Zetsu, who possessed White Zetsu. Black Zetsu stepped forward to awaken the slumbering Uchiha Madara. The aged Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. What time is it? Zetsu, why have you awakened me? Is it the Rinnegan, or has something happened to its vessel? Or have you found a suitable pawn to commence the plan? Uchiha Madara sat up, gazing at Black Zetsu and White Zetsu before him. He felt as though he had only just fallen asleep, yet here he was, roused from his slumber. Despite his advanced age, the aura of strength he once commanded remained undiminished. Lord Madara, it is now the 39th year of the Shinobi era, and the world is engulfed in the Second Shinobi World War. The Second Shinobi World War, you say? Upon hearing of the resurgence of conflict, Uchiha Madara smirked coldly. Huh. Hashirama, is this the peace you so fervently desired? How utterly laughable. True understanding among people is an impossibility. After a brief chuckle, Uchiha Madara inquired, So, why have you awakened me? What is the matter? Black Zetsu replied solemnly, Lord Madara, someone is operating under your name in the shinobi world, and the news of your supposed survival has likely spread throughout the entire realm. Oh, someone dares to act in my name? Indeed. This individual appeared on the battlefield between Amigakure and Kanahegakure, summoning a complete Susanoo and defeating Hanzo the Salamander. A complete Susanoo? Uchiha Madara expressed surprise. Could it be that a new genius has emerged from the Uchiha clan? But why would he act under my name? Is he dissatisfied with Kanahegakure? Or does he harbor other undisclosed motives? Explain the situation to me in detail. The notion of someone using his name in the shinobi world could potentially disrupt his plans. Yet he was deeply intrigued by the identity of this impostor. Black Zetsu recounted all he knew about the matter, though he was cautious, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety whenever he attempted to draw closer. It was as if an unseen force were scrutinizing him. Generally, one would not detect his presence unless they possessed sage techniques. Yet, each time he tried to approach, the feeling of being watched intensified. Uchiha Madara listened intently, and, upon hearing that this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara had summoned a Susanoo almost identical to his own, a look of confusion crossed his face. How could this be? How could there be a Susanoo that mirrors mine so closely? Even if similar, it should not be possible. The Susanoo of the Uchiha clan is unique to each individual, unless... Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's expression turned serious as he commanded, Black Zetsu, I order you to investigate this impostor claiming to be me. Do you understand? Gather all information about him. Chapter 63, Kukazu. The shops you see on this street belong to the owners. The Shinobi World War has reached its conclusion, with major hostilities ceasing, though minor conflicts persist. Yet, the news of Uchiha Madara's resurrection is bound to send shockwaves through the various shinobi villages. In the Land of Lightning, within the meeting room of Kumogakure, the third Raikage convened with the village's upper echelons. All right, everyone. I trust you have all received the news of Uchiha Madara's reappearance in the shinobi world. The purpose of this meeting is to gather your opinions on how Kumogakure should proceed from here. Feel free to speak your minds. You know I dislike beating around the bush. The youthful Tsuchikage pondered for a moment before speaking. Raikage, could this be a smokescreen devised by Kanahegakure? Could you elaborate? Raikage. The situation is as follows. The individual claiming to be Uchiha Madara wears a mask, and no one has seen his face. Therefore, whether he is truly Uchiha Madara remains uncertain. I suspect this might be a ploy by Kanahegakure. They may have found an Uchiha clan member to impersonate Madara, achieving their own objectives while intimidating the other shinobi villages. Upon hearing this, other high-ranking officials quickly voiced their dissenting opinions. While such a possibility exists, I believe it to be unlikely. Ever since the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, that cunning fox, became Hokage, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Kanahegakure has been exceedingly delicate. Unless it pertains to matters of the entire shinobi world, the upper echelons of Kanahegakure cannot control the Uchiha. As we have seen, during the war, The Uchiha clan operated independently, far from the main forces of Konohagakure. But if this person is not an imposter, could it truly be Uchiha Madara? He was thought to be dead. How could someone long deceased return to life? During this era, the Edo Tensei technique had not yet been fully developed. Although the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had created this jutsu, it was not perfected, and figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that the living should not disturb the dead, leading to a consensus among shinobi that the resurrection of the deceased was mere fantasy. In the Raikage office, a heated argument erupted. The people of Kumogakure were known for their directness, often bordering on volatility. Initially, their voices were raised, but soon escalated into a full-blown quarrel. This matter was simply too enigmatic to ignore. Years after his demise, the legendary figure of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, has returned. You claim he is indeed real. Such a notion defies logic. Yet, should he not be real, numerous questions arise. Enough. Suddenly, the Raikage's stern voice silenced the room. The previously rowdy assembly, on the verge of physical confrontation, returned to their seats, expressions etched with confusion and disbelief. What is the meaning of this? I summoned you to discuss the future of the Cloud Village, not to debate the authenticity of Uchiha Madara. However, the Raikage bore no ill will toward them. After all, Madara's existence is profoundly significant throughout the ninja world. Ultimately, after careful contemplation, the strategist, T-Dai, spoke. Lord Raikage, regardless of whether that individual is Uchiha Madara or a mere pawn in Konoha's machinations, our foremost priority must be to enhance the strength of the Cloud Village. Upon hearing T-Dai's words, the high-ranking officials of the Cloud nodded in agreement. His assertions were sound. If their fists were strong enough, no enemy's schemes would matter. Any threat could be obliterated with a single blow. Indeed, we have only just emerged from the quagmire of war and must expedite our recovery. The Raikage concurred. However, Lord Raikage, mere recovery is insufficient, T-Dai interjected. Regardless of that person's identity, it remains an undeniable fact that he defeated Hanzo the Salamander. Against such formidable foes, deploying our mid-tier forces would yield little effect. Our focus should be on enhancing our elite combat capabilities. I propose we find a way to utilize the power of tailed beasts for military purposes. Imagine, should another ninja world war erupt. If we could deploy tailed beasts in battle, what a sight that would be. The might of tailed beasts is universally acknowledged in the ninja world. Their rampage can effortlessly decimate entire cities. If we could harness their power for warfare, the Cloud Village would gain an immensely powerful ally. The third Raikage fell into deep thought, ultimately resolving to address his partner, his own nephew, the current Baruto. Baruto, the village requires your contributions. Are you capable of this? Baruto nodded. For the village, I will do my utmost, Lord Raikage. I appreciate your efforts, Baruto. Not only the Cloud Village, but across the ninja world, similar sentiments echoed. Whether for self-preservation or other motives, various ninja villages and organizations began to seek ways to augment their strength, be it through tailed beasts, forbidden techniques, or other means to bolster their might, all in preparation for the potential upheaval that lay ahead. Meanwhile, the instigators of this chaos returned to the capital of the Fire Country, accompanied by 3 children, their souvenirs from this journey. In a luxurious carriage, the curtains were drawn aside, revealing 3 eager little heads. Wow, is this truly the capital of the Fire Country? It's stunning, exclaimed one. The broad streets and orderly houses dazzled them, a stark contrast to the dampness of the Rain Village. What are those shops selling? I don't know, but they look delicious. Look over there. The trio, witnessing the splendor of the capital, their eyes sparkled with curiosity, eagerly surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. As they traversed the bustling streets, inhaling the enticing aromas wafting from the shops, Yahiko's stomach growled audibly. This truly is the capital of the Fire Country. Just the scents from those shops are making me hungry. Don't fret, we shall arrive shortly. Once home, you can indulge in whatever delicacies you desire, chuckled Tetsuya. Since the 3 children were willing to call him teacher, he felt inclined to treat them well. After all, their fondness for food was a trivial matter for him. Really? Can I eat anything I want? Yahiko's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ah, little one, you might not know this, but every food shop on this street belongs to the owner, replied Kakuzu, grinning. Chapter 64. The possibility of sealing Migado's Rinnegan outside of Konoha, in the Chiba Manor. Indeed, this so-called Chiba Manor is the very forest where Tetsuya and Izuna frequently sparred and fished. Thanks to his financial prowess, this area has been enclosed, thereby transforming into Tetsuya's private estate. Although he remains a mere merchant for now, the noble circles of the Fire Country have extended their goodwill, eager to welcome Tetsuya into their ranks. The reason is simple. The novel delights he introduced have captivated their hearts. Luxurious indulgences have become the hallmark of the nobility. Though previously affluent and powerful, their pleasures were limited to the same repetitive experiences. However, with Tetsuya's arrival in the capital, everything has changed. Moreover, Tetsuya possesses an astute understanding of social dynamics, coupled with vast wealth, allowing him a place among the nobles, despite not yet being one himself. It was merely a matter of relinquishing a useless stretch of forest. Tetsuya was not one to shy away from compensation. In a spacious clearing, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan stood in a line, now clad in ninja training attire, while Izuna stood before them. You three, heed my words. Now that you have become my disciples, I shall train you according to the rigorous standards of the Uchiha clan, shaping you into exceptional ninjas. However, be prepared. This journey may be arduous. Are you mentally prepared? We are ready. The trio responded in unison, having awaited this moment for far too long. They yearned for strength, for power to transform their backward nation and alter the harsh realities of the ninja world. Today marks their first step in learning how to become ninjas. Excellent. On our return journey, you successfully harnessed your chakra. The first task in becoming a ninja is to test your chakra attributes. Each individual's chakra possesses unique characteristics. Understanding your attributes is essential for mastering the most suitable techniques. With that, Izuna produced 3 pieces of chakra testing paper. This paper is specifically designed for assessing chakra. Grasp the paper and infuse it with your chakra. The paper's response will reveal your chakra attributes. Give it a try. The trio, having never encountered such an item, eagerly accepted the testing paper from Izuna. Nearby, on the steps of a wooden cabin, Tetsuya reclined on a cushion, a teapot and fruit platter by his side, watching with interest as Izuna instructed his disciples. Izuna was a dedicated individual. Once he resolved to undertake a task, he committed himself wholly. Learning under such a mentor may be challenging, given their stringent expectations, yet the pace of progress would undoubtedly be remarkable. Fortunately, Yahiko and his companions were extraordinary talents. Nagato, with his Uzumaki lineage and Rinnegan, absorbed knowledge swiftly. Konan, too, displayed remarkable aptitude, eventually developing her unique paper jutsu. Among the trio, only Yahiko's talent seemed slightly inferior. However, his optimistic disposition prevented him from perceiving Konan's demeanor as excessively severe. The results of their tests were swiftly revealed. Nagato possessed a rich array of chakra attributes, demonstrating proficiency in all 5. Konan exhibited wind, water, and earth attributes, with a predominance of wind, while Yahiko displayed water, wind, and fire attributes, with water being his strongest. Beyond merely assessing the chakra properties of the 3, Izuna had already devised a foundational plan for their futures. He commenced teaching them some fundamental ninja skills, beginning with the classification and utilization of tools. Given that the trio had only just begun to refine their chakra, the instruction on controlling and applying chakra would be of little utility until they had amassed a sufficient level. After guiding them through their individual shortcomings and issues, Izuna permitted them to practice independently. You've worked hard, Izuna-sensei. Allow me to brew you a cup of tea, Tetsuya said with a smile as he prepared a hot drink for Izuna, who was approaching the wooden cabin. How are the 3 of them faring? Izuna inquired after taking a sip. Yahiko and Konan are doing well, but Nagato's health is concerning, Tetsuya replied. Oh, what do you mean? Tetsuya was aware that it likely pertained to the Rinnegan, yet he was uncertain of the specifics. Izuna explained, Nagato's Rinnegan is my brother's, an external entity he cannot deactivate. Consequently, it necessitates a considerable expenditure of chakra and life energy to sustain, rendering Nagato's body exceedingly frail. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, he should possess robust vitality and abundant chakra, yet he currently appears weaker than both Yahiko and Konan. I see, Tetsuya remarked. Nagato certainly seems much more fragile than the other 2. Is there any way to assist him in closing that pair of eyes? Tetsuya pondered. Perhaps you could remove Nagato's Rinnegan and replace it with ordinary eyes? Then find a suitable vessel for those Rinnegan, since they belong to your brother. It shouldn't pose much of a problem for you, but it may impact the evolution of your own eyes. If they were to be removed from your body, they might never evolve into Rinnegan again. Upon hearing Tetsuya's suggestion, Izuna lowered his head, genuinely contemplating the idea. Hey, what are you thinking? You can't seriously be considering removing your own eyes to exchange them for Nagato's, can you? Aren't you concerned that your eyes might fail to evolve? Izuna replied calmly. It matters not. Those eyes evolved from a fusion of my brother's and my own, thus theoretically, they are also mine. However, where could one find a pair of suitable eyes for Nagato? Alright, I was merely speaking hypothetically. It's just a pair of Rinnegan, after all. Why not seal the power of the Rinnegan? Just like the Sharingan, when we do not utilize that power, our eyes remain ordinary black ones, don't they? Upon hearing this, Izuna found it quite reasonable. However, could the power of the Rinnegan truly be sealed? After all, those are the eyes of the legendary Sage of Six Paths. How did we end up back at the Sage of Six Paths? Didn't you just say they were your eyes? Tetsuya raised his hands in exasperation. Let's do this. I will apply the sealing technique, and you can use your own power to assist me in sealing the Rinnegan that has merged with your eyes. It should not be too difficult. Chapter 65. Experience the terror of being dominated by assignments. In the corridor of the wooden cabin, Nagato felt a twinge of anxiety as he observed his two teachers intently staring at him. Few things are more intimidating than being scrutinized by one's instructors. Typically, at such moments, a student would likely recall every mistake they had ever made throughout their life. Izuna-sensei, Tetsuya-sensei, what are you doing? You're making me a bit frightened. Nagato timidly spoke, genuinely alarmed. Tetsuya, noticing Nagato's trepidation, gently reassured him, Do not fear, Nagato. We simply wish to discuss something with you. Please, go ahead. I am listening. Nagato said. Your eyes are quite unique, Tetsuya continued. They harbor immense power, yet you currently lack the ability to control it, which not only fails to augment your strength, but also depletes your energy. Over time, this could potentially harm your body. Therefore, after discussing it with Izuna-sensei, we have decided to temporarily seal the power within your eyes. Once you have matured and possess sufficient strength to wield them, we will lift the seal. What do you think? This was not an attempt to intimidate Nagato. Tetsuya genuinely believed that the Rinnegan constrained Nagato's development. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato appeared frail, and one could mistakenly assume he had been drained by Konan, and his overall power was dismally low. Can the power within my eyes truly be sealed? Nagato inquired, feeling somewhat incredulous. He was aware of the formidable power residing within his eyes, yet he found himself unable to harness it, and it appeared to be depleting his vitality. Why not? The sealing techniques in this world are quite remarkable. Even a tailed beast can be sealed within an infant. Surely a pair of Rinnegan can be managed, Tetsuya asserted. All right, I trust you both. Please proceed with sealing the power of my eyes. How can I assist you? Excellent. Just prepare yourself. The rest is up to us, Tetsuya replied, glancing at Izuna. Izuna nodded and stepped forward. Nagato, extend your hand. Nagato complied, offering his right hand, which Izuna grasped firmly. Let us begin, Tetsuya, Izuna declared. Understood, Tetsuya affirmed, initiating the sealing technique. As the ritual commenced, Izuna channeled his chakra into Nagato's body. And in that moment, he realized the extent of Nagato's frailty. To put it plainly, had Nagato not been a member of the Uzumaki clan, he would have been completely drained by the Rinnegan at such a young age. As the other master of the Rinnegan, Izuna's chakra soon reacted to its presence. He nodded at Tetsuya, signaling him to begin. Tetsuya commenced the sealing technique. Rest assured, Nagato, this will be over swiftly. A series of unique characters inscribed themselves upon Nagato's forehead, and he sensed the power within his eyes gradually being gathered. The sensation resembled that of an individual burdened by a heavy load, gradually having the weight removed from both ends. In this comforting experience, Nagato succumbed to slumber. It's done, Tetsuya announced, clapping his hands. A distinctive mark had emerged on Nagato's forehead, a result of Tetsuya's innovative sealing technique, which combined elements of his chakra extraction technique with the 8 trigrams sealing method. Over the years, he had not merely indulged in leisure. He had immersed himself in learning myriad ninjutsu and sealing techniques, deriving immense enjoyment from exploring their interconnections and peculiarities. Tetsuya-sensei, Izuna-sensei, what has happened to Nagato? Is he all right? Yahiko and Konan approached, their expressions filled with concern. He's fine. He merely grew a bit fatigued and has fallen asleep. Given the weather and the sun, it's quite pleasant for him to rest here in the corridor, Tetsuya reassured them, then turned to Yahiko and Konan, suddenly breaking into a warm smile. So, have you both completed your training? Miyako patted his chest and declared, Of course I finished it. Not only did I complete the training tasks assigned by Teacher Izuna, but I also added 2 extra sets for myself. Is that so? It seems you are quite impressive, came the response. Naturally, I am the best. I aspire to become a formidable ninja like Teacher Izuna. As Zetsuya smiled and praised Miyako, the latter reveled in his self-satisfaction. However, Konan felt an unsettling premonition. She sensed that Miyako was about to face serious trouble. Very well, since your ninjutsu training is complete, it is time for this, Zetsuya said as he produced 2 exercise books from his ample sleeves and thrust them into the hands of Miyako and Konan. I knew it would be this way. Konan sighed, shaking her head at the sight of the exercises. While these tasks were manageable for her, they were as daunting as a collapsing sky for Miyako. His expression became rigid with dread. No, please. Ha ha ha. You little rascal, are you still laughing? Still feeling smug? Zetsuya wore a triumphant grin. Feel the terror of being overwhelmed by homework. Stop dawdling and get to your assignments. If you don't finish, there will be no food for you. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Miyako stepped back and plopped down onto the ground. Oh dear, Teacher Zetsuya, I trained too hard and got hurt. Can I skip the homework? Zetsuya narrowed his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. What do you think? I've heard that electric shocks can help tired individuals relax. Why don't you give that a try? Seeing the lightning crackle in Zetsuya's right hand, Miyako sprang to his feet. Please, don't do that. I'm fine now. I'll go write my homework immediately. He turned and grabbed Konan, fleeing in a panic, fearing that Zetsuya's fist would land on his head if he delayed. Miyako, why are you dragging me along? Konan asked, perplexed. Of course, I would never abandon my companions. Miyako exclaimed. But the one the teacher wants to hit is only you. Konan replied, exasperated. Konan, you mustn't be so ungrateful. Watching the 2 sprint away, Zetsuya chuckled and shook his head. Remember, no homework, no food. After reminding them, he returned to his mat. Such an amusing little rascal. Reflecting upon Miyako's antics, Zetsuya pondered how to deal with Hanzo of the Salamander. Whether it be Miyako, Nagato, or Konan, they all possessed ideals. Although he had previously persuaded them to come to the Land of Fire, they would surely return to the Land of Rain once their training was complete, for it was their birthplace, and they aspired to transform it. However, upon returning to the Land of Rain, they would inevitably confront Hanzo of the Salamander. Perhaps I should simply eliminate him. Chapter 66. Anticipating your growth. Future king of the 5 elements, just as he contemplated directly eliminating Hanzo, Zetsuya shook his head and dismissed that notion. I've spent too much time with Izuna. My mind is filled with thoughts of violence. I am a merchant, and a good merchant does not resort to murder. He took a bite of the fruit from the platter before him. Moreover, if he were to kill Hanzo outright, it would lead to a multitude of subsequent troubles. Should other ninja villages witness Hanzo's demise, they would undoubtedly harbor various thoughts, making the situation in the Land of Rain even more precarious. Perhaps I could kill him and replace him with someone impersonating Hanzo, secretly controlling the Land of Rain's ninja village? This idea seemed to Zetsuya the most reliable solution. To find someone to impersonate Hanzo or to control him directly, manipulating the entire Land of Rain from the shadows. When Miyako and the others returned after their training, he could secretly maneuver Hanzo to employ them and help them establish their reputation in the Land of Rain. Then, when the time was ripe, he could abdicate and transfer the leadership of the village to them. What a splendid plan. I am truly a genius. Izuna, sitting nearby, observed Zetsuya's self-talk with a mix of bemusement and indifference. Over the years, she had often seen him muttering to himself. What is it, genius? Have you thought of something delightful? She emphasized the word genius. Zetsuya, unfazed, replied with a proud grin. I have discovered a promising path for Miyako and the others. Oh, their future? Intrigued, Izuna leaned in closer. Zetsuya explained his plan, and as the mastermind behind the Uchiha clan, Izuna found it highly feasible, though many details required refinement. They sat together, engaged in animated discussion about the future of the Land of Rain. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm orange glow of dusk, Nagato slowly awakened from a deep slumber. What time is it? How long have I been asleep? You've been sleeping all day? Tetsuya, seated nearby with tea and a ninjutsu scroll, replied. A whole day? I haven't completed the training assigned by Teacher Izuna. Relax. There's no need to fret about that. You've finally shed the burdens of your body. Resting a bit longer will benefit your path ahead. Setting down the scroll, Tetsuya regarded Nagato. Following the completion of the sealing, Nagato's eyes had finally returned from the Rinnegan to their normal state, the black irises appearing exceptionally sharp and imposing. These eyes conveyed a sense of authority uncharacteristic of Nagato's age, lending him an air of dominance. "Let me check your recovery," Tetsuya said, extending his hand. "Okay." Nagato obediently extended his right hand, and Tetsuya grasped his wrist, releasing chakra to assess his condition. After a brief examination, Tetsuya couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan is remarkable." Once drained by the Rinnegan, Nagato now radiated vitality, though he had yet to reach his optimal state. With proper care in the days to come, he would undoubtedly grow even stronger. "You're recovering well, but it will take time. I'll have the chefs at the inn prepare some nourishing dishes for you." "Thank you, teacher." "Ah, no need for thanks." Nagato noticed the ninjutsu scroll beside Tetsuya and curiously inquired, "Are you researching ninjutsu, teacher?" Tetsuya smiled and replied, "Indeed, unlike teacher Izuna, who possesses enviable talent by birth, I must seek out time to study and research on my own." Nagato peered curiously at the ninjutsu Tetsuya was studying and realized he could read the characters, yet struggled to comprehend their combined meaning. Nevertheless, he found it intriguing that the ninjutsu on this scroll required various chakra types. "Teacher, why does the ninjutsu on this scroll require both wind and fire chakra?" Seeing Nagato's interest, Tetsuya beamed with pride. "This is something I developed myself. I haven't yet thought of a name for it. The effects of this ninjutsu are quite fascinating, as it allows one technique to be infused with the properties of other chakra types. For instance, when utilizing wind release techniques to assault a target, the typical methods of inflicting harm involve slicing, impact through rotation, or compression. However, if one were to infuse the technique with fire chakra, it would endow the wind release with the ferocity of flames." Quite impressive. Although Nagato failed to grasp the underlying principles, he instinctively recognized the power inherent in this technique. "Allow me to demonstrate," Zetsu declared, leaping to a nearby tree. "Watch closely, Nagato." Fire release, fireball jutsu. With a flick of his wrist, a ball of flame was unleashed, intentionally veering slightly off course. Upon striking the ground, the flames erupted, rapidly expanding in a spectacular explosion, generating a significant shockwave while the fire continued to burn fiercely. Immediately afterward, Zetsu thrust his palm forward. Wind release, gale palm. The winds compressed within his hand and, upon the forceful strike, a tempest was summoned, interwoven with flames. Bang! The palm struck the sturdy tree, causing its trunk to snap and crash to the ground, igniting in flames that consumed the wood. "Do you see, Nagato? This is the effect of the technique I have been studying, merging one jutsu with another to create novel effects and enhance its variability, rendering it inscrutable to your adversaries." "Incredible, Teacher Zetsu. May I learn this?" The excitement radiating from Nagato indicated his profound admiration for the jutsu. This was entirely understandable, for when Nagato matured, he would embody the sage of the six paths before being drained by the outer path, a testament to his latent potential. This technique was indeed developed based on the skills of the youthful sage of the six paths, Nagato. The anticipation of witnessing Nagato dominating the battlefield of the ninja world was exhilarating. "Of course, once I have perfected the complete version of this jutsu, I shall teach you. Flourish well, young one. I eagerly await the day you ascend as the Sage of the Six Paths." Chapter 67. Black Zetsu. Where is he? Where is my Nagato? The ninja world, outside Amigakure, a plant erupted from the ground. Damn it, how could this happen? Why has he vanished? At this moment, the schemer who had plotted for millennia was infuriated, glaring at the white Zetsu accompanying him. "How could you let a single person slip away? You are all worthless." Black Zetsu's fury was justified, for Nagato had disappeared, a living, breathing individual. However, Nagato was merely a vessel, a pawn. The true significance lay in the Rinnegan he possessed. That was the key to rescuing his mother, a goal he had toiled over for years to obtain. Faced with Black Zetsu's wrath, the majority of the white Zetsu bowed their heads in shame, except for one, who, somewhat disgruntled, retorted, "It was an exceedingly complex situation. Battles raged everywhere, and we had to disperse to monitor multiple fronts. Besides, wasn't that child your arrangement? This is primarily your responsibility. You insolent fool, how dare you speak back?" Black Zetsu seethed. "What now? The deed is done. Rather than ranting, we must devise a plan to locate Nagato swiftly. Easier said than done. The ninja world is vast. Where do we begin searching for a mere child? Another white Zetsu interjected. I recall seeing those three children often in contact with a certain civilian. Perhaps they were taken by him. A civilian? I know where he resides. Under the guidance of the white Zetsu, Black Zetsu arrived at the temporary hideout where Kakuzu had once concealed himself. Upon entering, his extensive experience in the shadows of the ninja world allowed him to discern this as a stronghold, not merely a civilian's dwelling. Damn it, that man is no civilian. He is a spy infiltrating Amigakure. Black Zetsu admired Hanzo of the salamander's ability to repel other ninja villages despite such infiltration. Had Nagato been abducted by another village? Had someone discovered the Rinnegan? Black Zetsu commanded the white Zetsu behind him. Go, gather intelligence from the other ninja villages and ascertain who has taken Nagato. Understood. The hard-working white Zetsu swiftly infiltrated the underground to commence their task of gathering intelligence. Yet, Black Zetsu could never fathom that the one who had taken Nagato was not from any ninja village. He had evaded the truth from the very beginning. Following Black Zetsu's orders, the white Zetsu commenced their investigation into the various ninja villages. As they delved deeper, complications arose. Black Zetsu received conflicting reports from the white Zetsu, revealing that these villages were secretly researching and preparing something. Judging by the reports, it seemed every village had the potential to be involved in Nagato's abduction. Curse it. What is happening? Have these villages lost their minds? Or do they intend to gather strength for another conflict? Black Zetsu could not suppress his ire as he organized the intelligence. Continue the investigation. I demand clarity on their intentions. While Black Zetsu busied himself with the inquiry into Nagato's whereabouts, Nagato was blissfully immersed in his daily routine. At the Chiyo Manor, the training of Nagato and his companions had fallen into a steady rhythm. Each morning began with foundational ninjutsu training, followed by lectures from Zetsu on mathematics and economics. After lunch, they resumed their training, dedicating the evening to homework, and concluded their day with chakra exercises before retiring early to bed. Their lives were fulfilling and stable. And under the tutelage of Zetsu and Konan, the trio flourished rapidly. Outside the Chiyo Manor, a masked ninja, who appeared to be an unlikely inhabitant of the Land of Fire, approached the estate. Konan, who was supervising the training of the three, recognized the ninja as one of the two foolish ninjas he had once controlled using his Sharingan. Over the years, those two foolish ninjas had delivered numerous useless reports to Zetsu, often serving as a source of amusement. Interestingly, they had initially been subordinates of a female spy who had been reassigned due to her waning beauty. My lord, I have urgent news to report. Aren't messages usually conveyed by carrier pigeon? The situation is exceptional. This cannot be detailed in writing. Very well, I have no interest in such matters. You may enter. He is inside. Thank you, my lord. The foolish ninja expressed his gratitude and proceeded toward the wooden cabin. Ah, good morning. After being awakened early for training, Zetsu finally rose from bed, clutching a glass of milk as he stepped into the corridor. My lord, the foolish ninja knelt before Zetsu. Oh, you are that infiltrating ninja from Kumogakure. What brings you here today? Do you not typically communicate via carrier pigeon? Indeed, my lord, but I possess crucial information that cannot be conveyed on paper. Is that so? It seems Kumogakure is up to something significant. With that, Zetsu plopped down onto the floor of the corridor. All right, rise and sit beside me. Tell me what has transpired. Yes, thank you, my lord. The foolish ninja complied, taking a seat beside Zetsu and began relaying the information. The origins of the incident could be traced back to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, coinciding with the emergence of Uchiha Madara. The resurrection of Uchiha Madara has significantly rattled the nerves of the major ninja villages, and Kumogakure is no exception. In a bid to acquire the strength necessary to confront Madara, the inhabitants of Kumogakure began to harness the power of tailed beasts within the Jinchuriki. While the intention was commendable, the outcome proved far less favorable. The tailed beasts, resistant to cooperation, rendered the Jinchuriki's mastery of their powers exceedingly challenging. Consequently, the Eight Tails, GYK, went berserk multiple times, wreaking havoc upon Kumogakure, resulting in great destruction and a heavy toll of fallen ninja in attempts to subdue it. In their quest for perfect control over the Eight Tails, Kumogakure found themselves in dire need of a better method, yet prolonged research yielded little success. At this juncture, a particularly astute individual recalled the intel regarding a descendant of the Uzumaki clan residing in Kanahagakure, Kushina Uzumaki. Perhaps abducting this Uzumaki descendant and studying the clan's unique chakra could reveal a means to perfectly control the tailed beasts. Chapter 68. Call me Mamba. Due to their extensive activities within the Land of Fire, I and Yurubi were ordered to lead this mission. Upon hearing the report from the foolish ninja, Tetsuya was somewhat taken aback. You and another foolish ninja are in charge of the team? Are you both strong enough? Capturing Kushina Uzumaki will require an incursion into Kanahigakure. In his mind, this so-called Irika, the foolish ninja, along with Yurubi, did not possess formidable strength, considering they had previously lacked the ability to resist. Noticing Tetsuya's surprise at their participation and leadership, Irika quickly clarified, "Sir, both Yurubi and I are special jonin. We simply lack combat proficiency." "Oh, I see. Special jonin. With long-standing experience in the Land of Fire. That makes more sense for you two to lead," Tetsuya mused, a sudden idea sparking in his mind. "You must have mobilized quite a few people for this mission. See if there's an opportunity for me to sneak in." "Sir, do you wish to partake in this mission?" "Indeed, it sounds rather intriguing, does it not?" He was curious about how two special jonin could manage to capture Kushina, who at that time resided in a mansion in Mido, as the wife of the first Hokage, surely well guarded. Moreover, how did they infiltrate Kanahigakure? Where were the barrier and sensory teams? What of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans? With their Byakugan and Sharingan, how could they remain oblivious to an invasion? Or did these intruders possess some extraordinary ability to deceive both the barrier and sensory teams, evading the watchful eyes of the Byakugan and Sharingan? If they were indeed that skilled, how had they been swiftly dealt with by the young Minato? Hence, he was eager to witness how they captured Kushina and subsequently how Minato thwarted their efforts. "Certainly, sir. The personnel for this mission consist of..." Irika began to outline the mission's composition, and Tetsuya soon realized that there were indeed Kumogakure ninja embedded within Kanahigakure, explaining their ability to infiltrate. Their plan was to first penetrate the village and then split into several groups to await Kushina's probable appearance. Should any one group succeed, they would not need to notify the others and could withdraw immediately. The primary objective for the remaining groups would then shift to survival. "When will you commence your operation?" "Sir, all of us will gather in the capital of the Land of Fire tomorrow, at which point we shall proceed to Kanahigakure together." "Understood. In that case, let us set off now." Tetsuya was eager, already anticipating this journey to Kanahigakure. After informing Izuna, he returned to the capital alongside Irika. "Sir, I feel compelled to remind you that if you wish to join this mission, you will need to alter your appearance." Back at Irika's lodgings, he scrutinized Tetsuya carefully and cautioned him. "What do you mean? Among those present are elite Kumogakure ninja. They are all natives of the Land of Lightning." "Oh, I understand. Just watch closely." Tetsuya immediately comprehended, forming hand seals and transforming his appearance. His formerly fair complexion darkened, and he grew taller. His black hair vanished, replaced by a gleaming bald head, resembling an egg from behind. With notably darker eyebrows, piercing eyes, and a confident grin revealing bright white teeth, he looked the part. "Hey!" Irika was momentarily stunned by Tetsuya's transformation. "How does he look more like a person from the Land of Lightning than I do? Oh no, I've become someone from the Land of Fire. How do I look? Is there anything amiss?" "No issues, sir. Have you ever been to the Land of Lightning?" "No, but I have encountered many ninja from Kumogakure on the battlefield in the past." Tetsuya maintained a smile akin to that of a famous figure. Yet as he spoke of his battlefield experience, Irika felt a chill run down his spine. "By the way, for safety's sake, please refrain from calling me sir henceforth." "What should I call you then?" "Call me Mamba." Time flew by, and the gathering hour arrived. In a forest outside the capital, a group of Kumogakure ninja assembled. Tetsuya surveyed the scene. Excluding himself, there were 9 individuals in total. Estimating their strengths, he noted that aside from Irika and Yurubi, the 2 special jonin, there were 2 jonin and 5 chunin. They formed 3 groups of 3, with each jonin leading 2 chunin, while the remaining chunin would be led by Irika and Yurubi. However, with Tetsuya's addition, the group now consisted of 10 members. Irika addressed the assembled ninja. "All right, since everyone is here, let us prepare to depart." "Wait a moment. There's an extra person," one of the jonin suddenly remarked, directing his gaze at Tetsuya. Yurubi interjected, "This is Mamba, a temporary addition to our team." "Temporary addition? Could he be a spy from another village?" "What do you mean by that?" Yurubi retorted. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you what you mean? Have you already defected to Kanahigakure and arranged for a spy to infiltrate our mission to sabotage our plans?" "You." "Enough, Yurubi, let me handle this." Tetsuya turned to face the jonin. He recognized this individual, Irika had mentioned him during the personnel briefing, noting past conflicts when they were in Kumogakure. Unexpectedly, he had chosen this moment to stir trouble. Do you wish to offer an explanation? Spy from Konohagakure? Hemi, a spy from Konohagakure? Tetsuya scoffed lightly, then activated his lightning release chakra mode, enveloping himself in lightning. Taste my black mamba elbow strike. He dashed forward with astonishing speed, too swift for the onlookers to react, delivering a powerful elbow strike directly to the Jonin's chest, amplified by the speed and strength of his lightning release. The attack eliminated the frail ninja in an instant. Now, who else has a problem? Tetsuya surveyed the remaining members, radiating an intimidating aura infused with lightning. Upon witnessing the lightning chakra, no one dared utter a word. What a farcical situation. This was the lightning release chakra mode, the ultimate technique of their third Reikage, accessible only to the direct descendants of the Reikage. Chapter 69. Capturing is dull. Let us steal the sealing scroll. Yale and Ruby were somewhat bewildered. Could it be that this esteemed individual possessed such formidable strength? They had anticipated that once they infiltrated Konoha, they would need to safeguard this onlooker. However, with such prowess displayed, it raised a question of who would be protecting whom. Furthermore, was this individual not from the Land of Fire? Why then was he employing ninjutsu invented by the Reikage? Could it be that he was actually from the Land of Lightning, a spy who had infiltrated the Land of Fire long before them? Regardless, all they needed to do was closely follow this remarkable figure. Very well, I am responsible for the individuals accompanying me. During the forthcoming operation, I expect no discordant voices. Understood? Understood. The assembled ninjas responded in unison. With a single strike, this Mamba's strength was undeniably impressive. Although they had never heard of such a formidable warrior before, it was possible he had been engaged in covert operations for quite some time. After all, he could utilize the lightning release chakra mode. He must indeed be of the Reikage's direct lineage. There was nothing more to discuss. Someone of such might, with close ties to the Reikage, would surely have their words treated as gospel. The subsequent operations proceeded smoothly, with no one daring to create any disturbances. The 9 ninjas divided into 3 groups and infiltrated Konoha in succession, with Jie being the vanguard of the operation. As he approached the breach in the barrier, he crossed his arms and scrutinized the opening. Good heavens, is this a dog hole? Are we expected to squeeze through that? No wonder Konoha overlooked such a small gap. My lord, we must hurry inside. We have only 10 minutes. Once that time elapses, Konoha's patrols will commence their rounds. I am aware. Let us proceed, Jie replied, using a jutsu to slightly reduce his size and successfully passing through the barrier, with the others following closely behind. Follow me. Jie led the 2 deeper into Konoha. Having lived there for many years, he was well acquainted with the paths to take. At that moment, it was dusk, and few individuals populated the village's outskirts, allowing for a seamless infiltration. According to their calculations, the 3 most likely locations for Uzumaki Kushina's appearance were the training ground, the Ninja Academy, and her residence. Jie's small team aimed for the training ground. The training area in Konoha was expansive, serving the village's civilian ninjas for their practice. The clan ninjas had their own dedicated training facilities. Although Kushina resided with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, in his manor, there was no designated training area within the estate, as such facilities were unnecessary for him. Thus, Kushina regularly trained at the ninjutsu training ground. Now I understand why this has been so effortless. Having successfully reached the ambush point outside the training ground, Jie grasped why their infiltration had been so easy. The war had only recently concluded, and Konoha had engaged in multiple battles during this conflict. Although victorious, the toll had been severe. A considerable number of ninjas had perished on the battlefield, leaving Konoha in a significantly weakened state. It appeared that Konoha's internal defenses were even more fragile than they had anticipated. Indeed, my lord. While Konoha may appear to be the principal victor of the recent ninja world war, Lord Tsuchikage has conducted assessments, revealing that Konoha's losses were the greatest among all the ninja villages. This is precisely why we dared to devise this kidnapping plan. Given that, are you bold enough to engage in a significant venture with me? If we succeed, the Reikage will certainly reward you handsomely. Jie flashed a grin reminiscent of a certain well-known character, his white teeth gleaming. The 2 Chunin exchanged glances, considering Jie's extraordinary strength and the current vulnerability of Konoha. They couldn't help but nod in agreement. We will follow your lead, my lord. Should you instruct us to head east, we shall not venture west. Excellent. Jie nodded in satisfaction. According to my intelligence, there exists a sealing scroll left by the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, within Konoha. This scroll contains a multitude of forbidden techniques created by him. If we can steal it and return it to our village, it would be a monumental achievement. Upon hearing this, the two Chunin felt a surge of excitement. Yet, they quickly reminded themselves to remain composed. But my lord, what about our primary mission? Indeed, our foremost task is to kidnap the descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Do you truly believe that if we wait here, the Uzumaki heir will simply appear? Jie gestured towards the sky. It's already evening. Would one train at this hour? The two shook their heads. Doesn't that clarify things? Remaining here would be a mere waste of time. Instead, let us seize the sealing scroll. That would indeed be a significant accomplishment. Listening to Jie's reasoning, the two contemplated deeply and found merit in his words. At this hour, most would have returned home for dinner. Lingering here served no purpose. Thus, the task of capturing the Uzumaki heir would be entrusted to others, while they focused on acquiring the sealing scroll. This strategy would effectively distribute the risks. Even if the attempt to kidnap the Uzumaki heir failed, securing the scroll would mitigate the repercussions of their mission's failure. My lord speaks wisely. We shall follow your command. Very well, follow me. Jie led the group directly towards the Hokage's building. He was exceedingly familiar with this route. During the time of the second Hokage, he frequently brought him takeout. As they approached the Hokage's building, the number of sentries increased. Be cautious. Remain hidden from patrolling ninjas. With this warning, the trio swiftly concealed themselves. Two leaf ninjas clad in green jonin attire passed by on the street. Once they confirmed the coast was clear, they continued forward. Although Jie was accompanied by two Chunin, they were evidently specially trained, exceptionally skilled in stealth and reconnaissance. While the Umbu's concealment skills were already quite high, these two Chunin could detect hidden Umbu and evade their gaze. It must be said that even Jie was less adept in this regard. Moving forward, the trio successfully entered the Hokage's building. At this hour, the number of individuals present in the Hokage's office was sparse. Jie gestured for them to split up. The Hokage's building was vast. To locate the sealing scroll, separating their efforts was the most prudent course. After parting ways, Jie transformed himself into Jiraiya and boldly strode through the Hokage's building. Where could it be? It wouldn't be hidden in the Hokage's personal residence, would it? No. Typically such things are concealed within the Hokage's building, right? Were all those novels I read merely fabrications? Disguised as Jiraiya, Jie searched for any trace of the sealing scroll. Yet after inspecting several locations, he found nothing. Lord Jiraiya, when did you return? Upon opening a door, a ninja organizing documents spotted Jiraiya at the entrance. Jie imitated Jiraiya's hearty laugh. I just returned not long ago. I was sent by the old man to find something. What do you need? Perhaps I can assist you. Well, I've been researching a new ninjutsu, but I'm struggling with the concept. The old man suggested I consult the sealing scroll, but I seem to have forgotten its location. The sealing scroll? I know where it is. Please, follow me. Under the guidance of a ninja, Tetsuya arrived at the entrance of a seemingly unremarkable room. This is it. Then, I shall take my leave. There are certain matters I find inconvenient to witness. The leading ninja offered a slight bow to Tetsuya before departing. Is it within here? It appears rather ordinary, Tetsuya mused. Curiosity piqued as he activated his Sharingan. The moment he gazed within, he was taken aback. The unassuming chamber was suffused with the pulsations of chakra, filled with various unique barriers and sealing techniques. If one were to attempt to unravel these seals and barriers without adhering to specific protocols, it would likely trigger the seals within. However, Tetsuya, having lived for an extended period, had spent his idle hours delving into the intricacies of sealing techniques and ninjutsu. After all, among the initial rewards he had drawn, the most frequently utilized were the 8-trigram seal and the chakra sealing technique produced by the K9, which had sparked his keen interest in this field. Pushing open the door, Tetsuya stepped inside to commence his study. His movements were swift. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, he found himself before the scroll of seals. The book of seals from Konoha. Let me see what secrets it holds. As he unfurled the scroll, the first ninjutsu recorded was the shadow clone technique. This technique was exceedingly classic, utilized by Naruto to navigate through the entire Naruto saga with the aid of his Rasengan. With merely a glance, he comprehended it. For Tetsuya was already familiar with the shadow clone technique, having explored the intricacies of the shadow clone technique during his leisurely study of ninjutsu. Not only did he grasp the shadow clone technique, but he was also versed in the Rasengan, Essentially, aside from forbidden techniques and secret arts, Tetsuya possessed a modicum of knowledge about most ninjutsu. The gap between this and my own deductions is not substantial, though the control over chakra appears more refined. On to the next. The second forbidden technique was the reanimation jutsu. Tetsuya glanced at it and dismissed it. It was a futile jutsu, for he possessed the genuine capability to resurrect an individual. After all, he had revived Azuna himself. Why would he need this technique? Furthermore, if he were to consider it, he would prefer the perfected version from Orochimaru, rather than this rudimentary form of reanimation jutsu. The third technique, the 8 gates, instantly captured Tetsuya's attention. After all, when he first acquired the undying body of the evil god, the 8 gates had been on his mind. Surely, anyone who had watched Naruto had contemplated the notion of combining the 8 gates with immortality. What a splendid technique. I must remember this. He had no intention of absconding with the Book of Seals, for he wished to enjoy the spectacle when the prince, Naruto, inevitably came to pilfer it himself. What would he do if he took it now? With haste, Tetsuya perused the next forbidden technique. The fourth technique, the explosive tag multiplication technique, sparked his interest. Oh, this is a technique that Deidara would undoubtedly appreciate. However, it is typically unusable by ordinary individuals, as it necessitates a reanimated body. The explosion radius is immense, and the detonation occurs rapidly, triggering a chain reaction until both the enemy and oneself are reduced to ash. Who are you? How dare you impersonate me to steal the Book of Seals? Just as Tetsuya became engrossed in his reading, a booming voice erupted. Jiraiya himself had materialized at the doorway. Oh dear, what unfortunate timing, Tetsuya remarked, rolling up the Book of Seals and revealing a mischievous grin. I never anticipated encountering the real deal. What a pity. I have yet to locate the Flying Thunder God. I care not who you are. Drop the Book of Seals immediately and surrender. I will advocate for leniency on your behalf. My apologies, but I have no inclination to surrender. With that, Tetsuya leaped through the window, escaping the scene. Don't think you can flee, Jiraiya shouted, preparing to pursue. Before departing, he instructed the guiding ninja, quickly, inform everyone. An intruder has breached the village and stolen the Book of Seals. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. In no time, the ninjas of Konoha sprang into action. After all, the commotion caused by 2 individuals darting across the rooftops, occasionally erupting in dazzling flames, was too conspicuous to ignore. Fire release, great fireball technique, Jiraiya called out, landing atop a nearby telephone pole, unleashing a ferocious torrent of flames that illuminated the village and surged towards Tetsuya. A commendable fire technique, though the flames are somewhat diminutive. As he spoke, Tetsuya swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a fire of his own before Jiraiya's flames could reach him. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. In an instant, the flames morphed into a colossal dragon, which opened its maw and consumed Jiraiya's great fireball, detonating with a tremendous explosion. The deafening impact reverberated through the streets, mercifully in a direction where few occupied. Such a formidable fire technique. Jiraiya marveled at Tetsuya's great dragon fire technique, realizing that this adversary was no ordinary foe. After all, who would dare infiltrate the Hokage's tower to pilfer the Book of Seals if they were not formidable? Who exactly are you? And why do you seek to steal from Konoha? Oh dear, did your teacher not instruct you? Do not engage in idle chatter with your enemy. As he spoke, Tetsuya completed another series of hand seals. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. A second dragon surged forth, racing towards Jiraiya. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Jiraiya swiftly responded with his own ninjutsu. The 2 dragons collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that echoed throughout Konoha, drawing more and more people toward the commotion. What are you looking around for? Just as Jiraiya searched for Tetsuya's figure, Tetsuya's voice rang out from behind him. Nani, ninjutsu secret art, 1,000 years of pain. Tetsuya executed the secret technique, aiming directly for Jiraiya's rear. Shadow Snake Hand. Just as Jiraiya narrowly avoided disaster, several white snakes lunged at Tetsuya, ready to strike. Chapter 71. Tetsuya and the 3 ninjas. Orochimaru had appeared behind Tetsuya, his hands transforming into several white snakes that lunged toward him. Tetsuya evaded, but the serpents twisted and seized the Book of Seals strapped to his back. I've got it. Orochimaru yanked the book from Tetsuya's grasp. Witnessing the book fall into Orochimaru's possession, Tetsuya couldn't help but marvel at his cunning. Truly, the most intelligent among the 3 ninjas, Orochimaru. targeted the Book of Seals from the outset. Hee, being able to maintain an upper hand against that fool Jiraiya for several exchanges. I did not expect my ambush to succeed, so retrieving what belongs to Konoha is sufficient. Orochimaru chuckled in his distinct voice, summoning a serpent of considerable girth that swallowed the Book of Seals whole, disappearing into the earth. Is that so? But do you not think my actions upon losing the Book of Seals might turn rather reckless? Orochimaru licked his lips. You do not strike me as the type. Though you bear the face of that fool Jiraiya, I know you are not a madman. Hey, Orochimaru, what do you mean? Why do you still refer to me as a fool in the face of an enemy? Am I truly a madman? Silence, you fool, Jiraiya. At that moment, Tsunade arrived on the battlefield, the three ninjas once more assembled. The last time they united was to confront Hanzo the Salamander, and this time, they faced an opponent of unknown identity. Apart from Tsunade, a multitude of leaf ninjas arrived, yet upon witnessing the presence of the three legendary Sannin, they realized that the assailants invading their village were formidable foes. They merely surrounded the scene, maintaining a cautious distance, hesitant to advance recklessly. Delaying for time, are we? How intriguing. Allow me to engage with the three of you from Konoha. As he spoke, he formed hand seals. Fire style, triple fire dragon flame bomb. Whoosh. The air ignited with flames as three fearsome fire dragons surged forth, hurtling directly towards the Sannin. Orochimaru and Tsunade swiftly evaded, while Jiraiya completed his hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom. The explosion of fire illuminated the entire street with a brilliant orange glow. Shadow snake hands. Taking advantage of Jiraiya's distraction, Orochimaru unleashed several giant snakes that lunged at Tetsuya. Heh, old tricks won't work on me. Lightning style, lightning snake. With a flick of his right hand, golden lightning morphed into a colossal serpent that charged forward. The frenzied lightning obliterated Orochimaru's snakes and barreled towards him. Yikes! The golden lightning serpent lunged at Orochimaru, its jaws wide open. What? Orochimaru exclaimed, bewildered by the unfamiliar ninjutsu. He quickly activated the body flicker technique to evade the attack. Heavenly Foot of Pain. A female voice rang out as Tsunade descended from above, delivering a powerful kick towards Tetsuya. Bam! The force of her kick sent debris flying, collapsing buildings in its wake. Tsunade searched through the rubble for Tetsuya's form, realizing something was amiss when her kick connected with what turned out to be merely a block of wood. Taste my elbow strike. Tsunade spun around, only to be met by a figure who struck like the wind, slamming an elbow directly into her face. Tsunade hastily raised her hands to block, but underestimated the force of the blow. Thud! A dull thump resonated as Tsunade crashed through a wall, rolling twice on the street before coming to a halt. Tsunade. Seeing this, Jiraiya rushed to help her up. Be careful, Tsunade shouted. And Jiraiya looked up just in time to see a fire dragon barreling towards them. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. Ninjutsu, Needle Earth. Faced with the terrifying fire dragon and witnessing Tsunade on the ground, Jiraiya embraced her and unleashed the Needle Earth technique, his white hair instantly expanding to envelop them both. Jiraiya, Tsunade. Orochimaru, observing this, immediately activated his own ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, Serpent's Array. In the next moment, a multitude of long snakes erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, rushing towards Tetsuya. Earth style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Tetsuya activated his technique, transforming the area around him into a swamp, devouring the oncoming serpents. Are you alright, Jiraiya? Tsunade asked, noticing Jiraiya's burns, and promptly initiated the healing palm technique. I'm fine, just a minor burn, Jiraiya replied, though his body trembled involuntarily from the pain. It seems you underestimated me. After all this time, you still have yet to summon your summoning beasts? Tetsuya remarked, somewhat bored, having fought for so long without seeing a summon. With that, he turned to leave. You won't get away, Jiraiya shouted, launching himself into action. With a resounding boom, a gigantic toad appeared beside him, its dark red skin adorned with a coat, a massive pipe clutched in its mouth, and a long knife secured at its waist. Jiraiya, who is our adversary this time? It's the one trying to escape. Want to stop him? Jiraiya leapt onto Wanta's back. Understood. Wanta sprang forward. Despite its large and cumbersome appearance, it possessed surprising speed, leaping past the Konoha ninjas who had pursued Tetsuya. Boom. Wanta, bearing Jiraiya, obstructed Tetsuya's path, and Wanta noticed a figure resembling Jiraiya. Is this the one? How audacious to disguise himself as you. Wanta, let us stop him. Utilize that technique. Understood. Jiraiya and Wanta coordinated seamlessly, their chakras surging. Fire style, toad oil flame bomb. Jiraiya unleashed fierce flames while Wanta expelled sticky, flammable toad oil. The flames ignited the oil, transforming into a massive fireball that surged towards Tetsuya. Tetsuya hastily retreated. Water style, water barrier. Faced with the inferno ignited by the toad oil, Tetsuya opted for defense, summoning a water barrier. After all, once the toad oil ignited, extinguishing the flames would prove challenging. Summoning technique, come forth, great serpent. Orochimaru chose not to summon the myriad serpents, recognizing their violent nature and the need for live sacrifices for their summoning. Instead, he summoned a large serpent, directing the bluish-gray creature towards Tetsuya. It opened its gaping maw, ready to strike, the stench of decay overwhelming. Oh dear, your long worm has quite the foul breath. As he spoke, he completed his hand seals. Summoning technique, come forth. Yellow-white. Chapter 72. A summoning beast that feasts on the three great sanctuaries. A colossal python stretched its neck, its gaping maw lunging toward Tetsuya. A sight that left all onlookers feeling cornered. However, at the critical moment, a furry gigantic claw seized the serpent's vital spot, flipping it onto the ground in an instant. The leaf ninjas looked up to behold a massive, fluffy creature, with its yellow fur, sharp claws, and a long tail tipped with white fur. It was a sight to behold. What in the world is that? A tailed beast? The presence of the yellow, fluffy giant instilled fear among the leaf ninjas, as the memory of the nine tails left an indelible mark on them. Equally massive, equally fluffy, and equally yellow. It was hard not to draw parallels to the nine tails that had wreaked havoc in Konoha alongside Uchiha Madara. No, it's not a tailed beast, but rather some form of summoning beast. Oh, it has been ages since I've encountered such a large serpent. It must be from the Dragon Cave. No other place could nurture such a creature. Little one, you finally managed to summon me for a fight. I've awaited this day for long. But tell me, how did you come to confront the denizens of the Dragon Cave? The creature standing atop the yellow-white beast chuckled. It's nothing much. I merely came to Konoha to borrow something, but they were unwilling to lend it, resulting in a scuffle. Nearby, Jiraiya, atop the toad Wanta, was startled to see the gigantic creature effortlessly subduing the serpent. How can such a massive summoning beast exist? And it exudes such potent natural energy. Wanta, do you recognize that creature? Jiraiya asked, but Wanta's voice trembled as he responded. That creature belongs to the Huangpitum's Huang Weasel clan. Huangpitum? What manner of place is that? Is it akin to Mayaboku Mountain, a sanctuary for summoning beasts? Indeed, Wanta confirmed. However, my knowledge of the Huang Weasel clan comes from the elders of Mayaboku Mountain. It is said that long ago, when summoning beasts roamed the ninja world, there existed a place known as Huangpitum, where the Huang Weasel clan was exceedingly powerful. Most crucially, there was nothing they would not consume. Whether snake, toad, or even insects, they would all fall prey to the Huang Weasels, with many summoning beasts meeting their demise within the jaws of the Huang Weasel clan, which is why their territory is referred to as a tomb. However, they later vanished from the world of ninjas, and to my surprise, I encountered the living yellow weasel today. They have actually made a pact with the denizens of the ninja realm. Jiraiya, who is that imposter pretending to be you? How could he summon the yellow weasel? This question also perplexed Jiraiya. Was this unfamiliar summoned beast truly so terrifying? It feasted upon the creatures of the three great sage regions. Although he knew the three great sage regions seemed to possess a mutual restraining relationship, the sudden emergence of a being capable of overpowering all three was bewildering. Looking up, he beheld the yellow weasel shredding the scales of the colossal serpent, effortlessly sending it back to the dragon's cave. Orochimaru, are you not going to summon the 10,000 snakes for a little fun? Tetsuya smiled as he gazed down at the already evasive Orochimaru. The latter felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of the summoned beast. To decipher this situation, it appeared they must defeat the summoned beast and capture that individual. One-Tai, let us advance. Very well. One-Tai drew forth the blade from his waist. Toad flame blade. He exhaled toad oil onto the blade, which Jiraiya then ignited with flames. The fiery sword surged forward towards the yellow weasel. A flame blade? How amusing. The yellow weasel extended a paw and, from who knows where, produced a smoking pipe, effortlessly deflecting One-Tai's flame blade with a swift upward motion. Then, clamping the pipe between its teeth, it exhaled forcefully. In an instant, a shower of embers erupted from the pipe, igniting as they fell. One-Tai evade, Jiraiya shouted. One-Tai hastily leaped back, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Heh, the toads of Mount Mayaboku. You are a tad more formidable than that dragon caveworm. But that is where your prowess ends. The yellow weasel displayed a remarkably human-like expression. Do not be too arrogant. This is Konoha. Slug, let us go. Understood, Lady Tsunade. A massive white slug appeared, unleashing a torrent of viscous acid toward the yellow weasel. The yellow weasel, agile and elusive, deftly evaded the attack, while the acid corroded a nearby building into a grotesque state. The slugs of the wet-bone forest, quite the gathering. Upon witnessing the slug, the yellow weasel felt an exhilaration as it rubbed its paws together. It had not engaged with these prey in many years. Yellow weasel of the yellow weasel grave. I never imagined you would reappear in the ninja world. Hee, if you can thrive in the ninja realm, why can't I? With that, the yellow weasel once again grasped the smoking pipe. No more idle chatter. Behold the flames of your grandpa, yellow weasel. Another forceful exhale sent forth a torrent of embers, igniting in a fiery explosion. Everyone, be cautious. With the previous experience in mind, Jiraiya quickly warned the others. However, the outer Konoha ninjas had already retreated to a safe distance. This battle was beyond their capacity to engage. Do not interfere in battles of a different caliber. Unless you possess extraordinary abilities, it is a path to certain demise. This moment came shortly after the conclusion of the Second Ninja World War, and most of Konoha's ninjas had barely survived the battlefield. They understood this principle all too well. We must lure it outside the village. Fighting within the village would cause insurmountable damage. But how do we draw it out? Just then, a figure as agile as a monkey appeared, wielding a massive club. Let us go. Saruma. The club in hand instantly expanded into a lengthy staff, striking the yellow weasel. What is this? Before it could react, the yellow weasel, along with Tetsuya, was sent flying, the staff extending beyond the borders of Konoha. Excellent, it's the teacher. The newcomer was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Old man, you finally arrived. Now the battlefield can shift outside the village. Retrieving the staff, it transformed with a resounding thud into the summoning beast, Saruma. Be cautious. Hiruzen, that creature is of the Yellow Weasel clan, exceptionally powerful and adept in peculiar techniques. Upon recognizing his opponent, Hiruzen felt a wave of apprehension. Thankfully, his adversary had been caught off guard. I understand, but next, I request your assistance in protecting the village. No problem. Outside Konoha, Tetsuya brushed off his attire, a smile gracing his face. Ah, you finally emerged, monkey. I thought you might never come out. Who are you? Why do you seek to destroy Konoha? Destroy Konoha? I have not. It is your 3 students who clung to me, and I merely retaliated when they struck first. From the beginning, I simply wished to borrow something. With a wave of his hand, Tetsuya dismissed his transformation technique, utilizing the smoke as cover to don a black cloak, and once again wear the yellow whirlpool mask. A crimson Sharingan glimmered forth. Hiruzen's eyes widened in recognition. Sharingan. Chapter 73. Hiruzen Sarutobi. I see now, the masked man is Uchiha Kagami. When the yellow whirlpool mask and single Sharingan appeared before everyone, the identity of the mysterious figure who had stolen the sealing scroll became glaringly apparent. He was none other than the masked man, Akatsuki, who had once appeared on the battlefield alongside the self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara. Hello, he exclaimed, extending his arms wide and twisting his body in a grotesque manner. Surprised to see me? Was it unexpected? Aku, Jiraiya, with One-Tai's aid, arrived alongside Tsunade and Orochimaru at the village's outskirts. What do you intend to do? Why have you stolen our Konoha sealing scroll? Why? For amusement, of course. And to issue a warning to you, Konoha, withdraw your forces still in the land of rain, or you shall regret it. As he spoke, Tetsuya cast a meaningful glance at Tsunade. He had previously warned them to evacuate Konoha's forces from the land of rain, yet a portion of them remained, with Katadan among them. Considering the timing, Tsunade's first love was nearing his demise. His repeated reminders to withdraw were not out of compassion to save more lives, but rather to witness if Katadan would return alive and if he and Tsunade might find resolution. Would Tsunade, as a married woman, still captivate Jiraiya? Or would his affection only deepen? A married Tsunade, a delightful thought indeed, he chuckled. You two are from the Uchiha clan, are you not? Hiruzen inquired, gazing at Tetsuya. Your clan is a part of the village. Why act in such a manner? Do you not realize your actions will bring shame upon your kin? Monkey. Are you attempting to moralize me? Tetsuya retracted his playful tone, his Sharingan glowing ominously. You have changed. Perhaps too long as Hokage has transformed you from a ninja into a politician. How distasteful. The present Hiruzen, in stark contrast to the one Tetsuya had first encountered at the ramen shop or during his early days as Hokage, evoked a sense of discomfort. Previously, Tetsuya had regarded Hiruzen favorably, but now he found the man unappealing. Was this the transformation power wielded over one's character? Turning a passionate individual into an aloof figure? I did not mean that. I was merely reminding you. After all, you possess the Sharingan, and you are also a Uchiha, are you not? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, as a multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. He referred to himself as a monkey, indicating that this individual had previously known him, and those who called him a monkey likely shared a close relationship. He also mentioned that he had changed, having spent so long as Hokage, transitioning from a ninja to a politician. This strongly suggested that this person must have known him prior to his ascension as Hokage. Moreover, with a single Sharingan. Could it be that Uchiha Kagami stands before me? What? The three Sannin turned towards Sarutobi, astonished by the revelation. This mysterious Akatsuki member was indeed Uchiha Kagami, a contemporary of the old man. But wait, wasn't Uchiha Kagami already deceased? He had not returned from the battlefield during the first Great Ninja War. Tetsuya paused, bewildered. What is happening with Sarutobi? Is he considering himself as Uchiha Kagami? In what way does he resemble Uchiha Kagami? No, wait. It seems this disguise could also be utilized by me. Hold on, let me think. Uchiha Kagami, Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I see. In just a moment. Tetsuya had crafted a narrative. My apologies, Obito, this script now belongs to me. As Tetsuya pondered, Sarutobi observed Tetsuya's unresponsive stance and felt assured that his guess was correct. Only a correct assumption could elicit such a reaction. Just as he was about to speak, Tetsuya inhaled deeply and replied, Uchiha Kagami is dead. He perished on the battlefield. At your hands. The last sentence Tetsuya nearly shouted. He pointed at Sarutobi and declared, there is no Uchiha Kagami anymore. My name is Akatsuki. Do you understand? With that, he swiftly formed hand seals. Lightning release. Thunderclap. Instantly, chaotic lightning cascaded from the sky. Everyone, be cautious. Jiraiya immediately activated his ninjutsu to shield those present. Old man. After the technique was unleashed, Jiraiya realized with shock that his teacher, Sarutobi, displayed no intent of defense. The thunder roared, explosions erupted, and smoke enveloped the area. But soon, the violent tempest quelled. All right, Jiraiya, he has departed. Old man, what on earth is happening? The three Sannin gazed at Sarutobi's complex expression, intrigued by the unfolding events. Let us return, we can discuss this later. Sarutobi suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Initially, it was his teacher who informed him of Uchiha Izuna's revival. The very person his teacher had claimed to have killed. Although he had immense trust in his teacher and cherished those words, how could the dead truly return to life? While one of the forbidden techniques left by his teacher could achieve something akin to resurrection, it was not genuine revival. Then, his disciple encountered the resurrected Uchiha Obito on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Despite having learned from his teacher's previous experiences, his disciple's assertions had instilled a measure of belief in the possibility of the dead returning. Yet, he had never witnessed it with his own eyes. However, today was different. He had actually seen Uchiha Kagami, who had perished on the battlefield, albeit masked, with a slightly altered aura. Yet, when piecing together various clues, it became undeniably clear that masked man was indeed Uchiha Kagami. The continuous resurrection of the deceased, especially those of the Uchiha clan, hinted at considerable trouble lurking beneath the surface. Under Sarutobi's command, all Konoha ninjas returned to the village, commencing repairs on the walls and streets ravaged by battle. While simultaneously enhancing patrols around the village, Sarutobi convened an emergency meeting with several of his old comrades. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, one of the squads from Kumogakure successfully abducted Uzumaki Kushina, making their way out of Konoha. Haha, this is simply splendid. I never expected everything to go so smoothly. Indeed, who could have anticipated encountering an invader in Konoha? With such a commotion, surely the villagers would be preoccupied with the intruders. Having operated discreetly, they now felt even less likely to be discovered with one less child in the village. The trio was elated, feeling that today was their lucky day. Chapter 74. Under the moonlight, flirting with the maiden, evidence conclusive. Is it Uchiha Kagami? The trio moved swiftly, retreating with Kushina in tow. They were not foolish. They would not let their guard down merely because Konoha was engaged in dealing with outside invaders. They would remain vigilant until they had successfully exited the Land of Fire with Kushina. However, their exhilaration over the success of the mission caused them to overlook Kushina's subtle maneuvers. Though Kushina obediently followed the three, she discreetly shed strands of her distinctive red hair onto the ground, leaving behind clues in the hopes that someone would trace her whereabouts. Yet, she also felt a twinge of sadness, for she knew she was merely an outsider, and it was unlikely anyone would risk their life to rescue her. The night deepened, the sky darkened by clouds obscuring the moon, casting a particularly dim light on the forest paths. Even seasoned ninjas had to tread carefully. Suddenly, a shadow flickered, and a Kumogakure ninja vanished. What is going on? The other two turned back, only to see their fallen comrade, with nothing else in sight. In the next moment, another person collapsed. The leading jonin realized that someone was launching a stealthy attack. They had been careless, allowing their excitement over their success to cloud their judgment. The jonin quickly leaped to the trees, alertly scanning the surroundings. Yet, he failed to notice the figure approaching from behind. Minato struck with precision, landing a blow to the back of the assailant's head. The attack landed cleanly, rendering the enemy unconscious as he plummeted from the treetops. Having successfully neutralized all threats, Minato descended from the tree. At that moment, the clouds parted, revealing the moon, casting its silvery light upon the forest path, where Minato appeared before Kushina. Are you unhurt? I am here to rescue you. Exhausted from being forcibly dragged by the three Kumogakure ninjas throughout the night, Kushina wearily lifted her head and noticed that the other ninjas had vanished, leaving a familiar face standing before her. Upon realizing that Minato had come to save her, a joyful smile graced her lips, but the moment she relaxed, an overwhelming fatigue washed over her, causing her to stumble forward. Having been kidnapped and then forced to run so far at night, she was utterly spent, both mentally and physically. Minato quickly rushed to support her. It's all right now. I will take you back to the village. He then lifted her into his arms. Wait a moment. Kushina wanted to say more, but Minato leaped forward, carrying her away from the woods. Beneath the moonlight, Kushina carefully studied the handsome features of the young man before her. As expected of you, Minato, charming the maiden under the moonlight. Meanwhile, Tetsuya, having finished his performance with Sarutobi and the others, hurriedly made his way here, arriving just in time to witness Minato's moonlit flirtation. Everything seemed perfectly reasonable, save for the fact that the strength of these two chunin and one jonin appeared somewhat lacking. As he spoke, he approached the three ninjas sprawled on the ground, scrutinizing them carefully before delivering a couple of kicks. They were not dead, merely rendered unconscious, were they? Truly, you are remarkable, Minato, a veritable ray of sunshine. Alas, such mercy towards foes may not serve one well. Jie retrieved 3 shurikens from his pocket and casually tossed them, piercing the hearts of the three. To better execute his forthcoming plans, the only ones who could return alive from this mission were the 2 fools, Yaluka and Urubina. After eliminating the roots of the problem for Minato, Jie turned and departed, making his way to the rendezvous point to await the other surviving ninjas from the Cloud Village. In the Hokage building of Konoha, the meeting room was once again filled with the 4 of Konoha, alongside the legendary 3 ninjas. Danzo opened with a statement. Hisashi, the war has just ended, and the village has already come under attack. This is a dereliction of duty on your part, as Hokage. It was evident that Danzo had not abandoned his ambition to usurp Sarutobi Hisashi. Enough, Danzo. Let us not speak in haste. No one could have anticipated such an assault on the village. Mito Minyan interjected, attempting to defuse the tension. Time is of the essence. The village has just suffered an attack and requires repairs. Hisashi, if you have something to say, please do so. Hisashi surveyed the gathered individuals and spoke. Everyone, I have identified the assailant responsible for the village attack. Who is it? It is none other than Kagami, Uchiha Kagami. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Upon hearing Hisashi reveal the identity of the perpetrator as Uchiha Kagami, Shimura Danzo shot up, slamming his hand on the table in a fit of rage. Kagami is dead. He has perished. How could a dead man possibly return? Danzo, are you questioning me? Hisashi retorted sharply. Both of you, calm yourselves and speak rationally, urged Mito Minyan. Indeed. Let us converse civilly. What is there that cannot be discussed? Although the 2 sluggards were also taken aback and found it hard to believe in the resurrection of the dead, They were more inclined to seek clarity rather than engage in Danzo's outburst. Hisashi, clarify your conviction. Why are you so certain that it is Uchiha Kagami? What evidence do you possess? Danzo seated himself, fixing his remaining eye on Hisashi, eager to hear his explanation. In fact, I began to suspect that the masked individual known as Akatsuki was Kagami when Jiraiya and the others returned last time. Hisashi elaborated, presenting his reasoning. Firstly, Kagami's body was not recovered, leaving uncertainty regarding his true fate. Moreover, the masked man seemed intimately familiar with my techniques and referred to himself as Monkey. Only those who once followed the second Hokage could possibly use such a moniker. Furthermore, he is an Uchiha, one well acquainted with our village. Few outside of Konoha are aware of the existence of the sealing book, yet he headed straight for the Hokage building in search of it. Hisashi continued to lay out his thoughts. The two sluggards nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his points. The most critical aspect is that when I revealed the masked man's identity and called out Uchiha Kagami's name, he reacted vehemently, adamantly denying that he was Kagami. This only further solidified my belief that the person behind the mask is indeed Kagami. Hisashi's gaze shifted to the legendary three ninjas. This last point can be corroborated by Jiraiya and the others, who were present at the time. Jiraiya and his companions nodded, confirming the truth of their teacher's claims. Recalling the masked man's intense reaction, Jiraiya then added, in hindsight, it's clear that this masked man was very familiar with the village. He retreated towards areas with fewer inhabitants and deliberately avoided densely populated zones during the battle. Clearly, he harbored some attachment to the village. Orochimaru continued, that man is formidable. Though it may sound unbecoming, he never fought with lethal intent when he clashed with us, almost as if he were guiding inept juniors. Chapter 75. The absurdity of reasoning. No matter how you argue, I still refuse to believe that man is Kagami. Enough of this. I have pressing matters to attend to in the route, Danzo declared before rising to leave. Danzo, let him go, Mito Minyan urged, intending to persuade him, but Hisashi intervened, calling for calm. It's all right. Danzo needs to collect himself. Let us continue our meeting, Hisashi stated, tapping the table for attention. Now, it is nearly confirmed that the masked man known as Akatsuki is indeed Kagami. Our next objective is to ascertain how they returned, their motives for resurrection, and why they sought to pilfer the sealing book from Konoha. Orochimaru licked his lips and proposed, Sensei, I have a theory. What theory? Perhaps Kagami was resurrected through the impure world reincarnation technique. Impure world reincarnation. The forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage that can bring back the deceased. As the current Hokage, Hisashi was well acquainted with the sealing book, knowing it contained such a forbidden jutsu. Indeed, I surmised that after his demise, Kagami was revived by some individual or organization. However, their resurrection technique may possess flaws or limitations. Consequently, they seek to steal the sealing book to refine their jutsu. Jiraiya interjected with his concern, but based on our earlier observations, Kagami does not seem to exhibit any flaws in his resurrection. No, perhaps there are flaws that he has concealed, Tsunade mused. From the outset, he employed a transformation technique to assume my appearance, and even after his identity was revealed, he masked himself again. If his intent was merely to obscure his identity, then maintaining the mask after being unmasked would serve no purpose. Yet, he chose to retain it, indicating that the mask serves not only to hide his identity, but also to conceal some inherent flaw. Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Sensei, do you recall when the second Hokage mentioned any anomalies regarding the resurrection of Izuna? Upon being questioned by Orochimaru, Hisashi began to recollect carefully. Yes, he mentioned that the resurrected Uchiha Izuna seemed to possess an immortal body. Even when pierced through the chest, he remained unaffected. At this juncture, the gathered individuals realized that it indeed seemed as though Orochimaru's assertions were accurate. The means by which they resurrected Uchiha Kagami likely had imperfections, prompting him to wear a mask. The reason Uchiha Kagami sought the sealing book was to obtain the impure world reincarnation technique within it to enhance their resurrection jutsu. The reasoning began to crystallize. Orochimaru continued, Sensei, if that is the case, then there is likely a puppet master behind all of this, orchestrating the resurrection of these powerful ninjas. Their motives may conceal secrets yet unknown to us. If that is the case, the situation appears increasingly grave. Initially thought to be a mere ordinary attack, but connecting the dots reveals a potentially vast conspiracy. It can only be said that the conclusions they have drawn have become increasingly absurd. Just as the inhabitants of Konohagakure found themselves entangled in this colossal conspiracy, the true mastermind returned to the capital of the Land of Fire. He successfully eliminated all the ninjas from Kumogakure who participated in this mission, leaving only Yuruka and Ruby. My lord, how should we report back to Kumogakure this time? Yuruka inquired after dealing with the bodies. The two of them had survived. Unless they defected from Kumogakure and became rogue ninjas, they would inevitably have to return and report their mission, even in failure. I have devised a plan for that. Take these items back to report, Tetsuya said, producing several scrolls for the two. Inside are some jutsu from Konohagakure. Just say you two snatched them during the chaos. I believe it will earn you some merit. The two clutched the scrolls with immense joy. Thank you, my lord. Hold your gratitude for now. I have a task for you, Tetsuya replied, hooking an arm around each of their shoulders. I hope upon your return to Kumogakure, you will strive to blend in well, aiming for higher ranks, so that you may act as my eyes and ears there. Do you understand? He continued, whatever you need while in Kumogakure, I will do my utmost to assist you. The higher you climb and the better you do, the greater your future assistance to me will be. No problem. We will ensure the task is completed. Excellent. I have faith in you. With that, Tetsuya released them and patted their shoulders. Find a time to return to Kumogakure. By the way, if you are interested in the jutsu on the scrolls, feel free to study them. Thank you, my lord. After arranging for the two, Tetsuya departed from their hideout. Outside the capital of the Land of Fire, at the Chiba Manor, the sun was just rising. Dew still clung to the leaves and branches of the flora within the manor, while the sounds of shuriken being thrown echoed in the open grounds. Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko practiced diligently. Izuna walked past several wooden posts to confirm the accuracy of the shuriken strikes. The results were satisfactory and met Izuna's expectations. Very well. It appears your training during this time has not been in vain. You have made significant progress. Of course. I told you I'm a genius, Yahiko exclaimed, hands on his hips, beaming with pride over his achievements. Oh, is that so? Then, little genius Yahiko, would you care to tackle a simulated test of 3 years of study and 5 years of commerce? The familiar voice, laced with mischievousness, came from behind. Yahiko shuddered, a chill running down his spine. Tetsuya-sensei, welcome back, teacher. The trio turned to see Tetsuya standing at the entrance of the manor, eyes squinting with a smile, hands tucked behind his back. Have you missed me during my brief absence? The three exchanged knowing glances and lowered their heads in silence. Clearly, they had enjoyed their time without him, for no child relishes the torment of mathematics. In this martial world of ninjas, they preferred honing their jutsu over solving problems. Oh dear, how heart-wrenching. I even brought you treats. Since no one seems to have missed me, I shall indulge myself, Tetsuya said, producing a variety of snacks from behind him. The three youngsters' eyes sparkled at the sight of food, and they rushed over. Of course we missed you, Tetsuya-sensei. Every day, without you is a day spent thinking of you. You are the best. Haha, since you all missed me so much, these treats are yours. As they received the food, the trio eagerly tore into it. Just as they were reveling in their joy, Tetsuya reminded them, eat up, for after this, I will check your assignments. You haven't fallen behind in your studies, have you? Chapter 76, Arrangements. Each of my disciples must learn a forbidden technique. And so it was that Tetsuya, seated in a wooden cabin within Chiba Manor, completed 2 scrolls. These scrolls contained the techniques of the Shadow Clone Jutsu and the 8 Gates technique, transcribed from the Book of Seals. Although he could have extracted these forbidden techniques from the two-headed dog, given its nature, he would likely have to spend a considerable sum to acquire them. After all, thus far, he had only drawn one forbidden technique, the exploding tag multiplication. What a pity, I hadn't even reached the page for Flying Thunder God before being discovered. He set down his brush and meticulously inspected the scrolls, confirming their integrity. What are you writing? Izuna asked, passing by the window and noticing the scrolls and ink on Tetsuya's desk. I visited Konohagakure yesterday and memorized 2 of their forbidden techniques. Would you like to take a look and study them together? Forbidden techniques from Konohagakure? Let me see, Izuna responded. Curiosity piqued as he climbed through the window and picked up the scroll on the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu? Who developed this? It seems quite sinister. A cursory glance led Izuna to exclaim, why is this technique so wicked? If I didn't know better, I'd suspect you were impersonated by Tobarama. What makes this technique wicked? It's just a matter of creating more clones, Tetsuya retorted. No, it's not that simple, Izuna explained. Shadow clones differ from regular clones. The latter merely create illusions to confuse opponents, whereas the shadow clone jutsu produces tangible clones that inherit the original strength, memories, and thoughts. The critical point is that once these tangible clones dissipate, they return their memories to the user. Generally, a few shadow clones are manageable for a trained ninja, who can analyze and process the memories they bring back. However, to create hundreds or thousands of clones at once, considering the chakra consumption, does an average person possess that much chakra? Moreover, once the technique is lifted, how could an ordinary person endure the overwhelming flood of memories? Unless they belong to a special lineage of ninja families with unique techniques. Or perhaps they are particularly thick-headed fools. Izuna glanced at Tetsuya beside him. Of course, for someone like you, who hasn't aged a day in decades, it should pose no problem, given your wealth of experience. Well, I'll take that as a compliment, Tetsuya replied. Who invented this wicked technique? It's no wonder it's classified as forbidden in the Book of Seals. Oh, it was your old acquaintance, Senju Tobarama, who devised it. Humph, that inherently sinister Senju Tobarama. It's no surprise, considering he could create such an unscrupulous technique as Flying Thunder God. It was evident that Izuna still harbored resentment over Tobarama's actions against him. He then picked up the 8 Gates technique for further examination. Wait, isn't this technique tantamount to suicide? After reviewing the 8 Gates, Izuna was left bewildered, wondering why Tetsuya had brought back such two nefarious techniques. The Shadow Clone Jutsu might be manageable for someone with a unique physique, but the 8 Gates was undoubtedly a path leading to self-destruction. The opening of the 8 Gates indeed enhances combat prowess. However, as the number of gates opened increases, so too does the toll on the body. Once all 8 gates are unleashed, the user's combat strength undergoes a qualitative leap, but at the conclusion of this ordeal, death is inevitable, for the final gate is the gate of death. Regardless of whether this is tantamount to suicide, one cannot deny the potency of this technique. Turn 2. Recalling that although this technique is perilous with severe side effects, it bears no consequence for himself. He is immortal, endowed with formidable self-restoration capabilities. For someone like you, this technique is indeed remarkable, or rather, it is perfectly tailored for you. It is no wonder you would bring it forth. Hey, it's not too bad, replied. Is this technique also developed by that inherently malevolent? That seems unlikely, but this one is. Produced another scroll from his sleeve. Upon unrolling it, was met with the bold inscription, Mutual Explosive Tag Technique. Ah, truly befitting of the inherently wicked. This technique is even less inclined to spare the user. Hee. I intend to teach this technique too. Are you mad? Exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. You wish to endanger my disciple? I will never allow it. What nonsense. Is my disciple too? Do you think I would harm my own disciple? Then what do you mean? What do I mean? I certainly want to master this powerful forbidden technique. You must have noticed talent, particularly that unique paper manipulation. Upon hearing this, calmed somewhat. You mean, paper ninjutsu? Precisely. Explosive tags are merely a form of paper. The manipulation of paper and explosive tags is fundamentally similar. Furthermore, when combined with the mutual explosive tag technique, eyelids twitched involuntarily as he envisioned future battles where would charge the enemy with paper clones, activating the mutual explosive tag technique, transforming the very paper that formed the clones into explosive tags, culminating in a grand explosion. Goodness, in the future, will undoubtedly become a veritable harbinger of destruction within the ninja world. Observing's trembling expression, inquired with a grin, what do you think? Is this technique not perfectly suited for? And what of the other two? They are a trio. You cannot possibly assign a technique solely to while neglecting, and stroked his chin in contemplation. My thought is to assign the multiple shadow clone technique too. As a descendant of the Whirlpool clan, he possesses an innate abundance of chakra, and coupled with the Rinnegan, utilizing this technique should pose no issue. It is worth noting that in the original timeline, could simultaneously command the 6 paths of pain in battle, suggesting he can endure the immense memories triggered upon the dissolution of multiple shadow clones. As for, glance back at the 8-gate scroll, is the least talented among the 3. However, he possesses a fervor and zeal that the others lack. The 8 gates are indeed suitable for him, though the side effects. Chapter 77. The Return of the Unrefined to Cloud Hidden Village. Let us do this. With that, drew a kunai and decisively cut a segment from the scroll. The 8 gates technique now lacked the final gate of death. I will first grant him the first 7 gates. These should suffice. When I discover a remedy for the final gate, I shall present it to him then. He added, if all else fails, I can devise a means to resurrect him. It would merely require some financial investment. For a moment, was at a loss for words, as had firmly established his stance. All right, but bestowing such a high-level secret technique upon them is premature. They should grow a bit more first. Indeed, you raise a valid point. Currently, and the others are still too inexperienced, merely beginning their journey into the realm of ninjutsu. Forbidden techniques remain far beyond their reach. Meanwhile, in the land of lightning, at Cloud Hidden Village, and finally returned to their village. As they stepped through the gates of Cloud Hidden Village, other ninjas swiftly surrounded them. Why have only the two of you returned? What of the others? Where are the descendants of the whirlpool? The mission was unsuccessful, but we brought back other items. Mission failed? No matter. What matters is your return. After all, it was Konoha. Come, I will take you to see the Raikage. Very well. In the Raikage's office. The muscular Raikage sat behind his desk, devoid of paperwork. All documents lay on an adjacent table where an assistant busily attended to them. Raikage-sama. The door to the Raikage's office swung open, and the ninja led and inside. And have returned from their mission in Konoha, but only the two of them have returned. Raikage-sama. The two bowed respectfully to the Raikage. Despite their association with, as citizens of the Land of Lightning, they held a genuine respect for this leader. You have returned. Your efforts are commendable. I deeply regret to hear of your mission's failure. Apologies, Raikage-sama. We initially succeeded in abducting the Whirlpool descendant, but were thwarted by Konoha's forces. However, amidst the chaos, we managed to retrieve other valuable items. Our comrades sacrificed themselves to protect us. Their words flowed as they established the tone of the event without affording the Raikage an opportunity to inquire. Though the mission failed, they brought back other items, and their fellow ninjas perished in their defense. As they spoke, each presented a scroll. The third Raikage received the scrolls and unfurled them, revealing one containing the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique and the other the Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. These two ninjutsu techniques are quite rare and distinctly characteristic of Konoha. One is from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the other is a technique of Jiraiya, one of the legendary three ninjas. There is no doubt that they were pilfered from Konoha. However, how to put it, these techniques do not quite harmonize with the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village. They prefer a more direct approach. Nonetheless, as elite techniques, they remain invaluable even in Cloud Hidden Village. I understand. Your efforts in this mission are appreciated. The third Raikage tucked away the scroll. Although the attempt to kidnap the Whirlpool descendant failed, it is not your fault. The mission itself was fraught with high risk. That you have returned alive is already a stroke of fortune. Moreover, you have brought back Konoha's ninjutsu scrolls, which counts as a contribution. Our Cloud Hidden Village has always been clear in rewards and punishments. Failure incurs penalties, while merit deserves rewards. Consider this mission accomplished. And remember to collect your reward when the time comes. The nearby interjected, Raikage-sama, they have been exposed. Continuing the previous mission may not be prudent. Indeed, that is a sound argument. The third Raikage, nodded in agreement. You two have been infiltrating the Land of Fire for many years, correct? Yes, Raikage-sama. I cannot speak for other matters, but we have a fair understanding of the situation in the Land of Fire. Good, very good. The third Raikage grinned broadly, slapping the table as he declared, from this day forth, I will establish a special operations ninja team targeting the Land of Fire, and you two will oversee this team. You may decide the number of members and how to recruit them. My only requirement is that all future missions regarding the Land of Fire be entrusted to you. You must execute them flawlessly. Do you understand? Understood. I shall not betray Lord Raikage's expectations. The two spoke with an unprecedented determination. It is no jest. Although Lord Raikage has merely assigned them to manage a small ninja team, the crux of his words lies in the power he grants them. How many members to recruit and from where, all left to their discretion, provided they fulfill their mission without further interference. Even without prior workplace experience, one could grasp the enormity of such authority from just these few statements. Very well. You may leave now. Remember to collect your mission rewards. Understood. Thank you, Lord Raikage. With that, the two bowed respectfully to Lord Raikage before departing. Once they had exited, Raikage turned to the nearby Tsuchikage and inquired, Tsuchikage, do you believe there to be any issues with those two? While past Raikages have often been rash, it does not imply they lack intellect. On the contrary, those who ascend to the position of village leader possess a certain cunning. Lord Raikage, I believe they pose no problem, Tsuchikage replied. I have reviewed the records. Both Yaluka and Yurubi have been undercover in the Land of Fire for many years, consistently relaying accurate and effective intelligence back to us. Before the onset of the Second Shinobi World War, they even identified merchants trading food and iron, providing us with essential supplies. It is improbable that Konoha would intentionally release such information to deceive us, especially during a time when they themselves were lacking in resources. Nodding at Tsuchikage's assessment, Reikage encouraged, in that case, let us place considerable trust in them. The war has only just concluded, and we are in need of manpower in Kumogakure. Understood, Lord Reikage. However, upon returning home, the two immediately summoned a messenger from the Yellow Weasel clan to relay Kumogakure's intelligence to Zetsu. Chapter 78, Kakazu a Ninja? I have long since ceased that role. I am now a merchant. Zetsu, having stolen the sealing book, found himself amidst the chaos following the conflict with the three Sannin. The enigmatic figure known as Tobi had been identified by Konoha's higher-ups as the former bodyguard of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, thereby revealing Tobi's true identity as Uchiha Obito. Given the complexity of the situation, Konoha resolved to withdraw all ninjas from the Land of Rain, effectively concluding the war. However, tragedy struck when Tsunade's boyfriend, Kato Dan, who wielded the ability of intangibility, perished on the battlefield in a gruesome manner that sent chills down the spines of those who witnessed it. After witnessing Kato Dan's demise, Tsunade developed a phobia of blood. Thus, the Second Shinobi World War came to an abrupt end, albeit one that sowed the seeds for the impending Third Shinobi World War. In a secret research facility within Konoha's route, Orochimaru feverishly studied the notes he had transcribed from the sealing book, occasionally succumbing to excitement and licking his lips with his elongated tongue. Marvelous. Is this truly the Edo Tensei technique? A jutsu capable of resurrecting the deceased? What a remarkable discovery. In his exhilaration, he set aside the scroll he had been copying and began writing on another, muttering to himself in contemplation. Yet, this technique requires refinement. Second Hokage, with your wisdom, you surely would not have left behind an incomplete jutsu. Why was this not perfected? However, he could surmise the reason, undoubtedly. It was the compassionate first Hokage who had obstructed the research of this technique. After all, this jutsu not only disturbs the dead but also demands a sacrifice from the living. Given that individual's disposition, such a technique would never be tolerated. Nonetheless, that mattered little to him. I shall enhance this jutsu, second Hokage. One day, you shall witness the culmination of my improvements. The thought of resurrecting the second Hokage, the very mind behind this technique, filled Orochimaru with unparalleled excitement. As he delved deeper into the study and enhancement of Edo Tensei, a root ninja knocked and entered the research facility. Orochimaru-sama, Danzo-sama requests your presence. I am aware. Inform him I shall arrive shortly. Orochimaru continued his research, not even glancing back. Orochimaru-sama, Danzo-sama insists you come immediately. Do you not comprehend my words? I will go. Orochimaru-sama, Danzo, before the root ninja could finish, a serpent appeared from nowhere, coiling around him and swallowing him whole. How tiresome. These root ninjas truly lack understanding of subtlety. Orochimaru scoffed, swiftly concluding his calculations and summoning a small white snake to consume the scroll. The root operatives only acknowledged their leader, Danzo, and disregarded all others. Such an organization was indeed a gathering of lunatics. Having tidied his workspace, Orochimaru departed the research facility to seek Danzo. Meanwhile, in another underground laboratory, Danzo scrutinized an array of green vials with his solitary eye. Orochimaru, what brings you here? Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed as he entered. I have gathered what you requested. But when do you intend to commence the experiment on the Hashirama cells? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's gaze swept over Danzo and landed on the containers behind him. Inside each green vessel floated an infant. Impressive, Danzo. You have truly succeeded in procuring so many infants. That must have been quite the undertaking. Orochimaru grinned wickedly, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Humph, I am the root of Konoha, the shadow of the ninja world. Some sacrifices are necessary. It is all for Konoha's sake. Danzo proclaimed with conviction. Those Uchiha, Izuna, Itachi, and others shall all be resurrected. Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot protect Konoha alone. Ultimately, it will be my efforts that safeguard the village. I will eradicate those inherently malevolent Uchiha to protect Konoha from their grasp. Ah, how noble of you, Danzo. Truly commendable. Orochimaru applauded Danzo's rhetoric. Continue your work, Orochimaru. Once the monkey is out of the picture, with both your and my support, I believe you are well suited for the position of Hokage. At this, a flicker of intrigue danced in Orochimaru's eyes. As time passed, Kakuzu once again approached the external representative of the Rain Village. Utilizing his financial prowess, he was introduced to Hanzo of the Salamander. In the office, adorned with a gas mask, Kakuzu faced the self-proclaimed demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo. Yet, Hanzo appeared considerably diminished compared to the vigorous figure he had been on the battlefield. His eyes lacked their former brilliance and vitality. Kakuzu chuckled, recognizing the reason for Hanzo's plight. It was likely that after defeating the three Sannin, his confidence had been shattered by the blade of Uchiha Izuna, leaving him bereft of spirit. It is you, the rogue ninja from Takigakure, Kakuzu. Jiaodu had not altered his appearance this time, for he understood that transformation techniques would hold no sway before skilled adversaries. They would only serve to arouse suspicion. Heh, Hans, you jest. I am no longer a ninja, but merely a merchant. The leader Hans cast a skeptical glance at him. Jiaodu nodded with a smile. Indeed, I have done much for Takigakure. Yet I was ultimately cast aside. This has led me to a profound realization. My life has been a relentless pursuit of wealth. As a ninja, undertaking missions merely to secure a pittance was futile. Thus, I have resolved to forego my ninja ways and embrace the life of a merchant, focusing solely on amassing riches. Our collaboration during this great ninja war has proven quite fruitful, has it not? You received the essential supplies to secure victory, while I acquired my monetary reward. Hans inquired, and what brings you here this time? Ah, Hans, must you speak so harshly? What purpose could I possibly have? I am no longer a ninja, nor am I aligned with any particular faction. I have come to discuss a partnership. Hans frowned at the mention of collaboration. What do you propose? I have devised a lucrative plan. Should the Rain Village choose to collaborate with us, we could amass considerable wealth together. Chapter 79, Greed? Let him indulge until his downfall. In the Chinya manor, Jie stood solemnly before Nagato and his companions. You have followed me for quite some time, and have garnered a foundational understanding of commerce. The trio nodded, having indeed gleaned valuable insights during their time together, recognizing the complexities they had previously overlooked. As for ninjutsu, your teacher, Izuna, has been testing you periodically. I believe it is time for me to assess your progress as well. With that, he produced a bundle of cash from his sleeve and divided it into 3 portions. I have prepared some seed capital for you. You will have 7 days to utilize this money in the capital city. If you can return with 1/3 of the principal as profit by the end of this period, you shall be deemed successful. Remember, profit denotes income after deducting the principal. Do you comprehend? In unison, they responded, understood, master. They felt confident, believing that after studying under Jie for so long, earning a mere 1/3 profit should pose no great challenge. Well then, the examination has commenced. Make the most of your time. He handed the principal to them, ruffled their hair, and signaled for them to begin. The 3 excitedly rushed out of Chinya Manor, discussing what business ventures might yield profit. Watching them depart, Jie took a sip from his teacup with a smile. Laugh now, for I wonder if you will still find mirth after experiencing the brutality of reality. You let them go just like that? Aren't you concerned about potential dangers? Izuna queried, observing Jie's nonchalance. What is there to fear? This is the land of fire, and they are headed to its capital. What peril could await them? He set down his teacup and continued, moreover, the streets of the capital are teeming with merchants from the Chinya Trading Guild. Should anything occur, I will not be blind to it. How to put it? You truly are remarkable. I suspect you have ensnared the entire merchant population of the Land of Fire into your enterprise. Izuna had a fair understanding of Jie's Chinya Trading Guild. Initially, he had thought it akin to a ninja village, merely composed of merchants instead of shinobi. However, upon closer examination, he realized it was far more intricate. This guild, while more lenient than a ninja village, possessed the capacity to mobilize a staggering amount of human and material resources. Let us not exaggerate. I have not bound those merchants to my ship. I simply cannot bear to see them toil daily for mere subsistence, so I invited them to join my guild. Take a look. Those who have joined the guild and allied with me are thriving. Spare me your schemes. You may deceive others, but not me. How can this be called deception? They are indeed reaping tangible benefits. As the two engaged in their banter, a burst of white smoke erupted, and a weasel leapt forth. Oh, it's you, Yadaki. Is there news from Jiaodu? Yadaki nodded and produced an envelope. Boss, this is a letter from the tentacle monster. Good, you may head to the kitchen. It is stocked with your favorite delicacies. Jia accepted the envelope, gesturing for Yadaki to help himself. Without hesitation, Yadaki dashed off to the kitchen. Jia opened the envelope and retrieved the slightly damp letter. Upon reading its contents, he could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Hans has agreed. Izuna, our plan can commence. Oh, really? Izuna's eyes sparkled with excitement. The two had long harbored intentions toward the Rain Village, and for the sake of their beloved apprentice, Hans was destined to fall into their grasp. Indeed, Hans has consented to engage in business with us, though I must say, he is rather greedy, wishing to claim 70% of the profits. Moreover, he expects us to cover the initial investment. What a miser. Izuna chuckled coldly at Jia's words. Let him indulge in his greed. In the end, all his wealth will become political capital for Yahi and the others. An idea sparked in Jia's mind, and a mischievous grin crept across his face. Hee, your logic is sound. I have conceived a brilliant plan. Seeing Jia's mischievous smile, Izuna felt a chill run down his spine. What nefarious scheme have you concocted this time? Ah, how can you say that? A plan is simply a plan. There is no evil or virtue to it. Jia shook his head. My idea is to use wealth to corrupt Hans. Does he not crave riches? We shall entice him with more, awakening his insatiable greed, leading him to squander even the funds meant for the Rain Village's development. Let him revel in his excess, consumed by pleasure. Furthermore, we must ensure the people of the Rain Village become aware that their leader is solely preoccupied with indulgence, indifferent to the plight of others. When the time comes, Yahi and his followers can rally under the banner of anti-corruption, and I assure you, many will flock to their cause. Upon hearing Jia's words, Izuna felt a shiver run down his spine. You are simply diabolical, brimming with malice, rivaling even the inherently wicked Tobarama Senju. Huh, I shall take that as a compliment. So what do you think of my idea? Izuna pondered it carefully. I find your idea quite admirable. If we were to proceed with the original plan of using the Sharingan to control Hanzo of the Salamander and have him yield to Nagato and his companions, it would imply that Hanzo is willingly stepping aside. However, he would still exist in the hidden Rain Village, continuing to exert influence, thereby hindering Yahiko and his comrades from showcasing their talents and visions. It would be far more advantageous to tarnish Hanzo's reputation, allowing Yahiko and his team to emerge as the heroes who saved the hidden Rain Village. This way, they would find it much easier to pursue their ambitions. Indeed, that is precisely my thought. Chapter 80. Bestowing a hat upon Hanzo of the Salamander, sending money to Hanzo? Why on earth? Upon receiving a message from Tetsuya, Kakuzu had just returned from the hidden Rain Village after a few days and sat down when he heard Tetsuya mention sending money to that fellow Hanzo, causing him to spring up in alarm. Why should we? What is Hanzo to us? He is merely a shell of a man, his spirit shattered by Izuna's blade. Why should we give him money? What was initially a mutually beneficial collaboration now sees him demanding 70% of the profits while contributing nothing. Are we to become beggars on our knees? Observing Kakuzu's fervent agitation, Tetsuya chuckled. Ah, you are indeed correct. The hidden Rain Village is his territory. He controls the land of rain, and we are merely conducting business in his domain, effectively begging on our knees. There are countless individuals who would wish to kneel, but lack the opportunity. That is not it. Boss, you weren't like this before. Kakuzu struggled to comprehend, seriously doubting whether the Izuna he knew had been replaced. You must stand firm. With both you and Izuna possessing Sharingan and Susanoo, why should we bow to Hanzo? That man, if he does not summon the Salamander, I still have the means to eliminate him. Seeing Kakuzu in distress, Izuna shook his head. All right, enough of this. Is it really entertaining to tease him like this? Ha ha ha, Kakuzu, I was merely jesting. While I do intend to send money to Hanzo, I have a purpose behind it. Purpose? Hearing Tetsuya's mention of a joke, Kakuzu calmed down considerably. He sat back down, took a sip of tea to compose himself, and inquired, Boss, do you have a plan that you can explain all at once? Very well, here is the situation. Tetsuya recounted his plan to corrupt Hanzo with wealth, employing various strategies akin to those utilized by the common folk of the Land of Fire. He doubted that this once mighty warrior, whose spirit had been broken by Izuna, could withstand the manipulations of the nobility. Once Hanzo fell into decadence, Yahiko and Nagato would seize the banner of justice, trampling Hanzo into the mud and rising to become the heroes of the Land of Rain, taking control of the hidden Rain Village and the nation itself. At that point, while Yahiko and Nagato governed the hidden Rain Village and wielded military power over the Land of Rain, we would control its economy and financial resources. Ultimately, The wealth we invested in this nation would return to us. Upon hearing Tetsuya's explanation, Kakuzu trembled with excitement. Brilliant. This scheme is truly ingenious. No wonder you are the boss. The ability to seize control of a nation through its economy is simply remarkable. Splendid. All right, Kakuzu, calm yourself. We have yet to even initiate the plan. Save your exuberance for after our success. I shall appoint you as the Minister of Finance for the Land of Rain. Upon hearing the title of Minister of Finance, Kakuzu leaped to his feet. Boss, I am at your service. I shall exert my utmost effort, even if it means traversing mountains of blades and seas of flames. How could he not be excited? That was the Minister of Finance for an entire nation. Although the Land of Rain is a small country, it is certainly more formidable than the likes of the Hidden Waterfall Village. Moreover, he believed that with the boss's prowess, the Land of Rain was merely a starting point, with limitless potential ahead. Enough, enough. Let us focus on the task at hand. You have already interacted with Hanzo. You must continue to engage with him and progressively offer more money. The money should not be given outright. You need to find justifications for your generosity. Directly offering it would reveal ulterior motives. Gradually provide him with funds under pretext that he would accept without resistance, while also introducing me to him. Do you understand? Boss, you wish to meet Hanzo? Tetsuya nodded with a smile. Naturally, for if I do not personally meet Hanzo, how would this man, hailing from a humble background, comprehend what true luxury and the essence of life entail? As Tetsuya spoke, his smile grew increasingly radiant. However, both Izuna and Kakuzu sensed an ominous chill emanating from his slightly narrowed eyes. Kakuzu understood that his interactions with Hanzo and the financial gifts were merely a prelude. The moment Hanzo encountered Tetsuya, it would mark the beginning of his descent into the abyss. By the way, take this sealing scroll. Tetsuya handed Kakuzu a scroll. Inside, you will find a gift I have prepared for him. At an opportune moment, before introducing me, present this to him. What does it contain? Kakuzu's curiosity piqued regarding the gift Tetsuya intended for Hanzo. You may open it and see for yourself. With Tetsuya's permission, Kakuzu unsealed the scroll, revealing only 2 items. One was a pure gold statue depicting Hanzo standing valiantly atop his summoned beast, the salamander. The other was a straw hat. This is... Kakuzu's eyes widened at the sight of the 2 items, particularly the straw hat. The golden statue was undoubtedly valuable, yet to someone like Kakuzu, who was accustomed to wealth, it was not particularly astonishing. What truly amazed him was the straw hat, a diamond-patterned purple hat adorned with pure white fabric on its sides, with a corner inscribed with the character for rain. This was unmistakably a hat akin to those worn by the 5 kage of the 5 great shinobi villages. It is worth noting that the hats of the 5 great shinobi villages have existed since the inception of the shinobi system, when the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, first convened the 5 Kage Summit to establish the foundational principles of the shinobi world. Even as numerous other shinobi villages emerged later, most did not bear the title of Kage, nor did they possess such hats. While many shinobi villages may exist, only those 5 hold the title of Kage. How do you find it? This surprise should please him, yes? Tetsuya remarked with a smile. Has he not always desired respect for his small nation from the great powers? I shall bestow upon him a Kage hat, custom-made, in the colors symbolizing his toxic prowess, the color purple. Chapter 81. Creating demand where none exists. Advocating trends where there are none. Kakuzu gazed at the Kage hat, his tongue clicking in astonishment. Emerging from the small shinobi village of the Hidden Waterfall, he understood too well what the leaders of these small villages yearned for. It was nothing less than to follow in the footsteps of their predecessors and attain a status equal to that of the 5 Kage. Furthermore, Hanzo had expelled the forces of multiple shinobi villages from his territory during the Second Shinobi World War and had even clashed with the formidable Leaf Village. Although overall, the Hidden Rain Village had suffered defeat, Hanzo single-handedly vanquished 3 of the Hokage's disciples. Had it not been for the final blow dealt by Boss Kwana, he might have been soaring high with his tail held high. At this moment, what does Hanzo the Salamander yearn for the most? Naturally, it is the acknowledgement of others. The boss, at this juncture, presented him with a rain shadow hat, signifying his recognition of Hanzo's performance in this conflict, believing him to be on par with the 5 shadows. This recognition, for him, is undoubtedly a ray of hope piercing through the gloom that has shrouded his life. I understand, boss. I will present this to Hanzo at the appropriate moment and introduce him to you. You have worked hard. It is my duty. Kakuzu hurriedly departed. Just as quickly as he had arrived, for he sincerely hoped to become the Minister of Finance in the Land of Rain as soon as possible. Watching Kakuzu leave, Tetsuya stretched lazily. I wonder how my beloved disciples are faring in their business endeavors. In the capital of the Land of Fire, at the Chiba Grand Hotel, Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko sat together. How have your earnings been these past few days? Yahiko inquired anxiously. There's no choice. The deadline set by Tetsuya is fast approaching, and it seems he has not made much profit. Nagato shrugged. I barely broke even. Before returning, I calculated that I neither gained nor lost. If I manage to sell the goods I have on hand, I might make a modest profit of about 15%. 15%? That's hardly sufficient. I was counting on you to support me. Yahiko lamented. How much did you earn? Seeing Yahiko's despondent expression, Nagato countered. Earn? I've lost a considerable amount of my initial capital. Yahiko revealed that he had only 80% of his principal left, having lost 20%. Konan, how much did you earn? They turned to their last hope. I'm doing well. I have just completed the task assigned by our teacher. Saying this, Konan produced 2 stacks of bills, one representing her principal and the other her profits. Instantly, Yahiko saw a glimmer of hope. Konan, could you share how you achieved this? Our teacher has said that a successful merchant must learn to generate infinite profits from limited costs. If I cannot earn enough profit, then I choose to reduce costs. With that, Konan raised her hands, and a multitude of origami creations, cranes, butterflies, and roses, flew out from her sleeves. Each piece, crafted in various shapes and vibrant colors, was a sight to behold. Upon arriving in the capital, I immediately purchased a large quantity of the cheapest colored paper at wholesale prices, keeping my costs exceptionally low. Furthermore, these creations were produced using my ninja techniques, ensuring high efficiency. In this manner, I was able to produce a beautiful array of origami art at minimal cost and sell them to the older sisters who appreciate such crafts. Nagato and Yahiko stared in wide-eyed amazement. Is it really possible to do it this way? Incredible. I want to learn paper jutsu. Konan, can you teach me? Konan shook her head. Learning paper jutsu is not so simple. Even if I were to teach you now, it would be too late, especially with only 2 days remaining until the deadline set by our teacher. Yahiko lowered his head, feeling dejected. Am I destined to fail this assessment? Don't be disheartened. Yahiko, we still have time, and we will find a solution. Yahiko, what did you sell that resulted in such losses? I sold flowers. On my way to the capital, I passed by an elderly lady's flower stall. She was selling flowers on the roadside, unable to walk easily, and I thought, how much could she possibly sell? So, I went there daily to purchase from her and brought them to the capital to sell. Yahiko sighed. However, the losses during transport were quite significant, and I felt for the elderly lady, which is why I paid a bit more for the flowers. Yahiko's sentence trailed off, but both Master Nagato and Konan understood his implication. Nagato shook his head and sighed. Yahiko, you truly are not suited to be a merchant. Hearing his friend's assessment, Yahiko hung his head in silence. Yet, at this juncture, it is not entirely hopeless. Really? Nagato, do you have a plan? Yahiko looked up in surprise at Nagato. Nagato nodded. Indeed, but we will need to unite our efforts. Understood? Understood. No problem. All right, let us proceed this way. The 3 small heads huddled together, beginning to conspire. Time flew by, and soon Tetsuya's 7-day deadline came to an end. Tetsuya rose and returned from Chiba Manor to the Chiba Grand Hotel. In the tea room, Nagato and the others stood respectfully. Ah, you 3 seem to be in high spirits. It appears you have all completed my trial? Yahiko exclaimed excitedly. Yes, teacher. We have all fulfilled your requirements. This is our principal, and here are our profits. Saying this, Yahiko placed stacks of bills on the tea table. Looking at the money on the table, Tetsuya turned his gaze to the trio. Clearly, all their funds were laid out before him, and their collective submission indicated they had completed the task together. Excellent. You have successfully passed my assessment, which is commendable. Upon hearing this, Yahiko's excitement was palpable, but Tetsuya's tone shifted. However, I am aware that during the latter half of this period, Yahiko, your flower business seemed to incur losses, and Nagato, you merely broke even, while only Konan turned a profit. How did you manage to accomplish the assessment on the final day? Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Hearing this, the smile on Yahiko's face froze, and he turned to Nagato. Nagato stepped forward. Teacher, allow me to explain. The essence of the matter is that Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko pooled their respective funds and resources together. Nagato instructed Yahiko and Konan to find people to promote their products, stating that sweets symbolized the sweet memories of the past, Flowers represent the beautiful love of the present, and origami art embodies the limitless possibilities of the future. This promotion sparked quite a wave in the capital. Subsequently, Nagato integrated their small businesses, packaging Yahiko's flowers, his own sweets, and Conan's origami together. This clever bundling of past, present, and future goods was immediately embraced by young couples in the capital. Their products were in high demand, and the resulting profits were substantial. Very good. You have all performed excellently. Tetsuya expressed his satisfaction with their efforts, particularly praising Nagato for effectively applying what he had taught them. You must learn to seize opportunities and trends. If there are none, then create and promote them yourself. You executed this brilliantly, and I declare that all three of you have passed the assessment. Hooray! Chapter 82, Yahiko the Youth, the Genesis of a Commercial Empire. Observing the ecstatic trio, Tetsuya smiled. I must advise you three not to celebrate too soon. Upon hearing Tetsuya's words, the trio instantly sobered, apprehensive about potential changes. They exchanged nervous glances with Tetsuya, who maintained his smile before continuing. The truly joyous news is yet to come. Given that all three of you have passed the assessment, I have decided to award you prizes to celebrate your success. Initially tense, the trio paused in surprise before erupting in excitement. Hooray! There are rewards. How wonderful! I thought we might not pass due to our collaboration. How could that be? In business, collaboration is essential for growth. Jie produced 3 scrolls from his sleeves. Now, it is time for rewards. Come and claim your prizes. The 3 individuals looked at the scrolls in Jie's hands with excitement, filled with curiosity about their contents. These scrolls contained records of 3 immensely powerful forbidden techniques. Once you learn them, do not use them lightly except in times of necessity. Do you understand? Understood. The trio replied enthusiastically as they took their respective scrolls and eagerly began to read. Teacher, why does my scroll seem to be missing a section? Anxiously, Mihiko unfurled his entire scroll, only to discover a portion was indeed absent. Upon hearing this, Nagato and Conan fully opened their scrolls as well, realizing theirs were intact and complete, unlike Mihiko's. This scroll of yours is quite special. It consists of several stages, and the final step is exceedingly perilous. At your current level, you cannot fully grasp it, which is why I had to remove that part. However, rest assured, when you mature, I will entrust you with that final segment, Jie said earnestly, patting Mihiko's shoulder. Moreover, even without that last section, the technique retains its potency. If you manage to master all the content within, its power will undoubtedly rival that of Nagato and Conan's techniques. Really? Mihiko's eyes sparkled with excitement. If the incomplete technique is this formidable, how powerful would the complete version be? All right, put the scrolls away. I shall take you back to the Chiba Manor for your training, Jie said, his eyes narrowing into a smile. During your absence these past few days, your teacher Izuna has missed you dearly. At the sight of Jie's mischievous smile, the trio felt a chill run down their spines. They had toiled for 7 days in the capital to complete Jie's assessment, and during that time, they had fallen behind on their training tasks. Returning to Chiba Manor meant they would have to double their efforts to catch up. Are you frightened? Jie teased as he noticed the apprehension in their eyes. In truth, you need not return. I can simply inform your teacher Izuna that you 3 have discovered the joys of commerce and no longer wish to pursue the path of a ninja. You'd rather focus on being merchants under my guidance. I believe your teacher would understand. Absolutely not. Mihiko exclaimed passionately. I aspire to become the strongest ninja, surpassing even teacher Izuna. I will never back down. It's just double training. Even if Izuna doesn't demand it, I will do it. Because that is my ninja way, let my youth blaze forth. Jie was momentarily taken aback by Mihiko's fervent declaration. What was happening? Was the youth virus not transmitted through contact, but rather through techniques? How could Mihiko, who had just acquired the 8 Gates technique, be shouting about youth? Teacher Jie, let us return. I will show teacher Izuna my fiery spirit. Jie felt a headache coming on as he observed Mihiko's fervor. It seemed he was destined to become another embodiment of youthful exuberance. Meanwhile, Nagato and Conan were also caught up in Mihiko's enthusiasm, becoming equally invigorated. Very well. Let us return and give your teacher Izuna a headache, Jie concluded. As time passed, the ninja world gradually regained its order, healing from the scars of war. Under Jie's guidance, the Chiba Merchants Association began to expand beyond the capital of the Fire Country, spreading throughout the land. Simultaneously, under Kakuzu's operations, Hanzo of the Salamander opened new trade routes. Merchants of the Chiba Association began to traverse the Rain Country, selling goods from the Fire Country to different nations. Initially, larger nations like the Wind and Earth countries were skeptical about potential issues, but soon they discovered that the merchants from the Fire Country had no ties to Konoha. They were instead affiliated with an organization known as the Chiba Merchants Association. Upon investigation, it became evident that this organization was entirely composed of merchants. The Ninja World War had consumed vast amounts of manpower and resources, and the supplies brought in by these merchants could aid in a swift recovery, prompting various nations to open trade channels. Furthermore, the arrival of these merchants also provided jobs for the ninjas in the villages. Engaging in trade within the ninja world was perilous. However, this presented an opportunity for ninjas, as escorting merchant caravans became a lucrative task. The emergence of these merchants not only brought resources but also tasks, facilitating the recovery and development of the villages, which naturally led to a cordial relationship between the major ninja villages and the merchants. Some wandering merchants recognized this opportunity and sought to join the Chiba Merchants Association to partake in the profits. However, they soon realized that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Passing through the Rain Country required the payment of tolls and taxes, significantly reducing their profits. Additionally, the journey was fraught with danger. Hiring bodyguards required funds, and if they opted for ninjas, the costs skyrocketed, rendering it unaffordable for these wandering merchants. In contrast, the Chiba Merchants Association operated differently. As long as one paid the membership fee and adhered to the association's regulations, the costs for hiring ninja escorts could be largely subsidized by the association. Moreover, the tolls for the Rain Country were minimal for members of the Chiba Merchants Association, as the trade route was established through a collaboration between the association and the Rain Ninja Village, with the association holding the majority stake. With minimal investment, the merchants of the Chiba Association reaped substantial profits along this trade route, which sparked envy among many, ultimately leading them to join the Chiba Merchants Association. The association continued to grow, expanding beyond a single nation and reaching throughout the entire ninja world. At the Chiba Manor, Jie beamed with satisfaction as he reviewed the reports brought back by the Weasel Clan's messengers from various corners of the ninja world. Marvelous. My vision for a commercial empire is finally taking shape, but this is merely the beginning, a foundational step. Chapter 83. Where did this little door come from? The three set out. Izuna glanced at the intelligence report, then inquired, Jie, as you grow larger, are you not concerned that the ninja villages will become envious and ultimately seize all that you have built? Ha ha ha, you misunderstand. Izuna, Jie replied with a confident grin. The more I expand the Chiba Merchants Association, the less likely those villages are to dare confront me. After all, we are all intelligent beings, and the importance of the association is well understood. If someone wishes to control my association, there will naturally be those who do not want their rivals to gain such power. If any of them dare to resort to coercion, it would only drive us into the arms of others. Izuna nodded, recognizing the truth in Jie's words. As long as we coexist peacefully and profit mutually, all is well. If the Chiba Merchants Association were to side with your adversaries and cease trading with you, that would be problematic. Indeed, I would quite welcome someone to reveal their ambitions and take action against my association, Jie remarked with a mischievous smile. In that case, I would have no choice but to engage in a prolonged discussion with their leader. I believe that through a friendly and in-depth dialogue, they will surely comprehend the concept of mutual benefit. Friendly and in-depth dialogue. Even Izuna struggled to maintain his composure. Your so-called in-depth exchange likely involves your Susanoo blade penetrating their bodies, doesn't it? The kind that goes right through. Don't sweat the details. Just affirm whether it's an in-depth exchange or not. Jie dismissed casually, clearly unfazed. Izuna felt at a loss for words, realizing that communicating with Jie was often an exercise in futility. Nevertheless, Jie had no intention of concluding their conversation just yet. How has Nagato and his disciples progressed in their training? If we are to discuss those three exceptional students, Tsunade believes that there is still potential for further communication with Tetsuya. They are all quite remarkable, with commendable talents. Nagato has already mastered the technique of multiple shadow clones, along with the complex ninjutsu that you imparted to him. Konan has developed her paper jutsu exceptionally well, now capable of executing a multitude of tasks, and she is nearing proficiency with the technique of explosive tags. As for Yahiko, Tsunade hesitated for a moment. What about Yahiko? He is doing splendidly. He has managed to unlock the 5th gate of the 8 gates. While saying this, he cast an annoyed glance at Tetsuya. Why did you teach Yahiko so many water-style techniques? Techniques like the vortex water blade, water wave, water barrier, and water bullets. If it weren't for his conspicuous orange hair, I would almost suspect that I was standing before the inherently malevolent Senju Tobarama. Aside from that insidious flying thunder god technique, he has nearly learned all the techniques commonly used by Senju Tobarama. Don't you find this amusing? Tetsuya chuckled. Imagine the expression on Senju Tobarama's face when he is resurrected and sees your disciple employing his techniques. Upon hearing this, Tsunade contemplated, and her previously somber mood transformed into one of joy. She then turned and walked toward the door. Where are you going? Yahiko's water techniques still have some inconsistencies. I am going to guide him, striving to ensure he surpasses that inherently malevolent fellow, Senju Tobarama. Tetsuya was momentarily at a loss for words. Time flew by swiftly, and several weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Chiba Manor, Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko stood side by side, while Tetsuya and Tsunade faced them. Tetsuya addressed the trio, saying, "You have been training with us for quite some time now, whether in the art of commerce or ninjutsu. You have acquired genuine skills from us. As the saying goes, a master leads you to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. While learning under us is undoubtedly solid, its effectiveness has limits. It is time for you to venture out into the world. You have long desired to return to the land of rain, and now that the war has subsided, you have achieved a level of proficiency. Go back to your homeland." Teacher. The three of them looked at Tetsuya and Tsunade, their emotions heightened, tears welling in their eyes. Tsunade spoke, "Your strengths may not be at the pinnacle, but you should be capable of self-defense. However, the ninja world is filled with hidden talents, so exercise caution." Tetsuya added, "There is one more thing you must remember. Do not use the forbidden techniques I have taught you unless absolutely necessary. Naturally, it is best to flee if you cannot win. You are still young and have room to grow. One day, when you reach your peak and your adversary has aged, you can decisively overpower them." At this, the initially somber atmosphere of parting dissipated. Haha, I was merely jesting to lighten the mood. But the underlying message is indeed significant. I trust you understand. Tetsuya chuckled before adopting a serious demeanor. Very well, you may take your leave. From the moment you step out of Chiba Manor, regardless of the troubles you may cause, do not mention our names, understood? After all, our names hold a certain weight in the ninja world. However, Chiba Manor will always be your home. You may return whenever you wish. Furthermore, should you require assistance, feel free to seek help from the Chiba Commerce Association. That is all I have to say. You may go now. Tsunade nodded in agreement, choosing not to say more. The three of them, now considerably more mature, looked at their unchanged teachers and solemnly bowed in respect. Thank you, esteemed mentors, for your teachings. We will forever remember your kindness. Enough of that, get up. After helping them to their feet and exchanging final farewells, the trio departed from Chiba Manor, heading straight for the land of rain. Watching their retreating figures, Tetsuya sighed. It seems the manor will become quite lonely. He then chuckled. Yet the ninja world is likely to become more vibrant. Unlike the naive individuals brought forth by Jiraiya, Nagato and his companions have learned more than just basic commerce and ninjutsu. They have also absorbed Tetsuya's shrewdness and Tsunade's strength. Thus, even without Tetsuya and Tsunade, they are well equipped to establish themselves in the ninja world. With the teaching of disciples concluded, what are your plans next? Tsunade inquired of Tetsuya, knowing that he was not one to remain idle and would surely seek opportunities for further endeavors. I plan to pay a visit to the Rain Village. Tetsuya revealed his familiar, mischievous grin. It is time for Hanzo the Salamander to experience what true paradise means and what ultimate enjoyment entails. Chapter 84, The Rain Shadow. Hanzo the Salamander? In the land of rain, within the Rain Village. In a grand building, Hanzo the Salamander gazed out at the village. Since collaborating with the Merchant Association represented by Kakuzu, the Rain Village has experienced significant development. The formerly dilapidated village has been restored with towering buildings and new homes. And the streets are now bustling with people, both ninjas and civilians, all brimming with hope. This is what he has longed to witness. It is his honor as the leader of the Rain Village to witness such progress. Yet, he still feels as if something is missing. Contemplating this, Hanzo left his bedside and returned to his office, settling into a luxurious leather chair, draping a complete tiger fur blanket over himself. The desk was crafted from precious sandalwood. Overhead hung a crystal chandelier, and behind him, a display case held various rare artifacts. The rain village, perpetually shrouded in rain, appeared exceedingly damp outside, while his office remained remarkably dry, with several dehumidifiers operating to maintain the dryness of the valuable items within. No hidden motives, just wealth. The earnings accumulated within this single year surpassed the total wealth amassed since the establishment of the Rain Village. What am I truly lacking? Hanzo picked up a crystal cup and poured himself a glass of red wine, removing his gas mask to savor a sip in solitude. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon, prompting Hanzo to set down the crystal cup and don his mask. Come in. A ninja from the Rain Village entered. Lord Hanzo, Kakuzu wishes to see you. Kakuzu? Ah, let me see. It must be time for the profit sharing. Hanzo surmised Kakuzu's intent and nodded. Bring him in. Understood. Soon. Kakuzu was ushered into Hanzo the Salamander's office. Ah, Lord Hanzo, I have missed you these past few days. I see your complexion has improved as well. Upon seeing Kakuzu, Hanzo rarely smiled. Indeed, this is largely thanks to you, Mr. Kakuzu. The wealth your association has brought to the Rain Village has facilitated our development. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. With sufficient funds, I, as the leader, can accomplish much, and my complexion naturally improves. He gestured for Kakuzu to take a seat. Please, join me for a drink. Generally, few are granted the opportunity to share a drink with Hanzo the Salamander, for he possesses a venomous sac implanted within him, releasing deadly toxins with every breath, necessitating the use of a specialized gas mask for normal interaction. However, Kakuzu was undeterred. Having modified his body with the Earth Grudge Fear technique, he was not overly fearful of toxins. Ordinary poisons posed little threat to him, and even specialized toxins could be managed with a mere heart transplant, if necessary. Such advantages have rendered Kakuzu one of the few capable of sharing a drink and conversing with Hans of the Salamander. Well, I find myself craving a drink as well. Kakuzu, unceremoniously, accepted the cup of wine handed to him by Hans and sat down. They refrained from discussing financial matters. After all, their collaboration had endured for a considerable time, and a certain level of understanding had developed. As they indulged in the exquisite wine, their conversation flowed freely, with Kakuzu sharing tales from his mercantile endeavors, while Hans recounted his experiences as a leader. Their exchange was notably pleasant. When the moment felt right, Kakuzu produced a sealed scroll. Hans, esteemed leader, I have come to present you with this month's dividends. The funds are contained within this scroll. Please verify the amount. There's no need, Hans replied. Having worked together for so long, I have witnessed the transformation you have brought to Amage Cure. I trust you completely. Then I am grateful for your trust, Hans, Kakuzu said, raising his cup in a toast. He downed the drink in one go. Excellent. Allow me to refill your cup. Kakuzu. Hans personally poured another drink for Kakuzu. Continuing, Kakuzu remarked, actually, one of our prominent merchants holds you in high regard, believing you to be a rare talent in the shinobi world. With the strength of a single village, you stand against the might of several major villages. Such audacity is unprecedented. He has asked me to bring you some gifts, which I hope you will graciously accept. Oh, one of your merchants appreciates me? Hans expressed surprise. And he has sent gifts? Indeed, Hans. Please take a look. Kakuzu opened the scroll in front of Hans. On the table appeared two items, a pure gold statue of Hans, and the long-prepared conical hat of the Rain Shadow. Upon seeing the hat, Hans's gaze became fixated. This is the Rain Shadow hat? Precisely. The merchant believes that, given your capability to confront the major villages, you deserve to stand on equal footing with their so-called 5 Kage. Thus, he commissioned this hat, hoping you would like it. Like it? Of course I adore it. This merchant truly understands me. He is a kindred spirit I have yet to meet. Hans excitedly took hold of the Rain Shadow hat. Kakuzu smiled and suggested, then please don the hat and see how it fits. Hans felt a surge of satisfaction at being referred to as the Rain Shadow, lifted the hat, and placed it upon his head. It fits perfectly. However, there is still one thing missing. One thing missing? Kakuzu was taken aback. What more could this man desire? How greedy. Indeed, there is still one thing missing, but I had prepared it beforehand. Hans stood and approached a carved mahogany cabinet. Upon opening the door, it revealed a single garment hanging within. Kakuzu recognized it as the Rain Shadow robe, a white long robe adorned with purple raindrop patterns at the hem, with the words First Generation Rain Shadow emblazoned on the back. Ah, so this old fellow had already prepared this for himself, Kakuzu mused, Recalling Chiba's earlier speculation, Hans donned the rain shadow robe, adjusted the hat, and turned to Kakuzu, inquiring, "How do I look, Kakuzu?" "Perfect. Truly befitting of the rain shadow. You should adorn yourself in this attire and become the rain shadow of Amigakure, the sixth shadow of the shinobi world." "Ha ha. Well said, Kakuzu. Please convey my gratitude to the merchant. I would like to host him as a guest in Amigakure and treat him well." Chapter 85. The invitation. After receiving the rain shadow hat, Hans, whose spirit had been dulled by Izuna's blade, regained his confidence and resolved to officially announce his ascension as the first-generation rain shadow. This decision sent ripples of excitement throughout Amigakure. During the Second Shinobi World War, Hans's prestige within the village reached its zenith, and his declaration to become the rain shadow was met with unanimous support from the villagers. As for the opinions of the larger villages, they mattered little. In the eyes of the populace, Lord Hans was invincible. Naturally, within a village, while some were fervently devoted, there were those with clearer discernment. They understood that if the leader pursued this path, it would inevitably attract the ire of the 5 great shinobi villages, leading to potential troubles for Amigakure. However, this minority seemed inconsequential in the face of overwhelming public sentiment. Without adequate power, they could not oppose the tide. At Chiba Manor, by the riverside, Tetsuya and Izuna were engaged in fishing. It was a typical day when Shichir arrived with a piece of intelligence, accompanied by a beautifully crafted invitation. "Oh, a new item this time?" Tetsuya remarked, surprised at the invitation in Shichir's hand. "Yes, boss, this is a letter from the tentacle monster. And this is an invitation from Hans." "Hans's invitation? How intriguing. Is it addressed to me?" Tetsuya accepted Kakuzu's letter and Hans's invitation. As Tetsuya examined the envelope and invitation, Izuna handed her basket of fish to Shichir. Shichir's eyes widened at the sight of the overflowing basket. Tetsuya opened the letter and began to read. Kakuzu succinctly detailed the happenings in the land of rain, noting that, under his influence, the management of Amigakure had begun to indulge in extravagance. He also conveyed the items he had given to Hans, which had ignited Hans's ambition to assume the position of Rain Shadow. "Interesting. Hans of the Rain Shadow, is it?" Tetsuya thought as he passed the letter to the intrigued Izuna and opened the invitation. "Mr. Chiba, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance through this written correspondence. Though we have yet to meet, I feel a deep connection with you. You must be my kindred spirit. Few in the shinobi world understand my thoughts and aspirations, and you are certainly one of them. Though I lack talent, I harbor great ambitions. I strive to cultivate and strengthen my forces, preparing for war while ensuring domestic stability and peace for my realm. As the country enjoys stability and prosperity, I intend to ascend to the position of Rain Shadow, instilling fear in those who threaten my domain. I sincerely invite you, Mr. Chiba, to witness this momentous occasion in my life." After reading the contents of the invitation, Tetsuya couldn't help but be astonished. Hans's eloquence was unexpected, betraying the image of a mere warrior. It seemed someone else had penned these words for him. Izuna glanced at the invitation's content. It's reasonable. As a leader of a shinobi village, he must have cultivated a few literate advisors. However, judging by the quality of this invitation, it seems that Hans's aide is only semi-competent. "Ha ha ha. So you have some expertise in this area, Izuna?" "Not particularly. During the Warring States period, when the clans officially clashed, there was indeed a custom of issuing challenges. In our Uchiha clan, I typically composed the challenge letters while my brother focused solely on battle." "Impressive. Truly befitting of the external brain of Uchiha Madara." Izuna did not respond to Tetsuya's remark, but instead put away her fishing rod, stating, "Now, we should prepare to head to the land of rain." "Indeed. What do you say, will you join me?" "I have no interest in going," Izuna replied with a shake of her head. "If we go to the land of rain, I fear I may lose control and strike him again." "All right then, what do you plan to do? Remain here alone? A solitary existence can be quite pleasant, providing the opportunity to delve into the 3 volumes of forbidden techniques." Ever since Izuna learned that Tetsuya cannot die, he has also developed an interest in those lethal forbidden arts. Tetsuya pondered deeply for a moment, vividly imagining Izuna activating the 8 gates and summoning a legion of Susanoo warriors, charging forth while using the explosive tags in a devastating technique. A shiver coursed through him. It was far too violent, the imagery far too beautiful to behold. Well, as long as it brings you joy. In the land of rain, Nagato and his companions had returned to this once impoverished nation for some time. However, following the collaboration between the Chiba Trading Company and the Hidden Rain Village. The transformations in the Land of Rain had been rather significant. It took them some time to adapt and comprehend the current state of the Land of Rain. The trio utilized the seed money provided by Tetsuya to purchase a house as their residence. Standing atop a building, they gazed down at the present-day Hidden Rain Village. Although still damp and dreary, it appeared far more vibrant than the somber village they had previously encountered. Truly, the arrival of the Chiba Trading Company had brought about monumental changes to this village and nation. Little Nan couldn't help but exclaim. Nagato nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mr. Kakuzu's assertions were correct. The fundamental issue that plagued the Land of Rain was its abject poverty. Now that wealth had arrived, the inhabitants of the Land of Rain were gradually improving. Yahiko, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "Doesn't this further affirm that the teachings imparted by Tetsuya-sensei are indeed invaluable? If we fully employ the skills he has bestowed upon us, we can foster the development of the Land of Rain, ensuring a better life for everyone. Furthermore, the Land of Rain is merely the starting point. Once we establish prosperity here, we can gradually influence the entire ninja world, heralding an era of peace that we will have actively cultivated." Nagato, Little Nan, isn't this precisely what we have longed for? The path to our ideal era has now unfolded before us. Indeed, it has. Inspired by Yahiko's enthusiasm, Nagato too began to feel invigorated. While Little Nan smiled at the exuberance of the two, Yahiko raised his right hand and shouted, "Come, let us strive together." The trio stacked their hands atop one another. "Let us give it our all." They resolved to leverage their acquired skills to transform the ninja world. Their fervent gestures caught the eye of a white entity. "Oh dear. Black Zetsu's targets have finally appeared. I must hasten to relay this news." With the information about these three individuals, Black Zetsu should become less agitated, White Zetsu mused, gradually merging into the earth and departing the Hidden Rain Village. Chapter 86. Konoha and the Konoha Ninja Clans. The news that Hanzo of the Salamander intended to declare himself the new leader of the Hidden Rain Village and stand alongside the 5 great ninja villages swiftly spread throughout the ninja world. All major ninja villages received the tidings. Even the lesser villages took note. The smaller villages responded with envy, jealousy, and ridicule, believing that the Hidden Rain Village had merely survived a few skirmishes during the Second Shinobi World War and thus had no right to claim equality with the 5 great villages. However, the opinions of the smaller villages held little significance. The true concern lay with the 5 great villages. Konoha convened a high-level meeting. In the conference room, Sarutobi Hiruzen presided over the assembly, flanked by the Elder Council and the leaders of various ninja clans. "Esteemed colleagues, I trust you have all received the news regarding Hanzo's audacious claim to establish the Hidden Rain Village as the 6th great ninja village. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Before anyone could respond, Shimura Danzo scoffed disdainfully. "What is there to discuss? A mere rain ninja dares to call himself the 6th great village? What audacity! It seems the lesson we imparted previously was insufficient. Hiruzen, we must deliver a profound lesson to this overconfident fool. Gather our forces. He intends to hold a ceremony, and we shall attend to show our support." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, merely casting a glance at Mito Kazumi, who understood immediately and interjected, "Danzo, must your hostility be so palpable? There's no need for violence. Our village is still in a recuperative phase, and it is ill-advised to provoke further conflict. Moreover, Konoha has always prided itself on harmony and goodwill. Initiating a war would tarnish our village's reputation." Nara Shikaku concurred. "Indeed, we are still in recovery, and our finances are quite strained. Another conflict would exacerbate this situation, leaving us unable to procure necessary supplies." The assembly engaged in a discussion regarding the prospect of war. Within Konoha, there were proponents of both conflict and peace. However, it was ultimately the advocates for peace who prevailed, as the recent war had claimed many lives, and few were eager to engage in further hostilities. "Enough. Silence." Sarutobi Hiruzen rapped the table, commanding attention. The room fell still. They understood that the 3rd Hokage had reached a decision. "I have grasped your sentiments. In essence, we must respond to the arrogance of the Hidden Rain Village, yet initiating another war is not feasible. We neither wish to fight, nor can we afford to engage." Nods of agreement circulated among the attendees, acknowledging that Hiruzen's assessment was sound. A solution must be devised that would convey their stance without inciting further bloodshed. "Let us draft a letter to our allies. I am confident that other villages, particularly Sunagakure and Awagakure, will also react to the actions of the Hidden Rain village. We shall unite in our resistance against them, ensuring that Hanzo understands that even if he claims the title of leader, he holds no significance in our eyes. The assembly expressed satisfaction with this plan. However, Danzo muttered a discontented scoff. Internally, he reflected, Hiruzen, your weakness is truly lamentable. Yet, in this setting, he refrained from voicing his dissent, as numerous clan heads were present, and a degree of respect for Hiruzen as Hokage was expected. Had it been a gathering of just their old comrades, he would have slammed the table and declared, Hiruzen, your timidity will lead to regret, before storming out, slamming the door behind him to emphasize his resolve. Similar meetings transpired concurrently among the 5 great ninja villages, with particular focus from those closest to the Land of Rain, the Fire, Earth, and Wind nations. With their proximity to the Hidden Rain village, their reactions were of utmost importance. In contrast, Kimogakure and Kirigakure, separated by several nations, remained largely unaffected, as they had no direct conflicts of interest with the Hidden Rain village. Reputation, after all, is not merely earned through self-proclamation. Now, let us turn our attention to another matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen had established a tone regarding the Hidden Rain village's claims, and began to prepare for discussions on additional issues. For convening so many clan heads warranted more than mere discourse on a single minor village. Regarding the development of the village, I wish to discuss with the esteemed clan leaders. Although we emerged victorious from this recent war, we have paid a significant price. The toll of war, the replenishment of supplies, and the compensation for the families of fallen ninjas require substantial funds. Our village is currently experiencing financial strain, so I hope to confer with each of you. His words were somewhat tactful, yet the underlying message was quite candid. Sarutobi Hiruzen hoped that these clans would contribute financially to the village. However, the meeting did not unfold as pleasantly as anticipated. Hiruzen believed that since these clans enjoyed the village's protection and various benefits, they should assist during this period of hardship. After all, over the years, these great ninja clans have profited immensely from the prestige of Konoha. Surely, each clan could spare a little to help the village overcome this crisis. Conversely, the clans held a different perspective. They contended that during wartime, their members were the ones at the forefront, bearing the brunt of the conflict and suffering the most losses. They had already sacrificed numerous clan members. Why should they now be asked to contribute financially? This seemed an unjust demand. Ultimately, after Hiruzen's earnest pleas, the clans offered a token sum. Once the clan leaders departed, only the 4 of Konoha remained. These wretched individuals enjoy the village's benefits, yet refuse to alleviate its burdens. It is truly infuriating, Shimura Danzo scoffed. Particularly irksome were the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, who proclaimed themselves Konoha's paramount ninja clans, yet contributed so little. Enough, Danzo. It is futile to dwell on this. Our immediate concern is how to replenish our depleted resources, commented Minato Namikaze. While he shared Danzo's dissatisfaction with the major clans, the pressing matter at hand was securing sufficient funds to address the village's urgent needs. Hiruzen lit his pipe, taking a deep drag before speaking. What if we pooled more contributions from our clans? Tsunade shook her head. No, the amount is far too substantial. Our families cannot afford such a sum. Suddenly, Minato seemed to have an epiphany. I just thought of someone. The Chiba commerce, which has recently gained prominence in the ninja world, was founded by that young Chiba boy who left the village, right? Mentioning the Chiba commerce sparked a glimmer of interest among the group. After all, it had made quite a name for itself in the ninja world, engaging in a wide array of profitable ventures. Hiruzen recalled the young man who once ran a ramen shop in Konoha, whose culinary skills had garnered acclaim from his teacher. He had once confided in Hiruzen his ambition to elevate the Chiba name within the ninja realm. It seemed he had indeed succeeded, as the influence of Chiba commerce had spread far and wide. Minato suggested, the Chiba commerce is renowned throughout the ninja world. Surely, the Chiba family has amassed considerable wealth. Since he is a former member of our village, perhaps you could solicit some funds from him as a gesture of gratitude to Konoha. Upon hearing Minato's proposal, Danzo snorted disdainfully. If that Chiba was once a part of our village, he remains a part of it. In my opinion, the Chiba commerce should belong to Konoha. Allowing a mere civilian to control such a vast organization poses a threat. Hiruzen, let me take this matter into my own hands. I shall speak with the Chiba family. I am confident that under my guidance, he will willingly surrender the Chiba commerce to Konoha. As a figure entrenched in the shadows of the ninja world, Danzo was well aware of the Chiba commerce's daily earnings. He had long coveted its wealth, and had there been an opportunity, he would have sought to clandestinely seize control of it. With the Chiba commerce under his influence, he could secure ample funding for Orochimaru's experiments, paving the way for his ascendance to Hokage. "You have overstepped, Danzo." Hiruzen's voice cut through the air, pulling Danzo from his reverie. "Cease your schemes." Hiruzen understood his old friend's intentions all too well. Danzo was clearly harboring ulterior motives regarding the Chiba commerce. However, he would never permit Danzo to act recklessly. Even though his perspective and mindset had evolved over the years, some principles remained unchanged. His mentor had once remarked that the Chiba family had devoted everything to Konoha. Now, only Chiba Tetsuya's lineage remained of what was once a proud clan. Hiruzen could not allow Danzo to jeopardize a family that had sacrificed so much for the village. Though Chiba Tetsuya had once been a member of Konoha, the Chiba family had given more than enough for the village's sake. A clan that had fought valiantly for Konoha until its last member remained could not be unduly burdened. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe. "Nevertheless, the village is indeed in a difficult position. I shall speak with him. Tetsuya is a reasonable person, and I trust he will understand." At that moment, Tsunade interjected. "If that is the case, Hiruzen, I advise you to act swiftly. According to intelligence, the Chiba commerce has formed an alliance with Hanzo of the Salamander, who has invited the head of the Chiba commerce to participate in his inauguration ceremony as the leader of the Rain Village. If all goes as planned, he will likely depart soon. Chiba Tetsuya, how dare he collaborate with the Rain Village? That is a betrayal of Konoha. Enough of conversation. We must seize control of Chiba Tetsuya and compel him to relinquish the Chiba commerce," Danzo asserted. "That is enough, Danzo. He is merely a civilian, not a ninja of the village. It is his prerogative to engage in business and forge alliances as he sees fit." Hiruzen, your leniency is excessive. An organization like the Chiba commerce should be under the village's control. Allowing him to collaborate with the Rain Village will inevitably lead to trouble. "Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. You will regret this, Hiruzen." Danzo slammed his fist on the table and stormed out. As Danzo left, Hiruzen inhaled deeply from his pipe, the smoke swirling in the meeting room, obscuring his eyes from view. The following day, at the Chiba Grand Hotel, Tetsuya, preparing to depart for the Rain Village, received a message from Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen invites me back to Konoha? He wishes to discuss something with me? Tetsuya pondered, examining the letter delivered through the commerce's channels, his mind racing with questions. What is going on? Has there been a significant event in Konoha? It seems I have not been in contact with them for quite some time. He considered seeking the opinion of Izuna, who was known for his sharp intellect. But Izuna was currently at the Chiba estate researching forbidden techniques. Whatever the case may be, I will face it head-on. It is unlikely that Sarutobi Hiruzen would resort to extreme measures upon our meeting. Tetsuya contemplated summoning a carriage to return to Konoha, but as he reached the door, he paused momentarily. Is it somewhat inappropriate for me to return in my current state? After some contemplation, he activated his transformation technique, morphing into the form of a portly, affluent middle-aged gentleman. Yes, this aligns perfectly with the identity of Chiba Tetsuya. This return journey to Konohagakure proved to be exceptionally smooth, devoid of assassinations, attacks, or any unforeseen incidents. The carriage arrived at the gates of Konoha without issue. At the entrance, Sarutobi Hizashi, clad in the Hokage robe and donning the Hokage hat, personally awaited the arrival. Mito Munin inquired, somewhat perplexed, Hizashi, isn't this a bit excessive? As the village leader, do you truly need to greet the visitor in person? Next to him, Tien Hikomaru nodded in agreement, expressing her confusion. Even if Sarutobi Hizashi wished to appear approachable, why did they need to accompany him as well? With a playful grin, Sarutobi Hizashi replied, you may not fully grasp the situation. The influence of the Chiba commerce in the shinobi world is well known. But what you might overlook is that Chiba Tetsuya has cultivated close ties with the nobility of the capital. On the surface, he may seem merely a commoner and merchant, but misjudging him as such would be a grave error. Should he so desire, he could easily ascend to the ranks of the Fire Country's aristocracy, closely allied with the daimyo. Upon hearing this, Mito Munin and Tien Hikomaru began to understand. Despite Sarutobi Hizashi's formidable position as Hokage, his authority was now confined within the borders of Konoha. The role of Hokage had evolved since his predecessors, who could afford to disregard the Fire Country's daimyo and nobility. However, for Saratobi Hizashi, such disregard was no longer an option. Therein lies the disparity. As Chapter 88, Dedication, Sacrifice, and Reward, the Will of Fire, unfolds. The middle-aged Tetsuya descended from the carriage, displaying a warm smile upon seeing Saratobi Hizashi and the others. Ha ha ha, Hokage-sama, it has been far too long. I am genuinely touched that you have come personally to greet me at the village gates. Tetsuya approached enthusiastically, shaking hands with Saratobi Hizashi and exchanging pleasantries with the others. Saratobi Hizashi responded with an equally warm smile. Indeed, it is only fitting. I have always believed you, Tetsuya, would achieve great things. Today, your Chiba commerce is a name that resonates throughout the shinobi world. Your success brings immense joy to the village. After all, you hail from here. Upon hearing Saratobi Hizashi's attempts at camaraderie, Tetsuya surmised the underlying intent. He likely sought financial support. Ha ha, you flatter me, Hokage-sama. Perhaps we should not linger outside any longer. Let us board the carriage and converse inside the village. Initially, the others questioned whether 5 or 6 individuals could fit comfortably within a single carriage. However, once aboard, they were astonished by the spaciousness within, far exceeding the exterior's appearance. The plush cushions, intricate carvings, and luxurious carpeting, adorned with gemstones, were truly remarkable. Was that a luminous pearl mounted atop for illumination? The tales of Chiba Tetsuya's wealth were indeed substantiated. Inside the carriage, Saratobi Hizashi began to engage Tetsuya in friendly conversation, inquiring if he required any assistance or if there were any commissions from the commerce. Tetsuya responded with measured grace, cleverly deflecting while keeping Saratobi Hizashi intrigued, eager to discern his true intentions. As the carriage halted before the Hokage building, they entered the conference room. Once inside, Saratobi Hizashi shifted the topic. Lamenting the village's current financial difficulties, he began a discourse on sacrifice, contribution, reciprocity, and the will of fire, suggesting that Tetsuya, having benefited from the first Hokage's patronage, should now contribute financially to aid the village in its time of need, thereby nurturing the next generation of the Chiba lineage within the esteemed walls of Konoha's Ninja Academy. Tetsuya nearly chuckled at this proposition. Truly, Saratobi Hizashi sought not only his financial support, but also desired that his offspring return to Konoha, all while speaking of the education in the will of fire. It seemed little more than an attempt to indoctrinate his descendants with the ideals of the village. Tetsuya found it quite audacious, the manner in which Saratobi Hizashi couched his demands. Yet, Tetsuya smiled and responded, "Indeed, Hokage-sama. My achievements are in no small part due to the assistance of the first Hokage." Saratobi Hizashi's smile faltered momentarily, but he quickly masked his surprise. He discerned the underlying message in Tetsuya's words. While he acknowledged the first Hokage's aid, he subtly implied that his success was primarily his own, with little connection to the current state of Konoha. Thus, the negotiations became clearer, and each party understood the other's motives. Saratobi Hizashi, maintaining his genial demeanor, stated, "The first Hokage established this village with the hope that future generations could live untroubled, free from external threats. Yet, the village indeed faces challenges now, Tetsuya. Would you consider extending your support? Of course, this assistance would require some form of compensation." "Well, since you have put it that way, I am not one to disregard sentiments. I can certainly invest a sum into Konoha. As for conditions," Tetsuya pondered, recalling Hatake Tsukumo, the future legendary figure known as Konoha White Fang. "Hokage-sama, I often traverse the shinobi world for business and occasionally encounter perilous situations. Thus, I would like to request a few ninjas from Konoha to ensure my protection. Would that be acceptable?" Saratobi Hizashi initially presumed Tetsuya would present a more challenging request, but was taken aback by the simplicity of his demand for protection. "Oh, that is hardly a problem. I can select several elite ninjas from my Umbu guards to ensure your safety." Tetsuya shook his head. No, Hokage-sama, your Umbu are occupied with vital responsibilities. In truth, I had someone specific in mind even before returning to Konoha." "Who might that be?" Saratobi Hizashi inquired, intrigued. "I hope to enlist the formidable Konoha White Fang, who once bravely infiltrated the enemy lines during the Second Shinobi World War, as my bodyguard." At the mention of Konoha White Fang, Saratobi Hizashi and his companions exchanged knowing glances. It was common knowledge that during the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha White Fang had gained renown for his audacious feats. and his reputation rivaled that of Sarutobi Hisashi's own 3 disciples. Many believe that the next Hokage might well emerge from the ranks of either Konoha's legendary 3 or Konoha White Fang himself. In regards to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he harbored a greater desire for the 4th Hokage to emerge from among his disciples, with a particular inclination towards Orochimaru, who had consistently demonstrated exceptional talent since childhood. However, Orochimaru's increasing association with Danzo raised concerns for Hiruzen. As Hokage, maintaining a luminous and noble image was paramount. Any close affiliation with Danzo could lead to a tainting of his reputation, which would undoubtedly hinder Orochimaru's prospects in the competition for the 4th Hokage's position. If Orochimaru fell short, Jiraiya's chances would be even slimmer. As for Tsunade, it seemed she had little interest in such ambitions at present, given the profound impact of the deaths of SHZ and Kat on her psyche. Chapter 89. Additional funds? Certainly. Hiruzen believed he could remain in the position of Hokage for a while longer. Should the need arise, he might consider having Danzo suppress the reputation of Konoha's White Fang to create a more favorable opportunity for his disciples' candidacy. However, his inherent compassion made him reluctant to resort to such measures against the villagers. Prolonged tenure in the role of Hokage had begun to twist Hiruzen's perspective. At this juncture, a certain individual approached him with an offer of financial assistance to alleviate Konoha's fiscal challenges, along with a proposal to relocate the somewhat troublesome White Fang. Could such a stroke of fortune truly exist? Regardless of the esteem Konoha's White Fang commanded within the village, once removed from Konoha, time and strategic maneuvering would surely diminish his influence. Though inwardly pleased, Hiruzen maintained a facade of discomfort. Tetsuya, you must understand that Tsukumo is a great hero of our village, having ventured alone into the very heart of the Wind Country during the Ninja Wars, disrupting Sunegakure's logistical lines. Observing Hiruzen's reaction, Tetsuya internally cursed his greed, realizing that the Hokage merely sought monetary gain. I comprehend, I fully understand, and I can indeed provide additional funds. What can I say? Hiruzen laughed heartily. Since the emergence of the Chiba Trading Company, the array of goods available in Konoha has increased, enriching the lives of our villagers. This is largely thanks to you, Tetsuya. Your contributions to Konoha and the Land of Fire are invaluable. Thus, your safety is of utmost importance. And I believe your proposal to have a formidable protector like Tsukumo is quite astute. Ha ha ha, your words ring true, Hokage-sama. Shall we embark on a fruitful collaboration? Indeed, a mutually beneficial partnership. They shook hands, both wearing satisfied smiles. Tetsuya, you must be weary and hungry after your journey from the capital. I have arranged a welcome feast. The dishes should be ready now. Let us dine. Very well. Shall we enjoy a drink together, Hokage-sama? Ha ha ha. Let us drink to our heart's content. The group departed in laughter, evidently pleased with the outcome. Following the banquet, Hiruzen was in high spirits, especially after securing Tetsuya's financial support. However, with Tsukumo currently on a mission and absent from Konoha, Hiruzen assured Tetsuya that he would promptly contact him upon Tsukumo's return. Tetsuya had no fears of Hiruzen reneging on their agreement. If the 3rd Hokage were to act dishonorably, he would no longer be in his position. After the festivities, Tetsuya took his leave, as he had pressing matters to attend to in the Rain Village, where he was to witness Hanzo's inauguration as the new leader. In Konoha's root base, Danzo sat upon a meticulously replicated Hokage throne, listening to reports from the root ninjas below. Are you saying that Tetsuya Chiba provided Hiruzen with a sum of money and requested Tsukumo's protection? Indeed. Impressive, monkey. Not only did you secure funds, but also deftly managed a troublesome Tsukumo, Danzo remarked with a sardonic smile. Has Chiba departed the village? He has left, and judging by his direction, he seems intent on heading straight for the Rain Country. In the Rain Country, Danzo lowered his head, a dangerous glint shining in his solitary eye, as he plotted his next scheme. As time passed, the Rain Village grew increasingly bustling in anticipation of Hanzo's inauguration. The local populace eagerly awaited the event, drawing many spectators from afar, thereby boosting the economy of both the village and the Rain Country. After all, such visitors would require sustenance and lodging, which translated to increased revenue for local establishments. Under the auspices of the Rain Village, Kakuzu led the construction of the new rakeage building, while Hanzo sat in his freshly appointed office, nodding in approval at the reports from his subordinates. Well done, Kakuzu. Your business acumen is unparalleled. Distributing invitations to other ninja villages was an ingenious strategy. Regardless of their attendance, the promotion for the inauguration is already achieving its purpose, enticing many from neighboring nations to visit Rain Country, thus stimulating economic growth. The village's inns were filled to capacity, and many villagers' lodgings were overwhelmed with guests attending the ceremony. The once humble Hanzo now radiated joy, basking in the prosperity of his village and the favorable trajectory of his life. Haha, you flatter me. But it is Chiba-sama who is the true genius. I merely learned a fraction of his brilliance. Is that so? By the way, when is Chiba-sama expected to arrive in our village? Please inform me prior, so I may extend a personal welcome. Kakuzu's constant flattery, coupled with the prior gift of the rake's hat, had convinced Hanzo that Tetsuya Chiba was a kindred spirit and a vital ally. It should be soon. I received word this morning that he is expected to arrive by evening. Oh, is that so? I must prepare. Hanzo rose, adjusting his rake's hat and cloak. Come in. Yes, Lord Rakage, how may I assist you? A Rain Village ninja entered the office. Although Hanzo had yet to officially assume the Rakage title, all ninjas had been instructed to address him accordingly. Have the villa preparations been completed? Yes, Lord Rakage, everything is ready. Chapter 90. Surely, the master has his grand designs. That is the Rakage, and the Rakage's personal guard as well. Additionally, other high-ranking officials from the village are present. Goodness, why are all these dignitaries gathering? They are heading towards the village entrance. The entrance? I noticed a procession heading that way earlier. Are they expecting someone? I'm not certain. Could it be another village's leader? Notably, many merchants have also arrived, specifically those from the Chiba Commerce Association. Could it be that a prominent figure from the association is here? We are uncertain, but let us investigate. Time is of the essence, as Hanzo the Pepperfish personally leads the high-ranking officials of Rain Shinobi Village to welcome Tetsuya. This spectacle attracts numerous onlookers eager to partake in the excitement, causing a crowd to gather at the village entrance. On the broad road outside Rain Shinobi Village, a cloud of dust rises, suggesting something is approaching from afar. Soon, a luxurious convoy of carriages comes into view, the leading carriage drawn by 6 magnificent horses, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the gathered crowd. The subsequent carriages are also drawn by 4 horses each, the opulence of the entire procession leaving many in awe. Let the fireworks and salutes commence. With a commanding voice, the salute rings out, and fireworks burst into the sky. An honor guard forms 2 lines to welcome the guests, while the musicians enthusiastically begin their performance, creating a festive atmosphere at the village entrance. Hanzo the Pepperfish adjusts his cloak and hat, preparing to greet his esteemed friend. Before long, a stout middle-aged man steps out from the carriage. Upon seeing him, Hanzo beams with delight. Tetsuya displays his exceptional acting skills, his face a canvas of surprise, excitement, and uncontrollable joy, akin to an aging man meeting his idol. He hastily descends from the carriage, accompanied by 2 attendants, making his way towards Hanzo. Ha ha ha. Hanzo's hearty laughter greets him. Mr. Chiba, we finally meet. Lord Yuing, it is an honor. I have long heard tales of your valor on the battlefield, repelling the 3 great ninja villages. You are indeed a true hero of the ninja world. I hold you in the highest esteem. And meeting you today is a fortune of a lifetime. Ah, Mr. Chiba, you flatter me. It is rare to find a kindred spirit in this world. And in this ninja realm, how many can truly understand Hanzo the Pepperfish? You, Mr. Chiba, are indeed a rare confidant. Haha, I am humbled by your words. Lord Yuing. Tetsuya gestures towards the convoy behind him. I am aware that Lord Yuing will officially take office in a few days. I have brought gifts for you. Some humble trinkets, and I hope you will not find them lacking. Hanzo glances at the dozen carriages, noting the imprints left on the ground by their wheels, indicating they contain many valuable items. How generous of you, my dear confidant. What nonsense. How could I ever disdain such kindness? You are my cherished friend. Come, let us enter the village. Since you are here, stay for a few days, and I will show you the charm of our Rain Shinobi Village. As they converse and laugh, they are enveloped by a throng of admirers, entering Rain Shinobi Village together. Look at all those people. What could be happening? Yahiko and Nagato, out shopping, are drawn by the commotion and gaze towards the crowd. Could it be that Lord Yuing is welcoming a significant guest? Is that so? Let us go take a look. Yahiko, intrigued, pulls Nagato along. Despite carrying a load of goods, Nagato cannot resist Yahiko's enthusiasm and follows. Excuse me, what is happening here? Who is that person with Lord Yuing? Oh, young man, do you not know? That is the esteemed owner of the Chiba Commerce Association, Tetsuya Chiba. Ah, Tetsuya Chiba. ISNT that the teacher. Yahiko begins, but Nagato quickly interrupts him. Remember, Yahiko, our teacher instructed us to keep our identities concealed in public. Right. Yahiko nods vigorously, turning to the passerby. So, that is the owner of the Chiba Commerce Association. I heard he was quite young and handsome. Why does he look so aged? The passerby chuckles and explains, I see. You must be referring to Tetsuya's son, Ryu. I heard the elder Chiba retired to a behind-the-scenes role long ago, leaving the business to Ryu. The young, handsome figure you see is likely him. Oh, I understand now. The two nod in acknowledgement, their expressions revealing their realization. However, this is merely an act, as they, being Tetsuya's disciples, are privy to the truth. Ryu and Tetsuya Chiba are one and the same. At that moment, amidst the crowd, Tetsuya senses something and glances in the direction of Nagato and Yahiko. Indeed, he spots their distinct chakra signatures, familiar from their time together. With his enhanced sensory perception gained from diligent training, he smiles and nods in their direction. Upon recognizing that familiar smile, the two understand the situation. It must be the teacher. But why has he chosen to appear in this guise? Perhaps he has his reasons. They whisper to each other before turning to leave. They have grown accustomed to Tetsuya's unconventional ways, having lived with him at the Chiba estate. Let us return. Conan is waiting for us, Nagato suggests. As they depart, Tetsuya cannot help but sigh inwardly. These two wayward disciples, not even bothering to greet their master. A simple wave would suffice. There is no need for tears. What troubles you, Mr. Chiba? Hanzo the pepper fish, ever observant, notices Tetsuya's gaze wandering. Nothing of consequence. I thought I recognized someone, but upon closer inspection, it seems I was mistaken. Chapter 91. Is Rain Shinobi Village isolated? Not at all. It is Konoha that faces isolation. In front of the Yueying Tower in Rain Shinobi Village, a grand platform has been erected in the spacious square. Coinciding with this momentous day, the gloomy skies over Rain Shinobi Village have unexpectedly cleared, revealing a vast expanse of blue, with the sun hanging alone in the sky, illuminating the earth below. This day is destined to be extraordinary, as not only the inhabitants of Rain Shinobi Village await the upcoming inauguration ceremony, but representatives from Iwa Shinobi Village, Suna Shinobi Village, and Kumo Shinobi Village have also arrived unexpectedly. Konoha had initially planned to unite with other major ninja villages to isolate and exclude Rain Shinobi Village. However, contrary to expectations, Iwa and Suna villages have shown no concern for Konoha's stance and have chosen to attend Hanzo's ceremony. The reasoning is simple. Compared to the bountiful resources and fertile lands of the Fire Nation, the Earth and Wind Nations possess far less. The emergence of the Chiba Commerce Association, leveraging Rain Country as a crucial transportation hub, has enabled the movement and sale of goods from other nations to the Wind and Earth Nations, allowing them access to foreign products. Moreover, due to the Chiba Commerce Association's unique operational model, the foreign specialties sold to these nations are relatively affordable, while their own local products can be entrusted to the association for transport back to Rain Country for sale, bringing substantial benefits to both nations. Instead of following Konoha in suppressing and marginalizing the Hidden Rain Village, it would be more prudent to continue engaging in commerce with them and the Chiba Merchants Association. After all, profit is paramount, and it certainly alleviates hardships, particularly in the Land of Wind, where poverty has reached a level where food is scarce. Titles and honors of the 5 great ninja villages are utterly inconsequential. As for the Hidden Cloud Village, their representatives merely came to join the festivities upon hearing about the arrival of delegates from the Sand and Rock villages. Furthermore, they were intrigued by the prospect of prominent figures from the Chiba Merchants Association attending, as the Raikage hopes to explore business opportunities in the Land of Lightning. The Hidden Mist Village, however, did not send representatives, for their distance renders such events far removed from their concerns. Directly beneath the high platform lies the VIP seating area, occupied by representatives from the Sand, Rock, and Cloud villages, alongside Chiba Tetsuya from the Chiba Merchants Association. The Sand Village is represented by the esteemed Elder Chiyo. The Rock Village has sent the son of the 3rd Tsuchikage, the youthful ninja K-Ri, while the Cloud Village is represented by the strategist T-Dai. Chiyo and Tetsuya are somewhat acquainted, as Tetsuya had previously visited the Sand Village while establishing trade routes and had met Chiyo. Good to see you. Good to see you. Business thrives on amicable relations. Tetsuya exclaimed jovially. I shall convey the gratitude of the Wind Shadow to you, Chiba-san. Ah, Elder Chio. You are too kind. There is no need for thanks and mutually beneficial endeavors. Chio's face radiated joy, her wrinkles deepening as she smiled. Having secured another substantial deal that would aid her village's financial stability. Though K-Ri is a young man, he possesses a sincere and earnest demeanor, appearing somewhat awkward. The intention behind Naka's decision to send him was to help him develop his communication skills, yet it is clear that such change is not easily achieved. Unless approached directly, he is unlikely to utter a word. Chiba-san, it is an honor to meet you. I am T-Dai from the Hidden Cloud Village, he said, initiating conversation after Tetsuya concluded his discussion with Chio. Oh, so you are the esteemed T-Dai from the Hidden Cloud Village. I have long heard of your reputation as a strategist. I am surprised to see the Raikage has sent you as a representative. Tetsuya remarked, acknowledging T-Dai's reputation. Oh, Chiba-san, you flatter me. I merely offer a couple of suggestions to the Raikage, hardly deserving of the title of strategist, T-Dai responded modestly. However, you are quite well informed. Even a mere novice like myself has heard of your exploits, Tetsuya said with a chuckle. Ah, Chiba-san, I truly am an unknown figure, T-Dai insisted, waving his hand to shift the conversation. In truth, the Raikage has sent me here not only to attend the inauguration of the new Rain Shadow, but also to discuss potential business opportunities with you. Oh, the Raikage wishes to converse with me? Is he interested in commerce? Tetsuya inquired, intrigued. Indeed, he admires how you have expanded your business throughout the entire ninja world. He hopes I can discuss potential trade opportunities between the Land of Lightning and the Hidden Cloud Village, T-Dai explained. Tetsuya was taken aback, as he had assumed the Hidden Cloud Village was merely a band of marauders. However, it seemed they were now considering legitimate business dealings. The two engaged in light conversation, with T-Dai introducing Tetsuya to the specialties of the Land of Lightning, such as fine spirits and beef. Due to the unique geography of their land, much of their goods are locally sourced and produced. If the Chiba Merchants Association were to send a trading caravan into the Land of Lightning, their products would likely be well received in the ninja world. Tetsuya began to ponder the possibilities. The two ninjas he had stationed in the Hidden Cloud Village had not reported any concerns, indicating the Raikage might genuinely be interested in business. Engaging in trade with the Hidden Cloud Village appeared to be a venture ripe with potential benefits. Very well, since the Raikage has extended such a gracious invitation, I shall personally lead a delegation to the Land of Lightning once my current obligations are fulfilled. I hope the Raikage will not find us unwelcome. Absolutely not. Once this event concludes, I will rush back to inform the Raikage of this splendid news. I am certain he will welcome you with open arms. As celebratory cannons fired and fireworks illuminated the sky, the orchestra began to play, marking the official commencement of the inauguration ceremony. Following a brief introduction, Hanzo of the Salamanders stood before all present, receiving the Rain Shadow hat from a venerable elder of the Hidden Rain Village. With excitement, he donned the hat, officially declaring himself the Rain Shadow. In that moment, he felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life, although he had worn the hat prior. The significance of this occasion made it an entirely different experience, one of sheer exhilaration. Chapter 92. He remained oblivious to the fact that this was my confidant, my beloved, my kin. With the inauguration successfully concluded, the Hidden Rain Village now had no leader, only the Rain Shadow. Congratulations. Congratulations, Rain Shadow, on achieving your ambition. Tetsuya entered the Rain Shadow's office to extend his congratulations to Hanzo. Ha ha ha, Chiba-san, welcome, welcome. Please, take a seat. Hanzo warmly invited Tetsuya to sit. Although my inauguration ceremony has concluded, you must stay with us in the Hidden Rain Village for a few days. I would love to host you. How could I refuse such a gracious invitation from the Rain Shadow? Tetsuya replied with a smile. However, I have prepared some exquisite gifts for you, which you have yet to see. Oh, gifts prepared by Chiba-san? Have I not already seen the rare items on that cart? Hanzo asked. Oh, that was merely a token of our meeting. The gifts I have meticulously prepared for you have just arrived. I have sent them to my villa. If you have time, why not accompany me to take a look? Hanzo's curiosity was piqued, and glancing at the documents on his desk, he ultimately made a decision. Let us go take a look. There's no rush for work. After a lifetime of battles, why not enjoy this moment as the Rain Shadow? Seeing Hanzo agree to his invitation, Tetsuya displayed a satisfied smile. Very well, let the plan of corruption for Hanzo commence. Let this demigod of the ninja world enjoy his time before departing the historical stage. Simultaneously, Witnessing Hanzo's ascension to the Rain Shadow inspired Yahiko and Nagato to form their own organization, aiming to earn funds through commerce while assisting those in need within the Hidden Rain Village. Nagato, Conan, Yahiko exclaimed excitedly to the two. I've decided our organization's name will be Akatsuki, symbolizing the light after darkness, the dawn before daybreak. Our mission is to aid those in need and transform this ninja world. Akatsuki, a splendid name, Nagato affirmed, deeply resonating with the title. The three gathered, extending their right hands, palms stacked together. Thus, I declare the Akatsuki organization officially established today. With raised hands, they cheered in unison. The wheels of fate began to turn from this very moment. Is it already this late? Indeed. The most delightful moments are often fleeting. It is astonishing how life can be lived in such a manner, truly gratifying. With a contented expression, he exited the villa arranged for Jia, having gained a newfound perspective today. One can only commend the merchants from the bountiful land of fire for their exquisite enjoyment of life. Lord Yueying, a ninja, approached as Hanzo of the Salamander emerged. What is it? Lord Yueying, an envoy from Konoha has arrived. The envoy from Konoha? Hanzo's brow furrowed in contemplation. What could these individuals mean? Why did they choose to arrive now, just before the commencement of the inauguration ceremony? Did they truly regard me with such disdain? His previously pleasant mood soured. Yet he resolved to meet this envoy from Konoha. Where is this envoy? Never mind, summon him to my office. With a wave of his hand, Hanzo strode towards the Yueying building. Inside the Yueying office, Hanzo sat with poise, as a masked ninja devoid of any village insignia was ushered in. The guiding ninja discreetly withdrew, leaving only the two of them. Ah, a ninja from Konoha. I presume you are from Root, a subordinate of Danzo, Hanzo remarked, instantly recognizing that this individual was not a mere envoy, but rather a messenger from Danzo Shimura. Lord Yueying, I am indeed a messenger for Lord Danzo. He has a proposal and hopes to collaborate with you. Collaboration? What sort of collaboration? The esteemed Lord Danzo wishes for your assistance in eliminating Chiba Jia and subsequently dividing the Chiba Consortium. Oh, Hanzo narrowed his eyes, a mysterious smile emerging on his face. Do elaborate. The Root ninja, believing Hanzo to be intrigued, began to outline Danzo's scheme. The plan was straightforward. Hanzo would discreetly assassinate Chiba Jia, suppress all information, preventing any other parties from learning of the act, while Danzo would infiltrate the Chiba Consortium and seize control. Once in command, they would divide the wealth of the Chiba Consortium. Haraha. Upon hearing the proposal, Hanzo erupted into laughter, but then, in an instant, a deadly aura emerged. He executed the water body flicker technique, appearing behind the Root ninja before he could react, swiftly severing his head from his body, blood gushing forth. How dare you, Danzo Shimura, conspire to harm Chiba Jia? Do you not realize he is my confidant? My partner. How dare you? Do you truly think I fear you Konoha scoundrels? Hanzo's face was imbued with icy fury. In his eyes, Danzo was naught but a rat in the gutter, unworthy of comparison to his dear ally, Chiba Jia. Someone, clean this up. A throng of ninjas rushed into the office, their instincts keenly attuned to the scent of blood. The moment the Root ninja fell, they had already been waiting outside. Clean the blood, dispose of the carpet. That wretched fellow, even in death, dares to stain my carpet. Dismember his corpse and feed it to the dogs. As he spoke, an idea struck him. Preserve his head. I shall present it to my confidant tomorrow. Danzo's vile gaze is upon him, and I must issue a warning. After issuing his commands, Hanzo returned to his seat, a cold snort escaping him at the mere thought of Danzo. Did he truly believe Hanzo had never contemplated claiming the Chiba Consortium for himself? Of course, he had. But he understood the futility of such actions. Not to mention formidable ninjas like Kakuzu were allies of Chiba Jia, and he was aware that a powerful ninja, who had never revealed himself in the ninja world, stood by Chiba Jia's side, thwarting countless assassination attempts over the years. Bear in mind, Chiba Jia's head has long adorned the bounty board at the exchange for gold. For years, no one had succeeded in bringing his head for reward, underscoring the challenge of killing him. Even now, within his own village of Amigakure, attempting to strike would likely result in unprecedented devastation, an unwise risk. Furthermore, collaborating with Chiba Jia was bound to yield a continuous stream of wealth. Why jeopardize that? Chapter 93, The Unnoticed Shadow-Level Powerhouse. Chiba Boss. In the early morning, Hanzo of the Salamander rapped at the door of Jia's villa. Lord Yueying, what a surprise to see you here so early. Have you had breakfast yet? If not, shall we share a meal? Jie welcomed Hanzo into his abode, noting the wooden box in Hanzo's grasp, which emitted an overpowering and peculiar scent, akin to an overzealous application of perfume that had turned foul. What is this, that it requires such excessive fragrance to mask its original odor? Haha, I've already eaten. Has Chiba boss not had breakfast? I suggest you hold off on eating. I fear you might regurgitate. Oh, why is that? Could it be due to the contents of Lord Yueying's box? Jie surmised, suspecting it contained some human remains. Seated in the villa's grand hall, Hanzo placed the box on the table and addressed Jie directly. Chiba boss, you are being targeted. Jie chuckled lightly, dismissively waving his hand. Ah, Lord Yueying, I'm well aware that I am under scrutiny. Ever since I entered the business world, I have encountered numerous adversaries seeking my demise, yet I continue to thrive. And I am cognizant that my head is displayed on the bounty board at the exchange for gold. Haha, I underestimated you, Chiba boss. I did not expect you to be so aware of your own bounty and to take it in stride. Alas, I have little choice. Life compels one to adapt. And I have chosen to maintain a relaxed perspective. That is wise, yet Chiba boss, this situation is rather different. The one targeting you this time is not a mere trifler. With that, Hanzo opened the box. Chiba boss, you would do well to brace yourself. As the box swung open, a severed head lay within, its face adorned with a mask. Recognizing the mask, Jie discerned the head belonged to a root ninja. This is a ninja from Konoha, specifically from a clandestine division that undertakes unsavory tasks for their Hokage. The individual targeting you is none other than the most despicable, underhanded rat, Danzo Shimura. Danzo Shimura? Jie chuckled inwardly, realizing the truth. He had expected Danzo to act when he returned to Konoha, yet the man had bided his time, waiting until Jie attended Hanzo's inauguration ceremony in Amigakure before sending someone after him. Moreover, it seemed Danzo's intent was not to kill him outright. Stealing a glance at Hanzo, Jie suspected that Danzo's original plan was to conspire with Hanzo, using him to eliminate Jie, much like how he had previously collaborated to eradicate the original Akatsuki organization under the guise of partnership. However, Hanzo of the Salamander did not mention the possibility of collaborating with Danzo Shimura. Is he concerned about the impact on his partnership with him? Chiba, my friend, do not underestimate this Danzo Shimura. He is ruthless and will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, lurking in the shadows like a rat in a filthy gutter. You never know when he might strike or how he might seek to undermine you. Thank you for the warning, Lord Yueying. But won't killing Danzo Shimura's men incite his wrath against you? Could this lead to trouble? Ha ha ha. You need not worry, Chiba. While Danzo may be a challenge for ordinary folk due to his root organization, in my eyes, he is hardly a threat. As Hanzo spoke, a sense of pride washed over him. I am Hanzo of the Salamander, a demigod of the ninja world, the Yueying of the Rain Village. Danzo Shimura cannot touch me. Lord Yueying is indeed formidable, Hanzo remarked with a smile. Now that Danzo has set his sights on you, he will not relinquish his pursuit easily. It is unsafe outside. I suggest you stay in our rain village for the time being. With my protection, I assure you that no one can harm a hair on your head. Very well. I shall remain in the rain village a bit longer. I apologize for the disturbance, Lord Yueying. Not at all, not at all. With that, Hanzo rubbed his hands together. So, Chiba, about yesterday's project? Tetsuya immediately understood and laughed. Ha ha ha, Lord Yueying. Even the finest pleasures can become tiresome if overindulged, wouldn't you agree? Today, I have arranged something even more entertaining for you. Really, Hanzo's excitement was palpable. What could be more delightful than yesterday's? When shall we commence? Haha, we can begin right now. Please, after you. Tetsuya stood and gestured invitingly. Let us proceed. Hanzo eagerly rose and made his way outside. As for the human head on the table, no one paid any mind. They could dispose of it whenever they remembered. At the root organization in Konoha, a root ninja hurried into the hall, respectfully reporting to Danzo Shimura, who sat at the head of the table. Lord Danzo, the men we dispatched to the Rain Village have perished. Perished? Did Hanzo of the Salamander strike? Indeed, after encountering Hanzo, they were killed without transmitting any information. The ninja bowed his head and fell silent. Danzo fell into deep contemplation. Humph, is that filthy salamander attempting to shelter Tetsuya Chiba? I will see how long he can hide in the Rain Village. As long as Tetsuya remains there, Hanzo will not cooperate, leaving Danzo with little recourse. However, once Tetsuya leaves the Rain Village, opportunities will abound. What progress has been made in investigating the identity of the mysterious, powerful figure beside Tetsuya Chiba? Reporting to you, Lord Danzo, we have uncovered a lead. According to intelligence from the Underground Exchange, the bounty hunter Kakuzu once sought information on Tetsuya Chiba, planning to assassinate him. However, after facing off against Tetsuya's guard, Kakuzu abandoned his bounty hunter identity and began operating as a financier for the Chiba Merchant Guild across various nations. Tetsuya's guard was able to defeat Kakuzu and even subdue him, indicating at least an elite-level strength. An elite-level guard? Danzo covered his bandaged eye. There are only a handful of known elite-level warriors in the ninja world who would be willing to serve quietly as a guard for this individual. Chapter 94. The Akatsuki Organization. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Tetsuya had resided in the Rain Village for a month. During this time, he introduced Hanzo to various forms of entertainment and indulgence, each more extravagant than the last. Under Tetsuya's careful orchestration, Hanzo became increasingly enamored with this lavish lifestyle. Hehe. The results are promising. With a satisfied smile, Tetsuya emerged from the dimly lit room, leaving Hanzo to relish in his newfound pleasures. Just you wait. I will surely win you over. For this day, I have diligently studied the lifestyles of the nobility in the land of fire. If I cannot sway you, it would only reflect poorly on their extravagant lives. As the saying goes, to numb others, one must first numb oneself. To successfully corrupt Hanzo, Tetsuya had mingled with the nobility of the land of fire before arriving in the Rain Country, gaining insight into their lives. It seems all efforts were not in vain. Mr. Chiba, where is Lord Yueying? Just as Tetsuya contemplated his exit, a Rain Village ninja approached him. This individual bore a large bruise on his right eye and forehead. Although he wore a respectful smile, a hint of pride as a ninja shone through his eyes. Clearly, he held little respect for Tetsuya as a mere merchant. Yet due to Hanzo's close association with Tetsuya, he maintained a facade of respect. Tetsuya recognized this man as Shinda, Hanzo's right-hand man, who had been handling various affairs for Hanzo during this time. Ah, it is Mr. Shinda. Lord Yueying is currently enjoying life. Is there something you need? Tetsuya replied with a slight squint and a smile. Enjoying life? Shinda frowned. I have urgent matters to discuss with Lord Yueying. Please step aside, Mr. Chiba. Now, Shinda. That is not quite right. What could be more important than Lord Yueying enjoying his life? You scoundrel. I have long seen through your intentions. You are leading Lord Yueying astray. You wish to bring ruin to our Rain Village. What nonsense. Lord Yueying has fought for half his life. What is wrong with him enjoying himself? Tetsuya replied with a smile. However, I did not expect that such an individual would exist in our humble Rain Village. Shouldn't you be a minor antagonist who resorts to unscrupulous means to achieve your goals and threatens the innocent? Yet here you are, so loyal. Nevertheless, I will graciously accept your loyalty. What do you mean? What do I mean? Look into my eyes, and you shall understand. As a ninja, Shinda instinctively avoided looking directly into Tetsuya's eyes, but it was too late. He witnessed Tetsuya's black eyes transform into a crimson hue, with 3 comma patterns rapidly spinning, eventually forming a unique kaleidoscope. In the next instant, the same pattern appeared in Shinda's vision before swiftly vanishing. The control of the kaleidoscope Sharingan had been activated. Just as I was pondering who would oversee Hanzo's continued enjoyment of life in my absence, you have conveniently presented yourself. Tetsuya patted Shinda on the shoulder with satisfaction. From now on, you shall ensure that Lord Yueying enjoys life to the fullest, understood? Yes, I will heed all of Mr. Chiba's instructions. Hehe, that is more like it. I assure you, even if the Rain Village undergoes a transformation, you shall still occupy a favorable position. With arrangements in place, Tetsuya began planning his departure. However, before leaving the Rain Village, he intended to visit his 3 beloved apprentices. It is perplexing how these 3 individuals, fully aware of their presence in the Rain-hidden village, have not sought an opportunity to pay a visit to their teacher for such an extended period. Jia found a secluded corner to revert to his original form before heading straight to the Akatsuki base he had previously inquired about. However, the current Akatsuki bore some dissimilarities to the original faction. On a street within the Rain-hidden village stood a modest 2-story building. The ground floor housed an ordinary general store, selling a variety of daily necessities and snacks, operated by individuals from the Chiba Trading Company. Above the store, a sign prominently displayed the words "Man's Shop," accompanied by an abstract depiction of the Akatsuki symbol. Upon seeing the sign, Jie's eyelids involuntarily twitched. He had heard from the Chiba Trading Company members that Yahiko and the others had opened a man's shop, engaging in business while assisting others, which he initially thought was a commendable idea. Yet, witnessing the sign firsthand, he found it difficult to restrain his amusement. Man's shop Akatsuki? This is Naruto, not Gintama. Please refrain from such random crossovers. Jie's thoughts roared, utterly baffled by the direction his three disciples had taken. Could it be that they had secretly indulged in the comics he had extracted from the dog during their time at the Chiba estate? In the past, he had pulled numerous trivial items from the instant noodle production line, including various comic books, among which was Gintama. He had discarded these comics and novels in the study at the Chiba estate, occasionally perusing them for leisure. Did these three have time to sneak peeks at comics amidst Izuna's rigorous training and his own math assignments? With a sense of curiosity, Jie approached the second floor's man's shop. Upon pushing the door open, a bell chimed melodiously. Welcome to Akatsuki's man's shop. How may I assist you? At the sound of the bell, Nagato, who had been engrossed in writing at his desk, immediately looked up. The interior featured a rectangular coffee table flanked by sofas, with a desk and chair against the wall at the back, directly facing the entrance. Yahiko, lounging on the sofa in a daze, also raised his head to glance toward the door. Seeing these two, Jie clenched his fists. Ah, my dear disciples. You couldn't find a moment to check in on your teacher amidst your leisure? Must I personally come to find you? Teacher Jie. Upon seeing Jie's sudden appearance, the two stood up at once. Jie, however, remained quite composed as he settled onto the sofa. The two instinctively positioned themselves side by side in front of him. Relax. This is your territory, not the Chiba estate. Izuna isn't around. Feel free to make yourselves comfortable. By the way, where's Conan? He waved his hand, encouraging them to ease up while inquiring about Conan's whereabouts, as the trio typically did not separate easily. Nagato and Yahiko realized they were no longer at the Chiba estate and relaxed, taking seats on the sofa opposite Jie. Conan went to help a neighbor with her children. Yahiko explained, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into his voice. She said if we both went, we'd only cause chaos with the kids, so she didn't want us tagging along. He lightly slapped Nagato's shoulder as he spoke. How can that be considered chaos? I was merely engaging the children in games. Nagato replied, feeling slightly embarrassed as he touched the tip of his nose. Haha, well, it's not too bad. Yahiko, you tend to take games a bit too seriously, Jie chuckled, envisioning a scene of Yahiko causing a ruckus with the children, which made him laugh heartily. Haha, Yahiko, now that you've left the Chiba estate, it's time to mature a little. Yahiko sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. Teacher Jie, the world outside is somewhat different from what I imagined. With that sigh, the atmosphere in the living room grew heavier. Observing Yahiko's demeanor, Jie's expression shifted from playful to more appreciative. But that is the essence of the world, Yahiko. Reality is tangible and cannot be molded to fit your fantasies. However, I take comfort in the fact that you are beginning to recognize the distinction between reality and imagination, which signifies your growth. Teacher Jie, he continued, the disparity between the real world and the imagined one is indeed a positive aspect. Jie smiled reassuringly. It is precisely because the real world diverges from our imaginings that we can use our hands to reshape it into our envisioned reality, or rather, our ideal world. Hearing Jie's words, Yahiko felt rejuvenated. You are right, teacher. I will rely on my own hands to transform the world into our ideal. Excellent spirit. Seeing your enthusiasm brings me peace of mind. As he spoke, Jie produced a sealing scroll and placed it on the coffee table. With a press of his fingers, 3 small jars appeared, resembling the sample drinks one might find in a supermarket. Perhaps we may not see each other for an extended period. This is a gift for you 3. Each of you gets one, and Conan's portion will be set aside for her. Please enjoy your share first. What is this? Yahiko asked curiously, picking up a jar that seemed miniature in his grasp. Energy drink. Energy drink? Does it replenish energy and restore chakra? Indeed, drink up. As your teacher, would I ever harm you? That makes sense. Yahiko thought little of it, popping the lid and downing it in one go. Nagato, too, did not hesitate, taking a sip from his jar. It's a bit sweet with a hint of wood aroma, quite agreeable. Confirming it was palatable, Nagato finished the drink in one go. Of course, there was a wood flavor. After all, it was concocted using the harmless Hashirama cells Jie had extracted, mixed with honey water. To ensure the safety of his 3 foolish disciples, Jie had exerted considerable effort, spending a significant sum to acquire 3 portions of the harmless Hashirama cells. Now, remember to save the last portion for Conan. I must take my leave. With that, Jie rose, feeling that his time in the rain-hidden village had been sufficiently prolonged. He felt as if he were nearly growing moldy. Once Nagato and the others assumed leadership of the rain-hidden village, he would certainly expect Nagato to unleash a divine intervention to disperse the gathering clouds. As for the Rain Tiger Free technique, what need had he for such a thing? There were plenty of sensory-type barriers available. He could easily borrow a couple from Konoha. Goodbye, teacher. Take care, teacher. Farewell. Strive well. I have faith in you. The rain-hidden village will flourish through your efforts. Enjoy this final moment of leisure, for when Hanzo of the Salamander grows increasingly greedy and corrupt, the good days will come to an end. Yet, he pondered, once Hanzo became greedy and corrupt, his own trading company's business would undoubtedly be affected. Indeed, it is time to explore new trade routes. The previously planned routes through the land of rivers and the land of grass should be prioritized now. Upon careful consideration, it seems that the commercial pursuits of the land of grass may encounter considerable complications. In the ensuing years, during the Third Great Ninja War, the land of grass is destined to become one of the principal battlefields. Establishing a trade route here could indeed pose significant challenges. However, perhaps we might exploit the circumstances of the Third Great Ninja War to our advantage and seize the opportunity to take control of the land of grass. A brilliant idea struck Tetsuya, yet it necessitated a thorough analysis by someone well-versed in strategy. What's wrong with the teacher? Yahiko observed Tetsuya's perplexing behavior as he vacillated between laughter and self-doubt, muttering incomprehensible phrases that, upon first glance, might even suggest madness. Nagato, having set aside the remaining energy drink, shrugged and remarked, "Who knows? This isn't the first time he's acted this way. You should be accustomed to it by now." How could one possibly become accustomed to such behavior? It's rather alarming. There must be something amiss with teacher Tetsuya, Yahiko exclaimed, gesturing towards his own head. Nagato shook his head, replying, "If Tetsuya were truly as you imagine, would he have successfully built such an extensive enterprise? This is merely his unique way of thinking." With a serious expression, Nagato added, "Whenever he exhibits such symptoms, it typically indicates he is planning something significant. He may very well be concocting a grand scheme." Yahiko shuddered at the thought. "Your words make it sound as if our teacher is akin to a supervillain from a comic book, constantly scheming and laughing maniacally." Before he could finish, Yahiko found himself contemplating the possibility that their teacher might indeed possess a villainous flair. Chapter 96. I have made up my mind. I shall become the daimyo. I have returned, lonely Uchiha. Have you missed me? Tetsuya bellowed as he kicked open the door of the wooden villa within the Chiba manor. The only response he received was a disdainful white eye and a stifled chuckle from Kakuzu. "Uft, boss, what on earth are you doing?" Kakuzu could no longer contain his amusement. In his eyes, the antics of someone of Tetsuya's stature engaging in such childish behavior were utterly laughable. Ignoring Izuna's piercing gaze, Tetsuya strode over to their side, abruptly displacing their half-finished chess game and unfurling a map. "I have conceived a rather intriguing plan. You two must assist me in strategizing." Observing the disrupted chessboard, even the proud and aloof Uchiha could not suppress the irritation that flickered across his features. "Your plan had better be genuinely interesting. Or even if I cannot defeat you, I shall still engage you in a proper contest. Rest assured, this plan will undoubtedly be fascinating." Tetsuya pointed to the map, indicating the land of grass. "I intend to conquer the land of grass and become its daimyo." Upon hearing this, Izuna's expression transformed from anger to one of utter confusion, while Kakuzu wore a distinctly incredulous expression. "Boss, are you out of your mind? Conquering the land of grass? Now, with just the three of us? Indeed. With our combined strength, seizing the land of grass should pose no insurmountable challenge. However, should we proceed in this manner, we would likely face the collective wrath of the entire ninja world," Tetsuya elaborated. "What do you mean? When did I ever claim I intended to make an enemy of the entire ninja world? I am a merchant. If I were to antagonize the entire ninja world, how could I possibly conduct business?" Tetsuya retorted, slapping the table. "Furthermore, could you allow me to finish my explanation?" "Very well, please continue," Kakuzu acquiesced, retracting his head slightly as an indication for Tetsuya to proceed. Tetsuya resumed, pointing at the map of the land of grass. "I plan to establish a trade route there. The trade route in the land of rain is gradually diminishing due to Hanzo's corruption, or perhaps it is merely adapting to his degree of moral decay. In any case, we must curtail the flow of funds through the rain village's trade route, seeking opportunities to tarnish Hanzo's reputation and create openings for Yahiko and his companions. However, we cannot abandon previous ventures. Establishing a new trade route is imperative, hence the significance of the one in the Land of Grass. Moreover, we must sign a contract with the daimyo of the Land of Grass to aid in their development. Listening to Tetsuya's strategy, both men appeared somewhat perplexed. Noticing Kakuzu's bewilderment, Tetsuya inquired, "What troubles you, Kakuzu? Is there something you do not understand?" "Boss, I grasp the concept of establishing a trade route. But why must we assist the Land of Grass in its development? And why sign a wager agreement with their daimyo?" Kakuzu queried. "The rationale is straightforward. I have a premonition that the Third Great Ninja War will erupt within a few years. This forthcoming conflict will serve as a continuation of the Second Great Ninja War. Although Konoha emerged with considerable victories last time, other ninja villages remain unsatisfied. Each village is poised, merely awaiting a catalyst to ignite the flames of war." As Tetsuya spoke, Kakuzu nodded in agreement, having spent considerable time traversing the ninja world and acquiring various insider information. It was evident that the major ninja villages were diligently enhancing their military capabilities, preparing for a new conflict. Even if they did not intend to instigate war, they were amassing strength to safeguard against the flames of battle encroaching upon their own territories. Consider this. If another great ninja war were to erupt, where would the battlefield likely be? Tetsuya circled the Rain village on the map. During the last war, several major ninja villages suffered losses in the Rain country, where Hanzo holds sway, presenting a threat to all. Even if the major villages concentrated their forces to vanquish Hanzo, the ensuing losses would be substantial. If they fail to conclude the battle swiftly, Hanzo may very well align himself with other villages, a scenario no one would wish to witness. Therefore, the likelihood of war breaking out here is diminished. The remaining potential battlegrounds would be the Land of River and the Land of Grass. War invariably brings destruction and loss. By securing a wager agreement with the daimyo of the Land of Grass, the terms of the agreement would come into effect, allowing us to compel the daimyo to relinquish his position. But what if the daimyo of the Land of Grass refuses to acknowledge this agreement? Before Tetsuya could respond, Izuna interjected, addressing Kakuzu's question. The thoughts of the daimyo of the Land of Grass are inconsequential. This agreement was never intended for his perusal, not meant for the daimyo of the Land of Grass. Precisely, Izuna affirmed, turning to Tetsuya. This agreement is directed towards the other nations of the ninja world, particularly the daimyos of the major countries. With this agreement in place, Tetsuya's control over the Land of Grass would not be subject to doubt from the daimyos of those major nations. Even if the daimyo of a smaller nation is disregarded by the larger ones, it does not imply they can be replaced at will. This agreement enhances Tetsuya's legitimacy in assuming control over the Land of Grass, becoming its daimyo. Consequently, even if the daimyos of other countries harbor some discontent, they would ultimately attribute it to the avarice of the Land of Grass's daimyo. Conversely, without this agreement, should someone use jinjutsu to force the daimyo to pass on his title, it would not gain recognition from the other daimyos. In such a case, they would surely rally under the banner of exterminating rebels, dispatching forces to partition the territory you have seized. Indeed, as expected of Izuna, your analysis is remarkably astute. Ji gestured a thumbs up towards Kwanai. What I seek is legal reasoning. Although this ninja world might be governed by the might of one's fists, there are times when rules must not be overlooked. I see. I have truly learned from this. Now, what do you all think of my plan? Please feel free to share your thoughts. It would be best if you could advise me on how to make this plan more specific. In response to Jiye's idea, Xiao Dou and Quan Nai each contributed their thoughts, and after a thorough discussion, the three of them ultimately established a concrete guideline. With the plan set in motion, they immediately began their respective tasks. Chapter 97. The gatekeeper, Hataki Sakumo. At the entrance of the Chinya Grand Hotel stood an elderly ninja with white hair, serving as a doorman. However, this was no ordinary doorman. This was Hataki Sakumo, renowned for his significant contributions during the Second Shinobi World War, who had bravely infiltrated Sunegakure's rear lines. Yet, Sakumo found himself in a state of discontent. 2 months prior, upon returning to Konoha after completing a mission, he had been approached by the Hokage himself. The Hokage informed him that Shinya Jiyi had made a substantial financial contribution towards the village's development and, in return, requested protection for a period. Consequently, he was assigned to the Chinya Grand Hotel. However, over a month had passed, and he had yet to catch a glimpse of Shinya Jiyi. When would this situation come to an end? With a sigh of resignation, Tsukumo reflected on the past month spent in a nearby inn, which amusingly belonged to the Chinya Commerce Association. Why not stay at the Chinya Grand Hotel? A certain calculating individual was preoccupied with business dealings throughout the ninja world, forgetting to inform the hotel staff about Tsukumo's presence. Moreover, the hotel's rates were beyond Tsukumo's means, despite his considerable wealth, as the accommodations were tailored to noble standards, resulting in exorbitant costs. Perhaps I should return to Konoha. After a month of idleness, Tsukumo felt as though he had been made a fool of, standing guard at the hotel for such an extended time. This was not the first time he had contemplated withdrawing, but he soon dismissed the thought. No. The village entrusted me with the task of protecting Chinya-ji. Failing to fulfill this duty would reflect poorly on the village. Resolute in his decision, Tsukumo chose to continue his vigil at the Chinya Grand Hotel. If I cannot find you, Chinya-ji, then I shall wait patiently for your arrival. As a carriage slowly approached, Tsukumo watched with curiosity, pondering who among the nobility might be dining at the hotel. The grand spectacle of 6 horses pulling the carriage was quite impressive. Just then, a somewhat familiar young man descended from the carriage. The figure instantly reminded him of a ramen vendor he had once seen in Konoha. Is that you, Chinya? Fresh from business negotiations in Sunagakure. Ji was taken aback to see Tsukumo standing guard at the entrance. With white hair, a green vest, a Konoha forehead protector, and a sword slung across his back. Tsukumo was unmistakable. Who are you? Hataki Tsukumo. Ji recognized the doorman immediately and smacked his forehead, realizing with a start how he had forgotten him. Oh dear. My apologies. Business has kept me quite occupied, and I completely overlooked you. Please, don't stand out here. Come inside, let us talk. Seeing Tsukumo about to speak, Ji hurriedly invited him in. Certainly. Without hesitation, Tsukumo followed Ji inside, recognizing that the hotel entrance was hardly a suitable place for conversation. Once seated in the tea room, Ji poured Tsukumo a cup of hot tea. It has truly been a while, Tsukumo. Do you remember our last meeting? You were still following Sakuya then, and your demeanor was so aloof, as if nothing in the world could capture your attention. You are quite different now, resembling your brother more and more. Ji chuckled at the sight of Tsukumo, who indeed bore a striking resemblance to Sakui. Receiving the hot tea, Tsukumo was momentarily stunned, taking in the youthful appearance of Chinya-ji. How is it possible? How can someone remain unchanged after decades? You are Chinya, the ramen shop owner from Konoha. Not Chinya Liang. How can this be? How can someone not age? There is nothing impossible. The secrets of the ninja world are myriad. While you are known as the White Fang of Konoha, capable of infiltrating the depths of Sunagakure and returning alive, you cannot possibly know everything, can you? You are right. Indeed, there are many secrets in the ninja world, not all of which I can perceive. Though he remained curious about how Ji had achieved such a feat, Tsukumo, as a ninja, understood the importance of respecting the boundaries of his employer, refraining from probing into matters the employer chose not to disclose, unless they were pertinent to his task. Back in Konoha, I had a good relationship with your brother, but alas, his departure was most unexpected. Ji had contemplated inviting Sakui to leave Konoha and join him, but regrettably, Sakui was rather stubborn, believing himself a part of Konoha. At that time, with war on the brink of eruption, even assigning him a mission to protect himself would have been too late. Moreover, when Sakui perished, war had yet to officially break out. He fell victim to a border skirmish. How tragic and unforeseen. Who could have imagined such a turn of events? Had he survived the war, Ji would have had ample means to protect him. As Ji mentioned Sakui, Tsukumo's gaze dimmed slightly, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. My brother sacrificed himself for Konoha. He is a hero. Indeed, your brother is a hero of Konoha, and so are you. Ji remarked with a sense of admiration, smiling. Now, let us not dwell on such matters. You were sent by the Hokage to protect me. Are you familiar with my basic information? Before meeting you, I believed I had some understanding, but now Tsukumo's words trailed off, the implication clear. The original files described Chinya Ji as a rotund middle-aged man, yet the Ji before him appeared youthful. If the physical description was erroneous, then the other information might also require reassessment. Very well, allow me to briefly outline my situation. I am currently occupied with new business ventures. I have just concluded dealings in the land of rivers, and will soon be heading to the land of grass, where I may engage in additional negotiations. This means I will be busy and may be away from the land of fire for an extended period. As he spoke, Ji inquired, Do you have anyone else at home? Should I inform them? Tsukumo shook his head. No need. Only my son Kakashi remains at home. He graduated from the Ninja Academy this year and has a very reliable team leader. As a fellow ninja, Kakashi will understand my absence. Ah, Kakashi has already graduated from the academy. Tsukumo felt a sense of pride at Jiye's surprised expression. Yes, my son is truly exceptional. Jiye, however, pondered another question. How did Kakashi, having graduated early from the academy, end up assigned to Minato's team alongside Obito and Rin? Chapter 98. Bandits? As the threat loomed, Hatake Tsukumo, after persevering for over a month, finally met with Chiba Tetsuya, embarking on his journey as a bodyguard. The very next day, they prepared to set forth towards the land of grass. Meanwhile, intelligence swiftly reached the hidden leaf village from the capital. In the underground base of the route, Danzo received the news. Chiba Tetsuya had returned from the land of rivers, with his next destination being the land of grass, departing the following day. Accompanying him were merely a carriage driver and Hatake Tsukumo, tasked with his protection. Danzo raised his head, his gaze sharp as he confirmed. Are there only 3 individuals? Is that hidden shadow-level protector absent? Indeed, Lord Danzo. The former bounty hunter, Kakazu, has already traveled to the land of grass to prepare. Allowing Chiba Tetsuya to proceed with minimal baggage, came the response. We have verified that the driver is an ordinary person, devoid of chakra, and not a warrior. A chilling laugh escaped Danzo's lips. It seems he holds great faith in the strength of the leaf's white fang. He commanded, continue the investigation. Ascertain whether anyone is covertly guarding him. If not, a murderous intent surged in Danzo's eyes. The land of grass would be his burial ground. Understood. The root ninja responded promptly before swiftly retreating. Danzo gripped the armrest of his chair with increasing force, producing a creaking sound. Chiba Tetsuya, I shall claim everything from you. This shall be your contribution to the village. His grip tightened further, as if he were constricting Tetsuya's very throat. Chiba Tetsuya's carriage departed from the capital of the Fire Country, heading directly towards the land of grass. The journey was remarkably peaceful, bordering on dull. Tsukumo, you need not stand outside. Come inside and sit, Tetsuya called to Tsukumo, who was seated beside the driver. Yet, Tsukumo remained vigilant, his gaze alert to the surroundings. No, Chiya-san. This is a mission period. I must ensure your safety. Staying outside provides the best vantage point to detect danger swiftly. Tetsuya leaned against the window, resting his chin on his hand. Oh, if you seek the best view, shouldn't you climb atop the carriage? From there, one could observe the surroundings without obstruction. As a traditional ninja, Tsukumo found it difficult to comprehend Tetsuya's line of reasoning. Calm down, Tsukumo. In these times, everyone is preoccupied. No one would bother to assassinate me amidst their own affairs. Tetsuya waved dismissively, retrieving an apple from a nearby box to nibble on. His assertion was not unfounded. Indeed, everyone was busy preparing for the third great ninja war. Who would pay heed to a mere merchant? Unless be cautious, there are people ahead. What? No way. Tetsuya's eyes widened, dropping the apple to the ground. Could his words have truly foretold this? The driver pulled the reins, bringing the carriage to a gradual halt. Before them, a large tree lay fallen across the road, obstructing their path. A group of masked figures in black swiftly surrounded the carriage. Root? No, they don't appear to be. Tetsuya furrowed his brow, observing the men who exuded an air of unrefined menace, lacking the discipline of trained root ninjas. It appears we have encountered bandits. Fear not, Chiya-san. I am here. A mere handful of bandits shall not pose a threat to you, Tsukumo assured confidently. However, as his words left his lips, another wave of black-clad figures brandishing long blades advanced towards them. Are you certain this is merely a handful? Tetsuya queried, noticing the sudden increase in numbers. Though their numbers have swelled, fret not. These are but common bandits, and I can handle them with ease, Tsukumo declared, drawing his long blade. The leader of the bandits stepped forward, shouting towards the carriage. If that is the case, we request Chiyadano to step out and speak. We are merely seeking wealth. Yet, the response came not from Tetsuya, but from Tsukumo's blade. As Tsukumo pondered whom to strike first, the leader had unwittingly revealed himself. Capture him. The bandit leader bellowed as his subordinates surged forward. Yet, in the next moment, they would grasp the terrifying prowess of the leaf's white fang. Tsukumo's swordsmanship was unparalleled. A true master among the elite of the ninja world. While swordsmanship might falter in a realm filled with elaborate jutsu, it proved exceedingly effective against common brigands. Boss, That guy is a ninja. How terrifying. His blade is like that of a butcher. No, boss, I do not wish to die. Blood splattered, limbs flew. As a renowned ninja, Tsukumo dispatched the ordinary bandits with alarming ease. Damn it. Why didn't anyone inform me that Chiba Tetsuya had such a formidable bodyguard? The bandit leader realized he had been misled. Retreat. If this continues, I'll lose everything I've painstakingly gathered. Without my subordinates, how can I remain a leader? He called for his men to flee. Someone has deliberately leaked Chiyodanos' whereabouts. Having overheard the leader's words, Tsukumo understood that someone had informed them of Tetsuya's location. Do not let him escape. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tsukumo pursued without hesitation. He needed to capture this individual to uncover the threat against Tetsuya. Though he was aware that leaving his employer's side was perilous, Tsukumo believed that apprehending a mere bandit leader, who was not even a ninja, would not require excessive effort. As the bandits fled, one pursued. Tetsuya found the scene amusing from the carriage. Tsukumo was swift, yet astonishingly, the bandit leader was even faster. How could this bandit also be a ninja? Tetsuya mused. However, it was not unprecedented for bandits to possess ninja skills, given the multitude of ninja villages and the prevalence of rogue ninjas. Before long, as Tsukumo disappeared from Tetsuya's view, a wave of murderous intent surged forth. Oh, a diversion? In an instant, a flurry of kunai rained down upon the carriage like a torrential downpour. With a resounding explosion, the luxurious carriage was obliterated into fragments. The startled horses, free from their restraints, scattered in all directions. A group of masked individuals, devoid of any ninja village insignia, approached the smoke generated by the explosion. They were Danzo's subordinates from the route. The plan was to draw Tsukumo away under false pretenses, allowing this elite group to encircle and eliminate Chiba Tetsuya. This was the true scheme of the route. Let us verify if Chiba Tetsuya has met his demise. A figure resembling a leader issued commands to the route ninja beside him, who swiftly moved toward the source of the explosion smoke. With a dull thud, a silhouette was hurled from the mist, crashing heavily to the ground. The unfortunate soul was the route ninja who had ventured into the smoke to ascertain the fate of Chiba Tetsuya. At this moment, he lay lifeless, his spine shattered, seemingly broken by a single kick. The remaining route ninjas were instantly engulfed in anxiety, and in the next instant, a sudden gust of wind dispersed the smoke. A young man adorned in lavish attire materialized before them. Hey, you lot, you've damaged my carriage. How will you compensate me? He was not dead? Let us take him down. Kill this man. In an instant, all the route ninjas launched their attacks. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball. Earth release, earth spear. Water release. A symphony of ninjutsu converged upon Tetsuya, creating a magnificent spectacle. However, the next moment, blue lightning erupted from Tetsuya's body, and he vanished in an instant. It was the lightning release, chakra mode. The captain of the route squad recognized this technique immediately. It was the famed lightning release chakra mode from the hidden cloud village. Such a technique was well known, and the intelligence division of the route was among the most formidable in the shinobi world, making it impossible for them to overlook such distinct abilities. Ah, you have quite an eye for talent. How about a taste of duck neck? Tetsuya's mocking laughter echoed, followed by, bring me some duck neck. The squad captain saw a flash of blue lightning hurtling toward him, and in an instant, he felt himself soaring through the air. And then, there was nothing more. The moment he was struck by Tetsuya's duck neck, it signaled his demise. The death of the squad captain did not incite panic among the other route ninjas. Rather, they began to analyze the situation. The intel was wrong. Chiba Tetsuya is not an ordinary man. He possesses lightning release chakra mode. He is likely from the hidden cloud village. Change of plans. New mission. We must relay this crucial information back. Yat, you take the intel and leave. We will cover your escape. You must deliver this information to Danzo-sama. The route ninja known as Yat hesitated not a moment, decisively opting for retreat, while the others remained to impede Tetsuya. Run? Do you think you can escape from my blue lightning? Lightning release, thunderclap. Tetsuya unleashed another ninjutsu, charging directly toward the fleeing route ninja. Cover Yat. Earth release, earth spear. Fire release, great fireball. Wind release, great breakthrough. Several route ninjas stood resolutely against the threat of death, blocking Tetsuya's path. Step aside. If you don't, you'll die? One slash of lightning release. Thunderclap obliterated a route ninja standing in his way. The others quickly dispersed. unleashing their ninjutsu once more to obstruct Tetsuya. However, their efforts were as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Tetsuya showed no mercy, dispatching them with ruthless efficiency. Damn it, our attacks are ineffective. We need to find a way to break through his lightning armor. Allow me. A root ninja stepped forward, raising his hands as a swarm of black insects erupted into the air. Parasitic insects? A member of the Oil Woman clan? Secret technique. Insect sphere. With a wave, the root ninja summoned a massive sphere of black insects that surged toward Tetsuya. These parasitic insects would consume the chakra of their target, breaching their defenses. Yet, regrettably, it fell short against Tetsuya. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. Chakras surged violently, and the air around them grew stiflingly hot. With a roar, flames erupted, transforming into a dragon that devoured the insect sphere, reducing the insects to mere ashes. Since you are so eager to seek death, allow me to send you to meet the Sage of Six Paths. Tetsuya clapped his hands, channeling his chakra as the electrons in the surrounding air became frenzied. Lightning release. Kirin. A thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of a colossal beast's growl, as surging lightning coalesced into a magnificent creature that descended from the clouds, unleashing a cataclysmic strike. Boom! The thunder struck like divine retribution, engulfing all root ninjas that obstructed Tetsuya's advance. They barely had time to whimper. Silenced as swiftly as a chicken caught by the throat, their cries a mere whisper compared to the thunderous wrath of the storm god. Hearing the commotion behind him, the fleeing Yat felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat soaking his back. Yet he dared not look back. The more he tried to escape, the more he felt the looming presence of death. Whoosh! A flash of blue lightning surged past him, blocking his path. In such a hurry, where are you off to? Not even a farewell to your comrades. Well, I suppose I shall escort you to meet them. Tetsuya smiled as he unleashed his ninjutsu. Lightning release, thunderstrike. A swift chop of his hand ended the life of this root ninja. As for leaving a survivor for questioning, Tetsuya had no interest. He sought no information. These individuals were undoubtedly sent by that old dog Danzo. What was there to inquire about? Even if they weren't, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon Danzo, the first Hokage. If he didn't shoulder the blame, who would? What a pity to seek my life, unless you lot have some extraordinary capabilities. After all, I am a premium player. Tetsuya chuckled as he piled the corpses together. Then he turned and pulled the coachman from the wreckage of the carriage. All right, we are safe now. How do you feel? Not bad, just a bit stuffy, but I'm used to it, the coachman replied, brushing off the dirt with a hearty smile. Such assassinations were no new occurrence. Each time, Tetsuya would use earth release to create an underground space, placing the coachman there to await the end of the battle. Chiba-san, are you all right? Having realized he had fallen victim to a diversion, Hatake Tsukumo hurried back, anxious for Tetsuya's safety. Tetsuya smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm quite strong. Chapter 100. Fire release cannot kill. Incinerating corpses is challenging. Tsukumo paid little heed to Tetsuya's words. His gaze was instead fixed on the fallen ninjas. These are the root of Konoha. Why would they attempt to assassinate you? Well, what else could it be but for money? Tetsuya raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Tsukumo's knowledge. That's not surprising. I'm more curious about your awareness of the root. I know, it's nominally the Hokage's direct covert organization, but in reality, it is Konoha's darkest root, engaged in unspeakable deeds. After my brother sacrificed himself, members of the root sought me out, hoping to recruit me, but I was promptly stopped by the Hokage. And what then? Danzo is not one to easily give up. Well, Tsukumo's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Later, Danzo sent me to the Sand Village to cut off their supplies and disrupt their rear lines. Wasn't that your own initiative? Well, how should I say it? I suppose it could be considered my initiative, but the circumstances were rather unique at the time. Tetsuya and the coachman settled down, intrigued by the unfolding tale. What a peculiar method. Please elaborate and discuss the background and consequences in detail. At this moment, Jie felt a twinge of regret. The fruits within the carriage had been destroyed, otherwise he could have truly enjoyed being an onlooker. Observing Jie's curiosity, Shuo Mao did not withhold information and recounted the events that transpired. I was brought to the root's base by members of the organization, where Danzo began to describe the death of my brother, painting a picture of hatred and darkness. He claimed that I was a person burdened by a past filled with resentment and darkness, suggesting that I should join Root to contribute to Konoha through my own shadows. The loss of my brother indeed struck me deeply, and I was nearly swayed by his words. However, at that critical moment, the Hokage appeared, having learned of my abduction to Root, and rushed to prevent Danzo from recruiting me. Subsequently, Danzo and the Hokage entered a room, and I stood outside, listening to their heated argument. When they finally emerged, Danzo told me that since I could not join Root, I should instead contribute to Konoha at the front lines by avenging my brother's death. He proposed that I go to the rear of Suna, and in my rage, I readily agreed. The Hokage had tried to reason with me, but I was beyond listening. Remarkable, Jiao applauded, acknowledging that such tactics were indeed characteristic of Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. One played the villain while the other feigned virtue, leaving people bewildered. Ultimately, when the deed was done, they ensured that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be remembered fondly. By the way, who is the current head of the Hitaki clan? After my brother's sacrifice, the position fell to me. Oh, I see, Jia nodded, then chuckled. I was merely curious. Had you fallen at the rear of Suna, who would manage the Hitaki family's affairs? You know, Konoha is quite short on funds. I contributed a fair amount to secure your protection, so do take good care of me. I, Shuo Mao, am not a fool. Jia's insinuations were laid bare. They probably never anticipated your prowess, or perhaps they underestimated Suna's incompetence, allowing you to return alive. You emerged from that battle as a great hero of Konoha, truly impressive. By the way, may I pose a question? What question? Have you ever contemplated the position of Hokage? The Hokage position, I certainly. Suddenly, Shuo Mao fell silent, lowering his gaze, his expression clouded. All right, enough of that. Let's continue our journey. Noticing Shuo Mao's reaction, Jia understood it was best to leave the matter be. Sometimes, allowing thoughts to simmer privately is preferable to over-explaining. With the carriage gone, traveling became inconvenient, yet we were not far from the next town. Perhaps we could procure a few horses there. As he spoke, Jia turned to the gathered corpses of the Root ninjas. I am a compassionate individual. After all, I was once a part of Konoha. Let us give you a proper burial. Fire style, fire extinguishing technique. Earth style, yellow spring swamp. The gathered bodies were incinerated to ashes. Their remains swallowed by the yellow spring swamp and laid to rest beneath the earth. In Konoha, Root, Danzo grew increasingly impatient. 3 days had passed without news. Had they failed? Was Hitaki Shuo Mao truly that formidable? To ascertain the truth, he dispatched another team to investigate. Finally, just as he was about to send out yet another squad, someone returned. Lord Danzo, a grave situation has arisen. All those sent to assassinate Chiba Tetsuya have perished. What? All dead? How is that possible? They were elite ninjas of Root. My lord, I speak no falsehood. The dispatched ninjas are all dead, reduced to remnants by fire and buried beneath the earth. The Root ninja produced a sealing scroll, unfurling it to reveal charred remains scattered on the ground. One could only lament. In the world of Hokage, if one cannot kill, one cannot even leave a corpse unscathed. Is there any useful information to be gleaned from these remains? Apologies, Lord Danzo, but aside from confirming that these were indeed our ninjas, no further useful information can be extracted. Their brains were incinerated, rendering the Mountain Clan's secret techniques unusable. Such a clean job raises suspicion. What secrets are you trying to conceal from us? Shimura Danzo clenched his fists. Chiba Tetsuya, Hitaki Shuo Mao, this is not over. Await your reckoning. The loss of an elite squad was not catastrophic for Root. They were merely ninjas, sacrifices for Konoha, and more could be recruited later. However, should Sarutobi Hiruzen learn of this, a fierce argument would surely ensue. Yet, that would be the extent of it. Given their past ties and the necessity for a clean hand, after their quarrel, he would undoubtedly allow for reinforcements. Perhaps this time, I should recruit more personnel. As he pondered potential candidates for Root's expansion, a Root ninja hurried in. Lord Danzo, there have been issues with Orochimaru's research. What? Chapter 101 what? More money? Let us eliminate those wretched individuals. The remainder of the journey saw no further attempts on their lives. Danzo likely realized that relying solely on Root ninjas would not suffice to eliminate Chiba Tetsuya. To execute his plans, he needed to explore alternative methods. Tetsuya and his companions successfully arrived at the capital of the Land of Grass. Though referred to as a capital, it was merely a larger town, far inferior to the capital of the Land of Fire. However, comparing the Land of Grass to the Land of Fire would indeed be unfair. Boss Chiba, at the city's gates, Kakuzu waved enthusiastically. Ah, Kakuzu, my apologies for the delay. We encountered some difficulties on the road, Tetsuya explained with a smile. attributing their tardiness to the attack by root ninjas, which had damaged their carriage and delayed their journey. By the way, what of the daimyo of the land of grass? Is he not here to receive me? How rude. Kakuzu shrugged with a grin. Well, Boss Chiba, quite a bit has transpired on your journey to the land of grass. Let us head to the inn first, and we can discuss it in detail. Oh, much has happened. GS stroked his chin, intrigued. He had expected a smooth visit to the land of grass, only to discover unexpected complications. Yet, such unpredictability adds spice to life, does it not? Let's proceed to the inn. Upon arriving at the inn and settling in, GS sought out Kaku. So, what has transpired in the land of grass during my journey? Kakuzu replied, the daimyo has made demands, insisting we increase our previous agreement by 50%. 50%? How dare he? What gives him such audacity? Hadn't we already reached an agreement? GL laughed in disbelief. A 50% increase exceeded even the terms he had negotiated with Hanzo of the Salamander. What terms did the land of rain propose? How could the land of grass dare to ask for more than Hanzo? Furthermore, the esteemed Hans of the Salamander treats himself with utmost courtesy, yet the daimyo of the land of grass bestows not a shred of dignity upon us. Initially, we had reached an accord. However, just days ago, coinciding with your departure from the land of fire, I observed individuals from the hidden grass village engaging with the daimyo of the land of grass. It was shortly thereafter that the daimyo abruptly altered his stance, demanding an additional 50% atop the original terms. What? The hidden grass village? The very same village composed of inept ninjas? That vacillating hidden grass village? For a moment, Tetsuya found himself at a loss for words. Seriously, what is this hidden grass village? Is this the flimsy foundation upon which the daimyo of the land of grass bases his audacity to raise prices? Ha ha ha. Tetsuya couldn't contain his laughter. Boss, what is the matter with you? One might fear Tetsuya's sudden mirth more than his frowns. Witnessing Tetsuya's raucous laughter left Kakuzu bewildered and apprehensive. Abruptly, Tetsuya stifled his laughter and earnestly posed a query to Kakuzu. Kakuzu, what manner of individual am I in the eyes of the ninja world? In the eyes of the ninja world, the boss is perceived as a benevolent businessman, eager to engage in amicable trade. His hallmark is the adage that harmony breeds prosperity. Oh, so that is how others perceive me, Tetsuya mused, nodding at Kakuzu's response. Then let us reveal a different facet of myself to the ninja world. A different side of the boss. Kakuzu was momentarily perplexed until he heard Tetsuya inquire further. Kaku, do you know the whereabouts of the hidden grass village? I do. It lies just south of the capital, a modest village that stands out against the plains. Tetsuya nodded, squinting with a smile. Very well. Let us proceed to meet the daimyo in due course. We shall annihilate the hidden grass village. Without the hidden grass village, I believe the daimyo of the land of grass will be inclined to collaborate with us earnestly. At this proclamation, an icy chill ran down Kakuzu's spine. Boss, could you refrain from speaking of annihilating others with such a smile? It is rather unsettling. Moreover, if we were to obliterate the hidden grass village, would that not pit us against the entire ninja world? What are you contemplating? We are targeting the hidden grass village, not the land of grass itself. As he spoke, Tetsuya stretched languidly. It is merely a trivial, inconsequential ninja village, comprised of individuals who prey on the weak. Their eradication will elicit little concern. And other villages will likely receive more commissions, would you not agree? Well, that does seem somewhat reasonable. Furthermore, provided we act swiftly, no one shall uncover our involvement. Combined, do you believe it requires considerable effort to eliminate a mere hidden grass village? They likely lack even a single notable ninja. Kakuzu pondered this and found it to be indeed accurate. Having spent years as a bounty hunter, he had encountered many skilled individuals. Yet he had never come across a formidable ninja from the hidden grass village. Then, boss, should we notify Izuna that the three of us will be taking action? No need. Let him amuse himself outside. The two of us will suffice. Very well. Everything shall proceed according to the boss's directives. Kakuzu harbored no objections to Tetsuya's arrangements. After all, killing was a familiar endeavor. He had long made a living through it, and he had claimed the bounties of many a severed head. Moreover, the target this time was the hidden grass village. Although it had not produced any renowned ninjas, its reputation in the ninja world was notably poor, known for its opportunism and duplicity. Initially thriving by cultivating relations with Konoha, they had not hesitated to betray Konoha during the ninja wars. Tetsuya held a particular disdain for the hidden grass village within the original narrative. They were responsible for the demise of Tsunade's mother and exploited the young Tsunade as a pawn. Those familiar with Naruto generally held no affection for the hidden grass. Yet, even with this animosity, Tetsuya had not paid much heed to these opportunistic individuals. However, their sudden emergence to assert their relevance could not be overlooked. In the palace of the daimyo of the Land of Grass, a man clad in a black trench coat, possessing striking green eyes and slicked-back hair, with a strand cascading over his left eye, was engaged in tea with the daimyo. Lord Muwei, do you truly believe that we can raise our demands by 50% and expect Chiba Tetsuya to acquiesce? The man, known as Muwei, was the lord of the Water Lamp City in the Land of Grass. While it bore the title of a city, it was, in fact, a prison for the captives of the ninja world. Muwei smiled nonchalantly. My lord, it is imperative to grasp one fundamental truth. This collaboration was initiated by the opposing party. They seek our assistance, rather than the other way around. Upon hearing this, the daimyo of the Land of Grass erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Lord Muwei speaks the truth. Come, let us enjoy our tea.